Edwin took Jack around the company and introduced him to the upper management of the company. All the management-level staff members had been told to enter the conference room where Edwin introduced Jack as the new boss of the company. There was obviously a commotion among the staff members when they heard that Jack had taken over. They could see that Jack was young and they obviously doubted his capabilities. It wasn't that they hated Jack, it was just that some youngsters nowadays depended on their parents' wealth to boss people around. Moreover, Jack's casual wear didn't seem to match a person that was serious about the office. Upon seeing them whispering to each other, Edwin frowned a little before throwing a glance at Jack. When he saw Jack's indifferent expression, he let out a sigh of relief before gazing back at the members of the staff. Let me tell you something. If you're taking Mr. Jack the same way that you see those nouveau riche brats that flaunt their parents' wealth, I suggest that you change that opinion of yours as soon as possible. After pausing for a moment, he continued, this company was bought over by Mr. Jack and not his family. In other words, this is going to be his business. So, I expect that you'll respect Mr. Jack just like how you did when I was your boss. And, you should know that if your performance is subpar, Mr. Jack can simply fire you to get another that can do your job well. Edwin's words made the crowd of over 30 employees to shut their mouths. They looked at Jack in new light, more so those that were at the very top and knew about the value of the company. To be able to buy the company, Jack must have at least $3 billion. Although they doubted that it was Jack's money and not his family's, they still had to give him the respect considering the fact that his family could entrust to him so much money. Mr. Jack, I'm the current CEO of Safety Enforcers, Maxwell Astle. A middle-aged man with a refined temperament stepped forward and greeted Jack. Jack nodded at the other party as they shook hands. Just from this person's temperament, Jack was expecting a lot from him. But, if he really lived up to his expectations, that would definitely have to wait. After the introduction process was over, Jack looked at the data on how they had been operating the company. He found that there were several contracts that were still ongoing and there were others that still needed processing. After going through all of these, Jack finally understood how the company was operated. From his perspective, there was nothing wrong, but he still had to do some changes. So, he asked for the company's account and transferred $1,100,654,890. He decided to believe that the person that Edwin had selected to be in charge of the company was reliable and honest. Although he could lose this money that he just transferred, at least he would know that the one that was in charge of the company wasn't someone that he could trust. Furthermore, just like how he would deal with Grace if she betrayed him, that was the exact same way that he was going to deal with Maxwell. Maxwell himself was astonished that Jack could invest such a huge amount of money on the first day that he took office as the president of the company. He wasn't the only one, as even Edwin on the other side had his eyes bulging from their sockets. Jack had transferred to him $4 billion the previous day. Now, he was giving out $1.1 billion as investment to improve the company. If the money was spent well, it was absolute that the value of the company would rise. Although the investment was only $1 billion, within a year or two, as long as the funds were used well, there would be no problem for the value of the company to rise by a few $100 million or maybe a whole billion. He now began wondering if he had named a lower price. Perhaps if he had named a higher price, Jack would definitely have given him without bargaining, right? Well, it was too late to regret now as they had already signed the transfer agreement. Although the transfer was already completed, there were other legal procedures that had to be taken care of. After all, transferring a company wasn't just about signing a transfer agreement. You can use that money to improve every area that needs improvement. If there are a few people that are recruited, recruit more. And, I would like you to be generous with the salaries. Starting from you, you'll have an increase of your salary by 20%. The others will have their own increase as well. If the money is not enough, please let me know in advance. Jack left almost the same instructions to Maxwell, just like how he had instructed Grace. After that, he left alongside Edwin to check out the other areas of the company. Although Jack had decided to increase the salaries of his employees, it wasn't just for nothing. He wanted them to be loyal to the company, and that was the exact reason as to why he increased their salaries. Although he knew that there would be the ungrateful ones that would still betray the company as long as there was a better opportunity, Jack wasn't worried that there would be no one to run the company for him. Mr. Jack, now you're making me look bad, Edwin chuckled as he showed Jack around. How did I do that? Jack asked as he didn't understand what Edwin was implying. Well, you'll make them think that I wasn't generous enough. You have just taken over the company and you raised their salary. Edwin chuckled bitterly as he said these words. Jack finally understood what Edwin was trying to imply. Jack's actions were no different from telling the employees that he was better than their previous boss. But Jack didn't think that it was wrong. In any case, he was more generous than Edwin was. The two went to the training grounds and Jack looked at the training facilities. They weren't bad, but they were still far from being good enough. It seemed that he would have to invest a few more dollars to make the company reach the level that he thought of as the standard. By the time that they left the company, it was already afternoon, around 1 p.m. They went back to Cheetah Hotel to have their lunch. Just like before, Edwin paid for the meal. Although Jack could afford to pay for it, since Edwin insisted, he had to give him some face and let him foot the bill. Jack could somehow think that this was Edwin's way of proving to him that he was generous? Anyway, Jack cared nothing about that. At the end of the day, it won't affect him if Edwin was generous or not, so he simply pretended not to know about it. Then, Edwin took Jack to the automobile store that was closer and had better cars. Although Jack wanted to keep a low profile, he didn't want the same incident as the one where his car was smashed by another. The reason for that conflict was obviously the parking space. Since Garpy had a better car, he thought that he was more qualified to use the parking space more than Jack. After looking around, Jack's eyes finally landed on a black McLaren P1. This McLaren gave the masculine vibe and Jack liked it, so he decided to buy it. "How much for that McLaren?" he asked the salesperson that was attending to him. "That car is worth $13,130,000. It has a maximum speed of," the salesperson replied. Jack nodded and interrupted the salesperson from giving the description. Currently, just the price was enough for his car not to be underestimated. So, there was no need for all the description and whatsoever. Just swipe the card to complete the payment. Furthermore, can you complete the procedures that are required? I want to drive it away when I leave the shop. The salesperson was speechless at Jack's way of doing things. All the same, he hurriedly took Jack's card lest he changed his mind. Just selling this car was going to get him commission worth more than $250,000. Jack completed the payment, bringing his balance to $4,009,870,000. Previously, he had left the extra $23 million for expenses. After about 30 minutes, Jack drove away the McLaren that now had a temporary plate. Edwin had left as soon as he brought Jack here as he had other things that he needed to take care of. Jack drove the McLaren back to Cheetah Hotel. He had to be prepared because from around 6 in the evening, there were the quarterfinals. Although he was only going to participate in the semifinals and finals, he had to arrive on time. Just thinking about what he was going to earn from winning the championship, Jack's mood was good. He even hummed a song that he didn't know about, just humming randomly, not caring if it was off tune or not. He got to the underground parking lot and found that his Mercedes-Benz E-Class had been taken away. There was no need to guess where it went as such a car wouldn't be allowed to occupy the parking lot. Currently, there were not many cars in the parking lot, so he simply picked one and parked. He got out of the car and was just about to leave when he heard the sound of several roaring engines approaching. Just from the roars, he could tell that they were all sports cars. He was curious about these people. If they participated in racing, maybe he could join them and be able to make a few dollars from it, right? Jack didn't have to wait for long. As soon after he got out of his car, there was a convoy of sports cars that rushed into the parking lot. What made Jack frown was the fact that the drivers were driving the cars at a high speed even though this was a parking lot. If there was an accident, he wondered what consequences would be. The cars were parked and just like before, they occupied almost all the parking spaces that were free. Although it was already afternoon, there were still many guests in Cheetah Hotel. Not long after, the youths that Jack had met in the morning alighted from their cars in pairs or in another case, alone. Upon seeing that it was this group of youngsters, Jack wasn't in the mood to entertain them. He immediately turned around and walked towards the elevator. There was no need for him to stay with such an unreasonable bunch of people. One of them smashed his car while another one claimed to be his fiancée. If this group wasn't unreasonable, then what was? He was simply walking away when he heard someone shouting, "Hey Wendy, ain't that your fiancé over there?" The moment that this young man said these words, everyone cast their gazes on Jack, trying to scrutinize him well. The previous time, they had no time to look at him as they were either ready to beat him up, or they were too dazed by what they had heard to look at him. Although Jack was currently wearing a different casual pair of clothes unlike the white suit, his figure still remained imprinted in their minds. Just from his back, they could recognize him. Wendy looked at Jack with a complex expression on her face. Angie looked at Jack, who was still walking away, as if he didn't see them, and then Wendy, who was looking at him. She frowned. If the two were really engaged, why would the fiancé ignore his fiancée? Was there any argument between the two of them, or the two didn't like each other in the first place? She was just about to ask Wendy about it when someone else beat her to it. But it was just that the person that was being addressed was not Wendy, it was Jack. "Hello there, aren't you going to allow us to apologize to you? Since you're Wendy's fiancé, you shouldn't treat us as strangers, right?" Colin shouted at Jack. Although he didn't like Jack, he had to do everything to know about Jack. When they went out, he had tried getting information about Jack from Wendy but couldn't find anything. In the end, he had thought that it would be good if he could get Jack to join them. Then, he would pretend that he wanted to befriend him. After getting all the information that he could, he would then take action to make sure that the engagement between Jack and Wendy was annulled. That was a perfect plan. He used the words like Wendy's fiancé and apologizing to make Jack allow them to talk to him. Then, they would get acquainted before he befriends him. Well, those were all plans and dreams. But, sometimes, not all plans and dreams were fulfilled in reality. "There's no need for that." Jack's reply reached Colin's ears, making his expression to darken. This was the first time that he was inviting a person to join them. In the end, his invitation was turned down, and in front of so many people, that was a stain to his reputation in the group. Jack was surprised that they still thought that he was Wendy's fiancé, but, in reality, he wasn't. And, Jack decided that if Wendy continued claiming that he was her fiancé, he surely would have to get back at her. At this moment, Jack thought that maybe Wendy was using him as a shield to block someone that was trying to pursue her. Although he didn't like it, he decided to turn a blind eye to that for now. "Jack, wait for a moment." Wendy's voice reached his ears, making his expression change suddenly as he halted his steps. He had thought that the other party didn't know him and was just using him as a shield. Who knew that she actually knew his name? Or, did the hotel give his information to her? As he thought of this, he frowned. This was a 5-star hotel and he was sure that it wasn't something easy to give out the customers' information. But, if one owned the place or had connections with the owner of the hotel, he could easily get his hands on that information. The moment that Wendy saw that Jack had stopped, she sighed in relief before hurrying towards him. Angie wanted to follow, but Wendy stopped her as she wanted to speak to Jack in private. When she got in front of Jack, she asked him to move a distance away from the group so that their chat would be private. "How do you know my name?" The moment that they had gained enough distance, Jack asked. He was straight to the point and his expression was cold. Upon hearing Jack's question, Wendy's heart skipped a beat. As for his cold eyes that stared at her, they made her heart ache. This was the person that she had been engaged to, but the way that he was looking at her was no different to how one looked at a stranger. No, it seemed that he was dissatisfied with her for some reasons that she didn't know. "All the same," she replied, "I know you because you're my fiancé?" Wendy's reply was what she thought was according to logic. But, in Jack's ears, it was someone forcing herself on him. She wanted him to be her fiancé although he knew nothing about her. "Listen here, lady, I don't think you got the right person. As far as I know, I don't have a girlfriend, let alone a fiancé," Jack said plainly. Jack's words were like arrows that pierced through Wendy's heart. She looked at him and said, "I didn't get the wrong person at all. Aren't you Jackson Alfonso? Did you get my information from the hotel?" Jack frowned as he asked. "Not at all. I even know that you're from Crystal City, and 2 days ago, you were supposed to be in Inchoate City. As to why you're here in Venture City, I'm not sure about that," Wendy said. "Did you investigate me?" Jack's stance became a little aggressive. How could he allow others to simply look into his information and come to pretend to know him? Wendy took a step backwards when she saw that Jack seemed angry. She hurriedly shook her head and asked, "Were you not told that we were engaged 2 days ago?" This was something that Wendy wondered. It had already been 2 days since the two had gotten engaged with Dalton's permission. What she didn't know was the fact that Dalton had told Victor that Jack didn't agree to the engagement. And since they had already agreed that Jack was engaged to Wendy, they decided to keep this as a secret from Jack for the time being to make sure that he wouldn't destroy their plans. Then, during this time that Jack didn't know about what happened, they would look for ways to bring him back to the Alfonso mansion. After coaxing him, they would tell him about the engagement. Then, the deal would be completed as long as Jack had no disagreement to it. But, they had never expected that the two of them would meet in a place that they had no idea about. They didn't know that Jack would go to Venture City and neither did they expect that Wendy would be there. Told by who? Jack was confused. He then thought about the word 2 days ago. That was when he remembered that Dalton had come to pick him up. All of that was so that he could get engaged to someone. If he remembered correctly, he didn't agree to the engagement. Then why on earth was the lady in front of him claiming that they were engaged? He suddenly thought of how Dalton had expelled him from the family and how he had tried getting him back by force. So, it wasn't impossible for him to use some means to make sure that the engagement wasn't cancelled as long as there were benefits. Your father? Wendy answered uncertainly. She couldn't understand if it was just that Jack was playing dumb or it was true that he had no idea about the engagement. When he heard that his father was supposed to tell him, he immediately connected to the fact that Dalton wouldn't give up in the face of benefits with small losses. He looked at Wendy and asked, "How did the engagement go through when I wasn't there?" Wendy replied honestly, "Your father said that you had left in Coed City and that we could just continue with the engagement. In the end, an agreement was made that we will get married when I am 21 years old." As she talked about marriage, she blushed. Jack confirmed that Dalton had certainly used a trick to make sure that the engagement went through. He took a deep breath and looked at the lady in front of him. He said, "You should give up on this engagement thing. I didn't agree to the engagement. Furthermore, I'm no longer a member of the Alfonso family." Jack's words made Wendy's heart skip a beat. She was cheated by Jack's father. And since when was Jack not a member of the Alfonso family? Just as she was dazed, Jack walked past her and headed for the elevator. It was only after a few moments that she reacted. "Wait, Jack." Jack halted for a moment and said, "You got the wrong person. I don't know you and I'm not from the Alfonso family. Furthermore, I didn't agree to the engagement. So, I hope you can forget about what happened 2 days ago." "Wait, Jack." Jack halted for a moment and said, "You got the wrong person. I don't know you and I'm not from the Alfonso family. Furthermore, I didn't agree to the engagement. So, I hope you can forget about what happened 2 days ago." "You don't know me, Jack? Or is it that you're pretending that you don't know me?" Feeling frustrated from how Jack was treating her, Wendy shouted. Jack looked at her again and asked, "Was I supposed to know you before?" According to his memories, there was absolutely nothing that he could remember about this lady. Not her name, voice, eyes, figure, nothing about her was imprinted in his mind at all. Wendy's eyes reddened the moment that she saw that Jack was serious about it. She bit her lips and stared into his eyes. Jack didn't shy from her gaze at all and waited for a response. "We met a year ago. I was just about to be killed in an accident if you hadn't pulled me back and saved me." Wendy said these words with hope shining in her eyes, hoping that Jack would remember her if it was true that he'd forgotten about her. Jack began recalling all the memories from the previous year. Now that his mind had been strengthened, he could remember a lot of things that had happened in the past. Although they were not as clear as the new memories as the ones that he'd gotten since he became strong, his ability was good nonetheless. After recalling, he couldn't find any case where he saved someone. No matter what he thought about, he had never saved anyone from an accident. He shook his head as he replied, "I'm sorry, lady, but maybe you mistook me with someone else. After all, I don't remember saving anyone till this day." That was the fact. Jack had never been in a situation where he was made to save a person. Although if he could save someone currently he would, that didn't mean that he could save everyone. Upon hearing Jack's denial, Wendy almost burst into tears at that moment. She had been in love with Jack ever since she remembered him saving her. On that day that she had been saved, she was too shocked to react by searching for Jack. In the end, she only came back to Crystal City after a month and began looking for Jack. Then, after over 3 weeks of effort, she finally managed to find him as his blue eyes and silver hair were unique. Although she had barely seen his face at that time as she was in a daze, she could still remember that he was handsome. After finding Jack, she decided not to approach him. She began thinking of a way to thank him when she suddenly had an idea. She decided that she would marry him to thank him. Although she was thanking him for saving her life, she was also a little selfish as she had already fallen in love with Jack. After going back to the capital, she began planning on how to let her grandpa know that she wanted to marry Jack. She had seen that he wasn't someone rich at all. And to her family, they cared the most about the background of the one that married into their family. So, she wasn't sure how she could convince her grandfather to allow her to marry Jack. In the end, she remained like that, planning till 2 weeks ago. The more time passed, the more she continued loving him and she would sometimes sneak to Crystal City just to see him. 2 weeks ago, she couldn't help it but ask her grandfather. Just like she had expected, her grandfather had refused. In return, she got angry at him and claimed that if not Jack, she definitely wouldn't marry anyone else and would stay like that. Feeling helpless, Alton investigated Jack. After finding his information, other than the fact that his background was low, there was not a problem with him. And that was the exact reason as to why he allowed the engagement. Now, they were engaged and the fiancé that she had been looking forward to meeting and talking to, waiting for their marriage, was looking at her like a stranger. He couldn't remember anything about her at all. This made her heart both sad and regretful. She wished that she should have met with Jack during the times that she had been coming to Crystal City. In that way, they could have gotten familiar with each other in advance. But now it wasn't too late, as their marriage was going to be in a year or 2 months from now. She still had a whole year to make him take her as his fiancée. As for the case where he was claiming that he was no longer a member of Alfonso family, she knew that her grandfather wouldn't agree to the case where the engagement that he himself had proposed was broken. With his character, he would definitely have Jack marry her even if they had to tie him with ropes on the wedding day so that he wouldn't run away. As she thought of this, determination surged through her eyes as she at Jack's departing figure. "I'll make sure that you'll love me just like how I love you. Since we're engaged already, there's no way that the engagement will be broken." Seeing that Jack was leaving, Angie was the first one to approach Wendy. She looked at Wendy's determined eyes and asked curiously, "What have the two of you been talking about?" Wendy looked at her and said with some hints of dissatisfaction, "If we wanted you to know, would we have moved far from you?" Angie. Collins, on the other hand, had been observing the two from the moment that they walked into the distance. He had been observing their body movements as well. From the way that he could see it, it seemed that Jack was the one that was forcing Wendy. Wendy had tried making him give up on the issue of their engagement, but Jack became aggressive. Although they were a distance away, the underground parking lot was well lit. As a result, he could still make out some of the facial expressions as long as they were major. He had seen the way that Wendy became saddened and when she was about to cry, then, her determination. Everything was well and correctly translated to him, and there was nothing to hide from him. The determination that Wendy had shown when she clenched her fists, it should be that she was determined to destroy the engagement. And, from the fact that she was keeping this from them, it was obvious that she didn't want them to interfere. But, he definitely would interfere and make sure that her dream was fulfilled. He would make sure that Jack gave up on her, but, that would be done in secret as well. Neither Jack nor Wendy had no idea about what Collins was planning. Had they known, Jack would surely have nodded in appreciation and encouraged him, while Wendy would have definitely wanted to kill him. Later that evening, the arena was full. The crowd here today was definitely higher than the one that was there the previous day. Today was when there was going to be the finals. So, they had to make sure that they watched it. On the other hand, there were many bosses that had come here on this day that hadn't been there the previous day. And just like the spectating crowd, these bosses liked watching the thrilling matches, and that could only be found during the finals. Jack was already in the locker room. On this day, he'd come with Edwin. Edwin had picked him up and Jack didn't refuse him and came with him in Edwin's car. In the locker room, there were only 8 people. There was the guy called Scarred Tiger, the one that had been sent by Austin to cause trouble for Jack to ensure that Jack wouldn't win. There was the defending champion, Mad Lion, who wasn't muscular as Jack had expected but a man with moderate muscles, was also here. Vulture was here too and Gibby were here as well. In other words, the defending champion, the runner-up and the second runner-up of the previous championship were here today. Then, Jack and 3 others that had qualified for the quarter-finals were present. Each and everyone in the room was having their own space, not disturbing the other. But even so, Jack could feel the gazes that were landing on him. What's more, Jack could feel a gaze that had a faint killing intent directed at him. There was no need for him to guess who it was that was looking at him, considering that Scarred Tiger still had a grudge against him. But Jack ignored it as he wasn't in the mood to waste his time on someone like him. But, once they met in the rain, he would surely make sure that the killing intent was dispersed into a thin air using his fists. The first round, in the quarter-finals, Scarred Tiger, Gibby and the other 3 would have to fight for a single spot into the semi-finals. Jack wasn't sure how that round was going to be, but he was sure that they must have a plan for it already. In the semi-finals, the winner between the 5, Jack, Mad Lion and Vulture and 10 runner-up would fight for the spot into the finals. The 2 winners would then fight and determine the winner between them. And just like that, the championship would be over. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second night of July's Ultimate Championship. I, as the host tonight, can tell you that I'm excited and anticipating for the matches tonight. But, although I'm the referee, I'll just watch the match from out of the ring. I hope you don't blame me as the matches are so thrilling and that they scare me. But, let's put all that aside and let the quarterfinals begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second night of July's Ultimate Championship. I, as the host tonight, can tell you that I'm excited and anticipating for the matches tonight. But, although I'm the referee, I'll just watch the match from out of the ring. I hope you don't blame me as the matches are so thrilling and that they scare me. But, let's put all that aside and let the quarterfinals begin. Let's start with the rules of the quarterfinals. The way of losing the match is still the same. But, please, even if you lose the match, don't wait till you die. Anyway, all the matches are going to take place today. So, while fighting in the quarterfinals, you better make sure that you're in a good condition to be able to fight in the semifinals. Of course, you'll be given enough time to recover before fighting. But, if you're gravely injured, we can only say sorry to you. Now, the quarterfinals will be best of 5. The 5 contestants will enter the ring and compete. The one that wins will enter the semifinals, and, while he's resting, the first match of the semifinals will start. If the one that won the quarterfinals happens to be selected by the randomization computer, we definitely will allow him to rest. But, the ones that were not selected would fight first. 30 minutes after their match, the other round of semifinals will begin. So, I hope that the time that you'll be given would be enough for you to rest your muscles for the semifinals. It was always hard for those that were participating and hoped to be the champions. The rules of the championship favored those that managed to reach top 3, more so the champion and defending champion. Even so, there was always a reward for a person that managed to reach the finals and win, if he had not been given the privilege like Mad Lion and the other two. Most of the fighters are always encouraged by the rewards, and that was the exact reason as to why some fought till they ended up dead. Nevertheless, those were the desperate ones that really needed money and had no other ways out of the situation that they were in. Let the quarterfinals start. Those making the bets better start placing the bets. As you can all see, there's no need for the selection to be done. There are already 3 people that have a spot in the semifinals, so, you should know the remaining 5 and their abilities as none of them is a noob. Scarred Tiger, Gibby and the other 3 went to the ring. As he left, Scarred Tiger gave Jack another glance before leaving with a snort. This round was going to be intense as it was an elimination match. There were 5 contestants for a single spot. But, there were some things that always happened in such a match. They would form teams to eliminate the others or they would fight solo. But, the ones that fought solo would definitely be the first ones to be eliminated. Another thing that happened was that, the others always formed a team to target the strongest person present in the ring. Then, they would start fighting amongst themselves to find the one that would qualify for the next round. Scarred Tiger and Gibby gave each other a knowing glance. Then, they turned and faced the other 3 fighters that were in the ring with them. There was no need to talk as it was obvious that the 3 would team up to eliminate Gibby and Scarred Tiger. Both Gibby and Scarred Tiger had managed to reach the semifinals in the previous championship. On the other hand, this was the first time for the other 3 to reach the quarterfinals. As soon as the going rang, the 5 made their moves. They attacked without holding back with the intention eliminating the other party as fast as possible. The lesser injuries they sustained, the better their chances would be in winning in the semifinals. Although Jack wasn't interested in the matches, he still decided to watch the match. There was no harm to watch the match to pass time as there was nothing that he could do. None of the 2, Vulture or Mad Lion, spoke to him and Jack had no intention of talking to them either. He simply waited for his round while watching the 5 in the ring. Although Gibby and Scarred Tiger were facing 3 people, they were not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, they had an advantage, though it wasn't that big. As the fight went on, the advantage of the fighting experience began showing. Gibby and Scarred Tiger began taking advantage of the mistakes that the 3 made to make heavy blows that injured them. On the other hand, although they also got attacked, the injuries that they sustained were superficial. And in about 30 minutes, the 3 were eliminated one after the other. And now, the 2 of them faced each other. Although they were injured, the injuries didn't affect their combat capabilities. Just as Jack and the crowd expected that a fight would erupt again, they were disappointed and flabbergasted by what happened next. "I surrender." Gibby's voice was loud enough to reach the ears of everyone present. For a moment, everything came to a pause before the crowd erupted. "What the FCK are you doing, Gibby? I just bet on Gibby and now you're telling me that you're going to surrender without fighting? I can't accept this. I want my money to be refunded." There must be some strings that have been pulled here. If he knew that he was going to surrender, why on earth did he get in the ring to help Scarred Tiger win? Just shut up there, don't you see that this is a tacit understanding between the 2? If they want to have a chance of winning in the semifinals, they have to choose one between them. Of course you'll say that because you placed a bet on Scarred Tiger. I don't think I stopped you from doing that, right? I'll kill you this moment. The chaos that had erupted was so intense. But this wasn't to be unexpected, as the way that the match had ended was definitely not the best way. At least they could have pretended to fight for a while before one of them gave up. But surrendering only after he had eliminated the other three, that could already prove that the two must have come to an agreement before the match. The crowd wasn't the only one that was complaining about this. In the VIP room, the bosses there were cursing incessantly. On the other hand, Edwin frowned as he looked at Austin, who was currently having a smug smile on his face. He immediately knew that this must be something that he had planned. Considering that he'd bet with Jack, it was obvious that Austin would look for methods of making Jack lose the fight. He asked, "Is this what you've planned, Austin?" His mood was gloomy. He already knew that this was the first part of the plan that Austin has made. There must be other tricks involved. Edwin could also understand why Austin would go to this extent. In any case, if he lost the bet, he was going to lose 90% of his wealth. That was not something that someone that had worked hard to gain would easily agree to. The smile that was originally on Austin's face immediately froze. He gloomily looked at Edwin and asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to slander me?" "What slander? You're trying to deny it even after that smile on your face a moment ago could speak all the words that have to be said?" Edwin asked back. He would have wanted to inform Jack that there was a scheme in the matches. But there was no way that he was going to inform Jack about it, considering that Jack was already in the locker room and there was no way that he could contact him. He let a sigh and decided to put the matter aside. At the same time, he just hoped that Jack wouldn't be in trouble and would be able to notice that there was something wrong with the way that this match ended. Although the commotion was high, the host managed to calm them down. The crowd also knew that the one that owned the arena wasn't someone that they could go against. So, although they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to cause trouble. But, in their hearts, they had already sworn that they would definitely beat up that guy called Gibby. Since he was able to get the third place in the last championship, most of the people had placed their bets on him. In the end, he had surrendered, and that was before he even began fighting with Scarred Tiger, who had been defeated by him in the previous championship. So, no matter what, they had decided that they were going to beat him up. More than 3/5 of those that placed their bets had placed the bet that Gibby was going to win. In the end, he made them lose their money in such a stupid manner. "Since the quarter-finals have ended, let's make the draw for the semifinals." As the host spoke, he gazed towards the screen projection that had already began showing the names of the 4 participants. When the random selection was completed, the host shouted, "Our first match will be Mad Lion against Vulture." "Since the quarter-finals have ended, let's make the draw for the semifinals." As the host spoke, he gazed towards the screen projection that had already began showing the names of the 4 participants. When the random selection was completed, the host shouted, "Our first match will be Mad Lion against Vulture." These words immediately made the crowd even more spirited. They knew these two as they had been fighting in this arena for over a year now, and the winner of the first place always alternated between the two of them. The two walked out of the locker room one after the other. The moment that they reached the arena, the crowd's cheering became even louder than before. Most of the spectators were looking forward to a match that would surely sweep away their disappointment. If the same thing as the one that had happened in the match between Scarred Tiger and Gibby repeated itself, there would surely be something happening. And that something would definitely be more than just shouting and complaining. Jack, on the other hand, couldn't help but wonder if it was just a coincidence or the heavens were looking forward to the time that he would be beating Scarred Tiger. Since Mad Lion and Vulture were going to fight for a spot into the finals, it was natural that Jack would go against Scarred Tiger. Anyway, with Jack's current strength, there was nothing that could stop him from teaching someone that there was always someone ahead of you. Refocusing on the match, after the betting session ended, the gong rang and the fight immediately began. Both Mad Lion and Vulture didn't move and continued staring at each other. They stayed in such a manner for over 2 minutes till the crowd began getting impatient with the way that the duo were looking at each other. "What the FCK? Don't tell me that there's a problem with this match as well. What are you two doing down there? Start fighting already. We didn't pay to come and watch this nonsense, we came here to watch a fight. You two, what's up with your gazes? Are you going to fight or not? Believe me, if you don't start fighting at this moment, I will come down there and make you fight me. What nonsense are you spouting? You're always beaten up by your wife and now you're trying to prove your dominance here. FCKU. Do you think it's like before? Nowadays I tamed my wife. I'm the lord of the who. Pa. What lord of the house? You dare to say that you tamed me? Let's see how I deal with you when we get back home. Wifey, I am sorry. Alright? I was just joking, yes, just joking. Humph. Ha 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 ha. The crowd chattered non-stop, but they didn't know that there was something that was going on in the rain. Mad Lion and Vulture looked at each other and there was some kind of competition in their eyes. After a long while of ignoring the spectating crowd, they finally began fighting. Their attacks were fierce with the intention of winning with a single blow. Kicks and punches flew from left and right as the two fighters kept on moving. The crowd had already stopped complaining the moment that the two began fighting each other. Now, they were cheering loudly at how fierce the two of them were fighting. Jack narrowed his eyes as he looked at the fight that was going on through the screen in the locker room. Although others couldn't see it clearly, Jack could do that easily. From the moment that the two had been staring at each other, Jack became keen and began observing their movements. He could see that the two of them seemed to be communicating with each other. It was only after one of them consigned that the two began fighting. Immediately, Jack knew that it seemed that the scheme was still in progress. So, his eyes keenly observed the movements of the two. Then, he noticed another thing, that was the fact that, although the two of them seemed to be fighting intensely, in reality, they were actually pulling their punches in the last moment. Furthermore, he could see that they would even ignore the openings that could be used to deal a critical damage to the opponent. Upon seeing this, Jack immediately confirmed that the scheme was still in progress. But, what was the other part of the scheme? Jack could already guess it. As the fight went on, Vulture fell into a disadvantage. Then, he made a mistake and Mad Lion took the chance and kicked him on the chest. Followed by that, he rapidly rushed towards him and threw another punch before Vulture could stabilize himself. In the end, since Vulture was closer to the edge of the rain, he was forced to fall out of the rain. The moment that this happened, loud cheers erupted in the arena. In the eyes of the crowd, although it was humiliating to be defeated by being thrown out of the rain, that could be forgotten as long as you had given a good fight. They'll just say that you were unlucky, that's all. But, in Jack's eyes, everything was crystal clear. As a professional combatant, he could already see what was happening. From the movements of the two, Jack could tell that this wasn't the first time that they were performing instead of fighting. The end of this fight came without any of the two sustaining any serious injuries. As for kicking Vulture out of the rain, he could see that the two were moving towards the edge of the ring deliberately. With their fighting experience, there were some things that they would definitely not ignore. How could they ignore the fact that they would lose the match as long as they fell off the ring? So, each and every fighter always made sure to move away from the edge of the ring even if they had to suffer an attack. At least even with that injury, they still had a chance of winning the match. On the other hand, as long as they were kicked out of the ring, the match was over. The closer they were to the edge of the ring, the higher the chances they had to lose the match. Jack simply shook his head at the thought of this. Although the two had a high level in front of him, they were no different from rookies. Additionally, it seemed that he'd been expecting so much from Mad Lion. Although his punches were pulled at the last moment, Jack could see that they were starting at full power. In other words, he attacked with full power but made a mistake that would make it possible for Vulture to escape. Just like that, although the two of them had cheated in this match, instead of their reputation being ruined, their reputation soared into the air as the new fans that were seeing them for the first time immediately joined their fan clubs. After the match, there was 30 minutes of wait. And Jack could see that this was another part of the scheme. This was going to give Scarred Tiger enough time to recover and reach his peak condition before the fight. In the quarterfinals, Scarred Tiger had only spent his energy while dealing with the three others. In the end, he didn't suffer many injuries. And, during the fight between Mad Lion and Vulture, although they had already decided on who was going to win, they still fought for over 20 minutes. All this while plus the extra 30 minutes, Scarred Tiger who had only suffered from little exhaustion would have recovered fully. These scheming people were indeed thorough in their plans. It's just that all the schemes were nothing in front of absolute strength. And, Jack had absolute strength when matched against these three and their mastermind. After 30 minutes, Jack and Scarred Tiger the ring. And the moment that they saw Jack who was wearing white tracksuit and the silver mask on his face, they erupted in cheers. How could they not recognize Jack after he had instantly defeated his previous opponents? Now, they had already formed a fan club for him. What was boosting the morale and thrill of the spectating crowd was the fact that Jack was still a newcomer to the arena, the current Black Horse. And although his body was small, His strength couldn't be measured with his body size, as his previous opponents could bear witness to that. "Is that the guy that you were talking about?" "Yeah, he's calling himself J.K. Silver. I think Edwin knows him." "Why does it look like he's a youth?" "He's a youth. I don't think that he's over 20 yet." "Seriously? I can't wait for his performance in this match." The big bosses were all anticipating what was going to happen next and couldn't help but get impatient that the gong wasn't ringing yet. Of course, they were only anticipating to see how strong Jack really was. Gong. With the sound of the gong, the second round of the semifinals finally began under the gazes of thousands of pairs of eyes. A few moments before the gong rang, Scarred Tiger looked at Jack, who was standing in front of him, and sneered as he looked at him. "It looks like you're so unlucky that the heavens said that you had to be punished by me. Now, here we are. Are you going to surrender, or do you want to make you do so?" Scarred Tiger looked at Jack before continuing, "But I'll have to warn you, I'm not that good at making others surrender, as I may end up making you leave the ring with a few broken bones or as a corpse." Jack didn't know if he was supposed to laugh at this guy or not, but he could at least get the gist of what was happening here. Although Scarred Tiger was hired by Austin to make sure that Jack lost the match, he still wouldn't easily let go off of the chance to have a shot at the title as this month's champion. Being a champion here had some benefits that could make people want to do their best to win the title. But it wasn't easy to become a champion, as almost every factor here favored the defending champion. What Jack didn't know was that the reason as to why they decided on this form of competition was because they wanted the top 3 to be the champions. These 3 were already loyal to the arena, and so there was no loss in giving them some benefits. The benefits here were so big in that as long as these champions were given a taste of it, they would surely want to do all they could to maintain it. On the other hand, there were situations like Mad Lion and Vultures. Theirs was that they were in the same gang and had been fighting together since years ago. They had also been sparring with each other, and as a result, they were familiar with each other. As for the championship, they always made sure that they exchanged it between themselves so that each of them would get a share. Today was the exception. The reason for the exception was that they were facing Jack, and he seemed to be a tough opponent. Between the two, Mad Lion was the strongest and had the highest chance of winning. So, when Austin approached them, they agreed, as that was still the same thing that they were going to do anyway. Jack saw that this guy spoke too much nonsense and decided that he would simply end this match as fast as he could. There was no need for him to speak so much. He wanted to get his rewards and get out of this place to deal with other things. If he got more cash, he would definitely make sure that safety enforcers expanded rapidly, even if he had to purchase the other security companies. On the other hand, the grocery department only needed the supplies and the stores. As he again reached this point in thinking, he remembered that there was someone that was trying to cause Celine some problems. So, if he could get back earlier, it won't hurt as well. Jack was immersed in his thoughts in that, for a moment, he had forgotten that he was in a fight. And, the moment that Scarred Tiger saw that Jack didn't even seem to care about his presence, he immediately decided that he would kill Jack. At worst, he would make sure that he'd crippled him. Although Jack's strength in the preliminaries had showed him that Jack was strong, he still thought that he was stronger than him. So, he had already began fantasizing about how he was going to get rewarded after winning the match. Gong. The moment that the gong rang, Scarred Tiger didn't care whether Jack was paying attention or not and launched himself forward, ready to strike. His fist carried a lot of power, as at this time, Scarred Tiger didn't dare to hold anything back. If he could end this without suffering any injuries, he would have a shot at winning the championship, as he would only have to deal with Mad Lion. In the end, he would not only win the championship, but the rewards that had been promised to him by Austin would be a cream on the top. Although Jack lost focus for a moment, with his current level, there was no way that he could fail to feel the approaching attack. His unfocused eyes immediately turned sharp as he looked at the approaching fist. Not intending to dodge at all, Jack's right hand curled into a fist. Then, as soon as Scarred Tiger's fist came before his face, Jack used his left hand to parry it to the side before throwing the right fist right towards Scarred Tiger's face. Since he had planned on attacking his face, Jack would reciprocate. On the other hand, he would have so loved to beat this guy slowly, but when he thought about Celine, he suddenly changed his mind. Seeing that his attack was easily parried away, Scarred Tiger was surprised. Then, he hurriedly tried retracting his hand, but the speed and force at which he launched himself forward didn't allow him to stop immediately. So, he could only helplessly raise his other hand to try blocking Jack's other punch. But his reaction speed was far slower than Jack's speed. As a result, Jack's fist connected with his left side of the face. At this moment, Scarred Tiger felt like he'd been hit by a truck. Although he always allowed others to hit him so that he could deal damage in return, this time, there was no chance in retaliating, as the pain of having his jaw being dislocated as well as losing a few teeth was immense that it forced him to blackout. The unconscious Scarred Tiger did a flip and fell face first on the rain. It wasn't much, with the speed at which he charged with towards Jack. Plus having his body slightly elevated from the ground, it wasn't hard for the force behind Jack's punch to make him do a 270 degrees flip. The cheers that had just erupted with anticipation for a good fight immediately died down. No word could be spoken as they stared at Jack and Scarred Tiger in the ring without knowing how to react. None of them had seen this coming. They knew that Scarred Tiger was a good fighter. And although Jack had shown good fighting prowess the previous day, they expected that the fight would surely last a few minutes before the winner was decided. Now, they had just seen their expectations being overturned. Not to mention a minute, the fight had ended within 5 seconds. And these 5 seconds were the ones that Scarred Tiger used to rush towards Jack and the time that he was being punched. Jack had expected that such a situation would occur as it had already happened a few times before. With his current strength having been increased by 4 times that of an adult male, there was no doubt that he could easily deal with someone like Scarred Tiger easily. He looked at the host who had his mouth agape and spoke, "Can the finals begin now? I'm getting a little impatient." Coming out of his daze, the host was a little incoherent before he caught what Jack was implying. He first shouted the results. Scarred Tiger has been knocked unconscious. So, there's no need to count to 10. Bam! Thud! Before he finished, he simply heard the sound of something being hit before falling onto the ground like a sack of potatoes. Looking at the source of the sound, he found that Scarred Tiger had been kicked out of the ring. He swallowed hard before continuing, and the winner of this round is J.K. Silver. As for the finals, if it can continue right away or we'll have to wait for 30 minutes, that's going to depend on the opponent. As soon as the host finished speaking, the crowd immediately began cheering. Of course, that only applied to those that had placed a bet on Jack or those that hadn't placed a bet at all. Then the crowd began shouting for the fight to continue. They wanted to see what was going to happen when Jack faced Mad Lion and absolutely forgot that Mad Lion was supposed to be resting. Fight, 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 fight. Fight, fight. As soon as they began, the whole arena erupted with the spectators requesting for the fight to continue immediately. So, even though Mad Lion wanted to take a moment and analyze Jack's strength, for his reputation as a defending champion, there was no way that he could show any weakness. So, he got to his feet and headed to the ring. The moment that he stepped forward, the cheers became even louder. Mad Lion's appearance was the same as his agreement to the fight continuing immediately. When he got onto the ring, Jack didn't speak a word and waited for 5 minutes for bets to be placed. Mad Lion spoke no word as well as he simply focused his gaze on Jack, as if he was trying to find the secrets that were hiding inside Jack's body. Too bad that there was nothing that he could discover at all. The moment that the gong rang, Mad Lion made the first move. Since his body wasn't bulky, his movements were fast. But, this time, Jack could see that his movements were clearly faster than when he was fighting against Vulture. It was obvious that he was going all out from the start. Jack didn't care much about it as he also moved forward to attack as well. His speed was far faster than Mad Lion's. Mad Lion, who was charging forward crazily, immediately felt that there was something wrong at this moment. But, it was too late to react. With the two charging towards each other from opposite sides, they approached each other faster. Jack threw a punch, and since his movements were unexpected and he had used more than 50% of his full speed, Mad Lion had no chance of resisting at all. Bang! Mad Lion was thrown backwards by the sheer force from Jack's fist. The moment that he landed onto the ground, he had already fallen unconscious. There was silence dominating the whole arena for the second time of the night. The matches today, none of them went according to the expectations of others. In the VIP room, there was silence for a moment before a loud roar of laughter echoed and spread in the whole room. Edwin held his stomach as he looked at the pale-faced Austin sitting not far from him. Then, after a moment, he sneered at Austin as he chuckled, "You made so many arrangements and schemes. In the end, you lost. You still lost after all the planning, hee. That's to be expected from a person like you who doesn't know his own limit." Edwin held his stomach as he looked at the pale-faced Austin sitting not far from him. Then, after a moment, he sneered at Austin as he chuckled, "You made so many arrangements and schemes. In the end, you lost. You still lost after all the planning, hee. That's to be expected from a person like you who doesn't know his own limit. Austin was currently pale and didn't know what to do at this moment. There was a fact that all of his wealth was going to be taken away at this time. Although it was only 90% of all of his wealth, if he was left with only 10% of his current wealth, not only would his status drop, in fact, the enemies that have always been eyeing him would surely strike. What's more is that, since he would no longer be rich as he was before, many of the relationships that he'd created through his wealth would be broken. The relationships that were formed on the base of benefits wouldn't survive if the benefits disappeared. He tried thinking his way out of the situation, but he found that there was nothing that he could do at all. Had it been a simple bet between the two of them, he could have acted shamelessly and refused to fulfill his end of the bet. But, at this moment, he really wanted to go back in time and slap the silly him back then. Not the one that had suggested that they had to register their bet and make it official. Instead, it was the him that had accepted the bet. Jack had come forward and proposed the bet. On the other hand, with his usual arrogance, he didn't think much of it and agreed to it. Furthermore, when Jack obviously pretended that the stake was too high, he raised his own stake while reducing Jack's. He was now wondering how foolish he was at that time. He'd clearly seen that Edwin was so respectful to Jack and he treated him as a peer and maybe someone at a higher level. And him, just to make sure that he dominated Edwin, he had provoked Jack, who was minding his own business. Jack had not interfered when he was arguing with Edwin and simply stood out of the issue. But he had brought him into it himself. But now, no matter how regretted what had happened before, he knew there was nothing that could be done. The owner of the arena was someone that had a good relationship with several people, and he himself was a great power. The moment that they made the bet official, it was the moment that he'd agreed that if he lost, he would lose whatever he'd placed as the stake. No matter if he wanted to give the stake by himself or not, they would surely hand over everything that he'd lost to Jack. The reason for this was the connections. Using their connections that spread to the government, they could easily make his own wealth to be transferred. He wanted to laugh at himself. He had simply thought that he'd made sure that Jack wouldn't lose and failed to fulfill his end of the bet. Who knew that he was setting himself up? Jack didn't want to idle here any longer and decided to leave the ring after the host announced that he was the champion. There was nothing like a belt, and whatever, the spectating crowd were the witnesses that he was the winner of this championship. As soon as he changed his clothes, he met with Edwin, who was waiting for him at the entrance of the locker room. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Jack. You surely live up to my expectations. But, I should say that you're more than I had thought of you. In other words, I had underestimated you by a great margin." Edwin laughed as he looked at Jack. Although he himself was a rich person, he had no power to completely make Austin poor. No, it should be that. Although he had the strength to do that, he would surely suffer a great loss if he dared to try eliminating Austin. And, he wasn't ready to risk something like that. And this was the exact reason as to why he decided to shift into another industry as soon as he got the chance to do that. It wasn't that he was a coward, he was just going for a retreat, and it wouldn't be late for him to deal with Austin after he succeeded. Now, he didn't need to lift a finger and Austin was dealt with. Furthermore, it was the trap that he dug himself. It was the one that had now trapped him, intending to end his life. He would just sit at the side and laugh at him for his failure. With the way that Austin operated, it was obvious that he had a big bunch of enemies that wanted to see him down. With only 10% of his wealth left alongside the relationships that were bound to be broken, Austin would be no less than a beggar within a month. It wasn't that he didn't have debts on him. And, the 10% that he had left would surely not be enough to repay the debts. The result was definitely going bankrupt. "Hee, you flutter me, Mr. Edwin." Jack smiled. This time, it wasn't his usual shallow smile, but a genuine one. He was in a good mood at this moment because the rewards of winning the championship had already began pouring in. System task completed. Professional combatant ability now permanently belongs to the host. That's right, he'd finished the task earlier. He'd been given 7 days, but he'd completed it within 3. Now, he didn't have to stress himself over something like not completing the task and receiving the system's punishment. Seeing Jack's genuine smile, Edwin was even more thrilled and his good mood soared through the roof. "Mr. Jack, let me take you so that you can receive your rewards," Edwin said enthusiastically. He couldn't help but want to see how Austin was going to be stripped off of his wealth one after the other. Jack nodded and followed Edwin towards the management area of the arena. There, he found Calvin, who was already expecting his arrival. Jack also found that Austin was also present at that moment. Jack's brows rose a little when he saw that there were a few bruises on Austin's face. And it wouldn't take a genius to know that he'd been in a fight. As for who he had fought against, Jack wasn't sure, and neither was he interested. After sitting, Calvin began, "Congratulations Mr. Jack for being the champion of this championship. As a reward, you'll receive $50 million. Hearing that, Jack couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that the rewards here were generous as compared to the ones that came from car racing. It was just that in racing, as long as one was careful, there would be little to no risk of getting into an accident that might be fatal. On the other hand, in the rain, one could have a few broken bones and might end up dead if he wasn't careful. If you had no skill and strength, you were bound to be beaten up." Buzz. His phone vibrated. And at the same time, Calvin continued, "We have transferred the $50 million to your account just now. I believe it has already arrived by now?" Jack nodded in response. There was no need to take out his phone as he could already see the system prompt that showed him that it was indeed true that he'd received what he deserved. "You've earned $50 million. Multiplier applied. You've received $5 billion. First income. As a reward, you gain a recipe of body strengthening pill. Body strengthening pill. A pill that helps in development of a person's physical strength. At most, one can take 2 pills. The effect would be that in less than a week of training, a person's strength would rise by 2 times that of an adult male." Jack was surprised that he was given a recipe for the pill instead of the pill itself. But he was happy because he could produce a few more pills that could be used to enhance the strength of others that he deemed worthy. He would have so loved to ask the system about the reward, but Calvin continued talking at this moment. "And this is the transfer agreement. Once you sign this contract, you'll be agreeing to receive 88% of Austin's wealth. This is the bet that you two made. The 2% is the fee that's charged by us to ensure that the bet is fulfilled," Calvin said as he handed Jack a form. Jack took it and read it thoroughly. He found that there was a government official's signature and stamp proving that the document was legal. He couldn't help but get amazed at how fast the arena was at getting something like this. In any case, Jack didn't care and signed the agreement as soon as he saw that there were no problems with the statements there. The moment that he finished putting his signature on it, a barrage of system prompts appeared in his vision. "You've earned $700 million. Multiplier applied. You receive $70 billion. You've received 2 sports cars, 1 SUV and a limousine. Multiplier applied. Merging applied. You receive a Boeing 787-8 BBJ. You've received Amber Securities. Multiplier applied. You receive Good Vision Security Limited. You've received 3 mansions and 1 villa. Multiplier applied. Merging applied. You receive the Serenity Residential Area. You've received 7% shares of Ambition Research Institute. Multiplier applied. You receive 51% shares of Brightway Medical Research Center. You've received a laptop, a pen, 30 pieces of male underwear, 3 boxes of tissue paper, 20 pairs of suits. It is detected that they may no meet the host's taste, changed into cash. You've received $321,548,000. Multiplier applied. You received $32,154,800,000. You've received 1 slave, Ayush. Multiplier applied. You receive a servant, nameless. You can assign the name. Limit to the multiplier on the wealth earned from betting has been reached. For future application of the multiplier on incomes from bets, host needs to upgrade the system to level 2. With the last prompt, Jack's phone that was inside his pocket vibrated endlessly. Now, Jack finally understood the power of the system. Jack couldn't believe that he'd just received all of these rewards at this moment. Wasn't he filthy rich now? More than the Alfonso family, right? Looking at the prompts that had appeared in front of his vision, Jack almost laughed out loud in ecstasy when he was suddenly brought back to reality by Calvin's voice. "Mr. Jack, is there a problem with the agreement?" Calvin asked. The way that he treated Jack was obviously better than he had ever treated the others. Not only was Jack's ability in fighting high, but his background was also something that they failed to grasp. They had been planning on doing the same thing as the one that they did to Austin, getting the amount of his wealth that would be able to match with the 45% of Austin's 90%. In the end, other than the information that Jack had bought the Safety Enforcer Security Company, they only found that he was a member of Crystal City's Alfonso family. But, according to the information that they had gotten, Jack wasn't favored in the family and was in fact expelled from the family, and they were only trying to pull him back into the family recently. If this was all of Jack's information about his background, then Calvin could say that it was nothing. But, the fact that Jack had used his money to buy a company and had already began grocery chain stores in Inchoate City proved that he had cash. And, all the money that he had spent till this moment was definitely more than 5 billion, something that he was sure that Alfonso family couldn't fork out at a short time and give it to Jack, who wasn't the favored one. The conclusion that they had come to was the fact that Jack had another secret background that even they couldn't investigate. They had tried looking into his accounts, but for some reason, they couldn't access the information about his account statements. Not at all, Mr. Calvin. Jack shook his head. There was no way that he was going to tell him that he'd just gotten rich, right? Although there were things that still needed him to complete other procedures to obtain them. Jack already owned 88% of Austin's property. Although he didn't have full control of them, still, they were counted as his property by the system. That meant that if he signed the shares transfer agreement with Ben, he would definitely have the rewards coming. As of now, there was nothing that proved that he owned the shares that were in Ben's hand, and that was the exact reason as to why they hadn't been multiplied yet. I have a request to make, Mr. Calvin. I don't know if you can help me with it? Jack thought of something and asked. It depends on if I have the ability to help you or not, Calvin replied with a smile. Jack nodded and said, can you help me sell all the assets that I've gotten from Mr. Austin here apart from the company and the shares? Calvin, Edwin and Austin all had their mouths agape. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Jack had only gotten hold of the assets and he was already selling them. Wasn't that a bit rushed, or was it that he cared not about them? Austin was obviously not only stunned, but he was also angered. Jack asking for the wealth that had been gotten from him to be sold in front of him was no different from a taunt. But all the same, he knew that there was nothing that he could do at this moment. Not only was he no longer rich, Jack's own strength was enough to prove that he wasn't someone that he could handle at his peak, not to mention now that he was at his lowest point. Of course, it won't be for free. After selling them, you can get 10% of the income as commission. What do you think? Jack stated as he ignored their surprised gazes. Calvin came back to his senses and replied, okay then. I will make sure that you get the most out of the assets. Jack shook his head and said, I don't want to wait for a long time. Just sell everything at the market price. Or, you can buy them from me at a market price and decide to sell them at a bigger profit later. Austin's mouth opened for a moment before he closed it without saying a word. He currently had the bruises on his face due to the fact that he'd interfered with the way that the matches were supposed to be and caused the arena big losses when people stopped betting. Now, he was sure that as long as he said another contradictory word, he would definitely suffer a broken limb, or maybe, he may end up dead. In the eyes of the arena's owner, he was nothing at all. Calvin came to an agreement and said that he would transfer the money to Jack's account the following day. It was obvious that he was going to buy the assets that Jack intended to sell. Jack then left with Edwin. But, he was currently impatient to get to the hotel so that he could finally look at the rewards that he'd received. He still had a few questions that he still needed to ask the system. Edwin, who was in a good mood, drove the car slowly and that Jack had no choice but to ask him to let him, Jack, to drive. The moment that he held the steering wheel, the car charged forward on the highway heading towards Cheetah Hotel. Edwin wasn't prepared for the sudden increase in speed and was forced to lean back on the seat with his feet almost rising into the air. Not long after they arrived at Cheetah Hotel and Jack bid goodbye to Edwin, he hurried towards his room. On the way there, he met with Wendy and Angie, but he completely ignored them as if he hadn't seen them and headed to his room. The moment that he got into the room, he began looking at the prompts once again. You've earned $700 million. Multiplier applied. You received $70 billion. You've received 2 sports cars, 1 SUV and a limousine. Multiplier applied. Merging applied. You receive a Boeing 787-8 BBJ. You've received Amber Securities. Multiplier applied. You receive Good Vision Security Limited. You've received 3 mansions and 1 villa. Multiplier applied. Merging applied. You receive the Serenity Residential Area. You've received 7% shares of Ambition Research Institute. Multiplier applied. You receive 51% shares of Brightway Medical Research Center. You've received a laptop, a pen, 30 pieces of male underwear, 3 boxes of tissue paper, 20 pairs of suits. It is detected that they may no meet the host's taste, changed into cash. You've received $321,548,000. Multiplier applied. You received $32,154,800,000. You've received one slave, Ayush. Multiplier applied. You receive a servant, nameless, you can assign the name. Limit to the multiplier on the wealth earned from betting has been reached. For future application of the multiplier, host needs to upgrade the system to level 2. The next thing that he did was to take out his phone to check the balance in his account. Flyer's bank savings account balance is $111,164,670,000. Now, he had more than $111 billion in his account, and it was enough for him to upgrade the level of his card. Then, he began following the prompts one after the other. He took out his laptop and placed it on the table before connecting it to the Wi-Fi of the hotel, ready to search for the information of anything that he didn't know about. The first thing that he searched about was definitely Boeing 787-8 BBJ. He found that this was a luxurious business private jet. It was worth at least $2 billion. When Jack saw the information about it, he was shocked to the extent that he didn't know what to say. In other words, just this private jet made him have a net worth of $2 billion. And that was just the start. Amber Securities was the company that was owned by Austin, the one that was competing against safety enforcers as their headquarters were located in the same city. Its worth was slightly below safety enforcers by a few $100 million. Looking at this, Jack smiled. It seemed that he could as well just merge the two companies and bring up a bigger one. But that would have to wait for a moment because there was a company that he'd gotten after the multiplier was applied. Good Vision Security Limited. This was a popular security company in the country. It was by a far margin bigger than safety enforcers and Amber Securities. Its worth was almost $300 billion. The reason for that was because it was mainly based in the capital city. The resources and other things that the company possessed were mainly focused in the capital and central province. As for the other provinces like the Western Province, the ones that operated there were the smaller branches that were almost ignored by the headquarters. Jack took a deep breath as he looked at the information about the company. From what he could tell, Amber Securities was worth $3.1 billion or slightly more. If the value was multiplied by 100 times, it brought the value to almost $300 billion. This was now what was called the increase in quality. Unlike where he would be given 100 Amber Securities, he was given one that had a higher value. Serenity Residential Area was an residential area that had several luxurious villas. It was located in the capital city just like the headquarters of Good Vision Security Limited. There were a total of 30 villas and the cheapest amongst them was worth $200 million. The total estimated value of the residential area was at $38 billion. Jack himself was wondering just how luxurious the villas in this residential area were for them to be this expensive. Then, there was the 7% shares of Ambition Research Institute. This research institute was a small research center that dealt with researching on pharmaceuticals. It was located in Venture City. On the other hand, the Brightway Medical Research Center that he'd just become the biggest shareholder was a middle-sized medical field research center in the Central Province. Although it wasn't the biggest in the country, its achievements in the medical field were not to be underestimated at all. His 51% was worth at least $42 billion. In other words, the whole institution was worth at least $106 billion. As for the reward where he was almost rewarded with Austin's pairs of underwear, Jack was grateful that the system had decided to check the value of these items in terms of cash. Now, he turned his gaze to something that told him that the system was indeed so powerful, the last thing that he'd earned from his bet with Austin. You've received one slave, Ayush. Multiplier applied. You receive a servant, nameless, you can assign the name. Angel, how do I claim this reward? Jack asked. All the rewards that he'd received were either parked somewhere or they were in the transfer process. But, for the slave, this person that was called Ayush was definitely someone that was under Austin. As for why he was a slave during this era, Jack wasn't sure about that. First thing first, the slave that was originally Austin's has become yours. With the help of the system, his loyalty towards you has been maximized. As for the second one, you'll have to give the name first. When Jack heard this, he was amazed by the system's power. It even had the power to influence a person's loyalty towards him. And now, he didn't know a thing about this Ayush and he wasn't sure on how he was going to contact him. But in any case, he would just deal with what could be dealt with at the moment and leave the others for later. So, he decided on choosing the name of the servant that the system was going to give him. After thinking for a long while, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know the gender of the servant. So, how was he going to assign the name? Give a male servant the name Joy? Or give a female servant the name Reuben? No, that won't happen at all. Angel, what's the gender of the servant, male or female? Jack asked. The gender of the servant depends on the name that you'll give. Jack thought for a moment before he decided on Denali, and immediately after he gave the name, there was a knock at the door. Jack frowned for a moment, wondering who it was that had come to disturb him. Was it Wendy? He wasn't sure, but he hoped that she wasn't the one that had just knocked at the door. He grumpily got onto his feet and headed towards the door. When he opened it, he found that there was a lady in a business suit standing there. She was a beauty with a rating of about 94. As for her age, he could guess that she was in her 20s. Yes, after a moment, Jack asked. Master, I'm Denali. I'm here to report to duty. Do you have any instructions for me? The lady asked with a charming smile. Jack was both surprised and flabbergasted. This lady was the one that the system had brought over? He thought that he wanted a man. How come it was a lady now? You sure know how to choose names. Denali is a unisex name. So, it was like you told the system to randomize the gender of the servant. And since you have no girlfriend, maybe the system thought that it could help you get someone that could keep you company. Angel's words made Jack speechless. Denali was a unisex name? Why didn't he know about that? This was the first time that he heard that the name was unisex. And, you decided that you can bring the lady over? It's not like I'm not charming enough to get myself a lady. I'm not just looking for them. Jack couldn't help but retort in his mind. The lady in front of you was chosen from all the females of this world with the name Denali. She has her own background and life. But, the system has made her loyal to you, just like how Ayush is towards you. Furthermore, according to the memories inserted into her mind, she was supposed to be your servant and she had come here on this day to report for work. Those that know about her have had their memories altered and they think the same way. Her character completely matches the person that you deem competent to work for you. As for her abilities, you'll be given the option to decide on, and just like how you got the skills, they will be merged into her. To her, it will be known that she had undergone special training somewhere to gain those skills. But, you'll have to note that there's a limit of 5 choices in which the servant can focus on. In other words, 5 professions, and that's all. Jack thought for a moment and remembered that the lady was still waiting for his reply. So, he focused his gaze on her and said, Not for now, you can come in. I'll tell you if there's anything that'll need you to do. Yes, master. Denali replied before following Jack into the suite. What Jack didn't know was that, at that moment, when he invited Denali into the suite, Angie happened to see it. As such, she was angry that Jack, who was supposedly engaged to her friend, was taking a lady in the hotel. Furthermore, he had done that in the same hotel as the one that his fiancée was in. Wasn't this blatant disrespect of the ties that they shared? After letting Denali sit, Jack began thinking about what the system had said. He looked at Denali. He could see that she behaved normally, as if she was indeed supposed to be here and had not just appeared in front of the door. What level of power was this? To think that the lady in front of him was actually a selected from all the ladies with the name Denali in the world. Even though the system had already told him that, he still couldn't believe it. This level of power is obviously from out of the blue planet, so don't think much of it. Jack nodded and decided to focus on what he could at this moment. What professions should I choose? Jack asked himself. It was only for a moment before he got one of them. That was going to be business management. If she could help him deal with some of the businesses that he's going to own in the future, then it would be better. In the future, he's going to own more and more businesses and might be kept busy. As such, he didn't want to put his mind into managing the businesses under him and that he forgets that there was a life that he had to live. System, I want the first profession to be business management, Jack said. Immediately, done. Jack looked at Denali, who was still seated on the coach without any changes. There was no any special effects. He was now doubtful in this situation. No need to worry about it. You can simply ask her about it and you'll know. Denali, do you have any special skills that can enable you to work well in business management? Jack asked as he looked at Denali. Yes, master, everything about business management was taught to me during the special training that I underwent since I was young. As for the skills, I have the ability to determine the loyalty of the subordinates. In other words, all the subordinates that I can hire will definitely not be traitorous, Denali replied. As long as there's a chance that the person that I'm about to hire will be a traitor in the future, I will be able to know. But there are situations that cannot be controlled. For example, If that person's family is threatened and he has no choice but to betray the company, Denali continued. Jack nodded. In this way, they could get some trustworthy subordinates. Perhaps they could start not long from now with the companies that were under him at the moment. Jack thought for a moment and decided that he would let her deal with the security companies that were currently supposed to be merged into one. The one that was going to be the main one was obviously the Good Vision Security Limited. Second, she must have the strength to beat up those that dared to make a move on her. She was a beauty. So, there would always be those that had ulterior motives. As he thought of that, he made the decision that her second profession would be an all-round combatant. In other words, she could use her physical body in attacking and could use the guns and so on. Let the second one be the all-round professional combat skills, Jack said. Jack's professional combatant was an ability. As for Denali's, that was a skill. Immediately, done. Thinking for a moment, he wondered, can she drive? Not at all. Remember, other than the basics that a person should know, her skills are almost blank. Driving, flying a plane, and all the other means used for transportation are combined into a single profession, RASR, which means that no matter if it is the road, railway, sea or air, there's no means of transport that she doesn't know how to use. Jack's jaw dropped when he heard this. He wondered why he himself hadn't gotten that kind of skill yet. You can't master all the skills available in the world with that level of IQ of yours. Jack. After taking a deep breath, Jack decided on the third one to be RASR. As for the fourth one, it was a simple one, that was the information about the computers. She had to know how to operate computers, hacking and other computer skills. So, the only thing that could fit that category was definitely the computer mastery. As for the fifth one, Jack thought for a long time but couldn't find any that fit that category. So, he decided to leave it aside for the moment. Furthermore, this spot could be used in the case of emergencies. Now, Jack looked at this new personal assistant of his. Not only was she a beauty, but her skills matched what was required of his assistant. Now, to the first task that he was going to give her, Denali, can you set up firewalls to protect my laptop there and to hide any information that can be hidden about me? Yes, master. Immediately after that, Denali took Jack's laptop that was still on the table and began typing at a rapid speed. Not long after that, codes began appearing on the screen. Of course, Jack understood some of them but not a lot. He had learned computer programming while in the university, but it was just the basics. Yes, master. Immediately after that, Denali took Jack's laptop that was still on the table and began typing at a rapid speed. Not long after that, codes began appearing on the screen. Of course, Jack understood some of them but not a lot. He had learned computer programming while in the university, but it was just the basics. Now as he looked at the codes that were appearing on the screen one after the other, Jack could finally understand the power of computer mastery. In just 5 minutes, Denali stopped typing the codes and looked at Jack. Master, it's all done. No matter who it is, I'm sure that they cannot pass the firewalls and steal the information that's in the laptop. As for the information about you, other than your name, nothing else can be found. The only way for them to know more information about you is to ask those that know you. Jack was impressed by Denali's skills. Now that one part was out of the way, it was time to deal with another. He thought of Ayush whose loyalty towards him had been maximized. So, he asked, Denali, can you look for Ayush's information? If possible, I would like him to come here. Yes, master, Denali replied before she began typing on the laptop again. Jack gave some basic information like, he was somehow linked to Austin and so on. He already knew Austin's contact information as he'd gotten it from the time that they were signing the contract in the arena. With his good memory, he of course remembered even though he didn't want to. And not long after that, Jack saw Ayush's information appearing on the screen. According to the information that Denali had collected, Ayush was currently 43 years old. He had a wife and 2 children. He had agreed to serve Austin wholeheartedly since the time that he asked Austin to save his daughter who had gotten sick at that time and he had no money to treat her. Ayush had good skills in the business. But due to the sickness of his daughter, the business collapsed due to lack of funds that were used on his daughter. After begging Austin for help, Austin only agreed to help after seeing that Ayush had good business skills. So, from that moment on, Ayush had been serving Austin. But, till this moment, Ayush's daughter hadn't gotten out of the hospital yet. After all, it wasn't easy to treat uremia. After that, Denali began typing again and managed to hack into the security cameras. And not long after that, she found where Ayush was currently. He was currently inside Amber Securities, he was the one that was managing it. Jack took Ayush's contact information and made a call. Hello Ayush, can you come to Cheetah Hotel at this moment? Yes master. Although Ayush hadn't seen Jack before, his loyalty towards Jack being 100% made him easily recognize Jack. Jack ended the call and fell into deep thoughts for a moment. Then, looking at Denali who was now sitting at the side, he asked, can you help me analyze how long it can take for 3 security companies to be merged? No matter the amount of money that's required, just do the calculations. Yes master. Denali replied before going silent for a moment as she looked at the information of the 3 companies. Then 5 minutes later, she began talking. From my estimations, it won't take more than a month to be able to merge the 3 security companies that are under master. With funds of about $10 billion, it should be enough to ensure that everything is in place at the fastest speed. This includes the improvement of the facilities, hiring new staff members and other things that are necessary for a big company to be managed successfully, Denali stated. Jack nodded. Now the thing that he wanted to test was definitely the recipe for the body strengthening pill. With this pill, he was sure that those that worked in his security company would definitely have a boost in their strength not long after they received 2 pills. But he himself was sure that he couldn't develop the pill. The first reason was due to the fact that he had no medical laboratory skills. The second one was the fact that he didn't have a place to do that. Wait. He suddenly remembered that he had gotten 51% shares of Brightway Medical Research Center. But, if he released the pill recipe, being the fact that those that were in charge of the research center were not loyal to him, they would surely leak the recipe. Then again, if he dared to release the pill recipe and it was successfully created, he was sure that those shareholders that had the remaining 49% shares would benefit by doing nothing at all. So, Jack made a decision this time. He looked at Denali who was now seated opposite him and said, I would like you to help me get a team of 20 men that can be trusted in the security company. I want them to form a private security team. After pausing for a moment, Jack continued, I would like that team to be formed within this week. And after you're done with that, you can leave the issue about merging the security companies aside first and help me in acquiring the remaining 49% of Brightway Medical Research Center. And that should be completed within this month. Yes master. Denali nodded. At this moment, Jack's phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Jack received it and a lady's voice came through. Hello Mr. Jackson. I'm the current CEO of Good Vision Security Limited, Tracy. Since you have purchased all the shares of the company, I was wondering if you have time to come and sign the document? Jack thought for a moment and said, I'll be there in 2 days. Or, if you can come to Venture City, it won't be a problem at all. Okay then Mr. Jackson, I'll be coming to Venture City then. From the time of the flight, I should be there by tomorrow at 10, Tracy said. Okay then. I'll be waiting for you in Cheetah Hotel. Jack stated before hanging up. He said to Denali, you can get the team from safety enforcers as it's closer. And one more thing, you can help me in making sure that the money that I had handed over to Maxwell is well spent. They shouldn't save it. They should buy helicopters for emergencies if possible. Yes master, Denali said before standing up to leave only to be stopped by Jack. You can do that tomorrow, now is already nighttime. Just select one of the remaining 2 rooms and use it, Jack stated. Yes master. Denali replied before heading into one of the rooms with Jack's laptop. She still had to do a little research on all the companies that Jack had acquired as well as their competitors. Not long after Denali left, Jack's phone rang again. Looking at the screen, he found that it was Ayush. Jack received the call and told Ayush to come to the suite that he was in. And after a few minutes, Ayush arrived. Looking at him, Jack could see that Ayush's temperament was almost similar to Grace's, it was just that his was masculine. Hello master, Ayush gave Jack a bow before greeting. Jack nodded as he observed Ayush keenly. He was wondering if by completely loyal to him, Ayush was still a human or he was like a puppet. He's a human and will behave the same way that he should in normal occasions. It's just that he can never betray you and would be willing to die if you ask him to. Jack nodded as he welcomed Ayush into the suite. Ayush, I would like to ask about something here. How is the company that you were managing? Because I'm surprised that although it's already 8, you were still in office. Master, the company is good. It's just that the former boss was reckless and didn't like spending money. As a result, the company couldn't develop further than it was now. Furthermore, the employees there weren't treated well as long as they signed the contract. With the reputation of the current Amber Securities, It's no doubt that it can't defeat safety enforcers, Ayush said. From his tone, Jack could tell that he was depressed. And Jack could at least understand him a little bit. After all, if Ayush worked hard to make the company rise while on the other hand someone pulled it down, it was obvious that he could get depressed and frustrated considering the fact that the one that was causing all of this was the boss and at that time, his master. Jack thought about it and said, Ayush, I want you to make necessary changes to the company. I'll be merging Amber Securities with other two security companies. At that time, you can be in charge of the merged security company. I expect a lot from you. Ayush was excited when Jack mentioned about leaving the changes to him as well as being promoted in the future. This made him stand up and give Jack another deep bow. Master, I thank you for this opportunity and trust. I will make sure that I live up to your expectations. Okay then. You can go back home. The changes can be made tomorrow. Jack nodded. After thanking Jack once again, Ayush finally left. Jack had decided to let Ayush oversee the security industry sector. Since he couldn't betray him, Jack could give him a few more benefits and there was no need for him to worry about something going wrong. In any case, Ayush was not only loyal to him, but he was also capable enough. Otherwise, why would Austin want him to be his slave? Someone that ran the company for him? Upon seeing that everything was up for the night, Jack went back to his bedroom and slept after getting food that Denali prepared before going back to her room. Jack woke up the following day just like before. This time, he found that Denali had already woken up and was busy on the laptop. She was typing and when Jack looked at it, he found that she was busy organizing some of the documents. There was Grace's information and the others had also been well arranged in the laptop. The way that the documents had been organized was in such a way that he could find anything that was stored inside there easily. The moment that she saw him, she stood up and greeted him. Jack nodded before shifting his gaze back to the laptop. Currently, she was organizing all the information about the Brightway Medical Research Center. Master, all I need right now is the money. I have already negotiated the price with the shareholders of Brightway Medical Research Center and they have agreed to sell their shares, Denali said after she finished organizing the files. Jack was surprised at how efficient she was when doing things. It seemed that the servant that the system had given him was definitely top-notch. And, now that this part was done for, Jack decided that it would be good if he could upgrade the card that was in his hands. Then, he could ask for a privilege where his two cards could be used on the same account. He would remain with one and let Denali have the other. In this way, she could carry out the business deals without having to worry about anything. But still, he needed to get her a car, and so, the duo got out of the suite after they were well dressed. Although it was well dressing, Jack was still wearing his normal casual clothes. On the other hand, Denali was wearing the same official business suit. After getting out of the suit, he happened to see that Wendy was looking at his door with a hint of hesitation on her face. The moment that she saw him coming out, she was surprised. But when she saw Denali coming right out after him, her heart skipped a beat. The previous night, Angie had told her that Jack had gotten a woman into his room. But, she didn't want to believe it. As such, she decided to come here this morning to confirm her doubts. But in the end, she was hesitant to enter considering that it was only 8 in the morning. She didn't know if she could be considered to be disturbing him by going there in the morning or she could be seen as a troublesome fly. But, when she saw that there was a beauty that was following Jack out of the suite, she really wanted to run forward and beat her up. But, she was forced to stop herself from doing that after considering the fact that Jack wasn't familiar with her. What's more, the lady was indeed beautiful than her and her temperament was that of a cold CEO boss lady. Her aura was amazing and at the same time, deterring. When she saw that Jack was about to walk past her, Wendy blocked his path and tried to maintain her calm and greeted him, "Morning, Jack." Although Jack had told her that she had to forget about the engagement, that didn't imply that the two of them were enemies. So, he greeted her back, "Good morning." Then after that, since there was nothing to talk about with her, he decided to go on with his plans. But who would have known that Wendy had no intention of getting out of his way? Instead, she asked, "If you don't mind, may I ask who that lady behind you is?" Jack wasn't expecting this question. But all the same, he thought that it was to be expected since she still held on to the issue of the both of them being engaged. But what did who he was with have to do with her? That wasn't something that Jack thought that he had to tell her, considering that he didn't even know who she was. "Am I supposed to tell you about who is around me? I don't think that I'm familiar with you to that level, right?" When she heard this, Wendy remembered that Jack seemed not to care that his father had already agreed to the engagement between the two of them. But Jack himself wasn't to blame, as it was indeed true that he didn't know her. In this situation, there was no way that he would tell her anything just because she asked. With that said, Jack got past her and left with Denali. Wendy failed to react at this moment. She didn't know what to say and could only blurt out, "But we're engaged." Her voice was low, but with Jack's senses, he could hear her well. He looked at her and said, "Miss, I think you should give up on this idea as early as possible. Otherwise, it's going to hurt you later. You should know that I don't know you. I'm no longer a member of Alfonso family and I don't acknowledge the engagement that was made. So, better give up." And with that, Jack left with Denali following closely behind. He shook his head as he thought about how this lady was so relentless about the so-called engagement. He himself didn't approve it. So, to him, he was still single and ready to mingle. But he wasn't ready to have someone deciding for him who to mingle with. That was a decision that only his mother could get involved into. But now that she wasn't there, then nobody was qualified to interfere with his personal life. "I won't give up. I'll make sure that you will love me, just like how I love you," Wendy said with determination. "You can try, but you won't succeed." Jack's voice reached her, making her agitated. After getting out of the hotel, Jack drove the McLaren P1 to the automobile that he'd bought it from. Although Denali wanted to drive him, Jack refused. How could he be driven in a sports car? He owned it and he would definitely drive it by himself. There, he bought her a Porsche 918 Spider. It cost him a total of $15,600,000, the rounded-up price plus the service fee. After leaving with the Porsche 918 Spider that was driven by Denali, they headed towards Flyers Bank Venture City branch. This time, he was going to upgrade the card to the maximum level that it could be upgraded, and if possible, he wanted it to be allowed to operate in any bank. Not long after, they arrived in front of the bank. Just like in Coed cities, the branch here was located in a building that had 12 floors. Jack simply shook his head at how these people maintained their image. Just like the one in Coed City, this bank was filled with people. Jack ignored the lower floor and headed to the topmost floor where the manager of the branch was. After leaving the elevator, he found that the layout of the office here was just the same as the one that was in Coed City. But, it was just that it seemed that the bank here was busy, as he found that there were a few people already waiting. Jack took a seat while Denali went forward to the secretary and told her about what Jack wanted to do. The secretary was also a lady, but she seemed to be in her 30s. She nodded her head and instructed that they had to wait for a while. But after a whole half an hour, Jack frowned as he saw that there was no movement here. The door that led to the manager's office was still closed and there was nobody going in, nor was there a person that was coming out. Jack had an appointment at around 10 with Tracy. But, it seemed that these guys wanted to keep him waiting, as even the secretary hadn't budged at all. She was just busy with whatever she was doing. He wasn't the only one that was frowning at this moment, as the others that were waiting alongside him also had impatient looks on their faces. But for some strange reason, none of them dared to speak a word of complaint. This puzzled Jack a lot. But all the same, he wasn't interested in waiting any longer. He looked at Denali, who was seated next to him. Understanding his meaning, she took a step forward and asked the secretary, "Excuse me, how long are we supposed to wait?" The secretary seemed irritated as she was disturbed. It turned out that she was playing a game at this moment, and Denali calling her had distracted her for a moment and led her to lose the game that she was playing. "Can't you be patient like the others? If you're not patient enough, you can simply leave and come back another time," the secretary replied with contempt in her voice. When Jack, who was still seated in the lobby area, heard her, the frown on his face deepened further. He wondered why the service here was so poor in that even the secretary could talk to the clients anyhow she wanted. Shaking his head, Jack called Denali, who was just about to retort. He handed her the laptop and whispered to her on what to do. Denali nodded and she began typing on the laptop. And not long later, she hacked into the bank's security system and found the footage of the day. Jack watched the video that had no audio in fast mode. From the video, he could see that the manager, who was someone with a beer belly, had come in the morning and entered the office. Around 20 minutes after he entered the office, a lady came and went in as well. But, from the time that the two entered till this moment, it had already been over an hour and there seemed to be no movements at all. Jack got onto his feet and headed towards the door that led into the manager's office. Upon seeing his movements, the secretary shouted, "What do you think you're doing? You better get back and wait and not cause trouble here. Otherwise, I'm going to call the security to throw you out of here." Jack ignored her and stretched his hand towards the doorknob. The secretary got agitated the moment that she saw this and rushed forward to stop him. But Denali held her in place, not allowing her to disturb Jack in the least. Click. The door opened and Jack looked inside the office only to be met by a scene of two people who were busy tidying up their clothes. It seemed that the two inside hadn't expected that there was someone who would enter the office when they were busy. Furthermore, from the looks of it, had Jack come in 5 minutes earlier, he would surely have met another different scene from the one that he was seeing now. The two frowned as they looked towards the door. The beer belly had a dark expression on his face as he looked at Jack and roared, "What the FCK do you think you're doing here, brat? Do you think that this is your house where you can simply enter when you like?" On the other hand, the lady lowered her head in shame. She was frightened that Jack would expose what had just happened here. All the same, she was the one that was going to suffer the most as long as information about what had happened here today was leaked. Jack wasn't stupid and obviously knew what had just happened between the two of them. Of course, if this was any other time, he would surely have minded his own business as this didn't concern him. But they decided to do their business when he was busy waiting for them. This meant that they were involving him in their business by making him waste more than 30 minutes while waiting. He completely ignored the shout and turned to look at the secretary and asked, "Were you seriously making me wait all this while just because these two were doing something that doesn't relate to the place that they are in?" The secretary was already pale at the moment. She had been instructed that nobody was allowed to enter the office not unless the manager himself allowed it. But she had never foreseen the situation that had just happened now. She didn't care about how the manager was going to deal with Jack. What she cared about the most was the fact that the manager was going to deal with her and this won't end well with her. She was trying to break free from Denali's grasp, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't escape from Denali. Furthermore, Denali didn't seem to be holding a person who was struggling, but more like she was holding an obedient little child. Being ignored by Jack obviously didn't sit that well with the potbelly. So, after making sure that his clothes were in place, he strode haughtily towards Jack, as if he was going to hit him in the next moment. Denali noticed this and moved forward, pulling the helpless secretary with her and blocked Potbelly's path. "BTCH, get out of my way right now. I don't have time to deal with you at this moment. I want to deal with that brat that dared to barge into my office without my permission." The Potbelly shouted at Denali, stretching his fat hand to push her aside. "Do you think you're qualified to deal with my boss?" Denali asked coldly. And the moment that the hand reached her, she grabbed it with her free hand and twisted it. "Arg!" A scream echoed in the whole floor as the potbelly was forced onto his knees. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Denali's grasp and continued screaming in pain. Denali was of course a smart person. She had entered the office where the cameras couldn't get the footage. And as she twisted his arm, she made sure that she didn't make him suffer any big injury that was too obvious. With her level of combat skills, she could control her body so well. So, the pain that the potbelly was suffering was only from the overly stretching of the joints and not the dislocation of the arm. The ones that were observing from the side were surprised that Denali, who looked like a normal little lady, could subdue the potbelly who was almost as twice as her in size, and he was a man. They then shifted their gaze towards Jack, who was the lady's boss. They wondered what his background was for him to have such a powerful bodyguard. That's right, they thought that Denali was Jack's bodyguard. Had they known that Jack himself was even stronger than Denali, they surely wouldn't be just surprised. The reaction would have been bigger. "Let go of me, you B*TCH. Do you know who I am? I'll make sure that you pay for this Griarg." His threats were forced to stop when Denali suddenly increased the pressure that she was putting on him, increasing the pain that he was suffering. At this moment, Jack stepped forward and looked at Potbelly, who was now soaked in even more sweat. He gazed at him for a moment before asking, "Do you know what mistake you made today?" "What mistake are you talking about? I swear that I'll make you PRG." The potbelly was trying to throw threats again but was forced to stop by the sharp pain that assaulted him. Jack looked at Denali and nodded his head. In response, Denali let go of the potbelly, who then laid on the floor as his clothes continued to be soaked in his sweat. The pain that he'd experienced today made him sweat like this. One might even think that he'd just run a 10 kilometers marathon. Upon being released, he still didn't dare to make a sound, as he knew that if he dared to do that, he would surely have to experience the pain once again. Upon seeing that he was no longer making threats or shouting, Jack nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the lady that was in the office with Potbelly. Although she wasn't a beauty at the same level as Denali or Celine, she could still be rated at 86. He shook his head and focused on Potbelly, who was now seated on the floor, no caring about his reputation at this moment. You surely know how to play, huh? You came in here at 7 in the morning. Till now, it's already close to 9. You were still busy, ignoring us even though we have our own schedules for the day, Jack stated. Jack's words surprised not only Potbelly, but even the secretary, as they wondered how Jack had known at what time he'd come to work. Could he have been stalking him? But that didn't make any sense. After all, why would Jack stalk him? Another thing to note was that today was the first time that he'd come at 7, so it wasn't his routine that a person could easily get after observing his movements for a while. In the end, Potbelly thought that Jack saw him coming in the office today at that time. Otherwise, how could he know the exact time that he'd arrived? I was here to upgrade this card to the one of the highest level, but it seems that you don't seem to care about the bank's clients. I wonder how the higher-ups of the bank will think when they know about this incident. Jack's voice wasn't loud, but it reached Potbelly's ears. As he heard what Jack was saying, he forgot about the pain that he'd suffered and hurriedly got to his feet. He then looked at Jack and said, "Do you know who my father is? My father is one of the shareholders of the Flyers Bank. Do you think you can do anything to me by telling the higher-ups of the bank? Just you wait. I'm going to freeze all your accounts with our bank." As he said these words, all the fear on his face had already disappeared and what remained was arrogance without bounds. "Oh, is that so? I wonder how you can freeze my account when you don't have any information about me." Jack smiled coldly as he looked at Potbelly. Potbelly had suddenly realized that he hadn't gotten any information from Jack and there was no way that he could freeze his account. He looked at Jack and demanded, "Hand over all the information about your accounts so that I can freeze it. I want to see what you'll do when you can't use the money in your account." Jack and the others couldn't help but doubt their ears. Was this guy an idiot? Who would give his bank information all so that it could be frozen? They wondered how this person could reach this position. "You sure live to your reputation of being foolish. But I'll entertain your foolishness to see how you're going to freeze my account." Jack said these words before handing over the black gold card. The ones that were watching the show thought that Jack was joking, but when they saw that he really handed over the card, they didn't know what to say. And again, seeing that Jack had a black gold card, they couldn't help but admire him. The black gold card was something that those with a deposit of 1 billion had. In other words, Jack had a deposit of at least 1 billion in his account at that moment. How could they not be surprised by this? Smugly, Potbelly received the card while thinking to himself, "Humph, you're trying to play tough with me here. See how easily you got scared when you heard that my father was one of the shareholders of the bank. Now, I'll just freeze your account." As the Potbelly went behind his computer to try freezing Jack's account, Jack looked at Denali and said, "5 minutes. "Yes, boss." Denali replied before releasing the secretary that was in her grasp. Then, she went out and took Jack's laptop and began typing. As for the ones that were observing the scene, none of them knew what Jack implied by 5 minutes. Anyway, they were only waiting to see how Jack's account was going to be frozen. About 5 minutes later, Potbelly, who was busy trying to freeze Jack's account, couldn't help but shout in disbelief. What? How could he not shout like that considering that Jack's account currently had over 100 billion? If this was just the 1 billion or 5, he would have been able to freeze the account, although it would have taken some effort for him to achieve that. But freezing the account of such a big client, not even his father would dare to do that. His father wasn't someone big. He only owned 2% of the shares of the bank, which was equivalent to about 10 billion. Although that wasn't all that his father owned, but all the same, that was counting assets. But Jack here had liquid cash. Just how worth were his assets? No matter how he thought about it, he found that his father was lacking. He broke out in cold sweat, thinking about how he'd made this person wait for him for a whole half an hour when he was busy with something that wasn't allowed in the industry or the public. Just at this moment, Denali walked into the office and said, "Boss, I'm done." Jack nodded. It was good that she was good at managing the time. As for the secretary and the others that had been waiting for the show, they didn't know what to say when suddenly, Potbelly, who was arrogant a moment ago, went pale. Before they could get any explanation about what was going on, Potbelly's phone rang. Looking at the caller, he found that it was his father who was calling. After hesitating for a moment, he received the call, and a moment later, he was like a balloon as he deflated and sat on his seat listlessly. He knew that he was done for. Now, he understood that the 5 minutes weren't the time that he'd been given to freeze the account, it was the time given for his end to come. He had been killed in just 5 minutes. Jack looked at Potbelly, who was sitting there listlessly, and said, "It seems that you can't lock my account, right? In that case, why not hand over my card? I still have other things to do. Potbelly hurriedly took the card and handed it back to Jack with both of his shaky meaty hands. Although he knew that he was done for, he knew that if he dared to offend Jack any further, it might not end with his secrets being exposed to the board of directors of the bank. He might as well expose them to the public and he would end behind the bars. When his father called, he had told him that all the things that he'd done had been sent to all the members of the board. As a result, they were all blaming him for giving his son the post only for him to use it for his own benefits. And just like how his own father had placed him in that position, he took him down to make sure that the members of the board wouldn't want to take the shares in his hands and kick him out of the board of directors. Now, he didn't have a job that he could use to get the girls, just like how he was doing. He had always made it difficult for those that wanted to take the loans from the bank. Only after they gave him some benefits would he approve the loans. Jack received the card and looked at Denali, and the two of them walked out of the office under the stunned gazes of the observers. What Jack wanted was simple: to expose the secrets that Potbelly was hiding. The moment that Jack noticed that the two that were in the office were in some kind of exchange, he immediately knew that Potbelly there must have a few more secrets. As such, Jack expected Denali to look for those secrets and send them to the members of the board of directors. With her level in business management, she obviously knew what the right choice was. With Denali's level of hacking, she easily found the information about the members of the board of directors and sent them each a copy of the dark secrets of Potbelly. As to why he didn't expose the secret to the public, he knew that this would surely make a huge impact on the reputation of Flyers Bank. And he himself had seen how Heyman was. Heyman was also a branch manager, but he was an honest person. If the bank suffered, maybe Heyman's salary would be reduced. For his sake, Jack decided not to expose the secrets that would taint the reputation of the bank. At the end of the day, it was only one person that Jack had found. Had he found a few more, he surely wouldn't mind exposing the secret to the public. But the prerequisite for doing that was for the other party to offend him. Just like how Potbelly had made him wait for a whole half an hour and had thrown threats to his face. Furthermore, Jack didn't like that kind of behavior. As they left, Jack made a call. "Hello, Mr. Heyman. Can you prepare an upgraded card for me? I want the platinum level. Oh, one more thing, I would like 2 cards that have access to the account. If possible, you can send them to be delivered in Venture City." "Okay, Mr. Jack. By the way, did you get the company?" Heyman asked. Although he was stunned by how fast Jack was upgrading his card, he was still enthusiastic considering the fact that Jack had remembered him. If he did the upgrade, he was going to be promoted for sure. After all, that indicated that he had the backing of a big shot. "Yeah, I'll have to thank you in advance. The trip to Venture City has given me more than I had expected. So, when I come back to Inchoate City, I'll treat you to a meal," Jack replied. "Ha ha ha, then I'm looking forward to that," Heyman replied after laughing. "Oh, by the way, can you do me a favor? I have a friend of mine in the city and she's having problems now that I'm away. I would like you to help me in ensuring her safety together with the company under her. Just ensure her safety till I come back at the end of this week," Jack said with concern on his face. For friendship, he didn't mind owing Heyman a favor. At the end of the day, Jack didn't think that Heyman would ask for more than what he should of the favor that Jack owed him. "Not a problem. Just give me her information." Heyman didn't mind it. Protecting someone in the small Inchoate City was nothing to him. Even the Dante family had to give him face, not to mention the others. Jack gave some of the basic details like the name of the company and where Celine was staying, which was obviously Glaze Hotel. After that, Jack then called Celine and informed her that he'd asked someone to ensure her safety till he came back. He wanted to deal with the person that tried causing trouble for her by himself. Issues like this was the reason as to why he had decided to form the private security team. This team would receive the body strengthening pill and this would make them stronger. Jack and Denali drove back to Cheetah Hotel. It was already about 20 minutes to the appointment time. At this moment, Jack looked at Denali and gave her his card. "You can purchase the shares of Brightway Medical Research Center. I need to use it as soon as possible. One more thing, buy everything that you need to use. No matter what it is, as long as the money can buy it, just do that." Denali nodded and took the card and headed back to the suite. On the other hand, since he was having an appointment with Tracy, he decided to book a VIP box where they could deal with the contracts. He had already booked a suite for a whole week. and his current balance was currently $111,297,570,000 after buying the car for Denali. With him staying in a presidential suite, a few $1,000s won't be hard for him to fork. Not long after he had booked the box, his phone rang. It was Tracy. She said that she had already arrived in Cheetah Hotel. So, Jack gave her the number of the box that he was in. Not long after, a lady wearing a black office suite and high heels walked in. She was a beauty of her own proportion. This made Jack question himself if every successful and hard-working woman was beautiful. Even if not now, at least during her youth. Jack had already ordered food to be served, and after Jack had gone through the transfer agreement, the food was served. The food that had been served was definitely a light one that was just suitable for breakfast. Since Tracy had left the capital earlier, around 3 in the morning, it was obvious that she was hungry. "Let's eat first. I'll sign the contract and talk about the changes that need to be made in the company after we're done," Jack said. Since she was hungry, Tracy agreed to Jack's suggestion and ate. It was only after she was full that she noticed that although Jack had started before her, he was still eating. At first, she simply thought that since Jack was a man, he ate more. But as time moved and Jack continued eating, she was surprised by his big appetite. In the end, she decided not to say a word, as although Jack was eating more food than she had expected, his table manners and movements still had a charm on them. After he was satisfied, Jack looked at the document that had been handed to him and finally put his signature on it. Then, they discussed the matter concerning the changes next. "I want to merge Amber Securities and Safety Enforcers into Good Vision Security Limited. Furthermore, it doesn't matter the amount of money that is required. I want everything to be upgraded. I don't want things to be taken slowly," Jack said. He wanted his empire to be built faster, and the foundation that he was creating had to be strong enough. Now that he had over $100 billion, there was no need for him to save it. He could as well use it so that he could earn more. Since he got the system, the area that he'd gotten the most income from was from betting, and now that he had to upgrade the system to level 2 to have the income from betting to be multiplied, he had to find another source. Only by investing could he gain even more money. After they had chatted, Jack informed her that he had a personal assistant that would be visiting the headquarters of Good Vision Security Limited to make changes if necessary. Furthermore, he told her that she would work alongside Ayush once the company had merged with the two middle-sized security companies. After that, Tracy decided to stay within the hotel for the day and leave in the evening. There was an airport here in Venture City, and as such, it wouldn't be hard for her to get back to the capital. Jack still had a few more things that he needed to take care of before going back to Inchoate City. After taking care of the loose ends in Inchoate City, he would head to the capital city of Azima, Conde. Not long after Tracy left the box, Jack's phone received a new message. Upon checking it, he found that it was from the bank showing that he'd received money. He didn't need to ask where the money came from, as the sender called not long after he received the message. "Hello, Mr. Jack. I hope you've received the message about the money that I sent over?" "Hello, Mr. Jack. I hope you've received the message about the money that I sent over?" Jack nodded his head. But when he remembered that Calvin couldn't see him, he replied, "Yes, I have received it. Have you taken your share?" Jack wasn't sure how much the buildings, the cars and all the other things were worth. Although he could use the ones that the system had rewarded him with to calculate, he didn't have the time to do something insignificant as that. "Yes, I have already taken my share according to the agreement. 10%, not a single dollar more." Jack nodded, and at the same time, he didn't doubt anything that Calvin had said. But even if his thoughts were wrong, he didn't care if Calvin took a few $1,000,000 from the money that he was supposed to give to Jack. In any case, Jack had already gotten the benefits from the mansions and the villa. So, at this moment, he didn't care about them. The reason as to why he was selling them was simply because he didn't want to have so many useless assets. After chatting for a little while longer, Jack finally ended the call. He had received $412,364,700. This was after Calvin took over the 3 houses, villa, cars and other things like the laptops and so on. It was also at this moment that Jack remembered that he didn't have a house in Venture City. But after thinking for a moment, he thought that it wasn't necessary to have a house here anyway, as he won't be staying here for a long time. He shook his head and walked out of the private box and headed back to the suite. He found that Denali had already left. He assumed that she had gone to do shopping for all that she deemed necessary. In any case, Jack didn't mind that, as currently, there was something that he wanted to deal with. It was the issue concerning upgrading the system. He had postponed this issue since the previous day and he thought that this would be a good time for him to look into it. He sat on his bed and asked, "What's up with this upgrade to level 2? Does that mean that the system is only at level 1? You got it right. Currently, the system is at level 1. You have to complete some things so that it can be upgraded. The first requirement would be that you must have $500 billion in your account." The first condition was something that Jack believed that he could achieve after some time. Although he could no longer earn that much from betting, he could still make investments. As long as he received $5 billion, he would be able to get the $500 billion once the multiplier effect was applied. Second, you must have at least 5 companies that are worth at least $500 billion each. Furthermore, you'll have to defeat at least 5 competitors of the 5 companies and make these 5 companies monopolies. Jack frowned for a moment. For him to take over 5 companies that had a net worth of at least $500 billion wasn't something that could easily be dealt with in a short time. But it wasn't impossible considering that currently, he already had Good Vision Security Limited that was worth at least $300 billion. Although it would take a long time, he was sure that he would succeed. As for making them monopolies in the industry in the country, that was something that he could do with the advantage that he was having currently. Now that this was a condition that had to be fulfilled, he decided that he would simply integrate the companies into Jackson Enterprise after he made them monopolies. The final condition is that you must have a girlfriend. Jack. What's up with the system now? What's wrong with its program? Maybe there's a bug that made it say this as a condition for upgrading it? Jack questioned himself doubtfully before finally asking, "Can you please repeat the last condition that must be fulfilled?" The host, Jackson Alfonso, must have a girlfriend. Jack was left speechless once again. There was not a problem with the previous prompt. What the heck with this absurd condition of him having a girlfriend for the system to be upgraded? Wasn't him not having a girlfriend have no effect to the system? How come it now mentioned this as a condition? Jack took a deep breath and asked, "Angel, can the system be a little serious here? We're talking about serious matters, but here, the system is joking." The system isn't joking at all. That is a condition that you'll have to fulfill before the system can be upgraded. In other words, unless all the conditions that have been stated are fulfilled, there will be no way that the system will be upgraded. Jack took a deep breath as he tried to think of a reason as to why the system would set such a condition. The business and the balance he could understand because the system had its influence in them. Now, the girlfriend, if he wasn't wrong, she was supposed to be his own, not the system's. Furthermore, he wasn't going to tell anyone about the system. Or the system wanted to give him a green hat by marrying his girlfriend. This seemed to be the case, as otherwise, why would it request for such a thing? But thinking that the system was just a program, how could it marry a human? But it had the power to bring someone from all over wherever Denali was from. Maybe, could it be that it would turn his girlfriend into a program and marry her? With the system's power to manipulate others' minds, it won't be hard for it to make his girlfriend believe that she loved the system more than she did him. Why would there be comparisons? The system would simply erase her memories about him from her mind and the problem would get solved, right? As Jack's thoughts continued running wild, Angel couldn't stand it anymore. Angel could know what Jack was thinking and as a result, it could get all the strange ideas and thoughts that were running in his mind at that time. Can you stop having that kind of imagination? The reason for that being a condition for the upgrade of the system is simply due to the new feature of the system that can affect those close to you. At level 2, it can affect your other half. At level 3, it can affect the other members of your family, your parents and siblings. It seems that I was right. It will affect my girlfriend by changing her memories and making her its. I thought that that was all. It turns out that it will also try having a family of its own by taking my family to its side. It wasn't that Jack's IQ was low, it was just that, when the system that came out of the blue planet suddenly brings up the conditions that you need to fulfill, and no matter how you think, the condition doesn't seem to be related to the system at all, one had to be cautious. Angel was silent for a moment, maybe due to how ridiculous Jack's thoughts became. Perhaps it wondered what happened to Jack, who was normal not long ago, to suddenly become retarded. It was only after a moment that it spoke. You can decide on whether to do that or not. It's your choice at the end of the day. The system will not force you to upgrade it. It was only when Jack heard these words that his speculations stopped. He remembered that if the system really wanted, it could have easily made him do whatever it wanted. It had the power to control and manipulate others' memories. As long as it changed his memories and made him think that it was his mission to serve the system, there was nothing that it couldn't do through him. After calming down, Jack decided to put this matter aside for now. He would think about that once he'd finished the other two conditions. On the other hand, things concerning a girlfriend was something that reminded him of the envelope that his mother had left him a few years ago. She had told him to only open it if he wanted to have a family of his own, a girlfriend. He wasn't sure what was inside the envelope, but from the weight and size, he could guess that there were a few documents inside. As for what was recorded inside them, he had no idea. Now that this issue was out of the way, Jack decided to deal with another matter. System, can I get the reward I got yesterday? It is inside a drawer of the cabinet that is beside your bed. Jack, can't you just make it appear in front of me? Jack complained in his heart, but still, he went to the drawer of the cabinet that was beside his bed and opened it. He found that there were several A4 papers that were pinned together. He took them out and observed them. The words and font of the words on the papers looked no different from the ones that were printed from the printing machines that he knew. He read it and found that indeed, just as it was to he expected, there was the procedure of making the pill, the instruments and ingredients. Everything was well described in such a way that Jack could even try imagining how the process would be like. After reading through it all, he knew that he would have to wait for Brightway Medical Research Center to be bought over before he could start trying the production of the pill. Denali will have to use her special skill to identify those that could be trusted in the institute. And only those that were selected by her would have the task of production of the pills handed to them. As for whether the production would be successful, he had no doubt about what the system had offered. There was no need for him to do so, as he had already experienced the power of the system. Jack was just about to do something else when there was a knock at the door. He could already tell that it wasn't Denali because she didn't need to knock to enter. So, he left the bedroom and headed towards the door. When he opened it, he found that Wendy was the one that had knocked. He was curious about what she wanted. Yes. Yes, I wonder if you're free? I would like to invite you to go around with us. Wendy asked a little nervously. Although she didn't have faith that Jack would accept her invitation, she still came forward and invited him. The closer he was to her, the better her chances. She wasn't ready to give up on him no matter how long it was going to take. But of course she had to hurry things up before her grandfather announced the issue about her engagement. She didn't want her grandfather to force Jack to marry her, since he valued his reputation, and she said that she loved Jack. To add to the fact that they had already signed an agreement with Jack's father, it was obvious that Alton wouldn't let this slide. Jack hadn't expected to be invited by her. All the same, he thought that they weren't enemies at all. So, it wasn't strange that she would invite him. In the end, the only thing that Jack didn't agree to was the fact that she was claiming to be his fiancée. Jack thought for a moment. He still had a lot of things to do during this week. He had just acquired a few companies that had yet to be stabilized, like the grocery department in Incoed City. What's more, he wanted to start the branches of the grocery department here in Venture City. With the protection of the Amber and safety enforcers, he was sure the incident like the one that George had told him wouldn't be happening. Seeing that Jack wasn't replying to her, Wendy decided to give a concession and invite him when he was free instead of him making time for their plans. She was just about to speak when Jack beat her to it. Not this week. I'm busy with something, and after that, I'm supposed to go back to Incoed City to deal with a few loose ends. After that, I believe that I'll be free for a while before getting busy in the capital. Jack had decided that it wouldn't be bad if he could tour his own country. After all, he had only visited 3 cities now, and this wasn't something to be proud of. He was a patriotic citizen, and as such, he could promote his country by visiting different parts of the country to spend and earn money. Wendy was surprised by Jack's busy schedule, but what surprised her the most was that Jack had agreed to her invitation. Although it wasn't this week, at least he had agreed and not refused. Now that she had a chance to get closer to him, she was going to grab it firmly. Okay then. I'll make the necessary arrangements. You'll have to tell me the specific day that you'll be free so that we can plan on where to go. Wendy smiled brightly as she said these words. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Celine, her beauty rating was still in the 90s. As such, even Jack had to appreciate that she was indeed a beauty. Furthermore, her attitude wasn't bad. It was just that Jack wasn't ready to have a fiancée out of nowhere. Additionally, if he hadn't had the strange feelings towards Celine since the first time that they had met, Jack wouldn't have minded entertaining the thought of having her as his girl. Although he had to take a look at the envelope first, he didn't believe that there was anything that would prevent him from getting a certain girl as his girlfriend, right? After all, inside the envelope, there was a document. And although he wasn't sure about the contents of the document, he still was sure that it wouldn't be stopping him from falling in love. Okay then. I'll let you know 2 days in advance, Jack nodded. Wendy happily left. Although she wanted to invite him to lunch, she decided against it. Jack had already stated that he was busy. As such, she didn't wish to make him regret accepting the invitation. In Coat City, happy residential area. Ruben looked at Kevin and said, "There was some kind of interference on our plan. Heyman has made a move and suppressed all the gangsters that we sent." Kevin's expression shifted greatly. He had been making plans but they kept on failing due to the interference of some unrelated people. Why would Heyman make a move? He has always minded his own business. Why would he try making a move at such a time? Kevin asked with a frown. "I'm not sure about that. But today, just about 2 hours ago, some of his men suddenly made a move and chased all the members of the gang that we sent. The Jerks Brothers gang is not a match for Heyman, and the moment that his men made a move, they had to retreat." Ruben replied helplessly. "Damn it. Just what's wrong with this Heyman? Won't he just mind his own business and forget about others? Why is he meddling in one of our most important plans?" Kevin was frustrated. He walked towards his seat and sat down. Click, 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 click. Picking up a ball pen, he began playing with it. He pressed it and as time passed, his speed shot upwards. And not long after, the pen was broken as he had applied too much strength. Seeing this scene, although Ruben had something that he wanted to say, he decided to keep it to himself and wait till Kevin relaxed. He knew Kevin since he was young and had watched him grow. And pressing the ball pen was one of his characteristics that showed that he was in a foul mood. At that time, as long as something unpleasant was said to him, it was likely that he would end up making decisions without thinking them through. After a long while, Kevin's anger had calmed down and he began thinking normally again. "I think that the reason as to why Heyman is interfering might be because he doesn't know that we're the ones behind the Jerk Brothers' recent movements. Or maybe, that young girl Celine might have requested for his help." Ruben paused for a moment and observed Kevin's expression. Upon seeing that he was listening, he continued. "And if that's so, I'm sure that Heyman wouldn't mind giving a hand because Flyer's bank is big. If the Gravy family owed him a favor, he might even be promoted to the regional director of the bank once they put in a good word for him." Kevin considered how things were and thought that Ruben's deductions shouldn't be too far off if they weren't on spot. But, what he didn't want was to have other people knowing that they were the ones that were making the move. Although they were the ones that had paid the Jerk Brothers gang to be ready to cause trouble for Celine when they gave them the green light, they had never met with the leader of the gang by themselves. They had always interacted on the phone. As a gang in a small city, it was obvious that they needed much money. So, it was simple for them to pay them a few $1,000s to make them do what they wanted. These guys didn't know about Celine's real identity as they hadn't attended the banquet that she'd set up. That banquet was only for people with great power. Kevin was just about to reply when Ruben said something that made him frown. "Frank has been making moves towards Jack's grocery stores. If I'm not wrong, he should be able to reduce their sales by the end of next week," Ruben said. "This idiot. I told him that we should first investigate everything about him, but he still made a move this early and when we haven't confirmed the information that we received. If it happens that Jack is from Alfonso family, we will be in trouble before our current plan even succeeds." Kevin spoke as anger began surfacing on his face. "I think we should help him. If it was true that Jack was from the Alfonso family, he would have surely reacted to the provocation by now. But all this while, other than his subordinates, he had never shown up in the stores," Ruben said. "Do you have a plan?" Kevin asked. He too had to accept that it was true. Any member of the Alfonso family was arrogant and thus, if he was, he would have already reacted to this. It can be considered as one. If we make sure that we pressure him so much, I'm sure that we can force him to sell the business overlord building to us. What's more, we can get it at a lower price. I'm sure that he'll have to accept that because he must have spent all of his fortune to buy that building. If we block his business, considering that most of the things that the groceries deal with are perishable, he would surely suffer great losses," Ruben explained. Indeed, just like Ruben had said, Kevin found that this idea was indeed doable and it would be much easier than making a move on Celine. Although Celine's family didn't have that much influence in the city, if they really decided to make a move, he was sure that even their family couldn't stand it. It was exactly this reason that made him move cautiously and hide in the dark while attacking. In this way, even if the plan failed, he was sure that Celine won't be able to know that they were the ones behind everything. "Then let's do that as soon as possible. That grocery of his has only occupied one floor in the entire building. This is a waste," Kevin agreed. When Wendy got back to the room that she was staying with Angie, she was in high spirits. She had left hurriedly without saying where she was going. And seeing her like this, Angie was curious about what she had gone to do. "What made you so happy?" Angie asked curiously. It was only when Angie asked this question that Wendy realized that she had been smiling all this while. She blushed for a moment before regaining her composure. "What are you talking about?" She pretended not to know what Angie was talking about. "Young lady, there's nothing that you can hide from me. You left hurriedly not long ago. Now you're coming back. You're so happy as if you want to compete with the moon with that shiny face of yours," Angie said as she looked at Wendy. It was obvious that she was not willing to give up unless Wendy told her their truth. Wendy took a deep breath and said, "Well, I just went over to invite Jack to come with us for our trip to visit the beautiful scenes around the western province." "And you know what?" he agreed, Wendy said enthusiastically. She and Angie had been friends since they were children. And now that they had grown up, they still talked to each other and shared their own secrets. Although not all the secrets were said, at least 99% of them were shared. "Yeah, he's your fiancé and he should agree. That's the least that he should do. After all, in at most a year and 2 months, you two are going to get married. But he still is taking women in the hotel. Have you asked him about that lady?" Angie wasn't as enthusiastic as Wendy when she heard that Jack had agreed to going on a trip to enjoy themselves. Her impression of Jack had dropped last night when she saw Denali entering Jack's suite. Furthermore, even though the two of them were engaged, she had never seen Jack being intimate with Wendy. At the mention of Jack sharing his suite with another woman, Wendy's previous excited expression disappeared. She too wanted to know who that lady was, but Jack hadn't told her a word when she asked him this morning. Now that Angie had reminded her about it, she couldn't be happy any longer. She had to invite him while he himself invited another lady. This kind of treatment was by far different from how Jack treated the other lady with. But she couldn't blame him as he was not the one that had initiated the engagement. Furthermore, the engagement was planned by her family and his, without even he himself knowing about it. But, although she didn't know what kind of relationship Jack had with that woman, she had faith in herself that she would manage to make him love her just like she loved him. "Leave that aside for now. Can we talk about something else? I'm sure that the lady was there for business issues." Wendy tried shifting the topic. Angie on the other hand wasn't ready to let this go. She looked at Wendy with disbelief and a tinge of anger as she reprimanded her. "Wake up, girl. You can't just believe in such a thing. What kind of business is discussed at night in a hotel? At least they can take a private box to talk about business." Wendy couldn't find words to refute what Angie had said. But all the same, what could she do? Jack had already told her to give up on him and he wasn't the one that was insisting on her being his fiancé. So, he wasn't restricted to not getting together with other women because of an engagement that he knew nothing about, with a girl that he didn't know. "I'll make sure that he forgets about all the other women," Wendy said. "It doesn't matter if you're not courageous enough to face him and tell him what you have in your heart. Since you can't do that, your sister will do that for you. I want to see him behave like that in our presence again." Angie thought to herself as she swore to herself to make Jack responsible for his fiancé. Not knowing that there were some plans that were being cooked up somewhere, Jack went back into the suite and took the laptop that Denali had left on the table. He decided to go through all this information as it consisted of all the information that he had to know as the owner of the few companies under him. Furthermore, there were other pieces of information about the employees that were under him. Jack could tell that this information was gotten by Denali after a night of hacking. The information was well organized in folders. There were different categories that made it easy for Jack to look for the information that he wanted. There was a folder of each company that was under him. Additionally, inside each of these folders, there were different folders that had the information about the employees, current activities, expenditure, cooperation with other companies, competitors and so on. Currently, Jack wanted to make Good Vision Security Limited a monopoly in the security sector. Currently, it was worth at least $300 billion. As such, he thought that it would be easy for him to develop it unlike the others that were valued lower than it. He could do one thing at a time. After making sure that one was stable and had really monopolized the market, he could then focus on another as he would be sure that the earnings from this side would be enough to enable him to develop another industry. In the medicine research, he was sure that the strength pill would be enough to boost the value of the Brightway Medical Research Center. And if he was lucky to get another recipe for a drug to a certain disease, he was sure that he would be able to easily make the research center reach the top. As for the competition, he was sure that they couldn't compete with the recipes that came from the system. It took a few hours for Jack to read through all the files that he thought were important. With his ability to remember, he didn't forget about what he'd read easily. Although there were a few parts that he might need to confirm, those were the parts that he didn't focus in remembering them. He was done now and could be considered to know a few things about his companies. This was surely enough for him to make decisions for the company. What's more, he could see that there were indeed several changes that needed to be made. It seemed that Denali had worked overnight or had woken up earlier in the morning to search for the information about them. After all, even the incidents that these people could consider hidden, Jack found them and had read through them. In other words, most of the secrets that they were hiding had already been exposed to him. And, once he goes to the company, he would make the necessary changes. There would be no need for him to be patient with them considering that he still had a target to achieve. For his foundation, he thought that the 5 companies that would monopolize the market in the country would be good enough. He took a deep breath as he looked at the screen of the phone that had lit up. It was someone who he had no contact information calling him. He picked it up without hesitation. In these few days after getting the system, he had gotten used to getting calls from strangers. "Hello, who am I speaking to?" Jack asked. "Hello. I believe that I'm speaking to Mr. Jackson," a male voice asked. "Yes, you are." Jack responded calmly. "Mr. Jackson, I've received the information that you have acquired Serenity Residential Area. I'm Moses Kibanzo, the one that's in charge of the buildings. I don't know if you have any instructions for me?" Jack was surprised that this was the manager of the residential area. He had just read the information about him on the laptop not long ago. According to the information that he'd read, he knew that Moses was a straightforward and honest person. But there was still a problem. The one that was helping him, the assistant manager, Shanzu, was corrupt. He had been using the residential area for his own benefits all this while. That was an example of the change that Jack wanted to make. "Oh, not at all. But soon, I'll send someone there to look at the residential area. If there are any changes that need to be made will be decided at that time," Jack stated. "Okay then, Mr. Jackson," Moses replied before ending the call. At this moment, since he had already picked the phone, Jack decided to call another person. "Hello, Mr. Calvin. I would like to ask another favor of you." "Just like always, Mr. Jack, I'll help as long as I have the ability to do that. But, I can't promise anything." Calvin's calm reply came. Jack nodded as he thought of the other party's carefulness. But it was to be expected. He wasn't omnipotent in that he could promise anything. After all, there were things that were beyond him. "It's not that difficult, really. All I want is your assistance in getting grocery stores in Venture City. As long as the owner is willing to sell it, then I'm willing to buy it. Of course, you'll get benefits as well. How about the usual 10%? You'll get 10% of the total cost of purchasing the stores." Jack threw the benefit. "Okay then, Mr. Jack. This can be completed within 2 days. Stores aren't that hard to acquire as long as one has money," Calvin replied. "But I would like the best stores in the city. I don't want the smaller ones," Jack reminded. "Alright, no problem at all," Calvin replied before hanging up. Jack then called Grace. "Hello, Mr. Jack," Grace greeted. "Hello, Grace. How are things there?" Jack asked. "Things are doing okay for now at least. But, there are a few gangsters who seem to be intent on making trouble for our stores," Grace replied. "Oh, I see. George had already informed me about that. Worry not, when I get back, I'll deal with them. But for now, I would like you to stabilize everything there as soon as possible before getting to Venture City. Here, I'm also buying a few grocery stores. They will be undergoing the renovation within next week and I hope that you can pay them a visit." "Okay, boss. I'll make sure to handle things here as fast as possible," Grace replied confidently. "Okay then. But make sure that you're not saving money. I gave you the money so that you can spend," Jack reminded before hanging up the call. The following day, Jack woke up earlier than usual, but surprisingly, he found that Denali had already gotten up. He wondered how it was that she worked so hard and that she was even embarrassing him. Although she was his subordinate, he still was too lazy to deal with most of the things and delegated the duties to her. Remembering about what the system had told him about her, Jack was curious about her family. After all, the system said that she had her own family and life. It was only now that he remembered that he hadn't talked to her about her salary. How bad of him. She was working so hard but had not asked about her salary. Jack was sure that had it not been for the fact that she was loyal to him, she would have already asked how much he was willing to pay her. It was just that the current Denali believed that Jack would pay her the salary on time without her needing to ask. But maybe her belief could be answered at this moment as Jack asked, "Denali, can you tell me about yourself?" Jack knew nothing other than the fact that she was chosen from all the women called Denali in the world. Anything else, he knew nothing at all. Denali was surprised that Jack was curious about her background. In front of others, she was always cold, but in front of Jack, she warmed up. "Actually, I'm from here in Azima. But, I'm from the northern province. I'm from a family of 4, that consists of my father, mother, me and my little brother who's still in high school at this time," Denali began. It turned out that she was from the northern province of Azima country. Jack hadn't expected that she was a fellow citizen. When the system said that she was chosen from all the women in the world with the name Denali, he had expected that she was a foreigner. But maybe his country was so good in that it could produce a talent like Denali who was the best in the world and could match him when it came to business. Her family wasn't that rich. According to what she remembered, at the age of 5, she was taken away by a secret organization that she didn't know its name till this moment, and received special training. When her course ended, she was already 20 years old. Although she had undergone a lot of harsh training when it came to combat, she had used some special kind of oil that they provided her with to make sure that she maintained her feminine features. So, although she had great strength, her body wasn't as muscular as how men were. Instead, she still looked as delicate as a normal woman would. But, if a person dared to try her, she could erupt with great strength and that she could shock them. When she completed her course, she was assigned to come and work under Jack. He was the one that was going to be in charge of her. When Jack heard all of this, he was amazed by the system's ability in fabricating stories that seemed true. What an ability! No wonder it could manipulate the memories of others and they would notice anything at all. Now that he got to know about her background that seemed not to be that big, Jack decided not to give her a fixed salary. For the work that she was doing, she deserved more than that. "For your salary, I'll give you the other card that will be sent here alongside mine. In other words, you'll have access to the same account as me. So, you can use the money there if there's anything that you'll need to spend on back at home," Jack stated simply. "Ah, master, I don't think that I can accept that. You can just give me a fixed amount of income. A few $1,000s a month will be enough." Denali shook her head vehemently as she refused what Jack had said. "If you see me as your master, you better do that. If there's a problem that needs money, just spend. And if there's another problem that you can't handle using money, just use the influence of the companies under me." Jack stated all this with a tone that didn't accept refusal. When they were alone, Denali called him master. But in front of others, she referred to him as boss. This was so that some people with wild imaginations wouldn't start thinking about some things that are inappropriate for children. "Remember, you're my second in command. In other words, other than me, only you can make decisions on all the companies and businesses that are under me." Observing her expression, Jack continued. "If you don't use the money and be so much reserved, I will take it as if you don't take me as your master," Jack concluded. Jack's words were to the point. With Denali's loyalty towards him, she was even willing to die as long as he gave the order. And as long as he became serious and asked her to do something, she would do it without hesitation. Now that Jack was serious about what he'd said, she hurriedly agreed. "Okay master, I'll do as you say." Jack's last words were the ones that had frightened Denali the most. Since she was completely loyal to him, it was to the level that was just below worshipping him. So, she wouldn't want to disobey Jack and neither would she want Jack to leave her. After breakfast, Denali and Jack both went to safety enforcers to select the 20 men that would be part of the private security team, PST. Although he wasn't the one that was going to make a decision on the ones to be selected, he was still curious about how she was going to make the selection. In other words, he was curious about how her loyalty simulation worked. Not long after, they arrived. Jack could see that there were several changes that had taken place in the previous 2 days. It seemed that Maxwell was serious when it came to spending money. The previous night, Jack had informed Maxwell to organize the members of the company that worked as security guards or bodyguards and weren't on duty during the day to go to the company today. Of course, that only applied to those that were present in Venture City. So, when he and Denali arrived, they were welcomed by Maxwell before he led them towards the training grounds. Here, Jack could see that there were several improvements that had been made so far. And, he could see that there were new equipment that could be used for training. According to Maxwell, they had already ordered for a few more but they had yet to be delivered. Jack knew that it might take a long time to deliver some of the equipment as they were shipped from abroad. Although he was going to merge Safety Enforcers and Amber Securities into Good Vision Security Limited, that didn't mean that they could simply ignore this place. This could as well be used as a provincial headquarter of the company. When they arrived at the training grounds, they found that about 100 men were lining up in 5 rows, their backs straight. Just from this, Jack could tell that they had high discipline. Although it couldn't compare to the military discipline, he was sure that it was good enough for now. "Boss, I selected the best 100 from those that were available at this time," Maxwell said from the side. Jack took a glance at them before nodding in acknowledgement of Maxwell's decision. He then motioned for Denali to go forward and select the 20 men. Maxwell was curious about Denali. Jack didn't hide it from him as Denali could be considered as his superior, so he introduced her. "That's Denali, she's my personal assistant. In case she comes here, you can treat her just like how you would me." Maxwell was surprised by how high Jack viewed Denali. But looking at her temperament and the way that she was confident even when looking at the group of muscular men, he couldn't help but be impressed by her. Had she been replaced by another lady, he was sure that she might have been flustered standing in front of these men. Most of them had seen blood and had fought vicious fights. So, there was a certain aura that they emitted that would most likely scare away some of the weak-willed men, let alone ladies. "I got it, boss." Maxwell nodded. He had come to respect Jack's way of handling things. Although he was young, he didn't dare to underestimate him. Denali walked around for about 10 minutes while observing the 20 men in each of the 5 rows. Then, she began pointing at the men, one after the other. As she pointed at them, they took a step forward and awaited further instructions. Surprisingly, it seemed that Jack had judged too early. There were 2 ladies in this group of 98 men and they happened to be selected by Denali. Jack knew that it didn't matter about the gender of the person. As long as one had the strength, even if she was a woman, she could do some things that even other men couldn't do. As of now, Jack didn't care about strength. He cared about loyalty the most. As for strength, they would gain as long as they received the pills. Jack had observed all along but he couldn't see how Denali judged the loyalty of the ones that she'd selected. But all the same, he was impressed because as he looked at the ones that had been chosen by her, he could tell from their expressions that they seemed to be straight. But all the same, he knew that appearances could sometimes be a facade. So, if not for Denali, he wouldn't have trusted these 20. After dismissing the others, including Maxwell, Jack looked at the 20 people that had remained here and spoke seriously. "I plan to have you guys form a private security team. This team will only consist of the 20 of you. There will be resources that would be used by you during training. Furthermore, you'll get more benefits." The 20 people in front of Jack were surprised that Jack wanted them to form a private team. And although they were surprised, they found nothing strange about that. At the end of the day, they had already seen teams being formed several times. More so, they had seen this when they were going to guard a special person or they were going to guard a certain rich man's building. All the same, they were excited to be chosen. They themselves didn't know the prerequisites of being chosen as there were no tests. Denali had simply pointed them out after looking at them for a moment. "Do you agree to that? If not, you can say it earlier so that we can find a replacement for you as early as now." Jack asked again to confirm. "We agree," the 20 men and women shouted in response. Jack nodded. He then said, "As a private team, you'll be having special training. But, that will have to wait till next month before you start gaining some of the benefits. There are some that you'll receive from this moment but, there are others that will have to wait for a moment. I'm going to give you a first mission. On Sunday, I would like you all to be in Incoed City. There's a group of gangsters that are causing trouble there. I would like you to deal with them," Jack stated as he looked at the group. Upon seeing their confused gazes towards him, he knew what they were thinking and said, "Don't take this team like the ones that you had formed before. The team that has been formed today won't be broken. Although there might be other teams, this team will exist. In other words, the private security teams that are formed won't be doing the contracted work like the ones that the previous teams had been doing. You'll be doing the missions that you'll be assigned at a particular time. Your salary will stay the same even if you don't have a mission during that month. But, there will be bonuses after the completion of each mission," Jack continued. The group once again became ecstatic. From Jack's words, they were going to have guaranteed payment, and, from the example of the mission that Jack had given them, they could already tell that it wasn't as dangerous as the one that would involve guns. "Okay then. You'll be heading towards Incoed City tomorrow. The mission will be carried out on the following day. So, I hope that you can use this day to get prepared. After the mission, you can stay there till the preparations for the special training are completed," Jack continued. He talked about a few more things and about his plans for this security team. As for the name of the team as well as their captain, Jack told them to decide it among themselves. Since he was done with this, Jack left with Denali. They parted after reaching the hotel. Jack had already received the call from Brightway Medical Research Center to confirm the successful purchase of the remaining shares. All that was left was to sign the contract. It was for that reason that he was supposed to go back to Incoat City as early as possible before rushing to the central province. As for Denali, she was going to the headquarters of Good Vision Security Limited to prepare for the merging process. But that was just the preparations, as the issue concerning the pills will come first. After the body-strengthening pills were produced successfully, the merging would start under the supervision of Denali. If possible, Jack would have left Venture City on this day, but he had to stay, as by the following day, Calvin would be done with purchasing the grocery stores. There was no way that he could simply leave without making sure that everything was in position. Crystal City, Alfonso Mansion. Dalton. Where's Jack? You were supposed to have brought him here by now. Victor frowned as he looked at Dalton, who was standing in front of him. Father, there seems to be something that I didn't expect. Jack seems to have left Incoat City. As to where he is, we absolutely don't know where he went, as he didn't tell his guards when he left and when he would come back, Dalton replied. He was working hard to make sure that he found Jack, but no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't find any information about where he went. Jack had left on the Eurocopter of his. Although Grace, Celine and Heyman knew that Jack had gone to Venture City, Dalton had no idea that they knew, and neither did he know that they knew Jack. So what are you going to do? You already signed an agreement with Master Alton. So, there's no way that you can get out of this. If Jack happens not to be found, our family will be done for, Victor said as anger began surfacing. He was even doubting himself if he had really made the right decision by making Dalton the family head. After all, he had simply expelled someone from the family without even consulting him. What's even more demeaning of his choice was the fact that the one that he'd expelled from the family was his own son. Although he was trying to save his position, he just made things worse. Although none of them had expected that there was someone that would come to ask for Jack to marry into their family, at least Victor thought that Dalton's decision this time was really unwise. If it was just a matter of expelling Jack from the family, he himself, being that he never liked Jack, he would have already expelled him from the family. But, all this while, he never did that. It wasn't that he was afraid of something, it was just that, at the end of the day, no matter if they expelled Jack or not, one thing won't change, and that was the fact that he had the blood of the Alfonsos running deep inside his veins. I'm still trying to know of his whereabouts. I'm using all the power that I have to know. Furthermore, I'm investigating his actions at the time that he was still in Incoat City. I'm sure that I can get a clue, Dalton replied confidently. Look here, Dalton, no matter what, you have to make sure that Jack is brought here. You know, the engagement hasn't been made official yet. Who knows when Master Alton will decide to make it official? It might be tomorrow, or maybe next week. So, Jack has to get found and brought here, the earlier the better, Victor instructed before leaving. Dalton thought for a moment and decided to make a call. Hello Kevin, I would like to request for a favor from you. Inside the Alfonso mansion, inside one of the bedrooms, Brenda sat in front of a mirror as she looked at her reflection. Currently, she was wearing a V-neck beige dress. Her eyes were sharp, all the previous hints of playfulness couldn't be found. I have to do something to make sure that Jack doesn't get married to that family. If he marries that lady, I'm sure that he's going to take revenge for all that has happened to him all this while, she thought to herself. She looked at her nails that were clean but a little long. After playing with them for a while, she continued thinking, I can't go to Incoat City do the bet. Although off-track racers seems to only ban a person from racing competition, they would definitely make my life hard. At the end of the day, I don't participate in racing. Otherwise, the punishment for breaking my end of the bet wouldn't be anything to me. She pursed her lips as she began thinking of what to do next. Steve has already began his punishment. No matter where he goes, it's like trouble is following him. His life hasn't been easy in these past few days. Since I cannot go there, I can as well send someone else, someone that will be able to deal with Jack. Even if I have to kill him to make sure that he doesn't come back here, I'll do it. Maybe he can't remember anything at this moment. But, once he remembers anything related to his mother, I'm sure that chaos are going to erupt here. And, things will get worse the moment that he gains a powerful backing. Although it may be cruel, little brother, you'll have to forgive me this time. I absolutely cannot allow you to come back here, and neither can I allow you to get married to someone with a big background. The only solution now seems to be, eliminating you from this world." Jack had no idea that there were several plans that were aimed at him at this moment. They were either to force him back to where he hated the most, or to erase his existence from this world. And all of this came from a single reason: the engagement between him and Wendy that was planned by Alton but suggested by Wendy. If Jack knew about this and knew about the reason for being targeted, he would surely make sure to keep his distance from Wendy. Although she did nothing intentionally, it was just that if she was closer to him, she became his calamity magnate. On Saturday, after making sure that everything in the grocery stores that he'd just bought were in position and could easily be taken over by Grace when she came here, Jack was finally ready to leave Venture City. He headed to where he had landed before when he came here with Gabriel Waddy. He had left that guy alone all this while and he wasn't sure how he was doing. As a pilot, it was a sure bet that he would be someone that enjoyed flying. For him to stay in a single place for almost a whole week, it would surely be torches for him. In any case, Jack wasn't worried that Gabriel would lack accommodation and so on. At the end of the day, he had already made the required payment to have him by his side as a pilot for a whole year. When he arrived there, he found that Gabriel was already waiting for him. He had already informed him that they were leaving on this day. As for the group of 20 that had formed the private security team, they had left early in the morning. They had chartered several helicopters to take them there. After he got in, he was greeted by Echo. He had actually missed this AI as he hadn't heard it for about 4 days already. "Let's get going. I still have to move around for a long time." Jack shook his head as he thought about how several of the companies were in different cities. This made him move around so much. "You got it, boss," Gabriel replied before he flew the Eurocopter out of Venture City. A few hours later, Jack finally arrived in Inchoate City. He looked at the serene environment of the Prince and Princess Palace and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Being far from the busy streets and roads, the environment here was relaxing. He could stay here without having to worry about the noise or meeting with a situation like the one that he'd when he met with Garpy. As the Eurocopter landed on the roof of the garage, Jack looked at Gabriel and said, "Next week, we will be heading to the Central Province. But of course, we won't be using the Eurocopter." Gabriel was surprised when he heard this. He looked at Jack with no words to say as he wondered just how rich Jack really was. Although he himself was hired at a price of over 1 billion, that was for a whole year. One had to remember that the 1 billion wasn't his income, but it included the insurance of the plane that he would be flying, added together with the price of fuel for the plane. On the other hand, Jack had bought the Eurocopter that was worth at least $150 million. Although it couldn't be said to be much, as compared to the price that Jack had paid to have him as his pilot, it was high when spent on a plane. "We'll be using the plane at an airport?" Gabriel asked after a moment. "You can say something like that. But we will get to Venture City with the Eurocopter. I have a private business jet in the Venture Abroad Airport that has a branch in the Venture City," Jack replied as he removed the headsets. Now that the Eurocopter was no longer making so much noise, they could communicate freely without using the headset. "A private jet? It has been a while since I flew such a plane," Gabriel muttered with a smile. He had been flying helicopters the most as they were the ones that were mostly used by those that paid for 1 day or 2 days trip. As for those that had their own private jets, why would they go through the issue of hiring a temporary pilot? They had their own professional pilots. Although Jack had stated that they were going to use the private jet, Gabriel didn't think much of it. After all, how big could a private jet that Jack owned be? After getting out of the garage, Jack met with the guards. They had heard when the Eurocopter came in. So, some of the guards came to welcome Jack back. "How have things been here when I was away?" Jack asked. "There were no problems at all. It's just that there were a few people who came here to ask for you." The leader of the guards, whose name was Bob, replied. Jack frowned a little when he heard that there was someone that came here looking for him. According to what he knew, there shouldn't be anyone that was supposed to come looking for him here. Sabrina, who was in charge of Homescope Properties Limited, wasn't someone that was related to Jack for her to come looking for him. As for George, the guards knew him all too well for them not to mention his name if he came looking for him. And apart from those two, Evans from the Bentley shop knew here. But the guards knew him. If either of the three found out that he wasn't there, they would simply call him as they both had his contact number. "Do you know any of those that came looking for me?" Jack asked after thinking for a while. None of them ever mentioned who they were. There were 4 of them and neither of them had the intention of revealing their identity, claiming that you're the only one that was qualified to know them, Bob replied. He too had found that there had to be something fishy going on. As a result, He had made sure that the security was increased. He could somehow relate this to Dalton as he was the only one that had the intention of looking for Jack. If Bob could, then Jack could also relate this incident to Dalton. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Bob and said, "Don't allow anyone in here without confirming with me. That's unless the person is one of those that have been here before." "Yes, boss." Bob nodded before leaving with the other 3 guards that he'd come with. Jack on the other hand welcomed Gabriel into the Prince mansion. And for the first time since he came here, Gabriel appreciated the scenery. He had to accept that it was true that this place was good for retreat after working hard for years. But it was just that it was located in the city. If it was on a hill somewhere, it would have been good. And it would have been better if there were a few birds that made the atmosphere even more lively in the forest around the mansion. After Gabriel sat, Jack prepared a meal for him. Although he wasn't the best cook, his food was still good as he had been cooking for himself ever since his mother passed away if he didn't eat outside. Jack asked Gabriel to select a room for himself. The top floor only had his master bedroom, the swimming pool and a few other things that could make him relax well. So, the room that Gabriel chose was on a lower floor. "You can leave this place and go around the city. I'll call you if there's a need for that. There's a basement where you can entertain yourself. And one more thing, if you're going out, you can just pick one of the cars out there. The keys are there," Jack said as he pointed at a small table that was close to the door. There were several keys there. So, all that Gabriel had to do was to pick one of the keys, go out and press it. The one that will respond would be the one that he would use. Gabriel wasn't polite at all as he accepted Jack's arrangement. He was now Jack's subordinate till a year ended from now. In other words, till next summer, he would be working for Jack. The following day, Jack looked at the group of 20 in front of him. Currently, they were wearing the special uniforms that safety enforcers provided for those that were in the private teams. "You know what to do, right?" Jack asked. "Yes, boss," they both replied at the same time. "Okay then. Let's get going," Jack stated as he got into his Bentley Continental GT. The others took other 5 Bentley Bentegas and drove behind Jack. On the way, Jack took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Jack." Celine's voice reached his ears. For some reason, he let out a sigh of relief when he heard her. He smiled as he asked, "How have you been? Any problems till now?" Although he had asked Heyman to help him on taking care of Celine, he still had to confirm with her. "Yes, thanks for your help. Although the gangsters are still present, they have maintained their distance and don't dare to approach," Celine replied. Jack was finally relieved. He smiled and said, "No need to worry about them. I'm in the city now. So, you can count on me to deal with them." "You're already back? How come you didn't tell me?" Celine asked in surprise. "Well, I told you that I would be back by the end of the week," Jack stated. "But today is the first day of the week," Celine said. "I came back yesterday." Jack's smile expanded as he said this. "Well, I guess you really fulfill your promises. But, you can at least tell me so that I can wish you a safe trip," Celine continued. "I will make sure to tell you next time then," Jack reassured. "Okay then, I'm starting with some of those members of the gang that are causing trouble for my stores before reaching your place," Jack stated. "Be careful." And after that, the conversation between the two of them ended. Jackson Enterprise Grocery Department, Yellow Street. The grocery store here looked absolutely different from the dirty buildings that surrounded it. The front and the sides of the store were well cleaned, maintaining the high hygiene that was required for those that dealt with consumables. Currently, instead of the usual busy scene where customers entered and exited the store, the area around the store was completely isolated, with only a few people in green uniforms standing in front of the store, looking helpless. These were the staff members that had been hired by Agnes. They had been working well in this place, but things suddenly became bad when the gangsters began causing trouble for them. They had threatened and chased away any customer that dared to come to the store to buy any groceries. As a well-known gang in Yellow Street, the Jerks Brothers gang had a bad reputation and was feared by most of the residents here. So, the moment that they stated that nobody was allowed to buy anything in the grocery store, nobody dared to come forward. And to make sure that nobody disobeyed them, they stationed a few of their gangsters here to keep watch. At this time, George came to this store. He was in charge of delivery and as a result, he wasn't someone that stayed in a single place. As he drove the Bentley Bentayga SUV to the parking lot of the store, he shook his head as he looked at the desolate situation of the store. Although he knew who was behind this and could have dealt with it, it was just that the period that he had made a bet with Ismail hadn't ended. As a result, He couldn't use his family influence to suppress them. Just as he got out of the car, he saw a few men with tattoos walking towards him with steel rods, pipes and baseball bats. There was no need for him to ask what they were doing here, as he knew that they were the ones that were causing trouble here. "Kid, are you the one that's in charge of the store?" One of the men with a bald head stepped forward as he asked. "What's wrong with that? You better stop causing trouble here or it won't end well with you." George looked at him gloomily as he stated. The bald head didn't think much of George's threat. He knocked the car with his steel rod as he said, "Jackson Enterprise, huh, not a good name. I can tell that this person is new in Incoed City. So, it's obvious that he doesn't have much influence here." He ignored George's angry gaze as he continued, "So, I would like to give you a good advice. You better close this store of yours. Otherwise, you're going to suffer bigger losses once everything inside the store expires or they are no longer fresh. In any case, we're not leaving this place before this store closes down." George wanted to reply, but it seemed that he didn't need to do that. He saw the familiar Bentley Continental GT heading his way and smiled. "You think so? I will advise you to leave in the next 5 seconds or you'll end up in deep hot soup." "You think so? I will advise you to leave in the next 5 seconds or you'll end up in deep hot soup." Bald Head didn't understand why George would say that they would be in deep hot soup. They were members of a gang that was well known in the city. They had spread their roots to almost each part of the city, Yellow Street being amongst them. According to what they knew, in this mission, they were supported by a certain big family. As for which one it was, they weren't sure, as only those in the upper echelons of the gang knew. Even so, he wondered what had given George, who was almost helpless not long ago, the courage to say those words with a smile. Was he trying to bluff his way out of the situation by boasting a big background? The more that Bald Head and the others that had come with him thought about it, they thought that it was true that George might be trying to threaten them. Bald Head scoffed at George as he said with a contemptuous smile, "Hey, I would like to see what kind of hot soup you're talking about. You think that you can frighten us by using such tricks? We're members of the Jerks Brothers gang and there are only a few things that can make us retreat." George's smile broadened as he said, "Then I guess that is going to make you retreat, right?" As he said these words, he pointed at the Bentley that was arriving. Bald Head and the others turned around and looked at the Bentley that was coming their way. From the way that it was, they could already tell that it was worth at least $1 million. But even so what if that person had a car that was worth $1 million? In their eyes, this was nothing as compared to the one that had given them the mission. Just a single person cannot Chan. His words were forced to stop as just behind the Bentley Continental GT, 5 Bentley Bentayga SUVs followed. And from their appearance and paint, they could see that they looked just like the one that George was driving. Even idiots could tell at a glance that the cars that were coming were from the same group as George's. They knew that there were several other stores like this one in the city. As such, they had spread their men all over, trying to make sure that the business was not running as much as possible. As they watched in surprise, Jack's Bentley came and stopped next to George's Bentayga. As for the other 5 Bentaygas, they blocked the exit. And immediately after that, 20 people hurriedly got out of the cars with batons in their hands. Here, there were only a group of 9 gangsters. So, when facing the 20 that had surrounded them, they immediately became flustered as their previous smug smiles completely disappeared. All that was left was panic in their eyes. The door of the Continental GT opened and Jack, who was wearing casual clothes, alighted. Even though his clothes were casual, they just couldn't hide his amazing physique as well as his charm. George strode forward and greeted as he patted Jack's shoulder, "Boss, you're finally here. I was wondering when you were going to arrive. If you had been late, these idiots would have caused us losses." Jack smiled in return to George's greeting. He himself was already angry with this group that was causing trouble here. The previous night, he had only received $9 million, and this was after the multiplier was applied. Grace had already informed him during the day, and he decided to deal with this on this day, as he had told the group that he'd come with from Venture City that the mission would be carried out on this day. The previous day was Saturday, a day that business was supposed to bloom. But the business was so bad in that he made losses of hundreds of millions. So, he had to deal with this as soon as possible. He looked at Bald Head and strode towards him. Upon seeing Jack approaching, the Bald Head that had just lost his voice immediately began talking. "You better not make things difficult for us, or our boss won't let you go." "I think that you're mistaken. I don't plan on letting any of you go. You've caused me losses worth hundreds of millions by blocking my business," Jack stated coldly as he continued approaching Bald Head. Jack's words made the crowd flabbergasted. Hundreds of millions? From grocery stores? Can you stop exaggerating too much? Of course, they didn't know that Jack could earn up to 200 million or more on such a day as long as the multiplier effect was applied. But the previous day, he only made 9 million instead. That's a loss of over $100 million. In any case, he wasn't going to talk about the system to anyone. But, they at least had to know that they had caused him great losses and they had to pay for that. You won't let us off? Do you know who our boss is? The bald head threatened. I don't know him, but I would like to know him. And, do you know me? Jack asked as a cold smile formed on his lips. Bald head was obviously not expecting that Jack wouldn't get frightened by his threat. What's more, he was right. They too didn't know Jack and neither did they know his abilities. But in any case, he was just a newcomer to the city. A dragon cannot beat a snake in its own home ground, right? Thinking about this, Bald Head pointed his steel rod at Jack and said, "It doesn't matter here, but at the end of the day, what I'm sure is that you are going to get into bigger trouble than this as long as you make a move on us." "I would like to see that trouble," Jack said before waving his hand. "Beat them up until they can't walk. Just make sure not to break their bones." With Jack's order, the 20 members of PST made their move. They were all trained, even if it was only for a short period of time. So, their movements were swift and decisive. On the other hand, other than being at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the gangsters were just a group of people who suppressed the weak while fearing the strong. They mainly depended on their numbers to suppress others and not their skills. So, they were beaten up in no time. With the electric current of the batons, they were immobilized after a few minutes of beating. Those that were observing were both amazed and excited upon seeing this scene. Nobody loved these bullies as they had made their lives hard in the streets. So, they would be happy when they saw that someone was going against them. The cries of the gangsters as they were beaten up were like music to the ears of the bystanders. After seeing that they had been beaten well, Jack took a step forward as he motioned for the 20 to stop. He squatted and looked at Bald Head with an amusing expression on his face. "You've been beaten up, but I can't see the trouble that you mentioned," Jack said. Bald Head wailed on the ground. Although their bones were not broken, who said that their limbs couldn't be dislocated, so, the pain that they were going through at this moment was intense. Jack shook his head and searched Bald Head's pocket and took out a phone. Surprisingly, it wasn't a smartphone, it was a buttons phone. He shook his head and scrolled through the contact list present in the phone, and not long after, he found a contact that said that this guy was a gangster. It was saved as Big Brother 3. With the gang being called the Jerks Brothers Gang, Jack could already tell that there might be several brothers amongst the top gangsters of the gang. He made a call, ignoring the cries and shouts of Bald Head. "What's wrong, Baldy? Have they closed the store already?" A thick and deep voice came through. "What closing of stores? I have something to discuss with you. I don't know if you have the guts to let me know where you are now," Jack sneered as he asked. There was silence for a moment before Brother 3 spoke. "You're the owner of the stores? Seems like I'm talking with someone that has some brains after all," Jack replied. "Humph, maybe you don't know your place. Opening a few stores made you so smug? I'm at the old warehouse that belonged to Diza. If you have the guts, you can come here. It will be good if we can directly deal with you and stop wasting much time blocking the store's entrances," Brother 3 said. Jack smiled and said, "Not a problem at all. I'll be there on around 30 minutes. It will be good if you bring all of your brothers there. After all, it's good to deal with all of you in a single swoop." After that, Jack ended the call. He looked at George and said, "You can take care of things here and the other stores with their help. I'll be back in a while." Without giving George a chance to reply, Jack got into the Bentley Continental GT and drove towards the west outskirts of the city. Diza was an old factory that used to manufacturing plastics, but since it was located closer to the city, they were forced to move to another side due to the pollution that they were causing. Now, it seemed that the Jerks Brothers gang had taken over that warehouse of theirs as their new base. From the location and a few other factors, it was indeed a good place for them to hide from the public. Jack wasted no time as he drove faster. He knew that the more time that he wasted, the higher the losses that he was going to suffer. Well, although it couldn't be considered as real losses, less profit was lost to him now. He had to accumulate a wealth of $500 billion. This was just the amount of money that he was supposed to have in hand, not to mention the 5 companies with net worth of at least $500 billion. Now, as long as he could get money, Jack wouldn't dare be careless to let the chance slip away. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at the old warehouse. The area around the warehouse was almost empty and only a few people were passing by this area. Many people didn't like this part of the city due to the pollution that had occurred here about 5 years ago. All the same, Jack didn't care and drove the Bentley towards the gate. The factory of this warehouse itself was located not far from this location, but still, it was about 3 kilometers from here. The moment that Jack's Bentley arrived, a group of people got out of the warehouse. There were more than 100 of them and each one of them had a weapon of their own liking in their hands. They gazed towards the approaching Bentley Continental GT excitedly. They were looking forward to beating up someone. Jack stopped not far from them before he alighted from the Bentley. Although there were more than 100 men in front of him, Jack wasn't afraid in the least. He stood in front of them without showing any fear. "Where's your boss? Tell him to get out of here, or is he afraid of me even before we meet?" Jack stated as he looked at the group in front of him. "Kid, who are you to ask to see our boss? Do you know where you are? This is the territory of the Jerks Brothers gang. Nobody makes a scene here. Maybe he's just a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. FC King idiot, just you wait till I smash this bat on your head." The crowd of gangsters immediately began throwing curses and taunts towards Jack. Jack had no intention of bantering with them. "So, better stop talking nonsense if you're not the leader here. If your leader is a coward and that he can continue hiding even after I came here, then I can only go inside and pull him out by myself." Jack's words were arrogant in front of the muscular and armed group. But all the same, they had no chance of speaking as a person came from behind them at this moment. It was a man who seemed to be in his late 40s. He had a huge scar on his chin. Currently, several tattoos could be seen on his exposed parts of the body. But, the most eye-catching was the tattoo of a knife that was on his left side of the neck. That knife was the one that was used by the military, and the one on him was one that had been drawn in such a way that it depicted the blood stains on it. Just from this tattoo, Jack could conclude that this guy was cold-blooded. Looking at Jack, who was standing straight in front of the over 100 men, the person that had come from behind the group smiled as he said, "You're brave for a youngster. I didn't expect that you would really show up alone." The voice was extremely familiar to Jack as he had heard it not long ago. He gazed at the man and said, "Do you know how much losses you've caused? That's over $100 million, can you compensate me?" "Big Brother 3. Are you kidding me? Who's that in this city that can make over $100 million in a single day? Even the biggest family in Incoat City, the Dante family, cannot do that," Big Brother 3 said contemptuously. "If you haven't seen that happen, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist." Jack wasn't ready to explain himself and went straight to the point. "Who was the one that sent you to cause trouble for my stores?" he asked, coldly this time. Big Brother 3 looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Why should I tell you? It's not like you have the ability to make me tell you that, right?" In return, Jack smiled and said, "Okay then, let's see my ability." With that, he gazed at the crowd of gangsters and said, "Whoever beats up the so-called Big Brother 3 till he says who gave him the mission will receive $100,000 from me." Jack's words caused the crowd that was whispering to each other to immediately go silent. Each and every gang member gazed at Jack, wondering if he was joking or if he was serious about what he had just said. Seeing no response from the crowd, Jack raised 2 fingers in the air and spoke once again, "If you think that $100,000 is not enough, then I'll make it $200,000. Jack's words made the crowd swallow their saliva while thinking about the big amount of money. If they could get that amount of money, they could simply retire from being gangsters and live a better life that had no risks involved. When he saw Jack's plan, Big Brother 3's expression shifted, mostly the moment that he saw that the group seemed to be considering Jack's words. Controlling the gangsters wasn't something simple, as all those that joined the gang all had their own reasons. And, if they could get a benefit, they wouldn't mind killing someone, let alone beating him up. So, he was forced to take command early and stop Jack from giving out more benefits. "What are you all thinking about? Get him and beat him up. Once he's down, the money that he's promising will be ours anyway," Big 3 said. When they were told another method of gaining even better benefits, the group no longer felt tempted by Jack's reward. So, they all swarmed towards him, ready to beat him up. Jack sneered when he saw this. So, it was true that Big 3 was someone with brains after all. So, the only means to convince these people would be to beat them up. When they saw that they had no other way out of this, they would have to compromise. "What about $500,000? Jack tried again. If he could solve this without having to waste his time fighting with them, it would be better. Hee hee, your small rewards are not appreciated. We'll just beat you up so that you can hand over the money by yourself. They no longer listened to what Jack had to say as they charged towards him. Upon seeing that there was no way out of the situation, Jack could only roll the sleeve of his shirt to prepare himself for the fight. When the first person arrived in front of him, Jack gave him no time to attack and used the chance that they were underestimating him to deal a decisive blow. Thump! A single hit on the chest and the guy was forced to fly backwards, knocking down those that were charging forward. Jack didn't stop at that as he swung his fists at those that came towards him. Since there was a crowd of over 100 men charging towards him, it was obvious that not all of them would attack him at the same time. So, as he moved around the crowd, he landed heavy punches on them, one punch that would make sure that the one that was punched wouldn't get back onto their feet. With everything of his being 4 times higher than the ones that were attacking him, Jack had no problem at all. He evaded what could be evaded and used other gangsters as shield when necessary. And so, it wasn't long before more than 20 gangsters lay on the floor wailing miserably. The others had no choice but to take a few steps backwards because none of them had expected that Jack was this fierce. Now that about a fifth of them were on the ground while Jack had no injuries on him, they lost the confidence that they were having before. Even Big 3 wasn't expecting such a scene. He had thought that it would be easy for them to kill Jack. With him dying in a place that was far from the public eye, there would be no one that would take them accountable considering that there were no witnesses. As if this was just a warm-up, Jack began stretching his joints. He had never been forced to use any aspect of his improved self to the maximum. But facing the more than 10 men at a single time, he had to use his speed and reaction at the maximum to avoid being hit. He looked at the goons that were eyeing him warily and smiled as he said, "Now, I don't want you to beat him up. Instead, all those that are going to join and work under me will receive a monthly salary of $30,000. Jack's words immediately changed the previously tense and somber atmosphere around the warehouse. "Now, I don't want you to beat him up. Instead, all those that are going to join and work under me will receive a monthly salary of $30,000. Jack's words immediately changed the previously tense and somber atmosphere around the warehouse. "If you're not convinced about that, you can still come and receive a beating from me. I'm not done warming up yet," Jack said as he revealed a smile that gave the gangsters a shiver. What he just said was true. He had just felt that his muscles had been stimulated, just like how people would feel like when they were doing exercises. And now, he could feel that he was far from getting tired. So, he didn't mind continuing for a little while to stretch his muscles to the limit. Although he claimed to be the limit, he was still holding back his punches, otherwise, the group that had received his attack would have definitely been in a bad shape at this moment. At this moment, Big 3 knew that things weren't going the way that they were supposed to. He got alarmed. But, he still tried maintaining the calm expression on his face. Don't get deceived by him. The moment that you agree to this, as long as he gets what he wants, how can he guarantee that he will pay you the amount of money that he's promised you? Big 3 said as he warily eyed Jack. There was a certain period of silence as the goons were contemplating on what to do. At this time, one of them took a step forward and said, "I agree to that. I'll join you." The others were stunned by this guy's decisiveness. They had never expected that he would agree to Jack's offer that easily. "That's good. From now on, you will be the leader of those that will agree to work under me. Your salary has been increased to $50,000 a month," Jack said as he nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't view this guy as an easy person to sway, but a smart one. He could already tell from the current situation that they had no chance of winning at all. Jack on the other hand was offering a big and guaranteed salary. In other words, he was not a simple person like they had thought he was. Someone that could afford to pay millions a month as salary to a group of gangsters. How could that person be simple? Upon seeing the scene where one of them took a step forward, Big 3 was enraged. He pointed his finger at that guy and said, "You idiot, once I'm done with this guy, I'll make sure to break your limbs." The guy looked at him and said, "What's the difference? Here. I can have guaranteed monthly payment. On the other hand, I sometimes get nothing at the end of the month as there's nothing to do. And for both sides, no matter where I choose, I'll end up beaten if things don't go as I had expected." Big 3. His words were like a wake-up call to the others. If they didn't join Jack, they would end up beaten. On the other hand, if they joined Jack, they would still end up being beaten up as long as Jack lost in the fight. But now, it was just a matter of where they would benefit the most and where there were higher odds of winning. And at this moment, the high odds and benefits were all on Jack's side. So, one by one, the gangsters began joining Jack's side until there was only about a dozen of them standing together with Big Three, who was fuming at this moment. He looked at the dozen or so goons that were standing behind him and thought, only these are the loyal ones. If I manage to get out of here, I surely will treat them well. He had just finished thinking this way when suddenly, a heavy punch landed on his back. Not expecting to be attacked from the back, Big Three was forced to stagger forward. He turned around and gazed at the group that was looking at him with hungry eyes. He shouted, "What the FCK do you think you're doing? Aren't you supposed to stand with me?" "I'm sorry, Big Three. But I don't remember saying that I'll stand with you in this. I simply stood here because I'm still trying to gain the $500,000 reward that was mentioned before." The guy with the red shirt spoke. The ones behind him had the same thoughts as him. So, they also nodded before charging towards Big Three, all at the same time. As for the ones that were standing behind Jack, they suddenly realized that they had just missed such a big opportunity. Although they wanted to make a move at this moment, they held themselves back as they didn't want to make Jack's impression on them to drop further. Although he was attacked by over 12 men at the same time, Big Three still managed to knock down 2 men. But at the end of it all, he was just a single person and was being attacked by a whole group. So, in the end, he was forced onto his knees with several injuries on him. "Boss, we've subdued him for you." The guy with the red shirt, the one that had initiated the attack, looked at Jack as he said these words. In return, Jack nodded in appreciation. Then, he said, "You've done a good work. And it seems that you're good at seizing opportunities. Had you done this earlier, I surely wouldn't have minded rewarding you with $1 million. The guy with the red shirt felt that he had just missed an even bigger opportunity. But still, he was still satisfied that he had gotten the small opportunity. "But you still have a chance, just make him say who's the one that had given him the mission to disrupt the activities of my stores," Jack stated as he eyed Big Three, who was now on his knees, with his head lowered. Big Three wasn't stupid. He knew that the situation wasn't in his favor at this moment. He knew that even if he had managed to beat the over 12 men that had attacked him, there were still others that were eyeing him, waiting for a chance to strike at him. Although he was angry at this moment, he had to look for a way to get himself out of this situation first. Otherwise, there was no way that he was going to give the information about what had happened here to the leader of the gang. The guy with the red shirt immediately threw a punch towards Big Three's head, and Big Three, who had been expecting that they would ask him the question first before taking action when he didn't answer, was immediately forced to eat dirt. "Didn't you FC King hear what boss just asked? He said that you're supposed to tell him who gave you the stupid suicide mission," the guy in red shirt yelled. Jack could tell that this guy was kind of venting his anger on Big Three. Maybe Big Three had been suppressing him a lot in the past days. In any case, that didn't matter to him at the moment. Big Three used his hands to try and get his face from the ground, and feeling aggrieved, he asked, "Hey, aren't you supposed to ask questions first before using the other methods to make me talk if I refuse? I just felt like punching you again. Furthermore, have you gone deaf after receiving a beating? I think boss asked that question since the start," the guy replied as he twisted his fist in the air, as if he was ready to punch again. Big Three. He thought for a moment and decided to give the answers before getting himself out of here. As for this Big Three and the others that had betrayed him, he decided to forget about that for the moment. The Jerks Brothers gang was big and the over 100 men that he'd brought here weren't even half of the whole gang. So, as long as he left here, he could simply deal with these ingrates using the other gangsters. "Alright, I'll talk," Big Three said before taking a deep breath. "To tell the truth, I myself don't know who was the one that sent the mission. Our leader was the one that talked with him over the phone and he may be the only one that knows him. As for the background, I can assume that it may be a member of the 5 big families or the Dante family." Jack listened and thought things through. He then asked, "Are you sure that it wasn't Frank?" Big Three was surprised that Jack knew about Frank. But all the same, he shook his head and said, "He hired us. But later, someone else called our boss to make a bigger move. As for Frank, he came looking for us and asked us of the same thing. I can only guess that this is the action of 2 different people." Jack's eyes narrowed. He decided that he would need to meet this leader of theirs so that he could know the other mastermind. All the same, it wasn't going to be hard to deal with Frank. He was now richer than the Dante family. So, he was sure that he could block all the sources of income or resources for their companies by breaking the partnerships that they had formed. But, he wasn't ready to make a move on the whole Dante family in respect to George. It seemed that he would have to look for another way of punishing Frank without influencing the whole family. Okay then, take me to that leader of yours. I will deal with him and the one that had given him the mission, Jack said. Although he was looking for a means of getting out of here, Big 3 never thought that a chance would present itself in front of him in such a manner. Although Jack had stated that he wanted to deal with his boss, how could Big 3 believe that he had the ability? To him, as long as he reached where the other gang members were, he would be saved. And then, he would be able to take his revenge on Jack and the ones that had betrayed them. So, he hurriedly agreed to take Jack to where the leader of the gang was, as if he was afraid that Jack would change his mind after thinking things through. You guys can wait for me here. I'll be back or I'll contact you if I can't come to find you, Jack stated as he exchanged contacts with the guy that had stepped forward first. After that, he drove away with the beaten Big 3. Although Big 3 had been well beaten up and had bled, it wasn't that much, other than having a nosebleed that he was preventing by using his handkerchief. With the directions pointed by Big 3, they arrived in front of a villa. Although its level couldn't be compared to the Prince and Princess Palace, it could be said to be good enough. He wasn't surprised by the fact that the gang leader lived an extraordinary life as compared to the low-level goons. In the gang, it was mostly a pyramid. The one at the top was fed by the ones at the bottom. After alighting from the car, Jack and Big 3 entered the courtyard of the villa, and just as he had expected, there were a few gang members here, obviously working as security for the boss. When they saw Jack coming in, two of them immediately went ahead and blocked his path. "What business do you have here?" one of the goons asked. "Get the hell out of the way for me," Big 3 shouted in response. He was itching to get to his boss so that he could have his sweet revenge. But now, a few minions were delaying that from happening. "Who the FCK are you? Do you believe me that I'll smash that face of yours? Oh, it seems that someone already did that. But, it doesn't hurt to beat you more," another goon shouted from the side as he pointed at Big 3. "You idiot! Do you know who you're talking to? I'll destroy you." Big 3 was already angry. And now that even a small goon dared to talk to him with such disrespect, he obviously had to do something about the anger in his heart. "Do you know where you are? Better scram from here, BEF." The goon wasn't allowed to speak further as he was interrupted by the other goon. "Why does his voice sound somehow familiar?" the goon said as he tried sizing up Big 3. Upon being reminded by his colleague, the other goon looked at Big 3 and immediately found the similarities between him and their third boss. "Now that you mentioned it, he really does look like him. But hey, could he be his twin brother? Is he here to look for Big 3 to ask for revenge? After all, look at his face. It's like someone beat the sh*t out of him. I think you're right. He may be his twin brother or something. Or, could he be his father or son? Come on, can you stop bullsh*tting? How can you not know Big 3? He doesn't have a wife, in fact. He always hangs out with several girls. How can he have a big son like this? Wait, now that this guy has hurt us and we talked to him rudely, do you think he will report us to Big 3? So what? This is the boss's villa. We didn't know him and we wanted to send him away when he was rude. Case solved. You're brilliant." The two guys spoke to each other, completely forgetting that Jack and Big 3 were still standing there. Jack chuckled as he looked at Big 3 who was already fuming and said, "Looks like your prestige as the third boss of the Jerks Brothers gang isn't that high." Jack's words immediately garnered the attention of the two that were still, seriously, discussing on how to deal with the situation in front of them. "What did I just say? I knew that this was Big 3's son," one of the goons said as he looked at his partner smugly. "Get lost, I think I heard him call him third boss," the other one retorted. "Come on, how can Big 3 be beaten into such an embarrassing state?" The other one didn't believe it at all. Getting enough of this, Big 3 stepped forward and gave each of them a tight slap on their faces. Paw. Paw. One by one, the two that hadn't expected this situation immediately looked at Big 3 with their wide eyes. They were just about to retort when they heard Big 3 talking again. "Just you wait till I finish dealing with the current problem. I'll make sure that you disappear by tonight," Big 3 said coldly. "Who's this shouting idiot that has been disfigured?" A man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt that exposed his thick arm muscles chuckled as he looked at Big 3. "What are you laughing at, Big 2? Frowning, Big 3 looked at the guy whom he referred to as Big 2 as he asked coldly. You're Big 3. What the FCK happened to you? Did you go to a dojo to challenge their master and you ended up being beaten to a pulp?" Big 2 was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected that Big 3 would be reduced to such a state in this city. "You're the one that challenged a master of a dojo," Big 3 retorted furiously. After calming down a little bit, he looked at the two that had been talking rubbish since he arrived and said, "I'll come back and deal with you." The two gangsters were immediately frightened as they shivered and took a few steps backwards. Although they wanted to defend themselves, upon seeing Big Three's face, they immediately gave up on that thought. "And who's this?" Big Two asked as he sized up Jack, who was standing at the side while enjoying the little show. "Big Two, we need to see the boss. He's here for the boss." Big Three didn't say more than that. He simply decided that it would be good if they dealt with Jack inside the territory, where there would be no witnesses. Looking at Jack for a moment, Big Two led the way as he said, "Follow me." Jack and Big Three followed Big Two into the villa. Then, they exited the villa through the back door and headed towards his small wooden cabin. Jack wondered what kind of taste the boss of the gang had. He actually lived inside a wooden cabin when he had a villa. Weird. Anyway, he followed the duo to the wooden cabin. Till now, he wasn't afraid that he would get attacked. He had already thought it through. Since the goons had been spread out to block the customers from visiting the stores, it was obvious that there would be lesser gangsters here. When they entered the cabin, Big Two used a crowbar to open up the wooden floor. Beneath it, there was a thick door that once it was opened, there was a path that led towards the underground. Jack was a little surprised upon seeing this. He finally understood why the boss was living in a wooden cabin. It was just a facade. But it was to be expected, as they would definitely be having shady deals that couldn't be exposed. And the way that they had hidden the door was definitely in such a way that it couldn't be expected. The metallic door was almost a meter thick, which would definitely prevent someone from noticing that below it, there was a hole. Jack said no word as he followed the duo down the well-lit path. And not long after, they arrived in a mansion-like basement. The basement was just like a house as it was well decorated. Added to this was the fact that it was designed just like how one would a mansion. Not long after, they entered a room where there was a man who was in his early 50s. He was holding a smoking pipe as he smoked without care of the world. The room had a setup that was similar to that of an office. But currently, the man was seating on a couch and in front of him was a table made of glass. "What's it?" He raised his head as he asked when he noticed the three. But, he focused his gaze on Jack. Although he was surprised by Big Three's swollen face, he still ignored that for the moment. "Boss, this," before Big Three could say a word, Jack took a few steps forward and looked at the boss as he asked, "Are you the one that ordered your minions to cause my store's losses?" Although surprised by Jack's words, the boss didn't lose his composure and said, "I was paid for that, and that was what I did. But I'm surprised that you're this young." Jack raised his brows a little. A small but cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he asked, "And how much did they pay you?" He completely ignored the man's last part of the sentence. Without seeing the need of hiding such a thing, or maybe due to his pride, the boss replied, $20 million in full. Haha, Jack chuckled a little before he spoke again. "Just a small $20 million to cause me a loss of over $100 million. Do you think that's fair?" "It doesn't matter. To us, it's a simple thing to block the stores and ensure that there are no sales before they close down. So, the $20 million is a good price." The man replied as he placed the smoking pipe on the table in front of him. "Oh, I see. But, did you ask the one that gave you the mission about the risk involved when taking the mission?" Jack asked curiously. "You're just a newcomer to the city. What risks can you bring if you're trying to establish yourself here? It's obvious that you have no big background," the man replied as he eyed Jack. Jack nodded. He then said, "Maybe true that I don't have a family to back me up. But, you should have at least asked about my ability before provoking me." The moment that he finished speaking, he kicked the table that was separating the two of them, immediately breaking it into pieces. "Maybe true that I don't have a family to back me up. But, you should have at least asked about my ability before provoking me." The moment that he finished speaking, he kicked the table that was separating the two of them, immediately breaking it into pieces. Jack's actions startled even the boss, as he had never expected that there was a person that would dare to attack him on his turf. So, he had completely been unprepared of such a situation. Jack strode forward while ignoring the surprised and stunned gazes of the three. He stopped in front of the boss of the Jerk Brothers gang. Or maybe the real Jerk Brother. Whatever, Jack didn't care about the name as he spoke. "The first thing that I want from you is that you compensate me for my losses." Jack's voice wasn't loud, but it could be clearly heard by the three present in the room. Jack continued, "The total loss for the previous day should be at least $210 million. And today, now is already almost noon and is on a Sunday, it should be at least $90 million. In total, you'll have to compensate me with at least $300 million. Who are you *TTING? You dare be rude in front of me, the jerk brother of Inchoate? It seems that you don't value your life at all. The boss, who had just regained his composure, sprang to his feet as he pointed his finger at Jack as he shouted. Patui, $300 million. Do you think I don't know what kind of business you're doing in this city? Not to mention $300 million in 1.5 days. You cannot earn $100 million in a whole month, jerk brother continued. Furthermore, do you expect me to compensate you? Hey, you better know where you're right now. This is my territory and I have the say here. I'm the king here, jerk brother continued. Jack ignored whatever jerk brother had just said as he continued with whatever it was that he was saying. The second thing that I want is the information about the one that sent you to disrupt my business here in the city. If they cannot look for better means and resort to such foul ones, I don't mind playing this game with them either. Upon seeing that Jack had ignored him, jerk brother was furious. He looked at Big 3 and 2 who were watching from the side, still unable to make out what they were supposed to do, and shouted, "What the FCK are you doing there? Call all the brothers of the gang here." "Why yes boss." Both Big 2 and 3 were startled by jerk brother's shouted and hurriedly nodded their head before rushing out of the room. Jerk brother. Although he had said that they were supposed to call the others, he didn't mean that the both of them should leave. He had expected that only one of them would leave to call the gangsters that were around while the other one would remain to restrain Jack from taking any action. Looks like those two are so thoughtful in that they knew that we need some time alone. Now that there's no more distraction, let's get serious. Jack smiled as he looked at jerk brother, whose expression was dark at the moment. What serious business do we two have to discuss? Just be patient and wait for my little brothers to come and deal with you. Jerk brother spoke as he sat back on the couch. Sorry for that, but I don't think I have that much time to wait, so I'll go straight to the point. Are you going to compensate me and provide me with the information that I want or not? Jack shook his head as he placed his foot on the couch that jerk brother was seated on. Seeing this, jerk brother was obviously infuriated. This was the place that he usually sat when he was relaxing. And now, Jack had just stepped on it with his shoe. He was just about to reprimand him when suddenly, he felt a hand holding his collar. Jack then spoke, more coldly this time, "If you won't speak, I might as well force the words out of you." Paw. A resounding slap could be heard in the next second as Jack slapped jerk brother. He had put in part of his strength, and as a result, a few teeth of jerk brother immediately loosened in his mouth. Had Jack placed a little bit more strength, jerk brother would have been forced to either swallow or spit out the teeth. What the FCK do? Why? Jerk brother immediately wanted to shout curses at Jack, but he wasn't given a chance at all. Paw, paw, paw. One slap after the other landed on his cheeks, and not long after, they were swollen as if he had just stuffed his mouth with food. Not only that, but during the time that Jack was slapping him, he had already spat several of his teeth. The area closer to his eyes had already become black, with several marks of fingers being visible on his cheeks. "I'll peek, stop, I shade that I will peek." With a few of his teeth missing and his cheeks bottled from receiving slaps, jerk brother spoke as if he was forcing himself to speak a foreign language, but his words were full of his accent. "I'll speak, stop, I said that I will speak. Now that's good. Why the hell did you make me waste a lot of time and effort slapping the words out of you?" Jack shook his head helplessly as he released jerk brother, who then fell back on the couch. Jerk brother wanted to cry at this moment. He was a coward who had chanced upon luck. He had won a lottery grand prize of $10 million. From there, he had intended to show off by hiring a few lackeys for himself. And as time passed by, he had hired almost 100 of them. And, using these 100 over men, he had decided to join the underworld. And so, the Jerk Brothers gang was formed. And as years went by, their reputation grew, and at the same time, their power rose and they became one of the top gangs in the city. It has already been 7 years since then, and now, the Jerk Brothers gang had grown to such a large gang and that he could make deals with the top families. He had gained a lot of wealth during these years, the villa above being one of them. But knowing that he didn't have the ability to fight, he had always put a cold and calm front to give the impression that he was a person that had nothing that could scare him. And for such a reason, added to his brains, he was able to lead the gang to the level that it was at the moment without the underlings revolting. Having gotten used to simply acting tough and solving the problems that required muscles by using his minions, he had never thought of a situation where he would be beaten up to this extent. When the second slap landed on him, he had already decided to tell the truth. But the slaps just kept coming without ceasing. It was only after the rate and speed at which the slaps were coming reduced that he had a chance of speaking. As for the ones that had gone to call the underlings, he wasn't sure if it was just taking time for them to reach here or if they were just taking their time. Anyway, since they were not here, he would have to make sure that he could get himself out of the situation that he was in. So, let's start with the first thing that I wanted. Will you compensate me or not? Jack smiled as he rubbed his palms together, obviously indicating that if the answer that he received was unsatisfactory, he would rain several slaps on Jerk Brother's cheeks again. See, can you reduce it? After all, the $300 million-ish a big amount of money. Jerk Brother stuttered as he asked. Can you reduce it? After all, the $300 million is a big amount of money? Jack looked at him as he stated calmly, you know, I have only asked for the exact amount of money that I have lost so far. I have not added the money that you're supposed to pay for making me spend a lot of time to get here. I have not added the price of dealing with the psychological torture to my employees. I have not added the cost of treating my customers' psychological damage, physical damage, hunger damage, refusal damage, threat damage, shoe dam. Alright, I'll pay it by next week. Most of the chings that I own in terms of asshach. I'll have to shell them to get enough money for that. Thatish unless you can take the asshach. Upon seeing how the price was going to rise, Jerk Brother had no choice but to agree. Alright, I'll pay it by next week. Most of the things that I own are in terms of assets. I'll have to sell them to get enough money for that. That's unless you can take the assets. I can barely accept the one about you spending time to come here personally. But, what's up with this customer damage? It's not like you'll give them the money anyway. Refusal damage? Hunger damage? FCK? Even shoe damage? Does any of these exist? Jerk Brother wailed inside his mind. That's good then. I'll just take the money, and, you better not try running away because I can still find you no matter where you hide. Jack gave a warning before continuing with narrowed eyes. Who's the one that gave you the mission? Jerk Brother felt his body shudder under Jack's gaze. All the same, he collected himself together and replied, I don't know, Shamwin coyed and gave me the mission. He transferred the money to my account after we came to an agreement. I don't know, someone called and gave me the mission. He transferred the money to my account after we came to an agreement. Jerk Brother replied. When he saw Jack's eyes still on him, he continued, the details H of the number were encrypted show, I didn't see the number of the shender. Ash for the account that sent the money, I don't know the owner either. The details of the number were encrypted so, I didn't see the number of the sender. As for the account that sent the money, I don't know the owner either. Jack thought for a moment and asked for the phone. After looking at the call logs, he found that the phone didn't show who the caller was, it just showed that it was a private number. After a while, Jack opened the bank message and looked at it. The account was registered under a person surnamed Hazda. The account number was also there. But, Jack was sure that there was no family with the surname Hazda in Inkoat City that had the abilities to easily pay $20 million. Now, who was this person? Jack then remembered something. He took out his phone and sent Denali the details that he'd gathered and asked her to investigate it. Now, he just had to wait for the results. About 10 minutes later, Jack received a call from Denali. Hello master, I found who the owner of the account is. The person is called James Hazda. He works for the Dante family under Reuben Shinely. Reuben Shinely is the head butler of the Dante family and is currently serving the current family head, Kevin Dante. Denali began. According to the records of the conversation, I have hacked into the private message that he had received 2 days ago stating that James Hazda was supposed to hire a group of gangsters to cause trouble for Jackson Enterprise grocery department. As Jack listened, his expression darkened. He himself hadn't expected that the family head of the Dante family would target him. As far as he could remember, other than in the banquet that was organized by Celine, he had never met Kevin. Additionally, even during the banquet, he couldn't remember interacting with him. But at the end of it all, he was targeted by the other party. The Dante family had no dealings with the groceries, so this couldn't be said to be a rivalry in business. But this was now at a personal level, a level that Jack would absolutely not tolerate. Okay then. Try and look into the Dante family, try and see if you can find anything related to the reason as to why they are targeting me. Jack instructed after a moment of thought. Yes master. Denali replied. After hanging up, Jack looked at Jerk Brother who was trying to catch what the person at the other end was saying. Upon noticing that the call had ended, He leaned his back on the couch and pretended that he hadn't done anything. Jack had obviously seen his actions. But he decided to ignore them because he had other things to do at the moment and there was nothing sensitive that they had spoken of. You can have those goons of yours retreat. I already know that the one that gave you the mission is the head butler of the Dante family, Jack stated. Ignoring Jerk Brother's surprised gaze, he continued, you better pay up whatever you're supposed to. But if you try playing any tricks again, I surely will make you pay for that. He turned around and headed for the door. He stopped for a moment as if he had just remembered something. He said without looking back, I've taken a few of your men to be working for me. So, I hope that you won't cause problems for them. Or else, I'll make one for you and I can assure that you won't like it. And with the last word, Jack stepped out of the room. Once he saw Jack walking out of the room, Jerk Brother immediately wiped away the cold sweat that had accumulated on his forehead. It was only at this moment that he realized how tense he really was in front of Jack. Although Jack was just a youth and he himself was already in his early 50s, he was greatly pressured by Jack. The thing that had shocked him the most was that Jack had actually found out who was the one that had sent the money within 10 minutes. This was something that even the big family in Inchoate City couldn't do. What's more, although the Dante family had tried hiding their tracks, just with the account number, Jack had found who the sender was. Didn't that mean that Jack had powerful connections with someone at the bank? Furthermore, he knew who the person was although he wasn't named Dante. Jack actually found out that he was related to the Dante family. I better try not to provoke him. Otherwise, I will surely be finished, Jerk Brother thought to himself. A huge crowd of people was blocking the hallway about 100 meters from the room that Jack was talking with Jerk Brother. Each and every one of them was holding a weapon and they seemed to be waiting for someone. In front of the group, Big 2 and Big 3 stood there, each of them gazing towards the entrance not far away from them. This was the scene that Jack saw the moment that he stepped out of the room. He looked at the huge crowd of people that were blocking the corridor with a smile. He didn't stop walking and neither was he surprised to see them here. With his senses, he had already heard them the moment that they entered the basement. He could already guess that this group was planning on overthrowing Jerk Brother. All that time that Jack had been inside that room, if these guys were really going to help, they would have already done so. They had arrived about 5 minutes after the two left the room. But Jack had been in the room for over 20 minutes but they hadn't showed up. Although they indeed came in earlier, they had been standing there, waiting. I guess that you guys are waiting for me to deal with your boss before you can take over the throne of the gang? Jack asked with a smile on his face as soon as he was in front of the group. The smile made Big 3's heart skip a beat at the moment. It wasn't long since he saw that smile. That was the same smile on his face when he beat up more than 20 people of the group that he had taken to deal with Jack. What are you talking about? We just arrived here and we're waiting for you so that we can beat you up, Big 3 said. Looking at the big group behind him, he got his courage to face Jack. On the other hand, Jack simply chuckled and said, don't worry, it doesn't matter. But if you were expecting me to kill the boss for you before you can attack me in the name of revenge, then I'm sorry to disappoint you, your boss is still alive and healthy. Jack's words stunned both Big 3 and Big 2. They never thought that Jack could easily see through their plan. But all the same, they decided that they were going to deal with Jack. Jack had already beaten Big 3 and that was enough of a reason for them to attack. Big 3 was just about to order the group to charge forward when they heard a shout coming from behind Jack. What the FCK are you doing there? Can you get out of the way and let the gentleman pass? Jerk Brother yelled. He wanted Jack to get out of here as fast as possible. But, the group under him was already trying to make him stay. Jerk Brother's words stunned the group. They hadn't expected that their boss would allow Jack to leave. Although Big 3 was reluctant, he had no choice but to give up on the idea of having his revenge for a moment. They had planned to finish off Jack the moment that they found out that Jerk Brother was dead. According to what Big 3 had thought, Jack was furious and would definitely kill Jerk Brother. And in the name of having revenge for their boss, they would attack Jack. As for why they couldn't just attack Jerk Brother and take the throne from him was simple. If they dared to betray the leader of a gang, all the other gangs will definitely eliminate them. But now that the plan was no longer going to work, they had to look for ways to deal with the furious Jerk Brother. The crowd parted and Jack walked out. He got out through the wooden cabin and finally left the villa as he headed towards Celine's friend's company, Eminent Beauty. As for how Jerk Brother was going to deal with the two people who tried betraying him, he didn't care as it was none of his business. Along the way, he called the guy that was leading the gangsters that he'd left at D's warehouse and told him that they were supposed to look for him at the entrance of the business overlord building the following day. And after that, he called George. Not long after, George responded. "Hello boss. Are you okay?" George's voice was filled with concern. Jack had left to deal with a group of gangsters and as a result, he was concerned. He now took Jack not only as his boss, but as a friend, so, he was really concerned about his safety. "Yeah, I'm okay. How are things on your side?" Jack replied before asking. "It's good that you're okay. As for this side, the gangsters are retreating. There are areas that they had retreated from earlier," George replied. Jack nodded in satisfaction. Although the gangsters might have caused him to lose some customers, he was sure that they would be back in a while. "I have something to tell you. It seems that your family is involved with the gangsters," Jack said solemnly. "Ah, are you sure about that, boss? If it's my Uncle Frank, then he's definitely doing this on his own but not the family." George tried to reason things out. "I guess you know Reuben Shinily?" Jack asked. "Our family's butler?" George was surprised that Jack knew about the old butler. "Yes, he's the one that paid the gangsters to cause me to close the stores," Jack said. "This can't be. Wait, I'll ask them about this," George said before ending the call. He absolutely knew that this involved the Dante family, then that meant that his family wanted to fight with Jack. But what he didn't know was why that was so. Dante family mansion. Inside the study, Kevin looked at Reuben and asked, "How are things going with the plan?" "They're good. Yesterday, they had a drop of sales by about 90%, Reuben replied. "Okay then, I would like you to organize a meeting with Jack. If possible, I would like that to happen tonight. We can invite him to dinner and discuss things through," Kevin said. "Okay," Reuben replied before taking his phone, ready to make a call. But before he could, the phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he frowned for a moment before he received it. "Hello? Are you Mr. Reuben of the Dante family?" "Okay," Reuben replied before taking his phone, ready to make a call. But before he could, the phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he frowned for a moment before he received it. "Hello? Are you Mr. Reuben of the Dante family?" Reuben wondered why the voice sounded familiar in his ears. But all the same, just to confirm his suspicions, he asked, "Who are you?" "Of course you won't know me because you were hiding in the dark, trying to play mysterious while sending my Jerk Brothers gang into our doom. How good you really are, Mr. Reuben," Jerk Brother said sarcastically. Reuben hadn't expected that Jerk Brother would know that they were the ones that had offered the mission. But what surprised him the most was the fact that Jerk Brother said that he had sent them to their doom. How? He couldn't understand. "What do you mean by saying that we sent you to your doom? Wasn't it just dealing with a simple junior and give him pressure that his stores would be closed down?" Reuben asked, completely ignoring the first part of Jerk Brother's statement. "Just a junior? Are you trying to play ignorant with me at this time even after I have found out that you were the ones that had given out the mission? I will tell you this right now. We are no longer taking that mission. I will refund you your $20 million. Jerk Brother got even angry as he thought how the other party was playing dumb. It was obvious that he knew what he had done, but he was actually trying to get out of this by playing dumb. Although there was nothing big that he could do to the Dante family, he could as well stop cooperating with them in the future. He might as well tell the other bosses of the gangs in the city about this. So, he could make sure that all the connections that the Dante family had in the underworld were cut off. "What do you mean that you're refunding me? I simply told you to pressure the stores by reducing their sales, that's all. It's not like you're going to a life and death fight, right?" Reuben asked. He couldn't allow one of their plans to fail at a critical moment. After all, they had already arrived at a crucial point and it was just that they simply had to take a single action and they would succeed. This is more than a life and death battle. At least in a life and death battle, there's a chance of getting out alive, even if it's small. But this is a direct death sentence, Jerk Brother retorted. "Can you be direct with your words? You're talking in riddles and that I definitely can't understand what you mean," Reuben asked as he tried to understand what Jerk Brother was meaning. On the other hand, Kevin listened tentatively from the side. He wasn't sure about what was going on. But, from Reuben's expression, he could tell that it wasn't something good. And for some reason, a bad premonition began rising in his heart. "What I mean is simple. You actually knew that the owner of the stores was actually a big shot. But, you hid that information from us. What's more, you sent us saying that he was just a nobody with a little money trying to establish himself in the city. It would have been better if you had not said anything. But, you dare give us faulty information?" The more Jerk Brother spoke, the more angry he became. When he had received the information that Jack was just a little junior with money, trying to establish himself in the city, he thought that the information was to be trusted considering that the other party was paying $20 million. Who knew that they were trying to eliminate the gang using the $20 million? How could he not be angry? Had they not told him any information about Jack, he would have definitely investigated him. And if he found that he was someone that he couldn't handle, he would simply refuse to take the mission. What big shot! That little brat has got no background at all. He's trying to establish himself here in the city. Ruben refused to believe that Jack had a bigger background than the Dante family. You still can't admit it? Hey, you asked someone else to send me the money and make the deal with me. But at the end of the day, I still found out that you were the ones that had wanted us to carry out the mission. Jerk Brother sneered. Upon being reminded that the other party had actually found out that they were the ones that had asked James to give out the mission to the gang, Ruben couldn't help but think things through. According to what he knew, unless James himself revealed that he was the one that had told him to ask the Jerk Brothers gang to carry out the mission, there was no way that Jerk Brother would know about that. Not even the Big Five families could know about that, as James was someone who secretly operated things for the Dante family. He had never revealed information that he was related to the Dante family in any way. Are you too surprised? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I would like to tell you that it wasn't me who found out who James was. You know who did it? It was the target of the mission. Jerk Brother laughed angrily as he said these words. Ruben couldn't believe it at all. Jack? You mean that he was the one that had found out about it? Did you tell him about the mission? What nonsense are you spouting there? Humph. This guy is so strong. With most of my men out there to block the stores, there were only a few of them present at my villa. One of my subordinates took 100 men to deal with him. Jerk Brother was silent for a moment before he continued, and you know what the results were? He beat up more than 20 people by himself and then, he bought the others over. In other words, I have lost over 100 men because of you. Then, he came to my villa and caused trouble. He took my phone and looked at the account number that had sent the money to my account. And guess what? You were exposed within 10 minutes. 10 FC King minutes. Not days, not months, it was 10 minutes. Even an idiot understand what this means. Someone without any connections can do that. FCK. I'm sure that even you yourself don't have enough connections with the bank for them to give you the information about the account holder. And another thing that you should know is that he knew that you were the one that actually sent the guy. So, he knows. And guess what? I've changed my mind. I'm not refunding your 20 million that you sent over. After all, I have just lost 300 million as compensation plus 100 men over. Jerk Brother said all these words in one breath before hanging up. Ruben remained holding the phone in his hand, not sure what to do at the moment. He was too shocked by the information that he had just received. He wasn't sure what was the best way of reacting to this piece of information. Kevin watched from the side in silence as he waited for Ruben to speak. In the end, seeing that the old man was still standing there without saying a word, he couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Kevin's words pulled Ruben out of his stupor. He regained his usual calmness, but there was somberness in his expression. He began explaining, "The Jerk Brothers failed the mission that we gave them." When Ruben finished explaining what had happened, Kevin himself was also not sure what to say at the moment. He had now become frustrated. He wondered why all of his plans were getting ruined every time that they reached a critical moment. Could we have been mistaken about Jack's background? Kevin asked doubtfully. I think so. But I think even our previous assumptions are wrong. He might be from a bigger family, one that is bigger than the Alfonso family. I do believe that even the Alfonso family would need a lot more time to be able to find out that James was related to us. It may take a whole month, or they may even fail to know about that. The more Ruben spoke, the more frightened he became. Then, Kevin thought of something that made him jump from the couch. Could he be the Jack that Dalton asked me to help him get information about him? Upon being reminded of this, Ruben also remembered that it hadn't been long since Dalton, who was Jack's father, had called and asked them to help him gather information about his son. According to what he had said, his son was about to get married to Alton's granddaughter and they were already engaged. If they did give them the help, the Alfonso family would support them. Thinking about Jack being known as Jackson Alfonso, and for him to know about their information in 10 minutes, could it be that Alton was involved? I don't think that Master Alton can do that in such a short moment of time. Although he's as powerful as the Gravies, his influence in Inchoate City is minimal. Kevin shook his head as he muttered. Then, could it be Just before Ruben could say a word more, Kevin's phone rang. Kevin took it and looked at the screen. His expression changed and he became angry. The caller was his son, George, who had insisted on living outside for 5 years. Receiving the call, he asked grumpily, "What is it? Father, what are you guys doing? Do you know who you're actually provoking? I will tell you that. If you have any more plans of messing with Jack, it's better if you give up on them right now," George said. Jack arrived in front of the building where Eminent Beauty, the fashion company that Celine had started for her friend, was located. He parked his Bentley Continental GT and headed straight for the office. He had already informed Celine that he would be here. As a result, she had told him to go to the 3rd floor, that was where her office was located. From the way that she had said it, it was obvious that she was busy with something. As he headed for the elevator, Jack looked around at the way that things had been decorated here. He could only say that this was indeed where fashion mattered the most. He could see several people moving from place to place with different clothes in their hands. There were other clothes that he could see that were a fashion that he had never seen before and had been out on display. Jack was amazed as he could tell that the level of this company, although it was just a start-up, it was already not that bad as compared to Terran designers. After feeding his eyes for a moment, he entered the elevator and headed to the 3rd floor. When it opened, he happened to meet with Faith, Celine's assistant, or secretary. Jack wasn't sure about the relationship between the two. "Oh, Mr. Jack, you're here already?" Faith was expecting that Jack would come here. But, he had never expected that he would be here this early. According to what Celine had told her, Jack was dealing with a few gangsters that were causing trouble for his stores. For him to be here this fast, wasn't he so efficient if he had already dealt with them? "Yes, Miss Faith. By the way, you can just call me Jack, we're an acquaintance after all." Jack smiled as he nodded. "Okay then. Celine is in her office, at the end of the corridor. I have something to take care of at the moment, so I won't be able to take you there," Faith said as she looked at Jack. Jack wasn't sure why Faith was looking at him in such a manner. But, he still thanked her and left as he headed straight towards where she had pointed. Faith looked at Jack's receding back meaningfully. She thought to herself, would someone that has just met the other offer help that easily? There must be something that these two are trying to hide. Even as she thought of that, she still got into the elevator and left. Jack arrived in front of an office. He found that the door was slightly open, and from the small space, he could see the figure of Celine, who was immersed in some kind of paperwork. From this angle, he could see part of her beautiful face. Although not clearly, he could still see her beauty. When she was this serious with what she was doing, Jack had to admit that she was indeed a beauty. To be exact, her beauty was even more prominent when she was this serious. She was currently dressed officially. Although he could only see her upper part of the body as the other was hidden below the desk, he could see the white blouse that could be seen from the front. He observed her working, not wanting to enter, but enjoy and appreciate the beauty that he was seeing. As if she felt something, Celine, who was immersed in the office work, raised her head as she glanced at the door. Then, the two eyes, blue and green, met as time froze for a moment. The two held their gazes before Jack broke the silence with an awkward chuckle. He had been staring at the lady and she just happened to see him doing that. It was good to stare at a beauty and appreciate her. But, to be caught while staring, that was a different case. With his reaction speed, he could have easily shifted his gaze and pretend that he was just arriving. But, he didn't. And the reason behind that was something that he failed to understand. Ahem, hello there. Jack greeted as he entered the office. The things inside were all neatly arranged, proving that Celine was a lady that loved cleanliness. "How long have you been staring at me like that?" Celine didn't reply to his greeting as she asked. "Well, about 10 minutes, Jack replied honestly. Celine was stunned by Jack's words. To think that this guy had been staring at her like that for almost 10 minutes, Celine didn't know whether to laugh or reprimand him. She then thought, can you not be so honest about it? "And you're proud of that?" Celine pretended to be angry at him. "Well, I just couldn't help it. You're such a beauty after all. I can't help but want to stare and appreciate how beautiful you are," Jack replied as he smiled awkwardly. From the way that she was looking at him and her tone, he felt that she was angry at the fact that he had been staring at her for that long. But, he could only blame his eyes and his tastes for beauties. TCH, men never miss words to say to a lady, Celine clicked her tongue as she said. Then, she pointed at a seat in front of her. Understanding her meaning, Jack sat in front of her as he observed her working. He looked at her handwriting and was amazed. For some reason, he felt that her handwriting was just as beautiful as her. After about 10 minutes, Celine put the document aside and looked at Jack. Have you already dealt with the gangsters? Jack nodded. In fact, I have made them to compensate me for the losses that I have incurred so far. Oh, you're fast. I'm curious, how much was the compensation? Celine asked as she raised her brows a little, with curiosity written all over her face. $300 million and 100 men. Jack replied nonchalantly. Celine's mouth went agape from shock. What did she just hear? $300 million? Who was going to give that much compensation? Did they break his stores or what? But, even the stores and the groceries that he was selling were not worth that big amount of money, right? Are you joking? Celine asked. Not at all, I'm saying the truth here. That's just enough compensation for the losses that I suffered from the lack of sales yesterday, and it was on a Saturday. Jack shook his head as he replied. Celine was speechless once again. That was just for bad sales. What if the stock was robbed, or his stores were demolished? Wouldn't he ask for at least $1 billion for compensation? Celine didn't know just how right her thoughts were. Had they really destroyed the stores or robbed the stock, Jack would surely have made sure to ask them to pay $1 billion in the least. The reason being that, once the stores were demolished, he would have to get new stores and renovate them once again. And, it would take some time. And the time that would be used for renovation, would be the time that he was supposed to be earning hundreds of millions. It's okay if you don't want to tell me the truth then, Celine waved her hand dismissively, thinking that Jack didn't want to tell her the truth. But, she was feeling a little down that Jack didn't trust her to tell her something like that. Jack. There it was again, if he told the truth, they thought that he was lying. Maybe he had to lie. That was a decision made after several trials of speaking the truth only to be dismissed as a liar. Seeing that silence was about to dominate the office, Jack thought of something and said, "Why don't we head out for lunch first? You haven't eaten, right?" Celine looked at him as she nodded in her heart. Seems that this guy is thoughtful too. Okay. Let's go. My treat this time, Celine said as she got up from her seat. As she stood up, she showed her curvaceous body and Jack couldn't help but stare again. What could he do? The eyes just wanted to look and they had the support of the heart. So, Mr. Brain was also forced to analyze the beauty even if he was opposing the idea of staring. You're staring again. Aren't you tired of staring? You stared for almost 10 minutes before, Celine complained jokingly. But all the same, she was happy that her charm was there and could capture Jack. Well, I was staring at half of you. But now, I can stare at the full of you. Two different things, completely different. Instinctively, Jack gave an honest response of what he was thinking at the moment. Celine was stunned by Jack's words. But, she smiled before she picked a document and threw at his face as she said, "Stop staring, let's get going already. I'm hungry." Jack didn't dodge at all. It was just a piece of paper. What harm could it cause if it hit him? But if he dodged, he would surely have to stop enjoying looking at her. He just raised his hand and caught the piece of paper and put on the desk as he continued feeding his eyes. Seeing Jack's action, Celine couldn't help but flash another smile before picking a file. She was just about to throw it at Jack's face when a voice came from the door. "Can you two stop flirting already? Aren't you supposed to be getting acquainted? How come you're behaving like lovers?" Faith said as she squinted her eyes at the two. Faith's words made Celine remember where she was. She blushed and returned the file back on the desk while giving Faith a stare. Jack didn't mind and neither did he explain about Faith's assumptions. He just said, "I'm getting acquainted here. Maybe I will need to buy her a few pairs of clothes, so it's good to get acquainted to her body." Jack's words caused the two ladies to blush for a moment. They couldn't help but size up Jack once again. Jack, not knowing that his words had caused a certain misunderstanding, he said as he headed for the door, "Let's get going for lunch then." Jack, Faith and Celine walked out of the office together before heading downstairs. Upon seeing Jack, who was walking with the two top beauties with the highest authority in the company, the employees were surprised and wondered what his background was. Everyone here knew that Celine's background wasn't something small. As the workers here, they definitely knew about that. For Jack, the only man that they had seen closer to Celine, to be here and chat with her so casually, he must be from a big background, right? Jack and the two ladies ignored the looks and whispers of the employees as they walked out of the building. They didn't go far from the company as there was a small restaurant closer to the company. It was only a 20 minutes walk away. Having already lived a life where he would eat in such a small stall to save money, Jack saw no problem with eating here. "Are you sure that the food here is okay?" Faith asked doubtfully. Jack smiled and said, "You shouldn't doubt these people. Although they run small businesses, it's not that they're dirty, it's just that they lack enough capital to start bigger businesses. So, you don't need to worry. They maintain high hygiene. It's just that it looks simple due to the lack of the expensive tables and decorations." Jack's words made the two ladies nod as they sat down. Celine looked at Jack and asked, "You're talking as if you've already experienced eating in this kind of stalls?" "Yeah, most of the time, as long as I wasn't eating at home, I would definitely be visiting the stalls to get my meals. They're good even though they're not expensive," Jack affirmed. Celine's impression of Jack changed once again. The way that he was spending money had made her think that he was a prodigal. But, looking at his simple clothes and where they were going to have their lunch, plus the fact that Jack seemed used to being here, she dumped that thought. They soon ordered the meal. Well, it was Jack who did that as he knew the menu of the food that was sold in these kinds of stalls. The two ladies had been living a different life, and as a result, this was going to be their first experience. They ate simple fried rice with a few pieces of pork. The total price of the food after they were done was only $700 per person. Only Jack ate 3 bowls alone. In total, it cost them $3,500 that was then paid by Celine. "Jack, what you said was true. The food was really tasty. I wanted to eat more but, I just can't finish a second bowl, so, there's no need for me to order it only to leave it behind, that'll be a waste." Celine shook her head in the end. "Jack, you really have a big appetite. How comes I have never noticed it?" Faith asked as she walked beside Celine. "How can you know about my appetite when we haven't had meals together? But worry not, maybe in the future, you'll know the level of my appetite," Jack said. They continued walking towards the company while chatting. It was during these chats that Faith understood Jack's character. Although he was walking alongside two beauties, his gaze was only full of sincere appreciation and not undisguised lust. Additionally, he was an honest man, not that much scheming. As for whether this was his true character or just a facade, she would need to observe more. They were just about to cross a street when Jack's expression changed. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Then, he whispered to Faith's ears. "Don't worry about us, we will be back by evening. There's no need to panic, I'm going to deal with the origin of the problem." His words were only heard by Faith. "Huh?" Faith was obviously confused by Jack's words. She was just about to ask what he was meaning when suddenly, a van stopped next to them. Before she could react, Jack pushed her to the side as several bulky men got out of the van hurriedly and captured Celine and Jack, pulled them into the van before it sped away, leaving the flabbergasted and panicked Faith. She had just been pushed away by Jack and she had no time to react by the time that they two were taken away. Since she was a distance away from the two, she was obviously ignored by the kidnappers. Faith hurriedly took out her phone and began dialing the emergency number for the police, 123. But, she was so nervous and was panicking in that the phone fell on the ground before the screen cracked. She hurriedly picked it up only to notice that the screen had turned black and cracks filled it. She was surprised and looked down, only to notice that there was actually a stone with a sharp edge on the ground. And, coincidentally or not, the phone had dropped directly on it and the stone actually damaged the phone screen. She tried tapping on it only to find that it was no longer working. She got scared at this moment that she forgot what Jack had told her a moment ago. She began blaming herself for being careless at the moment. She had completely ignored replacing her cheap phone because she was busy. Had she been having a better phone, it surely wouldn't have been destroyed the moment that it hit the floor. Looking around, she found that there was a man passing by. She hurriedly stopped him and asked for his phone to make a call to the police. Although the man was doubtful, seeing Faith's panicked and official dressing, he gave her the phone. Faith hurriedly thanked him before calling the police. Inside the van, Jack held Celine in his arms, feeling the softness of her body on his. When they were kidnapping them, Jack had purposely placed himself before the group. So, they had taken him first before they pulled Celine into the van. They had already confiscated their phones and switched them off. Although Jack wasn't expecting that the guys that were loitering around the eminent beauty company actually had the plan of kidnapping her, he had noticed the van when it approached them. He had previously told Heyman that he had already returned, so, he could recall his men back. Who knew that this would happen as soon as Heyman stopped interfering? When they got into the van, he pulled Celine into his arms and protected her. Since he had let the kidnapping happen, he was going to make sure that nobody treated her badly. Celine was scared at this moment. She had never thought that in such a small city, there would be someone that would dare to kidnap her. But feeling Jack's arms around her, she found herself calming down. Although she felt that it was quite weird that he was hugging her at the moment, she was happy that he was willing to protect her even in such a situation. In the end, she could only blush at the thought of how close they were to each other. Although they had already been this close when dancing, this was actually a different scenario. "Don't worry. I will deal with this problem from the source. Be assured, nobody is going to hurt you," Jack whispered into Celine's ears. Jack's words immediately made Celine's racing heart to calm down. She tried getting out of his embrace, but Jack didn't allow that at all. The reason being that, he enjoyed the sensation of, ahem. He wanted to protect her from being taken advantage of by the kidnappers. Upon noticing that Jack had no intention of letting her go, Celine could only remain in his arms, enjoying his protection. She was sure that if this was another person other than Jack that was holding her, she would have surely made sure to keep a distance. As for Jack, it was instinctive, she felt like she belonged in his arms. In total, there were 6 kidnappers plus the driver. Added to Jack and Celine, there was a total of 8 people. Looking at the 2 of them who were seated there without causing any trouble or screaming for help, the kidnappers felt pleased. They had been instructed to ensure that they did not harm the lady in any way. And seeing that she was not troublesome and was instead cooperative, they were satisfied. But they were obviously not pleased with seeing Jack holding a beauty in his arms in front of them. So, they tried provoking him, to see if he would cause trouble so that they could at least beat him up. "Look at that kid, he's such a coward. Right, he's been kidnapped but he doesn't even try fighting back. What a waste of a handsome face. Not even trying to show off in front of the beauty. You guys, what nonsense are you talking about? What's the use of him acting bravely when he can simply sit there and embrace a beauty? You can only look from the side." Kidnappers. They really had nothing to say. Although they wanted to retort, they found that there was nothing that they could say as that was the truth. But they dared not to make the 2 who were not causing trouble to start it. They could just complete the mission first. Jack on the other hand simply sneered as he thought to himself, "Kidnapped? More like bringing a tiger into a sheep's pen." Silence reigned in the van as it drove towards the outskirts of the city. They arrived in front of a very familiar warehouse. Jack could clearly remember that not long ago, he had been here. And, there were supposed to be 100 men here. But from the looks of it, they had already left. And having not received a call to inform him that they were in trouble, Jack would like to assume that Jerk Brother didn't cause them any problems. Now, something that made him wonder was the fact that they had been brought to this warehouse. Could it be that the Jerk Brothers gang was the one that was involved with the kidnapping of Celine? If that was so, then Jack would surely have to deal with Jerk Brother well. After all, it wasn't long ago when he beat up the other guy, but here he was, already kidnapping others. When they arrived in front of the warehouse, the van stopped. And after a moment, the kidnappers alighted one after the other before they stood beside the door for Jack and Celine to alight from the van. Jack held Celine in his arms and got out of the van. There was no fear on his face, and it was like he had come here on a vacation. In a moment like this, Celine was supposed to be frightened that she had been kidnapped, and there were several men here, having tattoos on their bodies, and they were holding blunt weapons. But when she felt Jack's hands around her, she didn't feel any sign of danger at all. In fact, she felt extremely secure in his arms. Looking at the warehouse that was currently having a few gangsters as compared to the first time that he was here, Jack shook his head as he thought that things would be easier for him to deal with. Seeing that there was no form of resistance from the duo, the gangsters got bored. They liked seeing the terrified expression on the faces of those that they had kidnapped. They were the ones that enjoyed bullying the weak and feared the strong. And now seeing that the people that they had caught this time had no fear in their eyes, they were obviously not pleased. But all the same, they were told that they were not supposed to treat that lady rudely, and since she was in Jack's arms at the moment, they were afraid that if they dared to taunt Jack, they would surely make the lady start resisting. The 2 were led into the warehouse, and they were taken to one corner where there were a few couches that had been placed there. Jack assumed that there were some gangsters that stayed here and they were the ones that had placed the furniture here. Jack was surprised that the treatment that they were receiving wasn't that bad. In fact, they were only being restricted from roaming around. As for harassing them, that had yet to happen. As such, the anger that was burning in Jack's heart reduced in intensity, but it did not dissipate. Why would they kidnap her? They dared to restrict her freedom and place her in such a place. Furthermore, with several guys looking at her with such lecherous eyes, Jack obviously had to punish them. But, the main thing that Jack wanted was to get the mastermind behind all of this. After taking a seat, Jack still hadn't let go of Celine. He decided to wait and see who was the one that was in charge here. He wasn't sure if the warehouse was being shared by several gangs or if it was just the Jerk Brothers gang that occupied it. About 30 minutes later, Jack heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him. But he didn't turn his head and remained gazing at Celine, who was currently leaning on his chest. Even in such a situation, he still couldn't help but ogle at Celine. And upon seeing his gaze on her, Celine blushed. But considering where they were currently, she didn't say a word and let him enjoy her beauty. Soon, the owner of the footsteps arrived in front of the two. Jack could feel that there were two footsteps that had stopped behind him. But all the same, he didn't care about that. Standing in front of Jack, the other party couldn't see his face as currently, Jack's head was lowered as he enjoyed the beauty in his hands. "You don't seem nervous for someone that has just been kidnapped," the man spoke as he gazed at the two. Hearing the familiar voice, Jack's brows rose. Then, he said with some hint of sarcasm, "We meet again in such a grand manner." When he heard these words, the expression of the person that was standing in front of Jack changed as horror appeared on his face. He was not the only one, as even the two that were standing behind the couch that Jack and Celine were seated on had a change in their expressions. What are you doing here?" the man stuttered. He couldn't believe that he had just been happy that he had sent Jack away, only for him to appear here again. And from the looks of it, he was in even more deep trouble. Jack raised his head and gazed at Jerk Brother, whose face was currently flushed. The guy was still not healed and his face had injuries. But it seemed that this guy had used a good amount of money to get a medicine that could actually reduce the swelling. As for the missing teeth, Jack wasn't interested on how Jerk Brother was able to talk normally without a few teeth in his mouth. Looking at Jack, who was looking at him with a cold expression, Jerk Brother was soaked in sweat. He wasn't the only one, as the two that had accompanied him, Big 2 and 3, were so scared. After Jack left, Jerk Brother had told them that Jack's background was definitely something that they couldn't mess with. So, they had made a decision that they would not dare to cross Jack's path. And if they met by coincidence, they would run far away from him. But, in just a few hours since their last meeting, they had already met Jack. And to make matters worse, they were the ones that had brought him here. There was no need to think, as they could already tell that Jack and their target had a deep relationship. So, they had just targeted Jack's girl the moment that he had left. Wouldn't he think that they were trying to take revenge on him for beating them up? The other gangsters were surprised upon seeing the way that their three leaders were behaving in front of Jack. This was actually the first time that they had seen them this flustered. Although they were curious about what was going on, reading the atmosphere, they dared not to make a sound and waited to see what was going to happen next. "What do you mean by what am I doing here? I was kidnapped by your men and brought here," Jack said as a small but cold smile began emerging at the corner of his lips. "I'm sorry about that. But I think that the ones that we sent made a mistake and got you here. You were not supposed to be kidnapped." Jerk Brother shook his head and tried to explain things out. "Is that so? Then who was the real target?" Jack asked with narrowed eyes. Seeing the way that Jack was looking at him, Jerk Brother's heart skipped a beat and he nervously said, "We didn't know that she was your wife. If we knew, we wouldn't dare to make a move on her even if we were given the guts of a newborn calf." He had already branded the two as couples. Jack didn't explain it. And although Celine was surprised by this, she still kept quiet about it, while thinking that, if Jack didn't want to explain, then she wasn't going to say a word to explain their real relationship. Jack looked at him for a moment and asked, "Who's behind this now?" He could already tell that the other party didn't even know Celine's identity. Otherwise, with Jerk Brother's character, how could he dare to make a move on her? Without hesitation, Jerk Brother replied, "It was the Dante family, the same Reuben Shinily who gave us the mission to cause trouble for your stores." When Jack heard these words, he narrowed his eyes. He was wondering if the Dante family was just so tired of being a big family in the city or what. After all, this was getting too much now. Not only had they targeted him, but they had also targeted Celine at the same time. It was like they were thinking that one problem wasn't enough, and they needed more. Celine was also surprised when she heard that it was the Dante family that had organized for her to be kidnapped. As a member of a big family, she definitely knew the intention of the Dante family by kidnapping her. Jack looked at her and asked, "Do you have a grudge against the Dante family?" That was the only thing that Jack could think of. There might be a grudge between the Dante family and Celine or her family. But he wasn't sure what that grudge was. Not at all. If we had a grudge against them, they wouldn't be standing at the top of Incoat City by now. Although my family is based in the capital, As long as they're serious about destroying a small family like the Dante, they would definitely have no problem dealing with them within a month. Celine shook her head as she explained her doubts. When Jerk Brother and the other goons heard Celine's words, they were immediately terrified. To them, the Dante family was a big pillar that they could only look at from below. But this girl's family could actually destroy the Dante family within a month? And it was located in the capital? This made them shiver, just thinking about the fact that they had just kidnapped such a big shot. If the Dante family couldn't survive the attack, how could their gang survive? Jerk Brother's expression currently was so ugly. He just thought it himself, good, just good, excellent Dante family. You had prepared 2 plans to destroy my gang? If I ever survive this calamity, I will surely make sure that you pay for it even if it will kill me, he swore to himself. Jack looked at the shocked Jerk Brother and asked incredulously, "You were not told who your target was from the beginning?" In response, Jerk Brother nodded and replied, "They told us not to care about the identity of the target. As long as we completed the mission without causing her harm, there will be nothing to worry about." Seeing that Jack was expecting more, he continued, "At first, just like the mission that they had given us for your stores, they had tried keeping it a secret that they were the ones behind it. But after you found out that they were the ones that had given the mission, it was easy to relate the two as the payment came from the same account." Jack heard this and thought for a moment. He then asked, "What mission was given to you first and when was that?" The first one was for the lady here. We were supposed to have some of our minions move around that area. Then, once we were given the go-ahead, we would kidnap her. As for when the mission was issued, it was during the start of last week, on Monday to be precise," Jerk Brother replied. Jack's expression shifted for a moment and asked, "Even after the first mission you're still collaborating with the Dante family?" Jerk Brother panicked as he replied hastily, "Not at all, not at all. It was just that they had given us the mission first. We decided to complete it as the last one that we would ever do for them." Jerk Brother had previously wanted to give up on the mission. But, upon remembering that he still had to give Jack $300 million, he decided to complete it so that he would receive the payment. The Dante family had paid a deposit of 50%, which was a total of $25 million. So, the total amount offered for the mission was $50 million. Thinking about how he was happy to take the mission, not knowing that it was a trap that they had built for him and the gang, Jerk Brother really wanted to strangle the one that had given them the mission. "Okay then. Can you send us back? After all, we don't have a car," Jack asked. Hearing this, Jerk Brother was surprised that Jack was going to let them off this time. He was happy and enthusiastically said, "Of course, I will personally send you back." He got the key for the car that he had used to get here and asked Jack to follow him. Celine still couldn't understand why this person was so afraid of Jack at the beginning. But the more they talked, the more she understood. It turned out that they were the ones that Jack dealt with in the morning. Jack took her out under the incredulous gazes of the goons in the warehouse. They were still trying to understand what the situation was like at this moment. The most confused were the ones that had kidnapped the duo. Looking at their boss escorting the two out of the warehouse, they sweated at the thought of how they were taunting Jack back in the van. Now, they understood why Jack was calm even after they had kidnapped him. It turned out that he was someone that not even their boss could afford to offend. Inside the Audi, as it drove towards the city, Jack looked at Jerk Brother and said, "Although you were not the ones that had the intention of kidnapping her, you still have to pay for being used to do that. So, I'll expect that you will make sure that no underworld gang of Inchoate City dares to make a move on her or anyone that's related to her." Jack paused for a moment and continued, "If you perform well, I might as well give you support. But, that's on a condition that you don't continue doing the dirty work for others." Jerk Brother was excited. Although it was said to be a punishment, this could be considered as an opportunity for him and the gang to follow a big shot. So, he hurriedly agreed, "Don't worry boss. I'll make sure that nobody dares to make a move on Madam." Jerk Brother still referred to Celine as Jack's wife. But all the same, the duo didn't try correcting him. "Take us to the Prince and Princess Palace," Jack stated. He wasn't sure what would have happened back in the city when Faith called the police and informs them about the kidnapping. He had told her that he would deal with the problem from the source. But, he wasn't sure if she got what he wanted her to know. And just like he had expected, he found that the city was in chaos, looking for Celine. But, they were mostly looking for a white van. Sitting inside an Audi, the three of them had no problem in getting back to the Prince and Princess Palace. The police were mainly searching for the van. As for the other cars, they only inspected them, trying to see if they could find a girl that was kidnapped. They expected that the girl would definitely try shouting for help. So, when they looked inside the Audi and saw Celine, who was relaxed and had no sign of being bullied, they were allowed to pass. From the way that the police were looking around, Jack could already tell that Faith had used the power of the Gravy family to get the topmost person in the police department to be able to mobilize the police in the city. But Jack had noticed something. It was that, although the police were searching for Celine, they had no image of her. In other words, they were searching blindly. Considering who had given the mission of having Celine kidnapped, Jack could already tell that the police was in the pockets of the Dante family already. So, the search was just a facade. No matter how dedicated the police at the lower levels were, as long as the superiors didn't give them Celine's image, they would only search blindly. Looking at the magnificent environment that was full of green, Celine was amazed. Furthermore, looking at the two mansions, she had to accept that this place was beautiful. Although she had seen these kinds of mansions in the capital, with some of them being even bigger and better, in this city, this could be said to be the well-designed mansion, pair of mansions to be exact. Even Jerk Brother was surprised that Jack lived here. His respect for Jack rose once again. After dropping the two at the entrance of the palace, Jerk Brother left the place immediately. He still had to deal with the problem about the Dante family. On the way, he took his phone and made a call. "Hello, Jerk Brother." Ruben's voice reached Jerk Brother's ears. From the voice, he could tell that the other party was enthusiastic. Enthusiastic that he has destroyed my gang. "Hey, not a chance." "Hello, your head," Ruben shinily. "How dare you give us such a risky mission? You gave us a mission that could fully lead to the death of the gang." Jerk Brother began his session of cursing at Ruben. Back at the Prince and Princess Palace, Celine was looking around and was even more amazed. She looked at the cars that had several logos added on them and shook her head. This guy actually bought so many vehicles. But, knowing that he was a person with foresight, she didn't say a word about him spending so much money on the cars. After getting into the mansion, Jack told her to select a room. She was reluctant to stay here with Jack because she thought that she was taking advantage of him. "You don't have to think too much about it. You can stay here until the time that you're supposed to leave in Coed City. You can ask Faith to come as well." Jack shook his head. He thought that the closer she was to him, the safer she would be, and for that reason, he wanted her to stay here. "If you feel uncomfortable here, you can stay in the other mansion. It's more suitable for girls," Jack said. It was only then that Celine agreed. Although they had been close to each other and had several body contact, it was a different thing when it came to living in the same house. After settling everything, Jack called Faith and told her to come to the Prince and Princess Palace. He told her not to come with the police as they would disturb them with the issue about going to record their statements and so on. And most of the time, such a thing always took a long time. Jack didn't want to get involved with the police whose superior was now working for the Dante family instead of the public. Since he was going to deal with the Dante family, he didn't want to get involved with their accomplices. Faith arrived not long after and was happy after seeing that Celine was okay. If Celine was harmed, she would surely face a great punishment once she went back to the capital. As the two ladies caught up with each other, Jack's phone rang. Looking at it, he found that the caller was none other than Peter, the manager of the off-track racers in Coed City. "Hello, Mr. Jack." Peter greeted enthusiastically. "Hello, Mr. Peter. Is there something that made you call me?" Jack asked. "I think you might have forgotten about something. The bet that you made last week on Sunday with Ben. He's here and he wants to do the transfer of the shares that are in his hands. According to the information that he has shared with us, something had happened back at Blue City and he had no choice but to postpone the date of delivering his end of the bet," Peter replied. It was only now that Jack was reminded about the bet that he had made with Ben. He had won. Being busy in the past few days, he had almost forgotten about the benefits that he was supposed to receive after winning. "Okay then. I'll be there in the evening. There should be a few people racing there, right?" Jack asked. "That's right. You can as well come and liven things up with your driving skills," Peter said with a chuckle. "Okay then. I'll be there at around 6 in the evening," Jack replied before hanging up. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Receiving it, Jack waited for the other party to speak. "Hello, Mr. Jack?" A lady's voice reached his ears. "Yes, you are?" Jack asked. "I'm the manager of Vacherin Constantine's shop. The Vacherin Constantine traditional that you had ordered previously has arrived. I wonder where it should be delivered to?" the lady asked. Jack was now getting speechless at himself. How comes he was forgetting about so many things? He remembered this watch, it was the one that he had ordered. But, the real one wasn't in the store at that moment and he had to wait for it to be delivered. Jack asked the lady to have the watch delivered to his mansion. He was lazy to go out and pick it by himself. Since there was free delivery service, Jack would take it. Not long after the call ended, Jack was informed by Bob that there was someone who had claimed that she was there to see him. Jack asked him to let her in. And not long after he ended the call, the familiar lady walked into the mansion. She wasn't alone and she was accompanied by a few men who Jack thought that they were security. In any case, the Vacheron Constantine traditional that he had ordered was something precious considering that it was one of the limited editions. As such, it had to be protected. Jack received the watch and looked at it. And just like he had seen the model before, he found that the watch was still the way that he had expected. There were absolutely no changes that had been made on it. After signing and confirming that he had received the watch, the lady left. Since he was already having a Patek Philippe, he decided that he would be changing the watches every week. In any case, he had bought the watches so that he could put them on and not to store them. Jack and Celine decided to stay at the palace for the day. Although Celine had calmed down a little bit, she still needed to relax a little more so that she could relax her mind out that had been shaken by the kidnapping incidents. Later in the evening, Jack decided to take her out with him so that she could enjoy the race. Faith had already left so that she could deal with the issue concerning the police that were continuing to search for Celine. Since she had nothing to do at the moment, and considering the fact that she was quite curious about Jack's racing skills, Celine agreed to Jack's proposal to accompany him to Mount Bright. Knowing that he would not use the Bugatti Veyron for racing, Jack simply drove his Bentley Continental GT to Mount Bright. When he arrived at the management office, he found that Ben was waiting there for him. And the moment that he saw that Celine was actually together with Jack, he was obviously infuriated. Had it not been for the fact that fights were not allowed at Mount Bright, he would have already charged forward and beaten up Jack to a pulp. But all the same, the reddening of his eyes and the anger that was shown on his face couldn't be hidden from Jack's eyes. In response to this, he simply smiled. Was there anything that he could do in such a situation? No, there was nothing that he could do when the lady chose him over Ben. But, there was definitely something that he could do if Ben was chosen instead of him. On seeing Jack's smile, Ben was further irritated, but in the end, he only snorted before entering the management office. Quickly, the procedures were done and finally, Jack saw the system prompts that indicated that his reward had been multiplied. Ben left after coming to an agreement that Jack had to sell the shares back to him. You've received 10% shares of Good Health Hospital. Multiplier applied. You received 70% of the shares of Hope Hospital. You've received 3% shares of Bomba Group. Multiplier applied. You received 21% shares of Andis Corporation. Although Ben was from a big family in Blue City, he was still from the younger generation at the end of the day. So the shares in his hands were only a few. And having lost them, Jack was sure that Ben was going to have a difficult life back at home. But he didn't care about this. What he cared about the most was the fact that, although the system had said that the multiplier effect would not be applied on the income that came from betting, why was it applied on the one that he received from Ben? The multiplier effect was supposed to be applied on the day that the bet was won. In other words, you had already earned the income but it had not yet been delivered to you. The multiplier effect is applied on the income only when the income that you have received has a proof that they belong to you. Jack finally understood why the multiplier effect had been applied, although it was supposed to be when he had upgraded the system to the second level. Deciding that he was going to do the research about the shares that the system had granted him when he got back home, Jack joined the race. It just so happened that William and the others were also present on that day. It was just that they had arrived later, after Ben took his leave. The group was surprised that Jack was together with Celine, or was it that they were surprised that Celine was with Jack? Whatever it was that they thought, they still managed to maintain their composure in front of a big shot like Celine. At that moment, they had great respect for Jack as he could capture the heart of such a beauty, and just like before, they didn't believe it even if Jack said that they were actually not in a relationship, but were just normal friends. As for Celine, she didn't say anything to explain. At the end of the day, she was going to leave in Inchoate City by the following month. This time, Jack didn't want to break the record that he had already set. He wanted Celine to enjoy the race. So, although he was driving fast, it wasn't to the extent that he had done the first time. But although he had not driven that fast, he still took the first position in the competition. But what had changed was obviously the time that he had taken to complete the race and the range between him and the runner-up. When they went back to the palace, they found that Faith had already come back. According to what she said, Jack found that she had forged an excuse that Celine had suddenly been released by the kidnappers. Although the one that was in charge of taking the statement was doubtful about it, since the one who initiated the search for Celine had claimed that she had been found, they had no choice but to close the case since Faith had no intention of pursuing the matter further. If this was any other time, she would definitely have continued pursuing the matter until she found out who was the real culprit behind the kidnapping. But after hearing that Jack was going to deal with them, she decided to leave the matter to him. Jack prepared dinner for the ladies, and after they ate, they chatted for a long while, before Faith and Celine went to the princess mansion to rest for the night. Once he was alone, Jack decided that it was time for him to look into the matter concerning the shares that he had received. Through searching on the internet, he found out the information about the hospital and corporation. The 10% shares of Good Health Hospital was worth a total of $5 million, and once the multiplier was applied, Jack received 70% of the shares of Hope Hospital that was worth $500 million. On the other hand, Bomba Group was the group that had been formed by Ben's family. In other words, Jack had become a member of a group that was supposed to be a family's private group. But at the end of the day, Jack had agreed to sell back the shares that he had taken from Ben. That was only after he had signed to take possession of it. If he had accepted money instead, he would not have gotten the 21% shares of Endus Corporation or the hospital. In other words, he had signed the document that agreed to the transfer of the shares to him, only to sign another agreement that he agreed to transfer the shares back to Ben. Although Celine, Ben and Peter were both confused about Jack's actions, they didn't ask him at all. So, when he left Mount Bright, Jack had received a total of $13 million. What Jack currently wanted was to create a foundation for his future enterprise. If he simply accepted money, there was no way he was going to build connections. The shares that he had received were worth $800 million. Although the amount couldn't be compared to the $30 billion of Good Vision Security Limited, Jack could still expand it. After he was done with this, he decided to look at his balance. Denali had been using money since he had given her the platinum card that had access to his current account. But Jack wasn't worried about that because he knew that he was using it to stabilize and expand the companies that he had just bought recently. Flyer's bank savings account balance is $5,734,953,321, currently in US dollars, 10 times less the previous currency. This was his current balance after buying the remaining 49% shares of Brightway Medical Research Center, together with other expenditures such as hiring and firing their staff of the companies that were under him in the past few days. But of course, all of this was done by Denali, who was currently at the capital. She was currently preparing the Good Vision Security Limited for the merging with the Amber Security and Safety Enforcers. Jack decided to stay here in Inchoate City for 2 more days before heading towards the capital. He wanted to deal with Brightway Medical Research Center by taking over the shares through signing the documents. What came after that was obviously the production of the body-strengthening pill. Today, the airport was busy just like any other day. People came and left. There were planes that landed and others departed. In other words, just like any other normal day, the activities of the airport here were normal. At this time, a helicopter appeared in the sky, before it landed in an area that had been reserved for helicopters to land. Jack got out of the Eurocopter and looked around the airport. This was his first time in such a place. He looked around curiously but not obviously. Gabriel also alighted and came to stand by his side. He was only waiting for Jack to tell him what plane he was supposed to fly so that he could make the necessary arrangements. In the past 2 days, Jack had handled most of the things that he had to deal with in Inchoate City. He had paid the Dante family a visit. The moment that they saw him, they immediately knew why he was there. But all the same, they tried playing it tough. But when faced with such a situation, Jack was calm. He simply stated his conditions. George was only having a little over a month before the end of the 5 years period ended. Jack's condition to not severely punish the Dante family was definitely to have George take the position of the family head. If they dared to refuse that, he would definitely make them pay. Another thing was that, if the Gravy family found out that they had planned the kidnapping of their only daughter, they would definitely destroy the Dante family. Faced with such a situation, the Dante family had no choice but to give in. According to the agreement, Jack had decided that all the big decisions had to be approved by George. It was only when they accepted it that Jack let them be. Although he was angry, George had asked him to do him a favor and not fight against his family. It was only then that Jack agreed. Otherwise, things would definitely not end that simply. The grocery department was also developing well in the city, and Jack thought that within a week at most, Grace would be coming to Venture City to develop the department here as well. Currently, Jack was already ready to head to the capital of Azima. It was called Kartu. He intended to stay there for a long period of time. But of course, he would definitely have to come and respond to Wendy's invitation first. Since they were heading to the capital, Jack had to use the private jet that he'd gotten from the system. And although he could use a normal passenger plane, he wanted to try out the plane that he had received from the system. Boeing 787-8 BBJ, according to the information that he had found, the BBJ 787-8 is a long-range aircraft, with ranges of 9,960 nmi, 18,445 kilometers, with a maximum carrying capacity of 25 passengers. It had a cabin that was 2,340 square feet, 217.3 square meters, cargo 4,397 cubic feet, 124.5 cubic meters, a length of 186 feet 1 in, 56.7 meters, span of 197 feet 3 in, 60.1 meters, height was 55 feet 6 in, 16.9 meters, maximum payload 78,000 pounds, 35.3 t, fuel capacity of 33,340 gallons, 126,206 liters, engine was GEN X1B. Range, 25 pax, 9,960 nmi, 18,445 kilometers. Now, what Jack didn't know was how to get the plane. After all, although the system had stated that the jet was here, he hadn't seen it, and neither had he made any arrangements in the airport. Just wait for the call. Angel spoke at this moment. Upon hearing this, Jack finally relaxed. Gabriel had been standing next to Jack for a few minutes now, but he didn't see Jack making any movements. He was now wondering if Jack was sure that they were having a jet here. He was just about to ask when Jack's phone rang. As for why the person called, Jack could only say that the system was so overpowered. "Hello, whom am I speaking to?" Jack asked. "Hello Mr. Jack, I'm Lester, the manager of the Venture Branch Airport. I have heard that you are here to see your jet?" a man spoke. Jack was full of question marks. He had arrived less than 10 minutes ago. When had this person known that he had arrived? All the same, since he could deal with the issue, he simply went with the flow as it was. "Yeah, I just arrived. I'm at the helicopter square," Jack stated. "Okay, I'll be there to bring you to your jet. It was delivered about 5 days ago and we have been taking good care of it," Lester spoke excitedly. "Okay then." Jack agreed to wait before hanging up. He then looked at Gabriel, who was standing next to him, and asked, "Can you single-handedly fly a private jet that has a passenger capacity of 25? 25 passengers? Can you give me the name of the jet?" Gabriel was surprised at first. But, he excitedly asked for the name of the jet. One had to know that business jets were mostly luxurious. For this one to be able to accommodate 25 passengers, it was supposed to be big, so, he was excited. "It is a Boeing 787-8 BBJ. Jack replied. The moment that his voice fell, Gabriel felt as if he had just been struck by lightning. He looked at Jack incredulously before asking, "Are you sure about that?" Although Gabriel had experienced many things, for him, he had not really had a chance to fly a big private jet like that. Although he indeed had had several chances of flying the normal passenger planes, it was something else to have a chance to fly a private plane. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I ask you about that?" Jack nodded. Upon receiving Jack's consent, Gabriel was further excited. He was now looking forward to flying that plane. Although at first he had thought that although Jack had a private business jet, he hadn't thought much of it, as he simply thought that it was a small one. Who would have thought that Jack actually had a plane that was worth $200 million? This was $200 million for a plane. Now, he was wondering just how rich Jack really was. Although he had already shown that he was rich by paying the over $100 million for hiring the services of Skyflight Charters, he had not expected that it was to this extent. At the end of the day, he knew that the jet that Jack had was one of the limited released planes on the market. For him to be able to get one, he not only had to have money, he also had to have enough connections. Not long after, a man rushed towards them. He was wearing a black suit, With his black shoes shining in the midday sun, his hair was tidily combed backwards. When he saw Jack, he hurried forward and greeted him. Jack greeted back, but not as enthusiastic as Lester. Then, Lester took them to a hangar. The moment that they arrived here, Jack found that there were a few staff members here. It seemed that this place was restricted. This hangar and the next one on the left are the ones that usually have the private jets. As long as one pays, they can have their private jets here. But there are levels of the hangars and the level of service as well. Lester began explaining as they entered one of the hangars. This is the VIP one. It only handles planes that are worth at least $50 million. But of course, here in Venture City, there are not that many people who own private jets. So, it's normal that the hangars are mostly empty, Lester continued. When they entered the hangar, they found that Jack's jet was there, being prepared to go on the runway. The staff were checking it to make sure that everything was okay. As for any other plane, there was none other than Jack's BBJ. Gabriel couldn't hold it anymore the moment that he saw the plane. That's the one. He was excited that he shouted. But nobody was surprised by his reaction, as all those that had seen it for the first time were just as surprised as him. Gabriel's blood was already boiling as he thought about flying the plane. He couldn't wait to get in the cockpit. It was at this time that he remembered that he hadn't answered Jack's previous question. He looked at him and said, "Boss, I will need someone to help me in flying this plane." Lester was surprised that Gabriel was the one that was going to fly it. But, seeing that he was in his pilot uniform, he thought that it was normal that Jack had his own pilot. But with the size of the private jet, it would need 2 pilots to fly it efficiently. So, he thought that this was his chance. He spoke, "I can lend you one of our free pilots." When he heard that, although Gabriel had wanted to refuse because he wanted to invite a friend, he still accepted because he simply thought that he would fly with this one. But, since there would be other chances, he would definitely call his friend to work for Jack. After all the arrangements were made, Gabriel met with the other pilot as they arranged the flight plans and so on. It was only around 1 that they were ready to take off. Jack didn't mind though. After all, what he was going to do was to simply sign the documents and make the preparations for the production of the body-strengthening pill. He was sure that he would be back before Friday, so there was no need for him to hurry things out. He could as well leave things to Denali and deal with the appointment that he had made with Wendy. Not long after the preparations were completed, Jack stepped into the jet. He was greatly stunned at how luxurious the plane was. Although he had already seen several images of the interior of the plane, he really had to say that the designer did a good job. There were entertainment facilities here, so he didn't need to worry that the journey would be boring at all. He could simply look for something to entertain himself. In about 10 minutes after he made himself comfortable, the plane finally took off. Jack simply relaxed as he found himself something to pass time while waiting for the plane to land. After 5 hours, Jack finally landed in the capital of Azima, Kartu City. There were not many procedures that had to be taken care of there. Instead, he simply had to leave the other things about the plane to Gabriel to deal with, as he was experienced. After reaching the waiting area, he found that Denali was already waiting for him. She had already made preparations for his arrival here. Having been a few days since they last met, Jack found that Denali hadn't changed at all. But that was to be expected, as it was only a few days and not years. So, there were not that many changes that could take place in such a short period of time. He got into the Lamborghini Urus that was waiting for him. This was a car that Denali had bought when she came to the capital. It cost about $230,000. Looking that it wasn't even worth $1 million, it was obviously a drop to the bucket when compared to his $5 billion. Denali drove the car to a 5-star hotel. And on the way, Jack looked at the huge difference between the central region and the western zone that he was from. The buildings here were all sky-rise buildings. Looking at the side through the window of the car from the passenger seat, Jack could see the tall skyscrapers that had hundreds of floors. To be honest, Jack was amazed by how this place was so developed. In other words, although it could be said that Venture City was developed as compared to Inchoate City, it couldn't even match the capital, Kartu City. Now, he could understand why Wendy and the others would leave the capital to go to the other regions for adventure, to enjoy themselves and relax. The central region was mainly dominated by the high-rise buildings and other things that were related to technology. In other words, there were only a few scenic sites that they could enjoy themselves. Another thing that was to note was definitely the fact that the central zone was the smallest of the 5 regions. Although it was small, it was actually the backbone of the country in terms of technology and development. As for the other regions, they were the real source of food. But technology was obviously not highly developed there. The hotel that Denali had taken him to was called Cardinal's Supreme Hotel. The cost of staying there for a night was $26,000. Denali had stated that she had booked the suite for a whole month. Since Jack was going to come back to Kartu City after going to deal with the invitation that he had received from Wendy, there was actually no problem at all if they rented the suite for a whole month. In any case, he didn't lack that amount of money. After settling in and having his meal, Jack asked Denali to make some arrangements for Gabriel and the other pilot. Since he was going to go back soon, the pilot would have to stay in Kartu. Jack decided to go out for a walk. He didn't take the car because he was going out to admire the infrastructure of the city. Walking on the clean streets and observing the pedestrians who were walking hurriedly, Jack felt amazed. But all the same, he knew that this was just a picture that had been painted. Once the things that were hiding were exposed, there would definitely be dirty things that were hiding in the dark. Strolling around, he was amazed by the level of technology here. The way that advertisements were being carried out here was definitely more advanced. Jack decided that he would definitely implement this type of technology to his enterprise. Thinking of the enterprise, he had yet to register it. Although he had already gotten the building to set up the enterprise, he had yet to officially register it as one of the enterprises. The grocery department was operating on its own, although it was going to be under the enterprise. Now, as long as he was done merging the security companies as well as completed the changes that could be made in the medical research center, he would then register the enterprise. He was just about to cross the road when suddenly, a sports car came at a high speed. Looking at the approaching car, Jack hurriedly jumped to the side and evaded. Although the car had also reduced the speed when it arrived in front of him, had he stood in front of it, he would definitely have been hit. His reaction speed had really saved him this time. And although he had yet to test the limit of his ability, he dared not to put his life at stake if it wasn't necessary to do that. Just as Jack was frowning while looking at the red Ford GT and was still wondering who the person who didn't look at the traffic light was, the door of the car opened. The next moment, a young man walked out of it as he walked towards Jack aggressively. Then, he spoke, "You idiot, don't you look at where you're going to when you're crossing the road? Do you know that you almost caused me to be in an accident?" Instead of apologizing, this guy was actually scolding him. Jack was completely stunned for a moment in that he didn't know what he was supposed to say next. Looking at the silent Jack, the young man continued, "Do you know how much my car costs? With the customizations in place, it's going to cost a total of $540,000. Do you think you can afford to pay for a scratch on it?" Jack didn't respond and looked at the traffic light. At this moment, with the advanced level of technology here, he could already see that it indicated that cars were supposed to stop while pedestrians were allowed to pass. In other words, he wasn't the one at fault here. Instead, the young man was the one that was at fault. But at the end of the day, he was actually scolding him instead of apologizing. How infuriating. Jack looked at him and asked, "Are you blind? Don't you see that you were the one supposed to stop?" As he spoke, he pointed at the traffic light that was still showing that pedestrians were supposed to be crossing the road. Looking at where Jack was pointing at, the young man was stunned for a moment before he snorted, "Hey, what traffic light? That thing has only showed up after I have stopped to talk to you. And wait, did you just say that I was blind? Do you FC King know who I am?" Supposedly, it was only at this moment that the young man made out Jack's first words. So, he was immediately angered and began pointing his finger at Jack while cursing. He looked like he was ready to attack at any moment. With the way that the streets were busy, how could this commotion fail to attract attention? It obviously made a group crowd around them. Those that had seen what had happened immediately began telling the others about it. In return, these people informed the others that had just arrived at that moment. And so, there was a crowd that was looking at the two, waiting for a show while murmuring to each other. "Hey, what happened here? That guy over there was driving his car. Then, the other guy over there was crossing the road. The guy with the car almost knocked him with his car. Huh, so that's how it is. Hey, what's happening now? What's the show about? Oh, I heard that the guy there was crossing the road without looking at the traffic lights and was almost crushed to death by the car of that young man there. Can you tell me what those two are doing? They're obviously about to fight, as you can see. But, anyway, I heard that the guy with the car wanted to knock the other guy and kill him. But luckily, that person managed to survive and so, that guy came out, wanting to kill him by himself. My, is that guy going to beat the other one? How can that happen? I just heard that when the young man there drove his car to knock the other one down, The guy simply used his bare hands to stop the car. How can that young man beat him? Wow, is he superhuman? I would like to get his autograph. What a bunch of idiots. Can't you see that it was this young man here that was pretending to be knocked by the car to extort money from him? Now that the other guy found out, he wants to fight him. Come on. Where are they fighting? They obviously are fighting with wealth and mouth. Ain't that the same thing? They're fighting at the end of the day. Anyway, that doesn't concern me. I'll just stand here and watch the show. With his sharp senses, Jack could definitely hear what the crowd was whispering to each other. The more he heard them, the more stunned he got. These guys were obviously distorting facts. How the hell is information passed in this era? If you say A, by the time it will reach the intended person, it will already be Z indeed. You cannot trust humans to pass the sensitive information to others. That's the conclusion that Jack came to at that moment. But that aside, since he was here for the first time, he was in a good mood. Considering that it was already almost 7 p.m., Jack decided to leave things as they were at the moment. He wasn't in the mood to argue with some unreasonable and self-conceited young masters, so he decided to ignore this guy and leave to explore the city first. He didn't have that much time. Seeing that Jack was about to leave, the young man rushed forward and stopped him. You're trying to run after almost causing me to be in an accident? There's no way that you're leaving unless you compensate me for the psychological damage. Jack was speechless and angry at this moment. He wasn't the one at fault previously, and he had decided to let the matter go. But this guy wanted him to compensate him? Wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? Seeing Jack's expression, the young man smiled coldly before saying, I know that you cannot afford the compensation of $100,000. So, how about you become my servant who's going to clean my shoes? I know that you cannot afford the compensation of $100,000. So, how about you become my servant who's going to clean my shoes? Jack's gaze turned cold at that moment. He had planned to leave, but this guy was actually thinking of making him a servant. Did he think that he had the qualifications? He wasn't the one at fault at all. He was the one that was almost hit, but he was the one to give compensation? He stared sternly at the young man before him. Jack's stare caused the young man to feel as if he had just dropped into an ice cellar. He couldn't help but shiver before taking a few steps backwards from fear. But that only happened for a moment before he remembered his identity. So, he collected his courage and pointed at Jack. Do you know who I am? My father is the assistant manager of the Good Vision Security Limited. If you don't want to have a bad ending, you better apologize to me right now and accept being my servant. Otherwise, I'm going to make sure that you won't be able to live in this city. The moment that the name Good Vision Security Limited was mentioned, the crowd that was watching from the side was stunned. Then, as if a tidal wave, a commotion broke out among the crowd as they stared at the young man and Jack. What did he say? Did I just hear him say that his father is the assistant manager of GVSL? I think you heard it right. He just said that his father is the AM of GVSL. Hiss, that guy is in trouble for sure. What do you mean that he's in trouble this time? He's facing trouble's main source. How unlucky of him to encounter such a big shot's son. What is this GVLS? Country bumpkin, you don't know one of the most popular security companies in the country? It's worth at least $30 billion. That's right, it's one of the leading security companies in the country, Good Vision Security Limited. Hiss, that big? That guy is surely in deep trouble now. When the young man mentioned the GVSL, Jack was greatly surprised. He had not expected that this guy was someone whose father was part of the management of his company. It seemed that there was a lot of trash present in the management of his company, and that had to be changed. Otherwise, if people go on using his company's name to do crimes and bully others, how would his company's reputation remain clean? So, at that moment, he had made a decision to remove that guy from his position. Although he wasn't the one at fault here, he had allowed his son to go around using the company's name to intimidate others and bully them. If he couldn't even control his own son, how was he expected to control his subordinates? That was something that Jack doubted that he was good at. Seeing Jack's surprised expression plus hearing the way that the surrounding crowd talked about the GVSL, the young man's ego was boosted and he looked at Jack contemptuously, as if he was waiting for Jack to admit his mistakes. On the other hand, after making his decision, Jack looked at the young man in front of him and said, "It seems that you're so proud of your father's achievement. But, what will happen once he's no longer as he is now?" The young man was confused by Jack's words. He wondered what Jack meant by that, but before he could react, Jack had already disappeared into the crowd. He looked around trying to find him, but he found no traces of him. In the end, he said out loudly, hoping that Jack would hear him. "Just you wait. The next time that we meet, I'll definitely make you pay." After that, the young man got back into his Ford GT and drove away angrily, ignoring the traffic lights again. On the other hand, Jack had simply decided to leave the matter for the moment. He would definitely deal with it once he got to the company. So, he had simply got into the crowd and used his high speed to get out of there. By the time that they realized that he had left, he was already a distance away from the encirclement. Although he was a good distance away, he still managed to hear what the young man had said. But all the same, he just thought, "I hope that you would be prepared for what is about to come." After that, Jack continued strolling around the city until 8. He had gotten himself familiar with the area around the Cardinal's Supreme Hotel. Now that he had finally had his fun, he decided that it was time to get back at home to get his dinner. After a meal with Denali, they returned to the suite. He asked her, "Have you seen the assistant manager of GVSL?" Denali had been here for almost a week and Jack expected that she had seen how the companies here worked. "Yes, he should be called Kyle Doja. He should be someone that can be trusted and won't betray the company." Denali responded as she looked at Jack confusedly. Jack nodded. But all the same, he knew that being honest and trustworthy didn't matter. If one didn't have the ability to do what was assigned to him, he would have to be replaced. So, no matter how good Kyle was, Jack had already decided that he was going to sack him. But, if he found that he had the ability and it was just that he was using the cover to judge him, he would simply demote him. "How about his ability in work?" Jack inquired. "His ability can be considered as average amongst the staff," Denali replied. And as if knowing what Jack was thinking, she continued, "Since you told me to prepare the company for merging, I haven't made that much changes in the company." Jack thought for a moment and said, "Let's visit Brightway Medical Research Center first. The production of the pill should be given priority first. The private team that was formed still needs to get them to boost their strength. Otherwise, they would be useless." Denali nodded before saying, "I have already made the arrangements. I have shifted the staff there and I have already selected a special team that can be in charge of the production of the pills." "Have all the required materials been found?" Jack asked. "Yes, I made sure that they were bought. It took a little bit of effort as there were a few materials that needed to be brought from out of the region. But all the same, I have bought them in bulk. Luckily, the costs are not that high." Denali nodded in response. "Okay then, let's go there tomorrow," Jack said. The following morning, after breakfast, Denali drove the Lamborghini Urus towards the research center. As it should be, the research center was isolated from the skyscrapers. But that didn't mean that there were no skyscrapers in the medical research center. There were only 3 buildings here, but they were all big. 2 of them were skyscrapers with at least 50 floors. On the other hand, one building at the side was just occupying a large area and was only having about 5 floors. When they got at the entrance of the main building, the tallest of the 3, they found that there were people waiting for them. Denali had already informed them that Jack was coming here today. And so, the higher-ups were here to receive him. The moment that the car stopped, these people wearing suits hurried forward. When Jack got out of the car, they were surprised. But all the same, they began flattering him. "Good morning, Director Jackson. Director Jackson is young and has a special temperament." "That's right, Director Jackson's future is unlimited." Jack was left speechless for a moment. He wasn't someone that was used to this kind of flattering. But, with his mentality, he managed to not show his change of expression. He smiled and greeted them back. As for what nonsense temperament that they were talking about, Jack didn't care at all. Denali stepped forward and stopped the crowd from squeezing onto Jack. Then, the group headed to the building. In the conference room, Jack met with the top management of the research center. After signing the transfer agreement, Jack talked to the group a little while longer before he dismissed them. What followed was Jack asking Denali to call the ones that were in charge of the production of body-strengthening pill. The group consisted of 12 people. They were the top researchers, some of them being ones that Denali had only recruited recently. But all the same, with Denali's ability, she could confirm that these people were good and could be trusted with the project. But of course, what she had done was not simply depending on her ability. She had also used her skills to dig into their past history. She made sure that none of them had any shady background. With her level of computer mastery, she couldn't be blocked, and as such, there is no way that their details could be hidden. After everyone was seated, Jack began discussing the issue. Since he wasn't proficient in the way of medicine, he only spoke about the things that he could, capital, time and so on. After about an hour of discussion, they had completed the arrangements. Since Denali had bought enough materials that could be used for production, Jack told them to start production as fast as possible. As for the payment, Jack had promised them that their payment would increase as long as they were fast enough and they did well. As long as there was no problem with the pill and the production was successful, Jack would definitely reward them. These 12 researchers had already signed the confidential agreement. There were other members that would support them. They too had signed the contract and had been personally selected by Denali. As Jack left the experts to deal with the production, he left with Denali and headed back to the hotel to have their lunch. Immediately after that, he headed towards Serenity residential area. The residential area was located about 30 minutes drive from the hotel that he had been staying with Denali. When they got there, Jack looked at the surroundings in surprise. This area didn't have many buildings. In fact, it was about 2 kilometers from the busy roads of the city. This place had a good level of security. The moment that they arrived here, they were stopped by a guard. "Yes, are you here to buy a villa?" the guard asked. "Not really, we're here to see the management," Denali replied. "That's going to be tough because you'll have to inform them about it first. This is a high-end residential area. So, there's no way that strangers can be allowed in unless they are allowed by the management or one of the person living here," the guard said. This was the policy that had only been enacted recently. So, the guard knew that many people would definitely be against the part that one had to say in advance if he wanted to buy a villa. Jack could tell that this guy wasn't bad. Had it been another person, looking at the Lamborghini that was worth a few $100,000, he would have definitely chased them away. After all, even the cheapest villa here cost about $2 million to buy it. Most of the people that came here had cars that were worth at least $1 million. As such, they were allowed entry to the residence management office. But others were definitely not allowed in because they were definitely not there to buy a villa, but to stroll around and take pictures. "Can you tell the person in charge that Jack is here?" Jack asked. Although he was suspicious of whether Jack's name would make any change, he still decided to make a call to the management office. "Hello, Mr. Shanzu, there is someone called Jack here who claims that he's here to visit the management office," the guard spoke humbly. "Jack? Never heard of him. What car is he driving?" Shanzu asked. "Well, it should be a Lamborghini," the guard replied. The moment that Shanzu heard that Jack was here in a Lamborghini, he was excited. He immediately interrupted the guard. "I'll be there in a minute. Tell him that I'll be receiving him personally." Immediately after saying that, he hung up and ended the call before he rushed out of the office. Seeing the excited Shanzu, the people in the management office were surprised to see him rushing out. They hadn't expected that they would see him this excited. Now, they were curious about what had made him this agitated, but they dared not to ask him this question as they knew how he usually behaved. He would definitely scold them and may end up reducing their salary. Shanzu was a person with a slim stature. He had a small mustache and, the way that his eyes were, could already give someone a picture of a shrewd person. As he rushed out of the residence management office, he thought, "This is yet another opportunity. I just hope that this guy is rich. Otherwise, how am I going to benefit? Whatever, even if he's not that rich, I can simply get benefits from him as long as he buys a villa here." The guard didn't know what was up with Shanzu and what had made him so agitated. All the same, he couldn't help but change the way that he was looking at Jack. It seemed that Shanzu knew them. And if that was so, they must be influential. He thought that it was good that he hadn't treated them coldly just because they had a car that was worth a few $100,000. He smiled at Jack and said, "The assistant manager has said that he's going to receive you personally within a minute." Jack nodded before deciding to wait. Although he had seen the images of this Serenity residential area, he had yet to enter. Neither had Denali been here as she was busy with the other 2 companies, more so Brightway Medical Research Center. About a minute later, Jack saw a thin man in a suit rushing out from the residential area. The man looked around as if he was looking for something. And after looking for a while, he walked towards the guard and asked coldly, "Has the person left already?" Guard. Jack. Denali. The 3 of them were completely unsure on how to react on this person's question. Jack could already tell that this guy was Shanzu as he had already seen his image when he read his information back in Venture City. Mr. Shanzu." Even before the guard could complete whatever he was saying, Shanzu interrupted again. "I told you to tell him that I would be here in a minute. But, I have arrived in about 50 seconds but he has already left? You are incompetent in your work. Your salary this month will be reduced by 1/3. Shanzu spoke angrily. He had been looking forward to getting to meet a rich man so that he could benefit from it, In the end, he found that there was no rich man at all. He had already left. He was so angry that he wanted to strangle this guard. Actually, Mr. Shanzu, the guard wanted to say that the person hadn't left and was just in the car beside him. But he was interrupted by the angry Shanzu. What? You want to say that it wasn't your fault? Okay then. Since it wasn't your fault, it was my fault. To relieve you from the burden of taking responsibility, you'll only receive half of your salary this month. The guard couldn't help but get angry at this guy. What had he done in that his salary had already been slashed by half? Had it not been for the fact that he was in need of the job, he would definitely have quit at this moment and beat up this sharp-mouthed guy. At this moment, Shanzu seemed to notice that the car that Jack was in wasn't leaving. He frowned and looked at the guard before he began reprimanding again. What are you doing here? Can't you see that someone is blocking the entrance of the residential area? Since you're not serious with your duty, you won't receive any bonus this month. Before the guard could say another word, Shanzu pointed at the car and said, "Chase this car away from here. How can such a crappy car stop in front of the gates of the residential area?" The guard became flustered. In just a single minute, his salary had been deducted by half and all the bonus that he was supposed to receive this month had all been cancelled. How could he not be angry? But, swallowing his anger, he looked at Jack and said, "I'm sorry Mr. Jack, but it seems that you'll have to leave." Jack was already fuming at this moment. Although he had found that this guy was using the villas to his advantage, he hadn't expected that his character was this way. No wonder only a few villas had been sold till now. The way that this guy was speaking and acting, simply deducting the employee's salary and anything that made him unhappy, was something that Jack didn't like at all. This guy called Shanzu was definitely unfit for the position that he was holding. He was now wondering who was the one that had given him this post. Furthermore, where the heck was Moses? He was the manager here, but Jack couldn't see anything that he was doing. It was like he wasn't in control at all. Although according to his file he was an honest man, he was incompetent in Jack's eyes. To let an assistant manager take over and bully the employees, chase away potential clients and so on. This was definitely something that the manager should have heard about, no matter what. Jack stepped out of the car and said coldly, "I'm the one that asked him to make the call." Shanzu was stunned for a moment. He gazed at Jack up and down before looking at the car that he had just alighted from. He looked at the guard and pointed at Jack before shouting, "What the FCK is this? You told me that there was someone with a Lamborghini here. Where is it? Was this the guy driving a Lamborghini?" "Mr. Shanzu, he's driving a Lamborghini Urus." The guard pointed at the logo on the car. Shanzu looked at it. He was silent for a moment before he began retorting again. "You call this a Lamborghini? This is an Urus, not a Lamborghini. The Lamborghini that I know is a Lamborghini Veneno." It wasn't just the angry Jack, but even the guard and Denali were stunned. Wasn't this car made by Lamborghini? How is it not a Lamborghini? Just because it wasn't worth $1 million? "Hey, get the hell out of here now. You are fired." Shanzu pointed at the guard. Then, he turned at Jack and pointed at him as he said, "As for you, better get lost from here before I call the police that you are disturbing Boosie. Arg." He wasn't able to finish his words before he screamed in pain. At this moment, Denali had already gotten out of the car and held the hand whose finger was pointing at Jack and twisted it. "You think that you can shout at my boss? Do you think that you're qualified to do that?" Denali asked coldly. She had already been angry the first time that Shanzu pointed fingers at Jack. So, she couldn't stand it the time that he tried doing that the second time. The guard looked from the side. He was completely surprised at the moment as he stared at Denali, who was now standing behind Jack. He had simply seen a shadow rushing out of the car before Shanzu began screaming in pain as he fell on the ground, holding his right hand. He was now wondering whether or not to go ahead and protect Shanzu from further abuse. But, when he thought about how he had suffered as well as how he couldn't even follow Denali's moves, he decided against it. As for how he was going to get himself away from getting involved was simple. "I have already been fired. I don't think that I have any responsibility here." Had it been another time, he wouldn't be proud about that. But now that things were like this, he could proudly say that he had been fired. Shanzu screamed in pain as 3 people watched him, none of them having the intention of stepping forward to help him relieve the pain. It was only after about 5 minutes of screaming that Shanzu came back to his senses. He gritted his teeth as he tried to endure the pain that he was experiencing at the moment. Currently, his right hand's wrist had been dislocated. So, he could only hold his right wrist using his left hand. As his mind began thinking clearly, he turned his gaze towards the guard and shouted at him, What the FCK are still standing there for? Don't you see that someone has attacked your employer? It's your duty to protect me from this kind of situation. Yet, you're still standing there, not doing a thing. Shanzu was so furious at this time in that, as he endured the pain, he shouted more loudly than he had done the previous times. After shouting at the guard while expecting him to take action, Shanzu looked at Denali. He was at first dazed before he suddenly remembered that it was her who had just dislocated his wrist. As a result, he pointed his finger, only to drop it in fear of having his other arm dislocated. But all the same, he still shouted, "You think that you can be arrogant here? I think you don't know where you are at this moment. Let me tell you this, all of you, the two of you, I'm going to make sure that you only leave here after you have several of your limbs broken." As Shanzu shouted at the two, he realized that something wasn't right. He glanced behind him only to see that the guard hadn't made a move yet. In fact, he seemed to be changing his clothes. "What the hell? I just told you to take action and beat the two of them up. What are you still doing there?" Shanzu shouted angrily. The guard turned to look at Shanzu with a smile on his face and said, "Shanzu, you should know what I'm doing. I'm obviously changing my clothes. You have already fired me. So, I'm no longer your employee. What's more, I don't think that I have the responsibility of defending a stranger who goes around looking for trouble, right?" As the guard said these words, he thought to himself, "What a joke, me. Fight that lady? I must be out of my mind if I dare to do that. Maybe if it was for my family, I will. But fighting for a piece of trash like you, better luck next time. Who are you calling by his first name? And what do you mean that you're no longer an employee here? You haven't gone through the procedures yet. So, you're still an employee here," Shanzu retorted. "Okay then. I quit." The guard shrugged his shoulders and responded as he changed his shirt. Then, he prepared himself to leave this place, having no intention of meddling with the issue. "Even if you quit, you have yet to be released by the management. So, the contract that you signed is still valid." Shanzu couldn't accept this. "Then, I'll just break the contract and pay the remuneration." The guard was nonchalant at this moment. His contract was going to expire the following month. He was previously planning to renew it, but Shanzu hadn't given him a chance to do that yet. As such, he was now happy that he hadn't renewed the contract yet. Additionally, since it was just a few days before the contract expired, the amount that he was supposed to pay was just a small one. Although he would suffer some losses, it was better than being in this place that was a paradise with a devil. Shanzu was just about to say another word when he heard a snort coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw that Jack was looking at him with a dark expression on his face. "Shanzu, you're the assistant manager here, just below Moses. I do wonder if this is the attitude that an assistant manager is supposed to have when facing possible clients," Jack said. His voice was cold at this moment. Shanzu frowned. He wondered how Jack knew about Moses. That guy, although he was the manager, he had been away for a period of time now. So, Shanzu had been using this opportunity to benefit himself as much as he could. He knew that once Moses came back, he would surely have no chance again. After all, Moses was an upright and honest man. But there was still something that he couldn't accept. That was a nobody trying to lecture him on how he had to behave. So, he retorted, "Who the FCK do you think you are, brat? Do you think you have the qualifications to speak to me in such a manner?" Jack didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Denali and said, "Call Moses for me." Shanzu was stunned by Jack's words. Then, he began laughing wildly, only to stop due to the pain that came from shaking of his shoulders from laughing. But that didn't stop him from snickering. He gazed at Jack and said, "Call Moses? Do you think you have the qualifications? If you are not qualified to deal with me, how can you deal with him? Let me see how you're going to do it." And with that, he tried to fold his arms in front of his chest, only to stop as he grunted in pain. As he thought of the pain that he was going through, he looked at Denali with eyes full of resentment. Denali of course ignored him and made a call. As Jack's PA, she had all the contact information of the top employees saved in her contact list. As for the other employees, their details were all saved in her laptop. All the same, she could access the details in her laptop from her phone through her email. After making a call, she handed the phone to Jack. Holding the phone close to his ear, Jack waited for a moment before Moses received the call. "Hello, who's this?" Moses asked with a hoarse voice. Since the call was made with Denali's phone, he didn't know that it was Jack who was contacting him. "I'm Jack. I would like to ask where you are at the moment," Jack asked gloomily. From the hoarse voice, he could tell that this guy seemed to be fatigued or something. Moses hadn't expected that Jack would ask him that question. All the same, he replied, I'm currently in the eastern province, I'm having some problems here. What kind of problems are those? Jack questioned. Well, my mother is sick. So, she's currently admitted in the hospital and I'm accompanying her, Moses replied. Jack could clearly feel the sadness in his voice. But, that had to be put aside for now. I'm sorry about that. But, I would like to ask you about the residential area. How is it being managed now that you are away? Shanzu, the assistant manager, is there. According to the reports that he has been sending me, everything should be going on okay. Or, is there a problem there? Moses asked nervously. There's a big problem here. I got here, only for this Shanzu to chase me away. Furthermore, he seems to be so domineering and can deduct the employees' salaries at will. Then, there's a fact that he can simply fire employees according to his mood. As for his attitude, I wonder how he always faces potential clients here, Jack explained. Since Moses was away for a reason like that, although he had yet to confirm, Jack decided to go easy on him. Before Moses could say a word, Jack asked, don't you have another person that you can confirm with if things are okay here? Moses was now not sure how to reply to this. How could he do that? He had clearly remembered to inform Shanzu that the residential area had been acquired by a person called Jackson Alfonso. But now, this guy had wanted to chase Jack away? He began sweating, wondering what was going to happen next now that Jack seemed to be angry. But, he too was angry at that moment because Shanzu was definitely trying to cause him problems. Can I speak to him? Moses asked nervously. Jack didn't say a word and handed the phone to the smug Shanzu, who was watching him as if he was enjoying a show. Although he thought that Jack was simply playing around, he still decided to play along. Hello, he said amusedly. Hello, you're FC King Head Shanzu. If you want to die, why the heck are you pulling me down with you? C King idiot. You dare to ask the owner of the residential area that you're helping him in management to P** is off? For the first time in his life, Moses hurled a mountain of profanities with no end. He really wanted to swallow this idiot. He had expected that this guy was competent enough because according to the observation that he had made previously when he was still in Kartu City, he was a capable person. Shanzu was petrified the moment that he heard Moses's angry voice. He didn't know what to say or do at that moment. He had always been sending fake reports to Moses all this time, while trying to benefit as much as he could from the residential area. But now, he could only look at Jack in stupor, completely petrified. Thinking about how he had just scolded his boss, the pain from having his arm dislocated disappeared, or he completely ignored it. He dropped the phone onto the ground before he followed. Now, he knew that there was no way that he was going to maintain his position anymore. He had just behaved atrociously in front of his boss. Even he himself didn't believe that he would spare a subordinate that dared to scold him. Jack didn't say a word as he watched Shanzu, who was now sprawled on the ground, with his eyes being lifeless. Denali picked up the phone from the ground and handed it back to Jack. Being that Moses had yet to hang up, he stated, although this is not completely your fault, it definitely has something to do with you not being keen and completely trusting others easily. So, there will be changes that are going to be made. As for whether you will still remain as the manager or you will be demoted, that will depend with the situation, Jack stated. Moses sighed in relief when he heard Jack's words. He knew that Jack had been merciful to him. Had this been another person, he would have been fired immediately. But, Jack had allowed him to continue working for him. Although he might be demoted, that didn't matter to him. That was a small punishment that he could take as compared to the mistake that he had made. Thank you, boss. I'll make sure to get back as soon as possible, Moses said. Just take your time, Jack responded before hanging up. Thank you, boss. I'll make sure to get back as soon as possible, Moses said. Just take your time, Jack responded before hanging up. He then turned his gaze to Shanzu. He looked at him for a moment before shaking his head. He then said to Denali, look into all the things that he has been doing in the absence of Moses. If there's anything that requires the law, submit it to the police and let them come and pick him up. Yes, boss. Denali replied as she took the phone from Jack's hand. On the other hand, the guard was completely stupefied about the situation. He wondered what was going on. Wasn't Shanzu pompous a moment ago? What happened? What was he told for him to end up in such an embarrassing state? Anyway, it's good that he's found his match. He was just about to head to the management office to resign when he was stopped by Jack's voice. There's no need for you to resign at all. He's no longer the assistant manager here, so, he has no more authority. "What about a compensation of double salary for this month, for the abuse that you have been through?" Jack asked. The guard was frozen on the spot. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Had Shanzu been removed from his position? This was good. And what was even better was the fact that he was being offered the compensation by having his salary doubled. Who was this person that could actually raise his salary just by saying it? But, looking at the listless Shanzu, he was forced to believe what Jack had said. In the end, he accepted. It was better to have his salary doubled, rather than to pay for the termination fee of the contract that was still effective until a few days later. After settling things at the entrance, the guard opened the gate and let Jack and Denali to drive into the residence. Since he had yet to be here, Jack observed the surroundings carefully. He looked at the layout of the villas here. He could see that each villa had its own courtyard. Furthermore, there was an area that was like a garden. There were several benches there, at the side. There was a playground for children and so on. In other words, the Serenity residential area was a good place for both the people with or without children. For those that didn't like noise, they wouldn't be affected as the playground was a good distance from the villas. So, the children could play without restraint or fear that they would disturb someone's rest or work. The management office wasn't far from the gate. And from the moment that Jack entered, he had used his high level of vision to look at these things. In fact, he had only seen 2 villas at the moment. And he was impressed, because the level of these villas was top-notch. Even his prince and princess palace couldn't compare. When he arrived in front of the management building, he found that all the staff members were lining up, waiting for his arrival. So, the moment that he got there, they both greeted him in unison, "Greetings, boss." The ladies were looking at his handsome face with stars shining in them. But, the moment that they saw Denali, they were forced to give up on any thoughts that they were having about the young, rich and handsome boss of theirs. As for the men, they were both amazed and envious of Jack. Not only was he rich at such a young age, but he also had the company of a very beautiful lady. As men, it was normal that they too had some wishes along this line. But, wishes and dreams were different from the harsh reality. Now, they could only watch. As for Denali, with Jack by her side added to her cold demeanor, none of them dared to have any thoughts or designs on her. If she could accompany Jack, she was definitely someone that they could only see but not touch. From this kind of reception, Jack could tell that Moses must have informed them that he was here. So, they came out to receive him. Although he wasn't used to the grand welcome, he still nodded and said, "No need to be so polite. You can just continue with what you were doing. I'm here to look around." The staff members dispersed one after the other as they returned to their posts. But, a lady remained behind. Jack looked at her with raised brows, wondering if there was something that she had to say. "Boss, since you are here for a tour, I would like to take you around." The lady stated her reason for staying behind. Jack looked at her keenly. She was wearing a white blouse and a red skirt that reached below her knees. As for her feet, she was wearing ordinary flat-based black ladies' shoes. She seemed to be in her late 20s, and from her temperament and expression as she looked at him, Jack could tell that she was someone that was serious about her work. In response, he nodded and said, "Please, lead the way." The lady nodded and led the way after picking up the keys of the villas that had yet to be sold. Jack and Denali followed behind her. The lady, whose name was Ruth, took them on a tour. And since the place was big, they used one of the cars that was used to take those that had the interest in buying the villas around. Since Jack was the boss here, he could go to any villa that hadn't been bought. But since he didn't want to spend so much time here, he didn't enter any of them. There were a total of 30 villas here with the cheapest worth $20 million. The total worth of the villas here was estimated to be at least $3.8 billion. Currently, there were only 6 villas that had been sold, all of them being the cheapest. As for the others, most people shied away when they heard the price of the villas here. But Jack could understand why the price was high. The villas were not only big, but the environment was also good. The location of the villas here was far from the busy streets and noise of the city. Additionally, the residential area was in the capital city, Khartoum, where space to build such luxurious villas with their own courtyard was limited. So, it was normal for the price to be high. Otherwise, how was the developer going to earn a profit considering the costs that were involved in the construction? The deeper they headed, the more luxurious and bigger the mansions got, and so was the price of the villas here. When they got to the deepest part of the residential area, Jack saw the masterpiece of the residential area. This villa was completely different from the others. It was located on an elevated place, and around the lower ground, he could see that there was a stream that passed here. The stream had clear water, obvious that it was free from pollution, even though this was actually a city. The environment here was just like the one that could be found in the Prince and Princess Palace. But, here, things were cheerful and lively as there were a few birds that had their nests on trees that were around the villa. Jack was mesmerized by this place. But, although he really wanted to stay here, he definitely didn't want to waste the money that he had paid for his stay in the hotel. So, he came to a decision: he would definitely live here if there would be nobody who would have bought it after a month from now. He was curious about the interior of the villa. So, they entered it. Jack looked at the luxurious decorations. Furthermore, the level of technology here was also advanced as it had an automatic recognition of the owner as long as his details were registered into the system. There were a few sound control systems present as well. And although Jack had thought that the garage that the Prince and Princess Palace had was high level, compared to this level of technology, Jack thought that the garage couldn't compare. This villa had several facilities just like the Prince and Princess Palace. Furthermore, it had its own helipad on the roof. As for the swimming pool, there was one that was located on the second floor. As to how that was possible, he himself wasn't sure about it because no matter how he tried looking at it, the depth of the pool was just like normal pools. But, downstairs, the ceiling was just normal. After the tour ended, Jack was satisfied with this villa that was worth about $200 million. It wasn't just the villa that made the price, but the environment also added to the price. After leaving Serenity Residential Area, Jack and Denali went back to the Cardinal's Supreme Hotel. While Jack was in Cartu City, a white Maserati arrived in front of the gates of the Prince and Princess Palace. In the white Maserati, there were two young and beautiful ladies. "Yes, who are you here to see?" Bob asked. "I'm here to see Celine. She should have informed you about my arrival. I'm Wendy," Wendy said with a smile. "Oh, indeed, I was informed about your arrival. Please come in, she's waiting for you." Bob nodded to the guards to open the gate and allow Wendy inside. When Wendy and Angie saw all the cars that were in the garage or were parked outside, they were stunned. They wondered if Celine had come here to do car business or what. But, looking at the logo, Wendy's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the name there. She wondered, Jackson Enterprise, is he the one? It ain't possible, right? Jackson Enterprise, is he the one? It ain't possible, right? As she thought of this, she alighted from the car after parking it. Then, she looked at the cars carefully. She could swear that she had never heard of the enterprise called Jackson Enterprise. This was her first time that she was hearing it since the last times that she had visited the city. In other words, this enterprise had to be a new one. After all, it had only been about 5 months since the last time that she was here in Incoed City. But what made her mind fill up with questions was the fact that there were cars for the enterprise filling the garage. So, she had to park her car outside, next to the ones that were parked outside. Out of curiosity, she approached the garage. What she saw shocked her greatly. Inside, other than the Bentegas, there were 2 other cars. A Bentley Continental GT, that was something that didn't surprise her that much. What had greatly shocked her was the fact that there was actually a Bugatti Veyron inside here. This was a limited edition that they were talking about. Although one might have money to buy it, it wasn't enough. One had to have enough connections to get these types of limited edition cars. As she was shocked, she didn't notice Angie calling her. Seeing that she was not reacting, Angie came and shook Wendy out of her stupor. "What are you looking at that made you ignore?" Angie wasn't able to finish her words as she was stunned by the appearance of the Bugatti Veyron in the garage. She could tell that this was a customized version of the Bugatti Veyron. In other words, the price of this Bugatti had to be higher than the ones that were not customized. "Is this Celine's place really?" Doubtfully, Angie asked. She couldn't believe that Celine could actually have this car. Wendy and Celine's family backgrounds were similar. So, since she was sure that Wendy didn't have the connections to get it, there was no way that Celine could get it. "I'm not sure about that either. Or, could we have come to a wrong place?" Wendy questioned, not sure at all if this was really where Celine lived. "If it was the wrong place, the guards wouldn't have let us in here." Angie shook her head. She too was confused. According to what they knew, Celine came to Incoed City about 2 weeks ago. So, how could it be possible that she had already bought us so many cars? Furthermore, the names of the enterprise didn't match the one that Celine had told them that she was coming to start. Clearly, these cars were for the grocery department, words clearly written below the logo. Angie approached the Bugatti Veyron and looked at it closely. Then, she noted that there was a jack added above the plate number. Connecting it to the Jackson enterprise that was added to the Bentegas, she could already guess it. I think that this Bugatti Veyron belongs to a person called Jackson. Do you think Celine has gotten a boyfriend? Angie asked with a smile. Jackson, I've never heard of this person in the capital. It surprises me that someone in such a small city can actually afford a Bugatti Veyron. As for Celine getting a boyfriend, Wendy wasn't able to finish her words before she was interrupted. So here you are. I was wondering where you had run off to. Turns out that you are here appreciating the cars. Celine said with a smile as she walked into the garage. Angie and Wendy turned towards her. Celine walked to them and they hugged each other. The three of them were good friends. Although Wendy knew Angie first, they had met with Celine when they got to high school. And from that moment, their friendship had developed to this point. Now, they could share most of their secrets with each other and they treated each other as sisters. What were you saying about getting a boyfriend? Who is it that has gotten a boyfriend and I don't know about it? Celine asked curiously. Well, I was wondering if you had gotten a boyfriend. After all, we can see that. Wendy said as she pointed at the Jag just right above the plate number, and the one on the logo, Jackson Enterprise. Celine was at first confused, but when she caught the meaning behind what Wendy was implying, she blushed for a moment as she hastily replied, Wah, what nonsense are you talking about? That's not my boyfriend. He's just a friend that I made when I came here. Seeing Celine blushing, both Angie and Wendy stared at her with weird gazes. This was actually one of the rare moments that they had seen Celine blushing. She was always a person with a strong mentality, so it was difficult for her to be seen like this. Additionally, this was actually the first time that they had seen her blushing like this. What they didn't know was that, at the mention of Jack, Celine could remember the contacts that they had during the dance and during the time that they had been kidnapped. Since at that time that Jack had embraced her, there was nobody that knew her, she didn't feel anything weird about it. But in front of her friends, she was shy as she thought of that scene. Look at her, blushing, and she's saying that she doesn't have a boyfriend. Humph, what's more, she's clearly living with him and she's saying that they only met recently. How can that be? Angie snorted as she gazed at Celine sharply. At this moment, she realized that the both of her friends had fallen for someone. And, they were really into it. Wendy was already engaged to him while on the other hand, Celine had already began living with him. This made her jealous at how lucky the two were to fall in love. But, when she thought about Jack who had still gotten a woman despite having a fiancé, she just thought that maybe boys were just scumbags. What nonsense are you saying? We live in the same compound but in different mansions, Celine retorted. But her face reddened further as she thought of Jack's body. That was the time that she had gone to pay him a visit and found that he was resting in the pool. She was completely mesmerized by that figure of his. Those well-sculpted muscles that were reflecting sunlight as they were wet. At that time, only after a minute did she come back to her senses and rushed away, and since then, she dared not to step in the Prince Palace till Jack left. See, she's denying it but the body is telling the truth. Look at that red face of hers. Angie snorted again. Looking at the blushing Celine, Wendy couldn't help but think of Jack. She could remember the time that she had fallen into his embrace when he saved her a year ago. That was the time that she would definitely not forget about. After all, it was a special moment. A time where she was saved from the clutches of death and found her way to what was called love. As she thought of that scene, Wendy blushed as well, and upon seeing the two blushing girls, Angie was completely jealous. So, she could only snort and walk out while saying, "Love-struck fools." Jack stayed in the capital for 3 days. During these 3 days, he had visited Good Vision Security Limited as well as Hope Hospital and Andes Corporation. It seemed that the system wanted him to develop in the capital as the businesses that he was receiving were all having their headquarters in the capital. But, he didn't think that it was something bad considering that it would be better if he developed in the capital first before spreading to the other cities with Kartu City as the center. Although his initial plan was to develop in a small city first before going to a big city, that was when he didn't have the system. But now that he had the system that was rewarding him with companies and shares, Jack thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea if he followed what the system was implying. The production of the pills was still in progress. According to the group that was in charge of the production, they had claimed that the first batch of pills would definitely be ready by next week. He wasn't sure about the success rate of the production of the pills. But all the same, he was really looking forward to it. Although he had the intention of using the pills to boost the market value of Brightway Medical Research Center, he decided against it after thinking it through. If he released the pills into the market, Even if the price was sky high, he was sure that there were several rich men that could get them. If they got them and supplied them to his future enemies, wouldn't he have shot himself on the foot? So, he decided that the pills would only be used by those that had joined the private team. As for how to boost the market value of the research center, he would just inject money that could aid in research. Once a research was successful, he was sure that the market value would rise. But at the same time, he was hoping that the first-time reward would be another pill recipe. In that way, he would definitely be able to have something that can raise the market value of the institution. Since the research center was busy with the production of the pills as well as researching other things, Jack had decided to begin the merging of Amber Securities, Safety Enforcers and Good Vision Security Limited. The process had already began, but it would take some time to be completed. The good thing was that Ayush had also come to the capital and was helping Denali with the process. Currently, he was preparing himself to go back to Incoat City. He had already promised Wendy that he would join them this week, and he was going to keep the promise. So, he was going to leave tonight. Although the week was already ending, he thought that it wouldn't be late considering that there was nothing important that they were going to do. They were going to relax. So, he thought that it wouldn't hurt to be late for a few days, right? First, he decided to check his current balance. Flyer's bank saving account balance is $5,839,953,321. First, he decided to check his current balance. Flyer's bank saving account balance is $5,839,953,321. He had gotten money from the grocery stores recently and this was over $150 million. But, there were other expenditures that required money to be spent. So, his account could be said to have gained about $100 million. Since he was only having the money that came from the grocery stores being multiplied, even if there was money that came from the other companies that he had a share in or were under him, they were not multiplied. The reason behind this being that they had a different timeline for the multiplication. For instance, the one from Good Vision Security Limited and Brightway Medical Research Center, the income would be multiplied monthly. As for something like the Andis Corporation, the multiplier would only be applied once a year when he received the dividends. The Serenity residential area on the other hand simply depended on the sales. Once he sold a villa there, the income would be multiplied. What Jack was really looking forward to the most was the income that came from selling the villas. Although they couldn't be sold all at once, at least he was sure that the income would be big once the sales were made. Currently, the cheapest that had yet to be sold was the one that was worth $90 million. Once this villa was sold, he would definitely have gotten $9 billion. Just from this, he would be a big step towards one of the conditions for upgrading the system. The system needed him to have a balance of $50 billion in his account. On the other hand, he was supposed to have 5 companies that were worth $50 billion each. Furthermore, they were supposed to have defeated one competitor in the industry and make the companies monopolies in the industry. Thinking of this condition now, he thought that this system was shrewd. It seemed that he had to defeat more than a single competitor. After all, if he had to make the companies monopolies, how could there be competitors? After a moment, he came to another decision. That was, to look for 5 industries that had the least competition. There, he would have his companies rise to be evaluated to a worth of $50 billion and at the same time, crush the non-existent competition. Jack decided to call Wendy to inform her that he would be coming back the following day. He had gotten her contact before he left Venture City for Incoat City. She could then arrange on where they were going to once he arrived. Since he would be leaving on that very night, he would be there by morning. So, he was sure that they could go out the following day itself. "Hello Jack. How are you doing?" Wendy's excited voice drifted to his ears. Jack wasn't sure what was making this girl so happy, but all the same, he greeted back. Then, he went straight to the point. "I'll be back by tomorrow. So, we can leave at 9 in the morning, depending on what you are planning." Wendy had been waiting to hear these words all this while. So, the moment that she heard Jack say them, she was completely excited about it. After all, other than missing Jack, the other young masters and ladies that were part of the group were already getting impatient. Seeing that Jack was yet to come, she had told them to simply go and do their thing and they would join them later. Now that Jack was coming, at least she wouldn't be disturbed by the posts that her friends were showing off when they visited other places. "Okay then. I will make the arrangements right now," Wendy said enthusiastically. After that, she chatted with him for a few minutes before hanging up. After ending the call with Wendy, Jack called Celine. "Hello, you busy now?" No, I just got out of the bathroom, Celine replied. Oh, I was saying that I will be back tomorrow, Jack said while scratching his head a little awkwardly. Tomorrow? Okay then. Where should I wait for you? Celine nodded and asked. On the roof of the garage. I'll be landing there. But I'm sure that you will be asleep at that time. Jack smiled as he replied. Not really. Since you are coming back, I will obviously wait for you. Furthermore, I'm done with the hardest parts of the company. So, I can now relax, Celine refuted. You know, you shouldn't strain yourself. You have to take care of your health, Jack reminded her. Celine on other side, sat on the bed with only a towel covering her body. Her long legs were exposed as well her shoulders and arms. There were drops of water glistening on her skin under the illumination of the light in the room. Her hair was damp as well as she had hurriedly gotten out of the bathroom as soon as she noticed that it was Jack's call. She smiled sweetly when she saw how concerned he was about her. Worry not. Currently, the stage that required me to strain myself has already gone by. And now, Faith is the one that is dealing with the other things. Moreover, I'm going out to relax with my friends in a few days' time. Will you accompany me? Celine asked expectantly. Jack wasn't prepared to have her asking him to accompany her. He had just told Wendy that he would be free the following day. And since they were going to go to different cities, it was obvious that it wouldn't be something that would take a single day. It had to be at least 2 days. Thinking of this, he asked, Can you give me the exact day that you will be going out so that I can make the arrangements? Let me ask. She hasn't told me when we're leaving, but I'll make sure to ask her, Celine replied. Okay then, take your time to relax even before the vacation that you're going in a few days' time, Jack reminded. Okay then. I'll be waiting for you. Just tell me the time that you will be landing, Celine said. Got it. Good night, Jack said before hanging up. Jack was debating on what to do next. After thinking things through, he decided that since he had already promised Wendy, he would go out with her and her friends first. Then, just in case Celine was going to go out after 2 days, he would leave the group to go and accompany her. After all, he was more familiar with Celine than he was with Wendy. What Jack didn't know was that he was bound to have a headache soon. In Koet City, Prince and Princess Palace. Wendy excitedly hugged the phone after ending the call with Jack. She was in the room that Celine had given her to stay in the princess mansion. At this time, Angie walked in. Looking at the blushing and excited Wendy, she was curious what had made her be like this. Although the blush could state that this had something to do with a man, it was not an absolute. What made you this excited? From your blushing face, could it be that your fiancé has told you something sweet? She asked as she sat on the bed, next to Wendy who was lying on the bed, facing the ceiling. Angie's voice brought Wendy back to reality. She looked at her and said, You know what? Jack just called and told me that he would be coming tomorrow. Haven't you been impatient about going out? We will be leaving tomorrow? Angie was at first expectant that there was something good that had happened. In the end, it turned out that it was just Jack coming back. He had been keeping the two of them waiting for a period of time now. So, for him to be coming back, although it was relieving that they wouldn't have to wait any longer, at least, she thought that it was nothing to be this excited about. But, on second thought, looking at the excited Wendy, Angie thought that maybe this was something that only those in love could feel excited about. But all the same, she had decided in her heart that she was going to make sure that Jack took a good care of her sister. Otherwise, she would definitely make him pay for it dearly. She had already gotten information about Jack from Wendy. So, she thought that a mere Alfonso family wouldn't stop her from making Jack pay if he did anything that made her sister cry. It is good that he's coming back. I was getting impatient after all. Had he decided not to come back till this day, I would have surely gone to bring him here. Angie responded after a period of silence. Wendy was just about to say something when the door was opened and Celine walked in. From her face, the duo could immediately tell that she was excited. Angie couldn't help but grumble in her heart, wondering what was up with these girls. They were completely smitten in that they were behaving like fools. Wendy, when are we going for the vacation? Celine asked as soon as she got in. Tomorrow. Wendy replied confusedly. But thinking that maybe it was just Celine getting impatient like Angie, she still replied. Got it. Celine replied before she began typing on her phone. Curious, Angie asked, Who are you texting? While typing, Celine replied, The owner of this place is coming back. I wanted him to come with us. You don't mind, right? Wendy and Angie shook their heads. They were curious about this man that had made their Celine this way. When will he come back? Angie asked again. Tomorrow, Celine replied before leaving. Wendy was still excited about Jack coming the following day that she didn't even think much about Celine's reply. On the other hand, Angie couldn't help but frown. She wondered to herself, what a one-of-a-kind coincidence. The two guys are coming on the same day? Well, good for me. I can still pay attention to the one on Celine's part. I want to see who he is. As for that Jack, I would make sure to be strict on him. Angie thought. But at the same time, there was a nagging feeling, but she wasn't sure what it was. She wasn't sure if it was good or bad, so, after a while of thinking about this matter, she forgot about it and decided to chat with Wendy to relieve her boredom. Celine. We will be heading out tomorrow. Jack received Celine's reply after about 5 minutes from the time that he had ended the call. The answer made him stressed out a little. He wondered what he was supposed to do. After all, the two ladies expected his company on the same day. After a long time of thinking, he decided to ask something else. He had to know the details so that he could make proper plans on how to handle things here. Jack. How long would your vacation last? Celine. About a week. Jack thought things through and decided that he was going to fulfill his promise by being with Wendy for 2 days first. Since he didn't want her to continue the issue about them being engaged, he would have to keep a distance. But keeping a distance didn't mean that he would be an enemy. At least, he had now learned a lesson that he would have to think twice before accepting such an invitation from her. On the other hand, he was going to accompany Celine for 5 days. Although this could be said to be favoritism, Jack would definitely accept it no matter what others said. According to what he knew, he was more comfortable in Celine's presence than in Wendy's. Furthermore, he didn't want to have so many interactions with Wendy. Perhaps this would make her give up on him. Additionally, he really wanted to spend time with Celine. Had she not invited him, he would have invited her once she was done with the duties back at the Eminent Beauty. Jack. I think I will accompany you from the 3rd day of your vacation. Just tell me your location at that time and I will come. Of course Celine wasn't pleased with the reply that she had received. But at least, although he had only accepted to accompany her from the 3rd day, it was still good that he accepted. Furthermore, he would accompany her for 5 days. Anyway, once she was offered 1, she would think that 2 would have been better. And if she was offered 2 first, she would definitely claim that 5 would have been better. That was a human's nature. As long as it was something that they liked or loved, they would definitely yearn for more. That was just the case with Celine at the moment. Had she been offered company for 2 days, she would definitely think that it was too little and request for 5 if possible. Although she would have liked to have Jack's company during the whole vacation, she didn't want to force him to do that, so, she replied. Celine. Okay then. Just tell me when you land. I'll be sure to wait for your arrival. One more thing, you can give me the estimate time that you will arrive. Jack. It should be around 6 in the morning. Celine. Got it. Jack wasted no time and contacted Gabriel to inform him that he was ready. Although he had already told him the previous day that they would be leaving tonight, he still thought that it would be good if he could give him the reminder. After an early dinner at 6, Denali drove Jack to the airport. The earlier he left, the earlier he would arrive at his destination. Although he was strong and his vitality was high due to the professional combatant ability, that didn't mean that he would just tire himself out unreasonably. When they got to the airport, it was already close to 8. According to the schedule that Gabriel had planned, they would be departing at 8 p.m. Jack bid Denali goodbye before getting into the jet. After everything was done, at 8 o'clock the plane took off. 5 hours later, Jack arrived at the airport in Venture City. Gabriel and Jack left the handling of the plane to the management staff of the airport and decided to take a rest first. After about 2 hours of rest, they got into the Eurocopter and flew towards Inchoate City. And after 4 hours, they were there. When they arrived in Inchoate City, the sun had yet to rise. Currently, it was already 6:15 in the morning. He had already informed Celine that he would arrive around this hour. So, he was sure that she was waiting for him if there were no accidents. And, he was looking forward to meeting her again. Just a few days being away, but he had just missed her greatly. Even he himself wasn't sure why he missed her that much. Although they had been chatting every night since he left, it was different when meeting and seeing each other. The Eurocopter flew and steadily landed on the helipad on top of the garage of the Prince and Princess Palace. Jack had already informed Celine that he was here through TM, text me, so, the moment that the plane landed, Celine appeared in his vision. Jack, you're here, Celine called out excitedly as she smiled at him. Her charming smile really entranced him. Unconsciously, he smiled back. Jack was just about to respond when he noticed something that made him surprised. Just behind Celine, there were two girls that he was familiar with, Wendy and Angie. Seeing Jack's gaze was on the figures behind her, although Celine was dissatisfied, she thought that he was surprised that there was someone else that he didn't know on his property. So, she decided to introduce the two sides. But upon seeing that the two sides were looking at each other in a strange manner, she couldn't help but ask, "You guys know each other? You guys know each other?" Celine wasn't the only one that asked that question, as both Jack and the two girls asked the same question at the same time as her. Jack directed the question at Celine, Celine to the two girls and the two girls to Jack. It was like a triangle. Anyway, after this question, there was silence as none of the four knew what to say for a moment. Gabriel, who had just alighted, had happened to find a scene where four people asked the same question at the same time. He could only say that he was lucky that he could be there at such a rare moment. Too bad, he hadn't recorded the scene. But, looking at the scene, he wondered what kind of game was being played here. Could it be the scene where you are dating two girls at the same time but you don't know that they are friends? Gabriel was amused. So, instead of leaving, he decided to stay there and pretend to be checking the Eurocopter so that he could see what was going to happen next. He was curious about this thing that had just happened in front of him, when it normally happened in movies and telenovelas. After looking at each other, the four began speaking again, answering the question that had been asked. Jack. We met in Venture City. Celine. They are my best friends. Wendy. She is my best friend. Angie. She is my best friend. Again, they spoke at the same time, and since they were expecting that the others would let them finish what they were saying, none of them stopped until they completed what they were saying. There was another moment of silence as the four looked at each other, not sure what to say. On the other hand, Gabriel was already stifling his laughter. He really wanted to laugh out loud, but he was worried that he would disrupt the plot. So, he managed to hold back the laughter. There was a silence that lasted for almost 30 seconds. Each of the four was waiting for someone to speak, and seeing that nobody was going to speak, they decided to speak. Jack. Okay, Celine. It's like this, Wendy. Let me explain. Angie. This is how. Again, there was silence as each of them stopped mid-sentence upon noticing that there was someone else that was speaking. In the end, they all stopped what they were saying and decided to listen. Gabriel couldn't hold it in anymore and began chuckling. Although he had tried so much to hold on, he just couldn't. After all, this was just too much. Even in telenovelas, for four people to be in such a situation at the same time, he had never seen or heard of it. Although they only said the same words at the beginning, the following actions were similar although the words were different. It was like their bodies were in sync but their brains thought of different words to say. Or, they only had different vocabularies. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the blushing girls and the awkward Jack, Gabriel completely burst out laughing while holding his stomach. He was no longer chuckling, but was really loud. His laughter brought the four out of the deadlock where they didn't know what to say or do next. While the girls blushed even more furiously, Jack smiled awkwardly and gazed at Gabriel and complained, "Come on dude. What are you laughing at?" Gabriel continued laughing a little while longer before he replied. But all the same, he was still having an urge to continue laughing. "Haha, what can I do? You guys are so funny," Gabriel replied. During the time that he'd spent with Jack, they had gotten along with each other. So, Gabriel could joke and be casual around Jack. The same could be applied to Jack. Jack shook his head and turned to the three girls and said, "Let's get to the mansion and have a talk." The girls nodded and followed Jack down the roof of the garage following the usual staircase. They arrived in the room, leaving behind Gabriel who was still in a fit of laughter. After they took their seats in the Prince Palace, they again remained silent for a while, not sure who was going to start speaking. As a man, Jack decided to take the initiative to speak, so, he cleared his throat and was just about to speak when Celine cut in. "Jack, these two are my friends. They are Wendy and Angie, but I think that the three of you know each other. Wendy, Angie, this is Jack, the owner of this mansion. He's been helping me here in Incoed City," Celine said as she gazed at the two. Well, I don't think I need to reintroduce the relationship between Celine and I, so I can say that Jack and I are acquaintances. We met in Crystal City 1 year ago and last week in Venture City, Wendy spoke. She had decided not to speak about the engagement between the two of them in Jack's presence. He had already said that he didn't acknowledge the engagement. Just to make sure that the relationship that was already weak wouldn't collapse, she wasn't ready to say something that would displease Jack. Seeing that the ladies had explained the relationship between them, Jack decided not to meddle and let things be as they were. Additionally, he was impressed that Wendy didn't say that he was her fiancé. Had she actually insisted that he was her fiancé, he would definitely make sure that he maintained a good distance from her. He didn't recognize the engagement and neither did he know Wendy for him to actually agree to it. On the other hand, Angie frowned. Wendy actually said that she and Jack were actually acquaintances. This was completely out of her expectations. Hadn't Wendy told her that the two of them were engaged? What the heck with this acquaintances nonsense? She was just about to ask what was going on when she felt Wendy's grip on her hand. Seeing that Wendy was shaking her head at her, she decided not to say a word. At least for now, she wouldn't say a word and wait till they were alone. She would have to get answers from this lady. Having cleared everything, the group chatted for a few minutes before Jack went upstairs to refresh and take a rest. According to the agreement, they would be leaving at 10. So, since it was still 6 in the morning, he thought that he still had time to relax his stiff muscles a bit. After taking a shower, Jack jumped on the bed and was about to close his eyes when they shot open. That was because he had just received a system prompt that reminded him of the time that he had gotten the system. First month of income earning, rewarded with Glaze Hotel. It was only a single prompt but it had reminded him of something important that he had actually forgotten. But at the same time, he actually remembered that today was actually on Saturday, the first day of August. In other words, this was going to be the second month that he was going to start. Although he had gotten the system on 13th of July, the system evaluated things differently. Although it was true that it had yet to be a month since he had gotten the system used the normal calendar. So, according to the system, a month had gone by. And, he had been earning during this month. Even though it was only from betting and the grocery department, at least, he had earned something big. Additionally, all the other incomes from the institutions and companies was going to be multiplied on this very day. Of course, this only applied to the security company, the hospital, and the medical research center. Then, there was another thing that he was going to receive as well. That was the first income reward. Back to what he had just received at the moment. He had just been awarded with Glaze Hotel. Just like Good Vision Security Limited, Glaze Hotel was a well-known hotel business in the country. It had several branches all over the country. Although not every city had the branch hotel, at least in Coed City had one. Although Jack had yet to confirm the actual value of Glaze Hotel, he was sure that it was nothing small. It had to be worth at least $10 billion. Without wasting time I'm thinking, he got his phone and searched for the details of the hotel. And soon, he found the results that he was looking for. Glaze Hotel, a 5-star hotel with branches in over 30 cities in the country. Azima country itself had 5 provinces: Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern and finally Central Province. Amongst the 5 provinces, the Central Province was the leading one in terms of technological development. It was also where the capital was located. As for the other 4 provinces, they were far bigger than the Central Province. But, at the end of the day, they were the least developed. The reason for this being the fact that the current leader of the country was someone who thought that centralization was better. In other words, he thought that it was better to have the Central Province developed first before the fruits of the development are spread to the other 5 provinces. So, the other 4 provinces were actually not that much developed. Although they were not completely ignored, it was true that they were still lagging behind. The only saving grace of the 4 provinces was that they were the main source of food in the country. Since there was a lot of space, there were several plantations in the 4 provinces that were enough to satisfy the population with food. But of course, there were other things that had to be imported from other countries as it was obvious that the climate in the country couldn't support every type of crop. Back to the topic, in Azima country, there were 57 cities. With Glaze Hotel already spreading to 30 cities, one could see that it had covered over half of the cities. The main focus of the hotel was obviously the Central Province. The region had 7 cities. These 6 cities had been greatly developed just like Kartu City. So, Glaze Hotel had spread to these 7 cities. And after that, there were a few other cities that were randomly selected to have a branch. But, the top management of the hotel had plans to have the hotel spreading to all cities in the country. But, it seemed that he would have to take on that. After calming down a little, Jack thought of something that he had always not thought of before. How does the system actually get these assets? You don't have to worry about that. The system has already created a group that can be viewed as a legal one. This group has money. So, it is assumed by others that the group bought the companies or shares for you. So, all that you need to do is to put your signature and everything will be solved. One more thing, if the bank investigates the money that is coming to your account once the multiplier effect takes place, they would find that the source is the group. Jack was amazed by the system. It actually had such an ability. He was now curious about the group that the system had made. What's the name of this group? Don't mind that. You'll know about it in the future. Maybe you will be rewarded with that group as long as you complete a certain requirement or there is a need for that to happen. Jack shook his head. The system was actually trying to play mysterious here. Anyway, since it was said that he would know about it in the future, he decided to not think about it for the time being. But then, he came with an idea that made him excited. System, can you help me with the issues of the signatures? I don't want to start moving around in the future just for a signature. The system was silent for a moment before finally replying. The role of the system here is to make sure that the host knows the importance of working hard. If you are lazy to even move around to sign the transfer agreement, won't the system actually being hosted by a lazy host? Jack had his mouth hanging for a while. He was actually speechless. What the heck with the system? Wasn't it just a signature? Anyway, Jack thought for a moment before replying. Just imagine that I will have to get from the southern province and head to the northern province. All just so as to put a signature? Won't that be a waste of time? Jack then continued, that time could be used by me to do other things. It's not like I will be idling. One more thing, the time that I will be spending on the plane while traveling, wouldn't I be lazing around? You can just ask them to bring the contract to you. Jack. He actually didn't know what to say for a moment. But, as a human, he obviously had something to say. But, I will have to set time aside just to put a signature. The time that I will be going through the documents and chatting with the one that brought the agreement over, that would be a waste of time. There was no reply again for a period of time. Then, the reply came only after 2 minutes. Okay then. The system will help you in completing all the procedures for the transfer of the shares and other assets. But, in return, with every company you get, you will have half a year to increase the net value by 100%. Jack was at first satisfied, but when he heard the condition for that to happen, he couldn't help but want to complain. But, thinking about the situation, he thought that all the same, he was going to increase the value of the companies. As for the half-a-year timeline, he was sure that he would manage. With time, he was sure that his influence would have grown to a greater extent and that he would be able to easily solve that problem. Jack was so confident about this in that he forgot about something important. The net worth of a company didn't simply depend on the amount of money that was invested. It needed more than that. A good example would be the research institutions. No matter the amount of money, unless the scientists managed to complete the research and had gotten positive results, the amount of money wouldn't matter. Then, another system prompt appeared. This time, Jack was clearly even more excited about what was coming next. Get ready. The income of the companies that are multiplied on a monthly basis is up next, be prepared. Immediately after that, the prompts began coming in. You've earned $34.5 million from Good Vision Security Limited, Amber Securities and Safety Enforcers in the previous month. Multiplier applied. You received $3.45 billion. First income. As a reward, you gained 3 mil Mi-26M helicopters. You've earned $76.3 million from Brightway Medical Research Center and Hope Hospital in the previous month. Multiplier applied. You received $7.63 billion. First income. As a reward, you gain a comprehensive speed CT scanner and the recipe for the anti-leukemia pills. Do you want to get the first income reward of the grocery department or would you still like to continue accumulating? 5 system prompts came in one after the other. And followed by that was the vibration of his phone to indicate that there was money that had been received in his account. Jack took a deep breath and replied, let it continue accumulating. I will retrieve the reward when necessary. He had been saving the first income reward of the new grocery stores that he had been buying so far just to make sure that the reward that he would receive would be of high quality. Jack then began analyzing the rewards one after the other. The 3 security companies had given him $34.5 million. This was the money that was earned since the moment that he had taken over. Being that most of the contracts were signed during the start of the year, it was obvious that he wasn't going to receive a lot of money till the following month. Anyway, the $34.5 million had been multiplied to a good $3.45 billion. This was a good amount of money that he had earned here. It was already boosting him towards the $50 billion account balance target. Brightway Medical Research Center and Hope Hospital had also performed quite well. giving him more than $70 million. The main income came from the research center due to the success in research during the past years. The medicine that was sold by the research center was the main income earner. Although Hope Hospital could also have been a good source of income, Jack knew that it was still lagging behind the leading hospitals. In other words, he would have to work hard to make sure that Hope Hospital caught up and surpassed the other hospitals. As for making the hospital a monopoly, Jack was sure that it was going to be impossible as the government would surely be involved. The government had several medical research and pharmaceutical companies in the country. So, if he had a dream of monopolizing the pharmaceutical industry, he would be going against the government. Now, to the rewards that he had received. This time, the system was generous enough to give him the descriptions of the rewards. Mi-26M helicopters. These are heavyweight transport helicopter with twin engines. It has the following characteristics. Crew: 5 men length, 40 meters main rotor diameter, 32 meters. Height: T 8.14 meters weight, empty, 28.2 T weight, maximum takeoff, 56 T. Engines: 2XZ-MKB Progress D136 turbofacts engine power. 2 by 10,000 shp. Maximum speed: 295 km per hour. Service ceiling: 4.6 km. Range: 1,952 km. Typical load: 80 troops. Looking at that information, one could tell that these helicopters were meant for the military or something related to that. Having a carrying capacity of 80 troops, it could easily deploy the guards in case of emergencies. This was something that Jack was looking forward to. He had previously asked Maxwell to purchase 1 or 2 helicopters if possible. But now that he had been rewarded by the system, Jack was happy. He had 3 of them. Total troops that could be deployed would be 240. If he created a team that had 20 people, he would be having 12 teams. Then, each helicopter would have 4 teams. He could as well merge the 4 teams and form a platoon that had 80 men. So, each platoon would be assigned a helicopter. Although he was currently having a single team, squad, he could still ask Denali to have more of them created. Comprehensive Speed CT Scanner. A medical equipment that is used to scan a living being's body. It works at a high speed and gives out all the comprehensive details that can be found or according to the specialization of the scan. This was what came from the first income reward of Hope Hospital. This was something that was going to be delivered there. But of course, Jack wouldn't do such a thing at the moment. He would make sure that he owned 100% of the shares of the hospital first. Currently, he was holding 70% shares. The total value of the hospital was $500 million. So, in his hands, there was $350 million. The remaining 30% shares could be acquired after spending about $200 million. Of course, the 30% was worth $150 million, but, to get them as fast as possible, he could as well offer $200 million. Anti-leukemia pills. These are the pills that can prevent a person from getting blood cancer. In other words, even if one experiences the high radiations, he would definitely not get leukemia. Note: the pill immunizes a person who doesn't have leukemia to make sure that he wouldn't be affected by leukemia. But, if a person plays with dangerous radiations, the immunization wouldn't help that person escape from the other effects that come from the radiation. It does not heal leukemia. That was something that he had been looking forward to a lot. The recipe that would boost the reputation and value of Brightway Medical Research Center. Although the pills couldn't heal leukemia, they would definitely prevent any further cases of leukemia. In other words, as long as the current generation received the anti-leukemia pills, she would definitely not suffer from leukemia. Jack was extremely excited. After the production of the body-strengthening pill was completed, he would definitely make sure that the anti-leukemia pills were produced. Although it would take a good period of time for the pills to go through the clinical trials and the approval from the medical department, he was sure that it wouldn't take more than 2 months. As Jack was busy with the rewards that he had received, the girls on the other hand were chatting with each other, trying to understand the relationship between Jack and the other one. "You mean that you and Jack are engaged?" Celine asked as she looked at Wendy in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Wendy had already gotten engaged. Additionally, there was a pang of pain in her heart as she thought that Jack had a fiancé already. She felt that she had lost something important and she couldn't help but feel dejected. Yes. But, you know, I was the one that suggested the engagement. I told my grandpa that I loved Jack. So, we went to Jack's home and my grandpa and Jack's father came to an agreement that the 2 of us can be engaged. Wendy replied. She could tell that Celine definitely had feelings for Jack, but she too had feelings for him and they were intense. She just couldn't give up on him. You know Jack's family? Celine asked in a low voice. Till this time, she had never tried investigating Jack's background, hoping that he would tell her. But at the end of the day, it seemed that someone had beat her to it. Yes, he's from Alfonso family of Crystal City, Wendy replied. But at the same time, she was doubtful about this. After all, the Bugatti Veyron, the cars that were bought out there, the mansion, the Eurocopter, these things totally didn't add up to Jack's background at all. Even if Jack was the most favored young master of the Alfonso family, she was sure that there was no way that he could get all these things. Additionally, Alfonso family was at a lower level as compared to her family. And since her family didn't have the connections to get the Bugatti Veyron, how could the Alfonso family? She was wondering if it was true that Jack owned this place or if he was living in someone else's house. Alfonso family? Why does it sound familiar? Although this was the first time that she was hearing this name, Celine felt that this wasn't the case. There was some sense of familiarity to this name, but she couldn't make out where the familiarity came from. After thinking without getting anything, she simply shook her head. Thinking of Crystal City, Celine continued doubting whether it was true that Jack was from that family. The way that Jack was spending money was as if he had a lot of it. To buy the whole building and the cars. To buy the stores and the mansion. Since the Alfonso family was located in Crystal City, which was larger as compared to Incoit, there was no way that they were going to waste their money to develop in a small city instead of trying to enter the market of the larger cities. Angie didn't say a word this time. She too wanted to know what was going on. At first, she was only interested in the fact that Wendy didn't say that Jack was her fiancé in his presence. But, as they talked of Jack's background, her interest grew. She was wondering what secrets he was hiding. But, for now, she had to confirm something first. Wendy, what are you trying to hide from us? In Jack's presence, you said that you two are acquaintances. Now, why would you say that? Was he threatening you? She asked with narrowed eyes. Wendy, what are you trying to hide from us? In Jack's presence, you said that you two are acquaintances. Now, why would you say that? Was he threatening you? She asked with narrowed eyes. Wendy got flustered at the moment. She wasn't sure about how to reply to this. After thinking for a moment and looking at the two friends of hers that she considered as sisters, she decided that she would simply say the truth. Actually, it's like this. During the engagement, Jack wasn't present in Crystal City. So, the engagement was completed without him knowing. And Jack wasn't told about the engagement by his father. It's like they were hiding it from him. Wendy paused before continuing. He learned from me that we were engaged already. But, he doesn't acknowledge the engagement at all. He said that since that was planned and agreed by his father, then his father had to handle it. Additionally, he was no longer a member of the Alfonso family, so, any plans that were made with the Alfonso family didn't involve him. As she spoke, she felt bitter. After all, she really loved Jack. But, her love was one-sided and was not reciprocated. Jack was already living with Celine, although not in the same mansion, they were still living in the same compound at the end of the day. On the other hand, Jack had already bluntly told her that he didn't love her. But, although that was to be expected as he didn't remember her, it still hurt to be rejected by the person that she loved dearly. One might think that this was love that was born due to gratitude that she had towards him for saving her, but that wasn't the case anymore since a few months after she began watching him. She had fallen in love with him, and for that reason, she had thought that by marrying him, she would be able to express her thanks well. In the end, she thought so little, forgetting to consider whether he would agree to marry her or not, whether he already had a girlfriend or not. All the same, she wasn't willing to give up. He had decided that he wouldn't agree to the engagement, she wouldn't break it. She would definitely make sure that he loved her just like she loved him. So, that's how it was. Celine for some reason let out a sigh of relief. Since Jack hadn't accepted the engagement and was willing to break it, she thought that she had a chance. Although she thought that it wasn't good that she loved the same man that her sister did, what could she do? And yes, she was forced to admit at this moment that she had indeed fallen in love with Jack. At first, it could be said that she was simply attracted to Jack. But after spending time with him, knowing how honest he was with her, she had fallen in love with him. Additionally, the way that he went out of his way just to help her out, how could her heart remain steady? That guy snatched it away from her. As for how he felt about her, she wasn't sure. Maybe he treated her like a friend, or maybe a sister, or he looked at her like a lady, a potential partner, that had yet to be known. After all, although he always stared at her, he had never shown lust. He instead showed appreciation for her beauty. Now that she had admitted to herself that she really loved Jack and she wouldn't mind to be his girlfriend, she was getting nervous. From Wendy's expression, she could tell that Wendy was indeed hurt. And she wasn't ready to experience the pain that came from one-sided love. If Jack said that he didn't love her, she wasn't sure about what she was going to do. But one thing remained the same: she would definitely get hurt. Looking at the two girls who had strange expressions on their faces, Angie shook her head. What happened here? Two girls have fallen for a single man? This isn't happening, right? Angie doubted herself at the moment. The three of them had been close friends and called each other sisters. And from the way that she was seeing, things were definitely not going to end well here. Each of the two girls had their own advantage here. Celine and Jack were familiar to each other. As a result, she had the highest advantage and possibility of making Jack fall in love with her. On the other hand, Wendy had familial advantage. Her grandfather and Jack's family all supported the engagement between the two of them. And from the looks of it, the two families would definitely not allow the engagement to be broken. Wendy's grandfather doted on her. So, it was obvious that he wouldn't let his granddaughter to get hurt. So, he might use other means to make sure that Jack didn't dare to leave Wendy. On the other hand, Alfonso family was a small family. It would surely like the benefits that would come with the marriage between Wendy and Jack. And although Celine also had the same background as Wendy, the Alfonsos had already acknowledged the engagement between the two. It was obvious that they wouldn't easily agree to break it considering the reputation of the Farrell family. You two, are you going to fight for a man? Angie asked. She wasn't ready to see the friendship that they had built for years crumbling just because of the appearance of a man. The two ladies gave Angie stares that told her to stay out of the matter. Knowing that she definitely wouldn't be able to convince them otherwise, Angie decided to think of a way to solve this problem. She contemplated for a while before she finally came to a decision. She would have to make these two ladies forget about Jack, or she could as well make sure that Jack chose one of them. At least, it could be said that it was his choice and the two sisters of hers wouldn't have to fight it out with each other. As Angie was deep in thoughts, the two ladies came to a decision. Wendy, Jack hasn't confessed to any of us yet, right? Why don't we compete fairly? Whoever he chooses, the one that's not chosen shouldn't feel resentment for the other. What do you think? Wendy knew that Celine was giving her an advantage here. Jack had clearly said that he wasn't interested in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have blatantly told her to forget about him. On the other hand, Celine had stayed with him for a certain period of time and she understood him the most. Jack's willingness to allow Celine to live here was definitely a proof that he might be having some feelings for Celine. So, although Celine had the greatest advantage, instead of simply saying that since Jack had told her to forget him she had to give up, she was giving her the chance to make Jack fall in love with her. As she thought of this, she felt sweet in her heart. She decided that no matter the results, she would definitely not hate this sister of hers. Although she would be hurt to lose the one that she loved, at least her sister would be happy. Okay then, it's a deal. Wendy nodded as determination could be seen in her eyes. Angie, who was listening from the side, shook her head again. But all the same, she felt that this result was far better than the two starting to argue with each other. But all the same, she had to make sure that Jack would hurry things up and select one of them or none. The earlier the girls knew who he loved, the earlier they would try forgetting about this issue. In Crystal City, Brenda was just coming out of a mall. She had just finished shopping when her phone rang. Looking at the contact, she found that it was her mother. Hello, Mom. Brenda was confused as to why her mother would call her when she had only left home for about an hour. Brenda, where are you now? Marian asked. From her voice, Brenda could tell that this was urgent. I'm done shopping in the mall. What happened? Brenda asked. What you needed has already arrived. You should know what to do, right? Marian asked. Brenda's eyes lit up at that moment. It seems that I can solve things earlier than I had thought. Although there is a year and 2 months till the wedding day, it will be better if I can deal with this as early as now. A cold glint flashed across her eyes as she thought of this. Her lips curled into a cold smile, a complete contrast to her usual cute expression. Remembering where she was, she immediately regained her previous cute expression. She then responded, I got it, Mom. I'll be back in a few minutes. That's good. You better deal with it. If things overwhelm you, you can simply tell me and I'll help you, Marian said before hanging up. Okay then. Let's get those rewards, Jack said to himself before he began making arrangements. System, I would like to have the 3 helicopters delivered once the merging of the security companies is completed. As for the comprehensive speed CT scanner, I would like it to appear only after I have acquired all the shares that are remaining in Hope Hospital. Got it. This was the advantage that he was taking. Instead of having things delivered at once, at least, he could get them at the right moment. After he was done with the system, he took his phone and called Denali. Can you make arrangements to acquire the remaining 30% shares of Hope Hospital? Got it, boss. Jack was done with the system prompts at the moment, so he decided to take a rest first. They would be leaving at around 10. Now, it was already 7 in the morning. He still had around 2 hours. Jack was woken up by a knock on the door. It was Celine, reminding him that it was almost time for them to depart. Although Celine had previously had no intention of coming back to the Prince Mansion after the swimming pool incidents, when she remembered that she was now competing with Wendy, she decided to take this opportunity to come upstairs and wake him up. But of course, the moment that Jack woke up, she had already rushed back downstairs, not waiting to be reminded of what had happened back then. Jack got out of the bed and headed downstairs after he was done with changing his clothes. He was fully prepared. Since they were going to hang out, there was nothing that he had to prepare other than dress properly and have enough money to spend. When he got downstairs, he found that Faith was also present. It seemed that someone had already prepared breakfast. He was impressed. After all, this could be said to be the first time that he had someone preparing him food in about 4 years, other than in the restaurants or stalls. He wondered who it was that had prepared the food, but he didn't ask questions about it. He was sure that the one that had cooked would surely reveal herself. After sitting around the dining table, the group of 5 began eating while chatting. Since Faith was just a few years older than the other 4, she was able to chat with the 3 girls comfortably. On the other hand, Jack was almost left out, as the things that they were talking about were mainly concerning the ladies. He is a man, what could he say? After breakfast, Celine asked, "Jack, how is my cooking?" Jack was a little surprised. He asked, "You're the one that had prepared the breakfast?" He had been staying here with Celine for 2 days. But, in none of those 2 days did she offer to prepare the food for them. It was always the other way round. He prepared the meal. He always took himself as the host, so there was no way that he was going to let a visitor cook for him. Even today, had it not been for the fact that he was sleeping, he would have definitely cooked. But, if the ladies offered to cook, he would gladly accept. "What? You thought that I couldn't cook?" Celine pouted unhappily. Being the first time that he had seen her making such an expression, Jack was obviously stunned. But all the same, he would just go on and stare. Celine herself hadn't realized that she had greatly opened up to Jack from the moment that she had admitted to herself that she indeed loved Jack. So, she was now showing the side that she always showed to her mother and sisters. Although she was quite free with Jack, she was still reserved in the least. Noticing Jack's fixated gaze on her, she blushed a little when she noticed that she had just pouted. She glared at Jack and asked, "What are you looking at? Do you think that I can't cook?" "How else can I know that you are a good cook when I have never seen you cooking?" Jack shrugged his shoulders in response. "All the same, you're good." Celine smiled brightly. It seemed that she wasn't that bad. She had trained back at home. That was something that her mother had insisted that she had to know. After breakfast, the group was supposed to meet up with the other young masters and ladies from the capital in a resort in Volant City. The resort's name was Adventure Recreation Resort. Although it was in a small city as compared to Kartu City, the level of technology here was high. The reason behind this being the fact that the resort was located in a place that was full of tourist attraction sites. And that was one of the reasons as to why they were going there. They would be staying there for 3 days before leaving. Since there were 4 of them, with Faith still going on to manage the company in place of Celine, they decided to use the Eurocopter. Although the distance between the 2 cities wasn't that big, it wouldn't hurt if they could get there faster. When they were on the roof of the garage, the 2 girls, Wendy and Angie, looked at each other. Fighting spirit could be seen in their eyes. Currently, it was a competition of who was going to sit next to Jack on the Eurocopter. They were just about to start discussing on who would, when they saw that Jack actually sat next to Gabriel. In other words, the girls wouldn't have the chance to be close to him during the trip. All the same, they simply pouted before they got into the Eurocopter. After that, the helo flew towards Volant City. Through air, they could get there after about half an hour. Had they actually used cars, it would take them at least 4 hours. 30 minutes later, Gabriel landed on a field of the resort. This was the area that had specifically been prepared for those that came here on their helicopters. The resort was some distance from Volant City. It was located at the center of a forest. After alighting, Wendy sent a message to one of the girls to inform her that they had arrived. They were then informed that the group was currently in a basketball court. It seemed that they were currently watching a basketball game that was taking place in one of the basketball courts here. It was just coincidental that there was a match that was ongoing here. The group of 4 hurried to the basketball court. It was indoors, but there was already a considerable crowd that had gathered here. The seats were already almost filled up. Luckily, it was still morning and so, there were a few seats that had yet to be occupied. Jack followed the girls who were familiar with the area. Having been texted where to go, Jack and the others headed to one of the corners. There, Jack saw the young masters and ladies that he had seen back in Venture City. Currently, they had already reserved chairs for the 4 of them. When they saw Jack, although they were surprised, it was not by much. The one that had reserved the 4 seats was a girl that was close to Wendy. She was the one that had told Wendy the location. Of course, there was definitely someone who was not happy to see Jack. Collins gazed at Jack coldly. All the same, he didn't express it as he simply smiled and welcomed Jack. Jack already had a bad impression of these young masters, so he didn't even bother to smile at them. In response to their greetings, he simply nodded. Seeing this, although they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to express their dissatisfaction. He was Wendy's fiancé at the end of the day. If they targeted him and angered Wendy, they would definitely be in trouble. But it was obvious that not all of them were afraid of that. Seeing that Jack didn't give him face, Collins decided in his heart that he was going to make sure that Jack was embarrassed. Additionally, he would definitely make sure that he disappeared. After all, he could see that Jack was actually close to the 2 ladies. Although he had never asked Celine out, he still had her as his target. As long as he failed to get Wendy, he would simply change the target to Celine. But all the same, although he wasn't chasing her at the moment, he still wouldn't allow anyone to get close to her. Jack obviously noticed Collins' malicious gaze on him. He simply thought that this guy was angry that he hadn't greeted him back. But all the same, he didn't care at all. If this guy dared to play any tricks on him, he would definitely make sure that he paid for it. Jack was definitely not a fan of basketball. But he could only watch the game with the girls. He had promised to accompany them. So, it would definitely not be good if he simply left, right? So, during this whole time, Jack didn't pay much attention to what was happening. He was currently thinking about what he was supposed to do. He had to plan for the future. Although he could still receive companies from the system, that didn't mean that he wouldn't develop the ones that were under his name. Taking out his old phone, he checked the balance in his account. Flyer's bank savings account balance is $16,935,074,216. It could be said that he was almost halfway to the $50 billion target. But that was something that could be achieved as long as 5 companies under him managed to be monopolies in the market. Thinking for a moment, he decided that he was going to start with the security company. Since the company had the advantage in terms of helicopters, the body strengthening pills and what's more, he had a subordinate there, Ayush, who could take care of the company. He would focus on it. So, that was going to be his first one. After getting back to Kartu City, he would have to make sure that the merging was completed as fast as possible. Additionally, they had to start expanding. As for the branches that had almost been ignored in small cities like in Kohat, they would have to be revived. No matter the city, whether big or small, he would make sure that he dominated it. After all, how could he be a monopoly if he didn't actually have influence in each city? While Jack and the others were inside the court, watching the game or contemplating on what to do, Brenda was inside a room in the same adventure recreation resort. Here, she was looking at a middle-aged man in front of her. This was the meeting place that they had agreed to meet. The man in front of her was a mercenary. According to the information that she had received from her mother, Marion, this guy could do the dirty work that she had. "Can you kill him within a week?" Brenda asked. The man's face had a smile at this moment as he looked at the information that he had been given. The information was all about Jack. "Young miss, there's no problem for me to deal with him at all. I have done more tricky ones. To deal with such a small brat will be a piece of cake. But, you have to fulfill your end of the deal," the man said. "Worry not, I keep my promises," Brenda smiled in response. After the man left, Brenda got onto her feet and headed to the window of her room. She opened the curtain to let the sun hit her face. As she was taking a deep breath, her movements immediately froze as she gazed down with a hint of surprise. Her lips curled into a malicious smile as she muttered, "Looks like you are unlucky. It seems that a week is not needed anymore. You can simply disappear today." At the same time, she gazed at the silver-haired youth who seemed to be getting out of the lodging area. Unique silver hair was shining in the morning sun. The game in the court continued, and after about an hour, it finally came to an end. During this time, Jack obviously didn't pay any attention to it. He would only occasionally chat with the two ladies that were seated next to him. As for the results of the match below there, he really didn't care at all. He simply got up when the match came to an end and people were leaving. It was already approaching noon. So, Jack thought that it wouldn't be bad if he found somewhere that he could relax. He was just about to leave with Celine, Wendy and Angie when Collins called out to him. "What's it?" Jack's brows furrowed as he asked. This guy already didn't like him. So, Jack was sure that there was nothing good if this guy called him. He must be having his own intentions or tricks that he wanted to play on him. Collins smiled and asked, "Since there's nobody playing, do you want to have a round with me?" He had already thought of a plan to embarrass Jack. Then, he would try to get to know about him before finally getting a way to deal with him. "I'm not interested in basketball." Jack shrugged his shoulders and decided to leave. He wasn't someone that would simply do things just because someone asked. Furthermore, it was true that he didn't like the game at all. So, he saw no need to entertain the little tricks that Collins was trying to play here. On the other hand, as a man, having asked Jack to have a game with him in front of the girls, he had expected that Jack would agree to this because he would definitely want to show off in front of the girls. The girls obviously liked strong men. And basketball had many female fans, obviously proving that the ladies surely loved seeing the men dunking or blocking shots here. But Jack's response was completely out of his expectations. He had not prepared what to say after Jack rejected him. Instead, he had already prepared a few words to make sure that Jack's reputation was completely tarnished. Celine and Wendy could already tell that something was wrong here. They were not fools. Collins had always been pursuing Wendy all along. And now that she was engaged, he would definitely try finding fault with Jack. Although they would really like to see Jack in action, they definitely wouldn't want to see him getting embarrassed. Additionally, they were not even sure if Jack really knew how to play basketball. Currently, there were several people who were still present. It was obvious that a small competition would catch their attention. In other words, as long as Jack agreed, he was bound to be embarrassed as long as he showed that he wasn't good in basketball. Jack's response immediately made them breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't think that Jack was a coward. Quite the contrary, they thought that he was good. After all, they knew that Jack was someone honest with his words. Since he said that he wasn't interested in basketball, then that was the truth. He did say that he wasn't interested, and it wasn't that he was weak. Collins' expression shifted for a moment and said, "It's okay if you don't know. You can still learn." He tried persuading, not willing to let Jack go. "I said that I'm not interested in the game, not that I don't know how to play." Jack responded without turning back. He continued leaving. Jack wasn't bragging at all. It was true that he wasn't interested in basketball at all. But, he knew how to play. The reason behind that was that he had just received a system prompt not long ago. Emergency mission program activated. Advance reward, professional basketball player. Accompanying task that you'll have to complete so that you can permanently have the reward is as follows. Task. Earn money by having a competition with another professional basketball player. Time limit, 15 days. Jack didn't waste any time and accepted the mission. Although he wasn't interested in basketball, he would definitely not give up a chance of receiving a skill from the system. Mission accepted. Advance mission reward granted. Task. Earn money by having a competition with another professional basketball player. Time limit, 15 days. Failure to complete the task would lead to the host losing the ability as well as receiving the system's punishment. The familiar prompt appeared a moment later. Then, memory fragments merged into his mind. At this moment, Jack felt extremely familiar with the basketball. It was as if he had been playing it for a long time now. So, with his skills, if he played with Collins, he would definitely embarrass him. But, Jack wasn't someone who would waste his time on such a trivial matter. Additionally, should get for something just because someone asked him to? That would definitely not happen. Had it not been for the mission, Jack wasn't even sure if he would have touched the basketball. But all the same, he decided that he was going to try and finish the task during this one-week vacation. "Hey, since you know how to play, why not come and play? Or are you afraid?" Collins shouted. "I already told you that I'm not interested in playing. Are you deaf or something?" Jack's voice drifted over as he walked out of the building where the basketball court was located. Collins' expression turned darker as he ferociously gazed at the direction that Jack had left. Remaining with him were a few of his lackeys as the others had also left the basketball court. The lackeys didn't dare to say anything at this moment. Although they would have wanted to taunt Jack and help their boss, they were not willing to offend Wendy. Although Collins was from a bigger family as compared to Wendy, that didn't mean that Collins' family would go against Wendy's for their sake. So, in this conflict, they had decided not to get themselves involved. At the end of the day, they would simply end up in a bad position. Humph, let's see if you really can escape this then. Collins came up with a plan before he left with his underlings. The middle-aged man that had been hired by Brenda, Viper, was currently following someone. The youth in front of him had silver hair and blue eyes. As he followed behind him, the middle-aged man smiled viciously. He was ready to do the killing as long as there was a chance. But of course, the killing couldn't be done here in the resort as the level of security was high. What he was waiting for was to have the youth in front of him get out the resort, or he could as well go to an area that was the least populated, where there were no cameras. As if his prayers were heard, the youth was actually heading towards an area that has no security cameras. The resort was in a forest that was close to Volant City. So, there were parts of the forest that were not monitored. He wasn't sure why this youth was going there. But all the same, since it was to his advantage, he would definitely make the most out of it. After about 30 minutes of walking, the youth suddenly stopped. Then, without even looking behind, he said in a cold voice, "You have been following me for some time now. What do you want?" Hearing the youth's words, the middle-aged man was surprised. He had been stealthily following this youth. But at the end of it all he was found out. Now he understood why this youth came to this place. He was actually bringing him here. To deal with him? Viper thought of this amusedly. Since he had already been noticed, he no longer hid. He came from behind the tree as he chuckled. "You have some guts, boy. Even after knowing that I was coming after you, instead of staying within the crowd, you decided to come here. In any case, it doesn't matter. This makes things easier for me," Viper said lightly. "Who are you? Or, who sent you to come after me?" the youth asked. "You should be Jackson Alfonso. There's no need for you to know who sent me after you. All you have to know is that the person that sent me wants you dead. So, it's obvious that you might have offended someone, but you don't know," Viper said as he approached the youth. "Jackson Alfonso? What nonsense are you saying? I think you got the wrong person here. I'm not Jack." The youth frowned as he said these words. Hee hee, how can that be? I have your information. Oh, I even have an image of you. There's no way that you are not Jackson Alfonso considering that your face and features match with the ones I have. And, if you are trying to save yourself from me by pretending not to be Jack, then forget about that. That trick won't work on me." Viper sneered as he took out his phone before showing the face on the screen. Seeing his photo, the youth was definitely startled. "Haha, you better be a little serious here. You can now simply Photoshop my head and add it to someone else's neck? I have never worn nor do I possess the shirt that the person there is wearing." The youth laughed as he pointed at the phone. Viper was stunned. But then, his expression turned cold as he asked, "You dare think that I'm stupid not to recognize if the image in my phone is photoshopped or not? You're courting death." Immediately after that, he took out a dagger that he had been hiding in his belt and charged at the youth in front of him. "You are here to kill me. So, what courting death are you talking about? As for killing me, let's see if you have the ability to do that." As he spoke, the youth charged forward without any hint of fear or hesitation. Viper swiped the dagger in his hand towards the youth's throat. If he could complete this easily, he would definitely be glad about that. Although this place was far from the crowd, nobody could say for sure that nobody would come here. Seeing the dagger heading for his throat, the youth immediately bent backwards, evading that strike. The moment that he rose up, he saw a punch heading his way. This time, he didn't evade, he parried it to the side before he threw a kick towards the other party's head. Viper was surprised that the youth in front of him was actually good in combat. Now, he began doubting the information that he had received. After all, the information stated that although he trained in the gym, he was definitely not a good fighter. But the way that the youth was handling his attacks, it seemed that he had experienced several fights before. Although he was having a weapon, he actually had no advantage over the youth at all. Even his experience as a mercenary seemed useless at this moment. As they exchanged blows, he found that he wasn't gaining any advantage at all. Instead, he was losing. As time went by, they exchanged more and more blows. The youth's attacks were ferocious. Even though he was good in combat, Viper had a weapon and experience. So, in the end of it all, he received several injuries from the dagger attacks. In return, he had managed to break one of Viper's hand, and now, although he was losing blood, he was sure that he could win. Viper was in severe pain at this moment. But all the same, he continued attacking, his mind focusing on the fact that he had to kill the youth in front of him. After all, this wasn't just a matter of his reputation, but it was because he was so angered at this moment. Brenda had told him that the youth was not good at fighting. In the end, he had his hand broken. Now, he wanted to vent his anger on the youth before getting that girl next. After a moment, he saw that the youth had made a mistake. Taking this chance, he immediately attacked towards the throat again, aiming to pierce the throat and end his life. After a moment, he saw that the youth had made a mistake. Taking this chance, he immediately attacked towards the throat again, aiming to pierce the throat and end his life. Just as the dagger was approaching the youth's throat, his movements suddenly sped up, showing no signs of the initial staggering. He caught the arm that was holding the dagger as he twisted it to the side, evading the blow. Immediately after that, using all the strength in his hands, he pulled Viper in. Before Viper could react, he was kneed on the chest. Reflexively, he tried pulling back his arm. But, in that spar of a moment, the youth had managed to pry the dagger from his hand. As Viper staggered backwards, the youth suddenly jumped forward and pierced the dagger through Viper's left chest, directly piercing his heart. Viper's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the dagger that was currently in his body. He couldn't believe that he was going to die here. Furthermore, it was his own weapon that killed him. At this moment, he simply wished that he had investigated the person that he was told to assassinate first. He had thought that it was going to be something simple. In the end, he ended up dead. If he could, he would have definitely gone to where Brenda was and kill her with his own hands. After all, she was the reason as to why he was going to die. Had she provided him with the correct information, why would he have to attack recklessly? He would have used a gun to end the thing as fast as possible. As his thoughts drifted to wherever, his heartbeat slowed down. Before he could do a thing, the dagger that was stabbing through his heart was forcefully pulled out by the youth. Being the thing that was keeping his life to this moment, Viper felt his vision blurring as his consciousness sank into darkness. He fell into a deep and eternal sleep. Just like that, his life faded away as his body dropped to the ground. Blood kept on pouring from the wound on the chest. The youth's expression didn't change at all even after he killed the person. Instead, he looked at the dagger in his hand for a moment before he began wiping the blood on it using Viper's clothes. Immediately after that, he began hiding anything that could be used as evidence that he was involved in the murder. Although it was self-defense, nobody witnessed him being attacked first. So, if evidence was found that he was the one that had killed here, they would definitely make things hard for him. Gritting his teeth, he persevered the pain that came from the cut wounds that he had received. He took out his phone, that by luck, wasn't broken during the fight, and made a call. Send someone to Adventure Recreation Resort to do some cleaning up. The western part of the forest. Immediately after that, he hung up and began searching Viper's pockets. He found Viper's phone and decided to bring it with him. He had to know who was behind this incident. Angie was walking towards the forest to take a breather. She was tired of playing with the others and decided to come here and relax, while enjoying the cool and fresh air of the forest. The area that she had come to was cleaned up and there were several benches that people could sit on. But currently, most of the people were either in the swimming pool, or engaging in other activities that interested them. She took a sip of the mango juice in the box using the straw. Slowly, she leaned backwards as she relaxed. She stayed like this for about 5 minutes before she was interrupted by the sound of footsteps heading her way. She looked behind her instinctively. Ah! What she saw made her scream. There was a person whose whole body was bloodied. He was staggering forward and it seemed that he would fall at any moment. At first, Angie was simply scared to see such a bloody scene. But, she was even more horrified when she saw who the person was. Jack! What happened to you? Angie immediately rushed towards him and held him before he fell to the ground. She could tell that he had lost a lot of blood, so, it was normal that he was going to lose consciousness. At this moment, Angie's mind was in chaos. She couldn't believe what had happened here. Without wasting time, she shouted, "Help here, someone is injured, call an ambulance right now." Although it was true that where she was sitting before didn't have people, that didn't mean that there were no people close enough to hear her shouts. So, those that heard her immediately rushed in her direction. In just a minute, more than 7 people had arrived at the scene. And when they saw the bloodied youth, most of them felt their scalps going numb. A few of them even threw up as they were not used to such a bloody scene. On the other hand, a few men went forward to help with the first aid, to prevent the youth from losing even more blood. The others immediately called the resort management to inform them that there was someone that was injured. A few minutes later, the emergency department of the resort arrived and began giving the youth first aid. Although they were curious about why he was this hurt, they didn't ask, as even if they did ask, there was no way that the youth would answer as he was unconscious at the moment. Angie, on the other hand, had even forgotten to inform Wendy and Celine about this. It was only when the youth was placed inside the ambulance to be taken to the hospital that she remembered it. "What hospital are you taking him to?" she immediately asked one of the nurses that had come with the ambulance. "It's the Star Hospital," the nurse replied as she hurriedly got into the ambulance where the youth was. Angie followed in, and as the ambulance was being driven away, she made a call to her two sisters. At this moment, Celine was having a dark expression as she faced Collins, who was standing in front of her. Veins were nearly popping on her forehead as she was indeed angry at the moment. "What do you think, Celine? Can you be my girlfriend?" Collins asked with a smile. This was one of his plans. He had decided to try getting Celine before she fell for someone else, just like how Wendy had been taken by Jack. Although he was now hitting on Celine, that didn't mean that he was going to stop chasing after Wendy. He thought that all the beauties belonged to him. Since there was going to be some problem with Wendy for now, he might as well go for the one that had yet to be taken. After securing her and making sure that she was fully his, he would then go after Wendy. Celine took a deep breath and replied, "Collins, you better know that we are not meant for each other. I don't like you, so it won't work. And, weren't you chasing after Wendy previously? You have already changed your target after hearing that she was engaged?" Celine was angry with this kind of scum. After all, he only changed targets because something happened. It was either that he had found someone better looking, or he had found out that he couldn't go after that lady due to her background. She didn't like Collins at all. In fact, she was disgusted at him because he was a scumbag. He always used his family influence to force girls into his bed. And now he was asking her out? There was no way that she was going to accept that. Additionally, she was now in love with Jack, and there was no way that she could accept someone else. Not at all. I'm not joking when I say that I love you. It has been a month and a half since the last time that I chased after Wendy. It was during this month and a half that I realized that I have fallen for you. This has nothing to do with Wendy getting engaged. Collins gave his best smile as he replied. Even if you like me, I have said that I don't, so, please let me. Before Celine could finish what she was saying, her phone rang. She took it out and found that it was Angie. Wondering why she was calling, she received it. "Hello, what's it, Angie?" Celine asked. "Come to Star Hospital as fast as you can. Come right now. There's an emergency." Angie's anxious voice reached Celine. "Wah, what happened, Angie?" Celine was scared the moment that she heard Angie's anxious voice. It was rare to find her this anxious. "Yeah. Jack has been injured and is being taken to the hospital right now. You better come," Angie replied. Celine's heart skipped a beat when she heard these words. Her eyes widened in disbelief as the phone in her hand dropped. Collins was wondering what happened when suddenly, he saw Celine rushing away. He wanted to stop her, but he held back, noticing that there might be something that had happened. Even so, his expression darkened as he watched her leave. He gritted his teeth and thought, "I surely will make you mine," and so, he followed her, curious what was going on. Celine was rushing forward without caring about what others thought about her. With her mind in chaos, she suddenly bumped into someone. She was just about to leave when she was held back. The grip on her waist was strong enough not to let her leave. "Let me go." Celine struggled to get out of the person's hold as she shouted. "What's wrong, Celine?" She heard the familiar voice. At this moment, she came back to her right senses and stared at the person that was holding her. At this moment, she was in disbelief. She asked, Jack? Is that really you?" Jack was surprised. He was wondering what was wrong with this girl. When he was coming back from the washroom, he saw her running frantically. It was as if something had happened and she was afraid that if she was late, an even more terrible thing would occur. He had intended to ask her where she was heading when she crashed into him. In a reflex action, he held her by her waist. Of course, he didn't let her go as he was worried about her. And now, as she looked at him with surprise and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, Jack didn't know what to say. He wondered to himself, has someone claimed that I'm dead or something? "What's going on with you? You were rushing somewhere. Has something happened?" Jack asked after a moment. Celine didn't respond immediately as she looked at him for a while. Then, she buried her head in his chest, hugging him tightly, surprising him again. Since she seemed agitated, Jack decided to wait till she calmed down first before asking again to know what was going on. Collins, who happened to arrive at the scene when Celine buried her head into Jack's embrace, gritted his teeth as anger dominated him. He just couldn't believe that all the girls that he had been chasing, all those that he had marked as his own, were now taken away by the very same person. He felt that he was going crazy. He wondered if the call was just a ploy by Celine to get away from him. Taking a deep breath, he tried calming down as he gazed at the two in the distance with reddened eyes. At that moment, as if feeling his malicious gaze on them, Jack looked up and met Collins's red eyes met with his blue eyes. Looking at the raging Collins, Jack began thinking that it was Collins who Celine was running from. As he thought of this, his gaze turned cold as he glared at him. He wasn't sure, but he decided to ask Celine. If it was true that Collins was actually having some designs on Celine to frighten her to the extent where she ran around like that, he would surely have to make him pay the price. After seeing Collins walking away, Jack hid his anger and stroked Celine's hair. After a few minutes, she calmed down. It was only then that she remembered where they were. Looking around, she noticed that it was true that there were some people who were looking at the two of them. Although there were many people who had their respective partners here, the two of them were just too eye-catching. Not only were they handsome and beautiful, but the way that Celine had been running as if she was being chased had obviously made them curious about what was happening. Separating herself from Jack, Celine took a deep breath before she looked at Jack again, just to make sure that he was real. "Can you enlighten me on why you were running like that and why you were looking at me in such a manner?" Jack asked again when he noticed that Celine was looking around his body, as if she was looking for something. Celine only came back to her senses at this then. "So," she replied, "Angie just called and said that you were injured. She said that you were in an ambulance and you were being taken to Star Hospital." Jack was left speechless. "You're joking, right?" he had to ask, just to make sure that his ears were hearing things correctly. "I'm not joking. I was rushing to get a taxi to the hospital at this time. Had I not bumped into you, I would now be in a taxi now," Celine said seriously. But at the same time, she was confused on why Angie had said that Jack was injured. The Jack that was standing in front of her didn't have a single injury. The white shirt that he was wearing before was still the same. In other words, if he had been injured, this shirt would definitely have been red at this moment. Jack looked at her again. Seeing that she was not joking, he thought that there had to be something wrong. He believed that there was no way that Angie would play such a trick on Celine. "Let's go to the Star Hospital and see what is going on," Jack suggested. "Okay." Celine nodded in response. She too was curious as to why Angie said that Jack was hurt when he was standing in front of her, and he was healthy. The two of them took a taxi and headed to the Star Hospital. This was the biggest hospital in Volant City. Since they had no car in Volant City, they had to take the taxi. Otherwise, with his driving skills, Jack would have surely charged through so that he could arrive there as fast as possible. Although the suspicion that Collins was involved had been reduced, he didn't completely eliminate him. Maybe this was a plan that he had. He might have made Angie tell Celine that he was injured. Then, she would go to Star Hospital. That was the exact reason as to why he decided to go to Star Hospital. He wanted to know what ploy was going on. About 30 minutes later, they arrived at Star Hospital. Jack asked Celine to call Angie, only to realize that her phone had been left behind after she received the call from Angie. But since she knew Angie's number, Jack gave her his phone and she made a call. Immediately after that, Angie informed her that she was in Males Ward 67. The two of them immediately headed there. After receiving permission to enter by the reception, they took the elevator to the 4th floor. Jack then asked Celine to go first before he followed behind. Celine wasn't sure why Jack wanted things to be this way. But all the same, she didn't ask a question and went forward according to his plan. Angie was getting anxious. She was pacing around in the corridor. She wasn't alone as a devastated Wendy was there with her. The two girls were so anxious and their eyes were completely reddened, not knowing what to do at that time. When they heard hurried footsteps heading their way, they looked up only to see Celine had arrived. "Celine!" Angie rushed forward and pulled Celine. Then, she placed her on the waiting bench. "What's going on, Angie? What's going on?" Celine asked. Although she had calmed down since she knew that Jack was okay, she couldn't help but want to know what was going on. Furthermore, the blood on Angie's clothes also made her wonder what the hell was going on. If it was true that Angie was playing a prank on her, there would be no need for her to come here in the hospital's ward. Additionally, the blood on Angie's clothes was real. I was out at the edge of the forest. I was relaxing when I suddenly saw Jack getting out of the forest. He was injured and was losing so much blood. Angie began explaining. I'm not sure what happened to him. At that time, he had lost so much blood. The wounds on his body were definitely caused by a blade. He lost consciousness at that time. So, I called for the emergency department that then called for an ambulance. After that, I called the two of you as you were the closest to him, Angie finished. Celine didn't know what and how to respond to Angie. If it was true that Jack was injured, then how come she was with him at that time? Furthermore, he was also here. Could it be that Angie had gotten another person and thought that he was Jack? After all, if the other person was actually full of wounds and blood, he would definitely not have the normal appearance. Maybe that was why Angie confused him to be Jack. Are you sure that it was Jack? Celine asked. Angie was dumbfounded at Celine's question. She wasn't the only one, as even Wendy didn't know what was wrong with Celine. Could she be an imposter? After all, the reaction that she was giving at this moment was by far different from what was expected. They knew that she loved Jack, so there was no way that she wouldn't be worried about him when she heard that he was hurt. They were about to ask when they heard another voice asking the same question. Are you sure about that? Angie and Wendy both looked at that direction. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Jack? How is that possible? Aren't you inside there? Angie stuttered as she looked at Jack before pointing at the ward. She was sure that Jack was inside there and he was wounded. How the hell was he out of the ward? And what's more, how come he wasn't injured? There wasn't even a scar on him. The furious Collins got back to where his lackeys were waiting for him. He looked at the phone in his hands and decided that he could start by using Celine's phone to get all the information that he could get on Jack. Since Jack was playing both sides with the girls that he had chosen, he had to deal with him earlier. There was a step that when it was crossed, there was no turning back. He knew that being late would allow them time to cross that line. He halted his steps and made a call. I want someone who's good at hacking to get to Volant City's Adventure Recreation Resort by evening today. After finishing this, he continued walking forward. He wanted to make even more plans. Although he had always tried using the right means to get the two girls to date him, he had to make a change. Since the conventional way wouldn't work, he had to use the unconventional one. Even if he would have to threaten them one after the other or together, he would. Or, even if he had to kidnap them, he wouldn't hesitate. Whatever means worked, he would use as long as he could get his hands on the two ladies that he had been lusting for a few years now. Jack? How is that possible? Aren't you inside there? Angie stuttered as she looked at Jack before pointing at the ward. She was sure that Jack was inside there and he was wounded. How the hell was he out of the ward? And what's more, how come he wasn't injured? There wasn't even a scar on him. Angie was in disbelief. What else would happen if not this? She could still remember clearly that she had seen Jack being taken into the ward. Furthermore, he was full of injuries. But the Jack in front of her was completely healthy. Could it be that the one that she had taken in was the imposter, or was the one before her an imposter? Thinking things through, she thought that it might be possible. If there are two people who look the same, then one of them had to be an imposter. And the one with the highest probability of being an imposter was the one in front of her. Perhaps he had wanted to kill Jack so that he could take his place. Now that he heard that Jack wasn't dead, he was here to finish him off. The more Angie thought of this, the more vigilant she became. Her gaze became sharp, observing the movements that he was making. Looking at the girl's expression as she looked at him, Jack was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this girl? Had something happened? Shaking his head to dispel the questions in his mind, Jack looked at Angie and asked once again, "Are you sure about what you just said? After all, I'm right here, but you're claiming that I'm in the ward." Hearing Jack's question, Angie didn't know how to respond for a moment. She was silent, and now, she felt the three gazes on her. She was the only one that had seen the person that was in the ward. Wendy arrived when the doctors had already taken him in the emergency department and were already working hard to infuse more blood into him. As such, they were not allowed in even after they transferred him to the ward. I'm no longer sure what's going on here. I'm sure that the person that I took inside there is Jack. But at the same time, I can see that Jack is in front of me. I'm completely confused. Angie shook her head as she sat down on the bench. Jack, do you have a twin brother? Celine thought of something and asked. A twin brother? I don't think so. As long as I can remember, it had always been me and my mother. Had I been having a twin brother, how could I have not known till now? Jack shook his head in disagreement. He couldn't believe that he had a twin brother. That was something that he deemed impossible. If it was true, then he would have grown up with him. As for the matter of the separation of twins at birth, that thought never occurred to him at all. When he was born, his mother was already in the Alfonso family, so he didn't think that there was a nurse or doctor who would have any designs on someone from the Alfonso family in Crystal City. Additionally, he didn't believe that the Alfonso family would play such a trick on him. If that was so, they would have simply gotten his twin brother to marry Wendy, since Jack wasn't agreeing with them. Hearing Jack's answer, not only Celine, but even Wendy was startled. Jack simply said that he had only been with his mother since he was growing up. He didn't mention father. Did that mean that his father never treated him well? They weren't sure. But all the same, they were sad for him. To only grow up with love of a single parent, one could already imagine what would happen. It was also at this moment that they understood why Jack claimed that he was no longer part of the Alfonso family. It turned out that the Alfonso family never treated him fairly. Jonathan Pav. I'm not sure what is going on at the moment. At first, someone called me Jack. He said that he was there to kill Jack. But I'm not Jack, I'm Jonathan. When I saw the image in the phone of that assassin that was sent, I thought that it was just a matter of Photoshop. I had not wanted to get involved in a fight as my strength was low at that time. But it seemed that that guy was serious about killing me. So, although it was difficult for me, I still managed to kill him. With my background, it's not the first time that several assassins have been sent to eliminate me. In the end, none of them left after they came. So, the sight of blood and killing a person didn't stun me at all. I felt nothing as I was used to this since I was 16 years old. After killing, I decided to leave the scene after informing my subordinates to clear it up. I had thought that the injuries that I had suffered from wouldn't cause me much problem. In the end, I had overestimated myself. As I edged towards the end of the forest, I could feel my consciousness blurring and I immediately knew that I was going to lose consciousness. And if that happened, as long as I didn't receive first aid immediately, I would die from losing much blood. It would have been better if my subordinates found me. But in the end, with the way that things were, there was no way that I could go back as I had walked too far from the scene. The only choice that I had at that moment was to continue forward. So, I hurried my pace and managed to arrive at the edge of the forest. Then, I felt that I couldn't hold on anymore. But at that moment, I heard someone shouting at me. Jack! What happened to you? It was a lady who asked after she screamed. Just as I was about to fall, she caught me on time. But there it was again, I was being mistaken for Jack. At first, it could have been a coincidence or someone was simply plotting against me. But the second time, not to mention that the person showed no malicious intentions, she even showed concern towards me. At that time, I thought that, maybe, there was someone called Jack. He was the reason as to why I was attacked, but also the reason as to why I was saved. All the same, I still had a question in mind, what was going on for me to be confused for Jack? Then, everything went black as I lost my consciousness. Now, I can feel that the pain that I was facing had been greatly reduced. I can feel that my consciousness was coming back. I can now feel things. To me, it was like I had been in a short period of slumber. But I know that it might even be an hour since I lost my consciousness. And feeling that there are things that are wrapped around my arms and other parts of my body that were wounded, I can already tell that I'm in a hospital. After all, just the smell of medicine in the air is enough proof. I release a sigh of relief. Then, I try opening my eyes. And as I look at the white ceiling, I'm forced to take a deep breath as I think of how I came here. Something happened back at home. I was attacked just like usual, but the attacker at that time was far stronger than the ones that came before. Additionally, this person had some kind of poison that when he used on me, my strength plummeted. Had it not been for the fact that my most trusted subordinate arrived in time, I might have been killed at that time. To hide from the danger, I decided to stay away from home for a year so that I could recover. Although I wasn't sure when I would recover, at least I felt that I would need at least a year for that drug or poison that is infecting me to be dispelled from my body. As for antidotes, I tried looking for them but I never managed to find any. At the end of the day, I had to use time to save myself. During this 1 year, I have been staying in the Western Province, roaming from city to city, making sure that I never stayed in the same city for more than a month. But there was only one city that I had stayed in for more than a month. It was called Crystal City. Of course, I never stayed there for 2 consecutive months, but I always stayed there for a month before leaving for 2. During one of the months there, I had managed to save a girl. And although I had met many girls back at home, this girl felt special. But I decided not to get involved with her, lest she fell in danger. But all the same, I always found myself back at the place that I had saved her. Perhaps that was the reason as to why I found Crystal City interesting. A question without answers. Tap, tap, tap. I'm suddenly jolted back to reality from my memories by the sound of footsteps approaching my bed. Turning my head, I can see that it is a man with a white coat. I assume this is the doctor that is attending to me. Mr. Jack, how are you feeling? The man asks. Is there any abnormality that you think should be taken care of? The doctor asks again. I think I'm good. I reply. As for the second question, I have an impulse to reply that he should take care of the issue of naming. I'm Jonathan and not Jack. All the same, I manage to hold back my impulse and remain silent. After hearing my reply, the doctor nods and picks up a file that was placed beside my bed on a small cabinet. After writing some things, he looks at me and says, "You have a few people here, including the one that brought you here. Do you want to see them?" I think there's no harm in knowing what was going on and who this Jack was. I have to at least clarify that I'm not Jack. So, I nod my head in response. Seeing this, the doctor leaves the room without saying a word. Seeing that nobody was going to come in for at least a minute, I decide to look around the ward. At least, it's not shabby. I think to myself. The room that was used as my ward only had me in it, not sharing it with other patients. And currently, there's still blood being injected into my body in drips. Had I been in my peak state, I wouldn't have needed this as my regeneration could make up for the loss of blood as long as I rested enough. At this time, I hear the door being opened. Then, one after the other, 4 people step in. The first one was the girl that had saved me. She still had the same clothes that had blood marks on it. The next one gave me a surprise. She's actually the girl that I had saved back then. As for the third person, she too was a beautiful lady. I can't help but stare at her for a few more seconds. The last person, I immediately get up and sit on the bed as I stare at the young man that had entered the ward. Jack and the 3 girls waited outside the door for almost an hour before a doctor came and went into the ward. After about 5 minutes, he came out and looked at Angie, whose clothes still had blood on them. He was just about to ask a question when he gazed at Jack deeply. After a while, he asked, "Is that your twin brother inside there?" Jack was once again dumbfounded by the question. What the heck? Does that mean that what Angie was saying was actually true? There was actually another person that looked like him inside the ward? Now, his curiosity of that person was piqued. He wanted to know about this person. One had to know that it was hard to find someone that looks like you in the world. Although there was always someone's look-alike, for that person to look like him, to the extent that they thought that they were actually twins, then that person must be really more than just a look-alike. All the same, he still responded, "Not at all. I don't even know him." Hearing Jack's answer, the doctor was stunned. Then, he thought that maybe Jack was simply messing with him for asking the obvious, or he had a conflict with his brother. But at this moment, he leaned towards the second option considering Jack's serious expression. "Young man, you two are brothers. Even if you have a conflict, you should resolve it as soon as possible. Anyway, I can see that you still care about him and that is why you are here to see him," the doctor smiled and said. Jack. Before he could even say a word, the doctor spoke once again, "You can go and see him. After that, you can ask a nurse to bring you to my office. There are a few questions that I need to ask you guys about, especially young lady." As he said these last words, his gaze landed on Angie. Immediately after saying his piece, the doctor left, not giving Jack a chance to say a word or ask a question. Seeing that the doctor had left, Angie was the first one to rush towards the ward. She wanted to make sure that what she saw was true. Wendy followed behind her and Celine and Jack entered last respectively. When Jack got into the ward, he was full of curiosity. But the moment that his gaze landed on the young man on the bed, his movements froze. He wasn't the only one with such a reaction as both Wendy and Celine stopped, not making any movements for a long while. On the other hand, Angie looked at the young man on the bed before looking at Jack. Just to make sure that she wasn't hallucinating, she made sure to look at the two of them at least 10 times each. At this trice, 2 blue eyes met with each other and they locked onto the other. The youth that was on the bed immediately sat up as he gazed at Jack. On the other hand, Jack gazed back at him. In the eyes of the two, confusion was clear as none of them could understand why and how that person looked like themselves. Jack was now completely suspicious of this person and the curiosity that had been growing in his heart grew even further. He had always considered his silver hair and blue eyes a unique pair. As long as he could remember, he had never seen anyone with silver hair other than his mother. As for blue eyes, there were several people with them. But what he knew was that they didn't have silver hair. And that was the reason as to why he paired the two, just to make his eyes special. But now, he had to reevaluate things as the youth on the bed had exactly the same features as him. He had silver hair, blue eyes, same physique. As for the face, he couldn't prove if they looked the same as there were several bandages on his face. But all the same, he could see something like the nose bridge that looked just like his. The way that his body was the exact replica of the other. But there was still a difference between the two of them. Jack had the air of a cold and indifferent person, to those that he wasn't familiar to, of course. On the other hand, the youth had a domineering aura, as if he was someone that was used to being at the top. "Who are you?" the two of them asked each other, pointing a finger forward. Their words brought back the three ladies from their stupor. Processing the words that the two of them had asked, they could immediately tell that the two of them didn't know each other. They were strangers. But the funny thing to the three ladies was the fact that they could see two people who looked like the other, having a voice that sounded like the other, with a minor difference, pointing a finger at each other, as if they were accusing the other. "I'm Jack." Jack replied. "I'm Jonathan." At the same time, the youth replied. Silence then reigned in the room for a while as nobody spoke. On the other hand, it was as if the three girls had an epiphany. They could finally tell who the real Jack was. They were sure that if the two were placed in front of the other and they wore the same outfits, it would be like a person looking at his image in the mirror. The silence didn't last for long though. Jack asked, "What are you doing here?" On the other hand, Jonathan responded, "What do you mean by what am I doing here? It's not like I'm prohibited from moving around, right?" Jack took a deep breath. He knew that this wasn't the right question to ask. All the same, he wondered why this person was here. And why was he all injured? "Why are you injured like that? Got into a fight?" Jack asked again. For the first time, Jack took the initiative to get to know another man. "It's because of you," Jonathan said begrudgingly. Me? How's that caused by me? This is the first time that we are meeting. How can I cause you to be this injured?" Jack was completely stunned, not knowing what to do. "Someone attacked me, claiming that I'm Jack. Like hell I'm Jack. I'm Jonathan for FCK's sake." Jonathan cursed at the thought of how he ended in such a miserable state due to a simple misunderstanding. "How's that my fault? I never told you to look like me," Jack retorted. How could he simply accept the blame? "You are the one that looks like me. I'm older than you. You were born after me after all." Jonathan pointed at Jack as he talked back fiercely. "How are you older than me? You don't know about me at all." "No, wait a moment, since my mind is more mature to think of such a thing. I believe that I'm older than you. So, you looked like me." As the girls watched as the two youths behaved like kids, arguing about some childish things, they had an urge to laugh, but they held it in. But they were forced to have solemn expressions on their faces in the next moment because of what they heard. Jonathan was mistaken to be Jack and was attacked. Didn't that mean that had Jonathan not been present, it would have been Jack who would have been on the bed now? Furthermore, perhaps he might have been in a worse condition as none of them could guarantee that he could have performed better than Jonathan. As they thought of this, they were scared out of their wits. It was also after a period of mindless arguing that Jack caught onto something. His gaze turned cold as he asked, "Did you just say that someone wanted me dead?" Jonathan didn't want to continue arguing with Jack, but there was no way that he was going to give up. So, he was relieved that Jack had changed the topic. And, he was more than happy to cooperate. "What else did you expect? See, I'm now all injured because of you, so, you will have to compensate me," Jonathan replied. The pain that he was feeling had already reduced drastically. Now, he could at least move his limbs in small motions as long as he didn't apply too much force. "Someone wants to kill me? That's new. I don't think that I have an enemy that I have offended to the extent that they will want me dead. But, who the FCK is it?" As Jack asked these questions, the air around him seemed to freeze as killing intent surged into the air. The girls were scared and were forced to take a few steps away from Jack. On the other hand, Jonathan looked at Jack with a surprised expression. "That aura, could it be?" he thought to himself. Remembering that there were other people around him, Jack calmed down and looked at Jonathan and asked, "Do you have anything that can prove that person's identity?" Jonathan was brought out of his thoughts. In response to Jack's question, he pointed at the cabinet beside his bed and said, "I assume that my things are in there. If so, there should be a phone there with a screen of 6. Jack raised his brows a little. Then, he went forward and opened the cabinet. He found that there were 2 phones and a wallet in there. He picked the phone that had a screen that was 6 inches. He pressed the power button and activated the screen. He tried looking into it only to see that he still needed to unlock it with a password. Looking at Jonathan, he said, "I don't know the password." "How's that my problem?" Jonathan shrugged his shoulders and replied. Jack was displeased, but there was nothing that he could do. It was already good that he could get something that could lead him to the person behind the incident. He thought for a moment and decided that he would have Denali hack into this thing. With that thought in mind, he placed the phone in his trouser pocket. "By the way, what's your mother's name?" Jonathan asked. Not knowing why he was asking, Jack still replied, "Anne. Is there a problem?" "What did you just say?" Jonathan got onto his feet, completely ignoring that he was still having a needle in the vein on his hand. "By the way, what's your mother's name?" Jonathan asked. Not knowing why he was asking, Jack still replied, "Anne. Is there a problem?" "What did you just say?" Jonathan got onto his feet, completely ignoring that he was still having a needle in the vein on his hand. Seeing his reaction, Jack looked at him and asked in surprise, "Do you know my mother?" This was a great surprise to him. All along, his mother has never mentioned about her origin. If it just so happened that Jonathan knew something about that, he would really appreciate having someone that could tell him about her. He was curious about her origin. "I know her. Although I have never seen her before, I have seen her photos back at home," Jonathan replied enthusiastically. "Where's your home?" Jack was both happy and curious as to why his mother's photo was there in Jonathan's home. "Actually, me and you are cousins," Jonathan stated after sighing. Then, he continued, "Your mother Anne, and my mother Anita are twins. My mother always talked about your mother all this while. She has her photos that they had taken together. So, I have always wanted to see her." Jonathan's revelation shocked not only Jack but even the ladies that were listening from the side. How could they have expected that the two, who looked similar to each other, were actually related to each other? As if to prove what he was saying, Jonathan took his phone from the cabinet. After tapping for a while, he showed Jack the image of 2 ladies with arms around each other's shoulder. Jack's pupils contracted as he looked at the image of the 2. Although they were twins, he could already distinguish his mother as he could see the clothes design that she liked. Added together with the fact that the 2 of them looked the same, added to another fact that Jonathan knew his mother's name, Jack had no choice but to believe that it was true that they were cousins. "It seems that just like me, you took on your mother's features." Jonathan smiled as he said this. He really was ecstatic. He was looking forward to meeting with his aunt for a long time. His mother had told him that she had a sister. She had left home because she claimed that she loved someone. The family obviously hadn't agreed to her being married to someone that they didn't know. So, Anne had left secretly, completely disappearing. They had tried looking for her but they had never managed to find her. After all, she had stopped using her cards, she never traveled and so on. She was from a big family at the end of the day. So, she knew some of the basic things that could make others know of her location. And since she had left, it had already been 2 decades. Jack didn't respond to Jonathan's comment. He stayed silent for a long while before he asked, "Can you tell me what you know about my mother?" Thinking that Jack was still not sure that he knew his mother, Jonathan went ahead and talked about Anne. Each and everything that he said was from what he had heard from Anita. It turned out that his mother Anne was from a big reclusive family called Jezda. The 2 of them, Anne and Anita, were twins, and were the only daughters of their parents. They had 2 brothers who were older than them. In other words, Jack had 2 uncles and 1 aunt. As for their father, although he wasn't the current family head, he was second to the family head, who was his elder brother. So, he had a lot of authority in the family, just below his elder brother who was the family head. The 2 sisters had always treated each other well. In the big family, it was obvious that there were many jealous people who had their own selfish desires. So, they would make their own plots. Although none of the plots were sinister, they were nothing good to the victim. Some of their uncles and aunts had planned to have the family gain relationship with other big families through marriage. The target was obviously the 2 sisters. They looked for ways to make the girls disagree with the marriage by trying to introduce a marriage between them and someone whose character was definitely nothing but thrash. Of course, in order for this not to be seen as a blatant way of attacking the other, they would choose those young masters with a good background. In this way, they would claim that they were doing this for the good of the family. They had tried it on Anita but, lucky for her, she had already fallen in love with someone that was from a good and acceptable background. So, the plans failed as the family had agreed to the two of them getting married. On the other hand, Anne was different. She had fallen in love with someone. But that person had no big background. So, she dared not to introduce him to the family. In the end, the schemers found a scumbag who liked changing women like clothes, claiming that he was a well-behaved and model man. He was good to be her partner for life. Anne didn't agree to this. This then led to a big argument in the family. In the end, with the help of Anita, Anne had managed to sneak away. Anita had helped her in covering her traces. The day that they had parted ways, 20 years ago, was the last time that the two sisters had met and spoke to each other. And although Anita would have really wanted to see her sister, for her sister's happiness, she decided not to look for her until in the recent years where she couldn't hold it anymore and tried looking for her. She had tried calling her since 2 years ago, using the number that Anne had registered using Anita's ID, but she found that the number was no longer in service. This had made her stressed up. But all the same, she had been trying to find ways of getting her sister back. Now that 2 decades had gone by, she was sure that although she might be punished, there was no way that they would force her to marry another person at her age. Jonathan, on the other hand, was one of the competitors for the seat of the family head. In order to assist his mother, he had decided to go for that position. In a family like Jezda, it was not a matter of inheritance where the father would pass the position of the family head to the son. Instead, it was a competition between the young masters of the family, to decide who was the most competent to lead the family. Since he had decided to join the competition, he had faced several threats. He was sure that all of these were orchestrated by his competitors and their families. Luckily, he was strong enough to survive till today. But all the same, although he had tried finding ways to prove that they were the ones that had attacked him, he never succeeded as these people were always careful with whatever they did. He too had managed to handle himself for a few years before he was caught off guard the previous year. The assassin that they had sent when he was out in an official business was actually far stronger than the previous ones. The two of them had fought for a long time. And seeing that he was losing, the assassin had resorted to using a special poison that had in return weakened him greatly. Had he been at his peak, a small fry like viper wouldn't even manage to touch the corner of his clothes. Jack and the others finally understood what it meant to survive in a family that was full of schemers. Although Jack's half-brothers and sisters had always schemed against him, after hearing how the Jezda family was, he thought that the Alfonso family was nothing. Celine, on the other hand, was the only heir to the family business. Although she was a girl, she had the abilities and was supported by her parents who were just as capable, together with her grandparents. Wendy as well as Angie had the same situation. They were not heirs and so, they had no pressure on them. Additionally, Wendy was always dotted on by her grandfather, Alton Farrell. So, nobody really dared to make a move on her as that person would end up in a really bad position. Taking a deep breath, although he was curious and would have really wanted to meet this aunt of his, Jack decided that he would only do that once his strength was higher than the Jezda family. The Jezda family was a reclusive one and wasn't one of those that publicized their wealth. Currently, they had assets that were worth hundreds of billions. Added to their relationship with other families that were connected to them through marriages, he was sure that he couldn't compare with them, at least for now. He was sure that the moment that these people knew that his mother was Anne, they would try venting their frustrations on him as Anne had foiled their plans by running away. Although he had a system, he wasn't ready to be suppressed for a long time before he even managed to upgrade the system to level 2. By the way, where's your mother? I would like to see her, Jonathan asked excitedly after he finished his narration. He was now on the bed, with his back on the headboard. Looking at the enthusiastic Jonathan, Jack shook his head and said, "She died a few years ago." "What, are you serious?" Jonathan jumped onto his feet and asked incredulously. His voice was filled with disbelief and shock. "She died a few years ago." "What, are you serious?" Jonathan jumped onto his feet and asked incredulously. His voice was filled with disbelief and shock. Celine, Wendy and Angie had their mouths open, not knowing what to say. They wanted to console him but at the same time, they were afraid that they would tear the old wound open. In the end, they could only remain silent. "She died when I was 15 years old." Jack spoke nonchalantly as if he didn't care about it. But those who were keen in listening, they could tell from his voice that he was sad about this event. But all the same, Jack's ego as a man didn't allow him to show any type of weakness in front of women, considering that it was something that had happened for over 4 years now. Although it was something that made him sad, it had already been a while and he had gotten accustomed to it. Jonathan was silent for a long while as he stared blankly, He himself failed to believe what he had just heard. Just a few seconds ago, he was completely ecstatic, thinking that he would make his mother happy after giving her information about his aunt's whereabouts. But now, he was sure that as long as his mother received information that her sister was dead, she would be aggrieved. Jonathan wasn't ready to make her bear that kind of burden as of the moment. She was already under great pressure knowing that her son was facing threats of life every moment that he was out. Additionally, he had left home for over a year now and his mother hadn't seen him for a long time. Just thinking about going back with bad news, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache for her. It was only after a long period of time had passed that he turned his gaze towards Jack. He wondered what Jack was feeling at the moment, considering the fact that he was the direct victim. Seeing the atmosphere was getting somber, Jack decided to shift the topic. So, what kind of people are trying attacking you? Upon noticing that Jack didn't want to talk about the matter at the moment, Jonathan went with the flow. Well, I'm pretty sure that they are from my second uncle's side. The incident where your mother left home had ruined most of his plans. In other words, he was the one who had cooperated with some of Mum's uncles and aunts to orchestrate the plan of marrying her and her sister to a scumbag. As for why I'm sure about it, it is simply because my investigation so far has pointed towards him. Furthermore, he also has a son, who is currently 22 years old and is also running for the position of the family head, Jonathan concluded. In response to his words, Jack simply raised his brows, clearly not interested in matter of the fight between the heirs for the position of the family head. You are also part of the Jezda family, do you want to come back and try taking over the position of the family head? Jonathan asked. Aren't you worried that I will take the position away from you? Jack jokingly asked in return. Hee hee, I am confident that you cannot defeat me, Jonathan snickered in reply. Anyway, I'm not interested in such things. Moreover, I'm sure that the moment that I'll step in the compound, there will be some people who will definitely be against me. And what I know is that, there will be many of them trying to push me out. So I think I better live my life the way it is, rather than getting involved. Jack waved his hand in dismissal. Wendy, Angie and Celine were surprised that Jack had no interest in the inheritance of hundreds of billions worth of assets. Although when compared to the other provinces in the country, their families were indeed good. But when they went back to the capital, if they was supposed to be compared to other families, they were nothing special. Their assets were only worth a few billions of dollars. And now Jack was refusing to take the opportunity to try obtaining the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of assets. But thinking about how Jonathan mentioned that he was facing the danger of assassination from time to time, they thought that it would be better if he didn't go. The group chatted with each other. It was only during this chat that Jack knew why Wendy had confused him to be the one that had saved her. It turned out that Jonathan was the one that had saved her back then. In any case, now that the situation was clear, Jack hoped that Wendy would finally stop bugging him with the issue of the two of them getting engaged. Do you want to go back with me to see my mother? Jonathan asked. Not now. But I'm sure that I can do that by next year. As for now, I don't think that I can do that. Jack shook his head in reply. He still had to be wealthier and stronger than the Jezda family. Only then would he have the qualifications to face those that had made things hard for his mother. Although she was already dead, he was not willing to let some of the debts unpaid. They dared to make some stupid plans using his mother for their own benefits. Since she couldn't repay them, he would do that in her place. Furthermore, the payment would have to be greater than the pain that they had caused her. As for his father, he too had to get punished. After all, his mother had even parted with her sister just so that she could be with him. In the end, he didn't even marry her, he threw her to a corner and completely ignored her existence. His mother could have gone back to the Jezda family, but in the end, she stayed at the Alfonso family, a very tiny family in the eyes of the Jezda family, just because she loved him. She grieved from time to time, and Jack had caught her from again and again. But all the same, she didn't say a word. She never told him to hate his father. She didn't do that even after suffering under the hands of the Alfonso family. In the end, she died. As for the cause of her death, she had gotten sick all of a sudden and died in 2 months. There were completely no signs of what disease she was suffering from. The time that they had gone to the hospital, the doctor simply stated that she wasn't sick at all. But, his mother had lost strength in her body and at the end of it, she died. As he thought of this, Jack suddenly thought of something that made him furious. But, he didn't let his anger explode. Instead, he held it in as he tried analyzing the situation. It seemed that he had to look into the matter concerning his mother's death. The two wives of his father were always scheming against her. and Brenda had taken after her mother. So, Jack thought that there might be something fishy about her death. They were in Crystal City, so it was normal that they could manipulate a doctor to tell them that there was nothing wrong with his mother's health. As for the reason as to why they always tried making things hard for him and his mother, to this date, Jack had no clue. But it seemed that he would have to look into the matter. After all, it wasn't that simple. As Jack was lost in his thoughts, he was interrupted by Jonathan. "Need my help to know who wanted you dead?" Jack shook his head in response. "No need at all. I can handle it." After that, he decided to make a call. "Denali, can you come to Venture City by tomorrow?" "Okay, boss." Denali replied. Although he knew that she was busy, he still thought that it wouldn't hurt if she could leave some of the tasks to Ayush and Tracy. Working together with Maxwell, they would be able to merge the companies. And if there were any changes that had to be made, they could do it later on. So, Jack had to solve his curiosity at the moment. Another reason why he called Denali to come over was because he wanted to have time to finish the system task. Otherwise, there was going to be a punishment. And if there was going to be an assassin, he could handle that guy easily. After all, he wasn't a professional combatant for nothing. "Okay then. If you think that there's something that you can't handle, just let me know." Jonathan shrugged in response. Since they had chatted for a while now, they had gotten familiar to each other. Jack's personality and Jonathan's weren't opposing to each other. So, they hit it off. Added to the fact that they were cousins, although the relationship between them wasn't that deep yet, at least they would do something for the other because of their mothers. "I will be going back to the resort for now. I still have something to do there, and just like you, if there's anything that you need, as long as I can do it, I will," Jack stated as he got to his feet, ready to leave. "I'll find you at the resort then," Jonathan nodded. Celine got up and followed Jack out of the room. Wendy, on the other hand, wasn't sure if she was supposed to remain to talk to Jonathan, or if she was supposed to follow Jack. During the chat, she came to realize that she had been watching the two of them together. In other words, sometimes, parts of the traits and character traits that she had found belonged to Jack, while others were Jonathan's. In the end, since Jonathan was hiding and had hid his information, she had gotten the information on Jack, though it was only shallow. In the end, even her grandfather had gotten information on Jack, and that was the exact reason as to why they had gone to the Alfonso family. "Wendy, can you stay behind? I would like to have a simple chat with you." Jonathan's voice reached her ears, making her finally decide to stay. Since the two had things to talk about, Angie decided to go after Jack and Celine. They were going to the resort at the end of the day. So, she wasn't worried that Wendy would get lost. She was an adult after all. After getting out of the hospital, the three took a taxi and went back to the resort. On the way, they chatted about a few things and made jokes. It didn't take them long for them to arrive at the resort. When they got there, they found that a few of the young masters and ladies were looking for them. They had tried calling the three girls, but it ended up with the call not being picked or another one that was switched off. As Celine and Angie dealt with the crowd of young masters and ladies, Jack, who wasn't familiar with them, decided to take a walk. He was curious about who it was that knew that he was here and had sent someone to kill him. He had come here using the Eurocopter. So, it was normal that even if there was someone that was keeping watch over him, that person wouldn't know where he went unless he followed Jack with a helicopter. In other words, that person had seen him here, and that was the exact reason as to why they had tried attacking him. In the end, they never thought that they would actually get Jonathan instead of him. He didn't have a definite destination. He was simply moving from place to place, trying to catch the attention of the one that had sent the assassin. Although Denali could help him in knowing who it was that had sent Viper when hacking into Viper's phone, it wouldn't hurt if he could find that person in advance. He was here to relax, but at the end, someone made him change into a detective or a decoy. Whatever that was, he was willing to do that, clearing any kind of danger before facing others that might be hiding in the dark. As he was walking around, he felt that there was someone that was watching his movements. In fact, he realized that there were three people who seemed to be following him from a distance. And from their movements, Jack could confirm that they were professionals at stalking others. If he didn't have sharp senses, he might not have discovered them at all. Knowing that the fish had caught bait, Jack headed towards the forest. He was sure that they would follow him if it was true that they wanted to kill him. In just 20 minutes, he had gotten into the forest, about a kilometer from the resort. After getting here, he didn't make a move and waited for them to do that first. And just like that, 10 minutes went by with none of the sides making a move. Jack was just about to get impatient and make them come out of their hiding place when he suddenly noticed that there was actually another person that was heading their way. It turned out that they were actually waiting for someone else. And from the looks of it, the person that they were waiting for was their leader. Jack's lips twitched as he thought, one wasn't enough to deal with Jonathan. So, they thought that it would be better if they sent 4 of them at the same time. Well, good for me then. I can have several targets that I can use to get information from so that I can get closer to the mastermind. Jack didn't like the fact that he was in the light while the enemy was in the dark. This was one of the most dangerous things. Dealing with an enemy that you can't see and you know nothing of. If the enemy made a move, it would be hard for him to anticipate it. Additionally, he wouldn't know what the enemy would do. The enemy might have full information on him. In the end, Jack wouldn't know what to guard and what not to. After 2 minutes, the person who had just arrived led the 3 to approach him. From his movements, Jack could tell that he had no intention of sneaking an attack at him. I guess that you already know of our arrival, right? The man spoke as soon as he arrived a few meters behind Jack. Jack turned around and faced him. The man was wearing a sleeveless red shirt. It was like the sleeves were ripped from it. As for the bottom, he was wearing black sweatpants and a pair of black boots. With a smile on his face, Jack said, "You took your time to get here." "Hee, you don't seem nervous at all. Maybe you don't recognize me?" the man chuckled and asked. And as he posed the question, he pointed at a spider tattoo on his bare left arm. The tattoo was drawn at the very top of the left arm, closer to the shoulder. "Well, should I know you?" Jack asked in surprise. This was actually the first time that he was meeting this guy. So, how comes this guy was expecting that he would know him just from the tattoo? Although he wasn't sure about it, he decided to keep the tattoo in his mind. Maybe it implied something that he didn't know. Perhaps it would point him towards the mastermind. Seeing that Jack seemed to be serious about not knowing him, the man laughed amusedly and said, "Oh Jonathan. I thought that you, as one of those that are trying to be the next family head of the Jezda family, would have a lot of information. In the end, I thought too much." Jack frowned at the mention of the name Jonathan. How the hell was this happening? Could it be that karma was striking? Jonathan was attacked because they had thought that he was Jack? And now, Jack was actually being attacked because they thought that he was Jonathan? Wasn't this ridiculous? What's even more laughable was that, while Jonathan was attacked by a single person, he was being attacked by 4 of them at the same time. Maybe I should change my appearance a little bit. Being mistaken for someone else when someone wants to kill you is absolutely not good at all. Jack muttered loudly as he touched his head. Hearing Jack's words, the man was surprised. He asked in confusion, "What do you mean by being mistaken for others? Are you trying to imply that you aren't Jonathan?" "Why else would I be stressed up for that? I was mistaken for Jonathan, and I got engaged. Now I'm being mistaken for him again, and here we are. Someone is trying to kill me. Although it was true that I was expecting that someone was going to come after me, I never thought that it would be unrelated people." Jack sighed as he said these words. The man frowned again. And unlike Viper, who had simply thought that Jonathan was trying to find a way out of the situation, the man here was different. He had done enough investigation since a year ago. He would have already attacked a long time ago had it not been for the fact that Jonathan had simply disappeared for almost a year now. "So, who are you?" Wanting to confirm his speculations, the man asked. "MMH, at least you are reasonable. Anyway, I'm Jack and not Jonathan. As for Jonathan, he's my cousin." Jack didn't hide anything. He felt that it wouldn't be bad if he spoke a little more. Perhaps he could lure them into telling him who had sent them. "Oh, that's unexpected," the man stated. "Can I see your ID to confirm your identity?" he asked. "Too bad that I left my ID in the room that I have booked here in the resort. But can a scanned document with my ID do?" Jack took out his phone and asked. "No problem at all." The man shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care. Till this time, Jack had felt that this guy was pretty strong. Furthermore, there seemed to be something abnormal about him. But he couldn't put a finger on that thing that he felt was unusual. As for why the man was being casual when he was taking out the phone, Jack believed that the guy was pretty confident that he could deal with him even if he had a gun with him. Jack scrolled through the documents in his phone before selecting one of them. Then, he threw the phone to the man. With simple movements, the man grabbed the phone in the air and gazed at the ID on the screen. "Jackson Alfonso? I think I know a little about you. You should be the son of the twin who had run away from home a few decades ago." "Hee, I never thought that you knew about my existence all this while." Jack chuckled as he said these words. But, his eyes had already turned cold the moment that this guy said that he knew that his mother actually had him. Didn't that mean that he actually knew where his mother was? Returning the phone to Jack, the man happened to see Jack's cold eyes. He simply chuckled and explained, "No need to worry about that. It's not hard for me to know that. Actually, there are people from the Jezda family that already know of your presence, but they have never made a move at all as they had decided to ignore your presence." Jack's expression darkened further. He could smell that there was something here. And he would have to get all the information that he could get from this guy. "Well then, since you are not Jonathan and there is no payment for me to get your head, I'll just take my leave," the man said and turned around, intending to leave. Although Jack had not expected that this guy would actually do something like that, he still managed to react in time. "Well, you have thought that you can simply leave me. But, I wonder if you have asked me whether I will let you go or not." The man stopped and looked at Jack with a frown before asking, "Are you trying to push your luck?" "Hee, not at all." Jack smiled coldly before he began rolling the sleeves of his shirt. He then continued speaking while his gaze was focusing on the sleeves, "You know, although your target isn't me this time, it's still Jonathan. And all the same, Jonathan is my cousin. So, do you think that I will simply let you go after knowing that you have intentions of killing him?" "Hee, not at all." Jack smiled coldly before he began rolling the sleeves of his shirt. He then continued speaking while his gaze was focusing on the sleeves, "You know, although your target isn't me this time, it's still Jonathan. And all the same, Jonathan is my cousin. So, do you think that I will simply let you go after knowing that you have intentions of killing him?" The guy frowned. But before he could speak, a subordinate of his took a step forward and lashed at Jack, "You ungrateful bastard. Do you know who he is? He is the Spider, one of the top 10 assassins in the country. He has given you a living grace, but you don't appreciate it, do you?" Before the guy could finish what he was saying, Jack interrupted and said as he looked at the guy called Spider, "It will be good if you can keep your dog in check. Otherwise, you can't blame others when it ends up dead." Jack's casual attitude made Spider vigilant of him. But although he was vigilant, it wasn't that much to the extent that he would actually be in a combat-ready mode. Instead, he simply began paying attention to Jack's movements. Although he knew of Jack's existence, he didn't know him well. He had stopped investigating about him when Jonathan disappeared, about a half a year ago. And from all the investigations, he found that Jack was just a harassed teenager. As for where he got his confidence from at this moment, he wasn't sure. All the same, he was sure that he could deal with a youth like him easily. "Well, you don't have to mind about that. After all, you might be underestimating my dogs," Spider said with a smile. "Is that so? But I would like to deal with the master of the dog directly rather than going through the mob," Jack stated. Then, he continued without giving Spider a chance to speak. "It's true that I don't know you at all. But there are facts that make me to have you to stay here as you still have a few questions to answer. Furthermore, just the thought of killing my cousin because you were paid doesn't really make me happy. I would like to let you live, but it seems that it's not possible for that to happen as you are just like a moth. Anyway, I'll just have to claim more bonus when I go back for the extra work that I have to do," Spider said before he motioned one of his subordinates to make a move. "Not a problem at all. I would really like to make you stay here forever, but I still have some use for you." As Jack finished speaking, one of Spider's subordinates was already charging towards him before throwing a punch. The speed of this guy could be said to be higher than that of a normal adult. But in front of Jack, this was nothing at all. He simply stood there, not making a move. His gaze was still fixed on Spider. Although he could tell that this guy was strong, he was sure that it wasn't by much. Otherwise, if this person was actually stronger than him, Jack was sure that the system would have offered him a mission and given him a reward in advance. Well, that was unless the system couldn't give two tasks at the same time. That would really be regrettable. The man that was attacking Jack, upon seeing that Jack had yet to react although his punch was already approaching his face, he thought that Jack was already scared out of his wits and that he had frozen. As such, he smiled as he thought of smashing the irritable handsome face in front of him. Just as the punch was approaching Jack's face, Jack finally reacted. At a fast speed, he threw a slap towards the guy. Paw, paw, paw. A slap resounded in the forest and it echoed a few times. As for the guy that had been slapped on his right cheek, he was forced to do a 270 degrees sideways flip before his head hit the ground. The moment that Jack's hand connected and transferred the force in it, the guy lost a few teeth and fainted before even touching the ground. The two men behind Spider who were looking forward to seeing Jack being pummeled were dumbfounded when they saw their companion simply flipping in the air after the sound of a crisp slap. Their mouths hung open as they stared at Jack in disbelief. Then, they looked at the guy who was already on the ground. He was already out cold. They immediately swallowed hard, especially the guy that was previously lashing at Jack. They didn't even see how it really happened. They had been seeing the punch that was about to hit Jack's face. But in the next second, their companion was down after they heard the sound of slapping. Spider on the other hand had managed to see Jack's hand blurring. But, he himself hadn't seen how it happened well because he too couldn't follow the speed at which Jack's hand moved. Knowing that it would be impossible for his other subordinates to deal with Jack, he decided to make the move by himself. Although he was surprised that Jack was this strong, he didn't think that Jack was stronger than him. Seeing that Spider was finally willing to make a move by himself, Jack smiled and said, "Show me what you have. I hope that you can make me go all out. I still want to know what my limit is, this time." As he said that, he readied himself for combat. But in the end, when he saw Spider's speed and movements, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Come on. How comes this guy is an amateur? With all the bragging, I thought that he might really exchange moves with me and make me experience a real fight. What a disappointment." With Jack's professional combatant ability, it was not just a matter of him having the strength of 5 men combined, instead, it was the strength plus the fighting experience of a professional combatant. So, he could easily tell that Spider was a novice when it came to fighting. Although he might have some strength, he was still too weak to face Jack. If Jack was 5 men combined, then Spider was actually a combination of 2.5 men. As for his fighting skills, although as an assassin, Spider might have experienced several life and death situations, his skills were still subpar in Jack's eyes. Seeing that Jack was no longer taking him serious, although he was always good at keeping his emotions in check, Spider couldn't help but get angry at Jack. In that exact moment, he had decided that he would make sure that Jack died a cruel death for daring to look down on him. As he thought of this, his eyes turned extremely cold as his killing intent surged into the air. Then, he immediately kicked at Jack, thinking that it would be good if he could take the opportunity where Jack was still looking down on him so that he could deal a lot of damage to him. Tup! The kick landed. But, Spider's eyes contracted as he gazed at his right leg that was still hanging in the kicking position. At this time, his kick that contained a lot of power had indeed landed on the target as the target didn't move. But, the leg had actually landed in Jack's palm that in turn easily blocked the kick. It was as if there was no power behind the kick. Jack smiled before he folded his fingers and gripped onto Spider's leg. Spider wanted to retract his leg but it was too late as Jack had already taken action. Putting in some strength in his left hand, Jack pulled Spider using his leg before he threw him. With his strength, it wasn't hard for him to throw a man. Spider hadn't expected that Jack would do something like that, and seeing that he was going to hit a tree, he immediately used his hands to protect his head. Bang! Thud! The speed at which he was thrown was fast and at the moment that his body hit the tree bark first, there was a sound of the collision before he fell onto the ground. At this moment, Spider understood what was meant to fear someone. To be able to throw a man who weighed over 60 kilograms using one hand, and to be able to do that easily, just what kind of strength did Jack actually possess? Currently, Spider could feel that he was hurt and his combat strength had been greatly diminished. He felt that his spinal cord had been injured and with every simple movements that he made, he was going through a lot of pain. Seeing that Spider was actually struggling to stand up, Jack smiled and said, "You are a disappointment if you are actually amongst the top 10 assassins in the country. You are so weak in that you are already down with one of my moves." Hearing Jack's words, Spider, who was initially struggling to get back onto his feet, gritted his teeth in anger. But all the same, he knew that he was no match for Jack. But for his reputation, especially in front of his subordinates, he didn't continue staying on the ground. He still gritted his teeth and stood up through the tearing pain that he felt on his spinal cord. He was lucky that the spinal cord wasn't broken, otherwise, his limbs would have been paralyzed immediately, and as of now, he could only use the tree as a source of support so that he wouldn't fall to the ground. "So, why don't you tell me about how and why you know about my mother? And if you can, also tell me who sent you to assassinate Jonathan?" Jack clapped his hands and asked with a cold smile. To an assassin, Jack would never be kind at all. If he had to kill for the first time, then he would definitely do that without hesitation. After all, if he didn't kill, he would end up dead. What's more, who could guarantee that this guy wouldn't be given a mission to come and assassinate him or his loved ones in the future? So, he dared not to leave dangers that would come hunting him in the future to make him regret his decisions. "Give it up. There's no way that I'm going to tell you a Thing, still going through a lot of pain, Spider replied. Okay then. Let's see if this will make you speak, Jack said before stomping on the neck of the guy that was already knocked out by him. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as Jack crushed the neck of the guy, ending his life. Spider never expected that Jack would use such a move on him. The three people with him were actually those that he had been training for years. After he felt that they were good enough, he would take them with him on missions that were not dangerous. They were the ones that would do the stalking before informing him. He would let them finish the job if the opponent was weak. So, till this time, he had developed some good relationship with them and they were like family to him. Seeing one of them die, he was grief-stricken and angry at the same time. What about now? Can you talk? Jack's voice drifted to his ears. The remaining two subordinates on the other hand didn't know what to do. Their minds were in chaos. Apart from fear, they were not sure on what they were supposed to do. They had an impulse to run as far as they could. But in the end, their loyalty towards Spider made them hesitate. Spider was the one that was taking care of them. He had saved them when they were in their worst situations. So, they were unwilling to leave him although they knew that they were no match for Jack considering that he could easily defeat Spider, who was like a supreme being to them. Seeing that Spider wasn't talking, Jack shifted his gaze to the remaining two men who were still standing there, not sure what to do. On seeing Jack's actions, Spider panicked and asked, "Can you promise me that you will let them live as long as I give you the information?" Jack looked at him and said, "Why would I leave something that will simply come back and bite me? I can see their resentment towards me already. Do you think that by letting them live I can make them love me or forget about this incident? That's not going to happen." Before Spider could say a word, Jack continued, "Don't think much of it. Besides, I don't think that you are in a position to bargain with me. The only thing that I can promise you is that you will all receive a quick and painless death." Spider's heart sank. He had actually brought these three with him because he had thought that the mission would be simple. In the end, he had brought them to their death. Although he thought that at the end of the day they would all end up dead, whether he gave the information or not, he thought that it would be good if the two of them could die a simple and painless death rather than a cruel one. Looking at Jack's cold eyes, added to the action where without hesitation he had killed one of the three, it meant that he would actually do what he had said. On the other hand, it wasn't that Jack was a cruel and cold-blooded person. Instead, it was just that, if there was something that would make him furious, it would be something that was related to harming his mother. An assassin having information on his mother was definitely not something good. He would definitely be willing to kill as long as there was need for him to do that. And even after killing the other guy, he didn't think much of it. That was a person who had the blood of several innocent people on his hands, so there would be nothing wrong with eliminating him. "Alright. I'll tell you then. The one that sent me to kill Jonathan was your second uncle. He wants his son to be the family head in 5 years' time. As for how I got the information on your mother, it was also due to your second uncle." Spider began explaining. His words broke as he tried enduring the pain that he was feeling. "He knew about your mother long time ago, and if I'm not wrong, he might be involved with her death," Spider continued. Jack's expression turned colder when he heard that his second uncle might be involved with his mother's death. He had just realized that there might be something fishy about her death. In the end, although it was not 100% confirmed, at least his involvement was there. "Anything else?" Jack asked. Knowing that it was coming to an end, Spider shook his head and said, "Nothing much, just keep your promise." Seeing that there was nothing else to say, Jack immediately made a move. Before the two could react, their necks were broken and they fell onto the ground lifelessly. After that, Jack killed Spider by breaking his neck using his incredible strength. With this done, he turned his attention to what he was supposed to do next. He searched and took the phones of all the three of them. Then there came a problem. How was he going to deal with the corpses? He had never done this before. He thought for a while before he decided that it would be good if the private team could deal with it. It was just that the team wasn't completely loyal to him and so, he didn't want to get them involved with this. After racking his brain for a while, he found the best solution. Taking out his phone, he made a call. "Yes? You called me so early, not even 3 hours have gone by. Want my help with something?" Jonathan asked. "It should be the other way round actually. I want you to help yourself after I have repaid the debt," Jack said. "What do you mean by that?" Jonathan was confused. "Well, there's someone calling himself, not really, he used to call himself Spider. He was here to assassinate you. But unfortunately, he mistook me for you and attacked me instead. Jack explained what had happened. Jonathan was completely surprised that Jack was actually attacked. What's more, he wondered how the heck this person known as Spider found his information. But when he thought that he had called for his subordinates to clear the scene where he fought with Viper, maybe there was someone who had gotten the information that they had come to Volant City. But what he couldn't understand was how that assassin arrived here in just a few hours. One had to know that the distance between Kartu City and Volant City wasn't something that could be covered in 3 hours just because one used a plane. In any case, he caught something in Jack's words. Are you sure that the person that came this time was Spider? He couldn't help but ask. Yeah, he has a spider tattoo on his arm. He claimed to be the one, and I can say that he had some combat ability, Jack explained. That should be him. He is the 7th-ranked top assassin in the country. He is powerful, and if he had gotten me in my current condition, I'm sure that I would be dead. But why are you using past tense when referring to him? Jonathan's voice was solemn as he spoke of Spider. He's dead. He couldn't even stand after I made a single move. I wonder just how weak he was, Jack said. Are you serious that he's dead? If he's not, try to make sure that you avoid him. You can wait till my subordinates come to deal with him, Jonathan stated. Come on. I already said that this guy is dead. I was calling you so that you can send someone to come and clear the scene here. I have never dealt with something like this before. So, I don't have the resources to deal with it, Jack explained. Jonathan couldn't believe it when he heard that it was true that Spider was dead. But hearing Jack's serious voice, he had no choice but to believe it. Give me the location and I'll send them there in around 20 minutes, Jonathan said. His subordinates had always been in the Western Province all this while. It was just that he had never interacted with them all this time, until today. And now, they should be somewhere near Volant City, so, he was sure that they would be where Jack was within 20 minutes. Jack sent him the pinned location before he took his leave. The scene would be easy to clean as there was no blood. The only issue would be disposing the bodies. After leaving, he decided to go back to the room that he had booked. He had no intention of getting closer to the girls for the day because he still didn't know who it was that had the intention of killing him. If the other party saw him with the girls, they might be used as hostages and they might as well end up getting hurt for something that didn't actually concern them. That night around 9, Denali finally arrived. She didn't waste time and immediately began investigating Viper. He was Jack's main concern because he was his main target. He wanted to know who was the one that had sent him. With Denali's skills, she easily cracked the password of the phone and accessed it. After that, she began going through the contact history. She found that all the calls' history had been deleted. But no matter what, although they were not on the phone, but the data was still recorded somewhere. So, she easily hacked and found the call logs of the calls made during this month. After a long while, a list of names appeared on the screen of her laptop. Jack looked at the screen of the laptop, trying to see if there was someone that he knew and had actually contacted the mercenary. He was sure that the other party had to be someone that he had interacted with. Even if he failed to know the other party's details, he would at least know the name. He began with the calls that had been made starting with the oldest. He continued dropping till he found one name that he knew all too well. It was Marion. Jack knew her because she was one of Dalton's wives, and she was Brenda's mother. The moment that he found that she had actually made a call, Jack's eyes narrowed. He asked Denali to play the audio of the conversation between the two of them. From the conversation, Jack found that she was the one who had asked Viper to meet up with Brenda in Volant City as she had something for him. Knowing that Brenda was also involved, Jack didn't waste time scrolling. He simply searched for Brenda's name and he found that there was actually a conversation between the two on this very day. What's more, from the first conversation, it was about the room that they would meet to discuss the business. As for the second one, it was Brenda informing Viper that the target was actually present here in the resort. With all these clues, how could Jack not know who it was that wanted him dead? Brenda wanted him dead. But, what had he done to make her want to kill him? That was a question that only she could answer. Denali, find out where she is now. And if she is present in her room here in the resort, I'll be heading there in a moment, Jack stated. Yes, master. Denali nodded before taking her laptop from Jack. In a moment, she began typing at a high speed. After about 2 minutes, she began watching the CCTV footage from the resort. The videos only contained the scenes of the corridor and not the room. In any case, the video began playing backwards, to save them time. If she had left, she would get to know if she had left the room or not. After a while, Denali found that she was still present in the room and informed Jack about it. Jack nodded and left the room and decided to head to that room. But, the moment that he opened the door, he happened to see Celine, who was just about to knock on the door. Seeing the door in front of her opening, Celine was at first surprised before she got excited when she saw Jack walking out. She was just about to ask why he had been avoiding her the whole day when she suddenly saw Denali's figure inside the room. Her heart went cold at that instant. She simply couldn't believe that Jack had avoided her all along because he had a woman who was accompanying him. Feeling upset, she immediately turned around and ran away, not giving Jack a chance to ask her anything. Jack was flabbergasted, wondering what was going on. Celine was smiling in 1 second and in the next, she ran off with her eyes turning red. Not knowing what he had done wrong, Jack shook his head and called Denali. "Denali, can you go and look after her till I come back? I won't take long." "Okay, master." Denali agreed before she left, chasing after Celine. With her speed and skills, she could easily protect and make sure that Celine wasn't in trouble from the dark. Seeing Denali leave, Jack's expression slightly relaxed. Then, he left and headed to the floor above him. He was going to where Brenda was staying. Not long after, he arrived in front of room number 1278. After taking a deep breath and making sure that all of his emotions were well in place, he knocked on the door. He then heard the sound of footsteps heading towards the door. Then with a click, the door was unlocked but wasn't pulled open. From the information that he had gotten, Jack knew that Viper was supposed to come tonight after he had completed the mission. So, Jack pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. "How efficient you are, Viper. You completed the business just as you had stated. I guess there was nothing for me to worry about." Not looking behind, Brenda, who was in pink pajamas that accentuated her curves, headed towards the couch as she spoke. Jack didn't speak and simply followed behind her. He had confirmed that she was indeed the one that had wanted him dead, but what he wanted to know was why. "Why are you so silent?" Brenda was forced to stop mid-sentence when she turned around and saw that instead of Viper, it was Jack who had entered. Her expression shifted, but she still managed to squeeze a smile and asked in surprise, "Oh, Jack, what are you doing here?" The smile was fake, but the surprise in her voice was genuine. She was completely surprised that Jack was the one that had come here instead of Viper. What's more, he was supposed to be dead, but he was alive, standing in front of her. Another thing that she failed to understand was definitely how Jack knew the room that she was staying. According to what she knew, even if Jack knew where she was, he wouldn't come to greet her, not to mention that he was here at night. Could something have happened? Has Viper betrayed me? Several thoughts ran through her mind as she wondered what was going on and what she was supposed to do if Jack actually knew about the issuing of the mission to kill him. "Good to see you, sister. I came here to visit. Is it bad to visit my sister, now that I knew that she was around?" Jack gave her a dazzling smile as he asked. For the first time, Brenda was forced to admit that this little brother of hers was indeed handsome. But at this moment, her heart thumped. She could tell that something was wrong. Jack had never called her sister since he was 10 years old. For him to suddenly start referring to her as sister, there had to be something that wasn't right. Furthermore, this was the first time in over a decade that she was seeing Jack smile this brightly. But she could still see that although Jack was smiling brightly, the smile didn't reach his eyes. "It's not bad for you to do that. But, how did you know that I was here?" Brenda tried to calm her racing heart down and asked. Without responding, Jack simply sat on the couch before motioning for Brenda to take a seat. Brenda could immediately tell that something was wrong with Jack's behavior too. This was actually the first time that she had seen Jack this bold. Previously, he wouldn't even dare to retort to her, let alone instruct her to do something. And although it was true that he could retort, it was only on some rare occasions. Not knowing why he was here, she still sat down opposite him and waited for him to speak. Still smiling, Jack said, "Actually, I found that you were here by watching the CCTV footage. And I heard you say that you were here." Brenda was even more confused about the situation. Watch the CCTV footage? Hearing her say that she was here? How is that possible? "Stop joking. How did you really find me here?" Brenda chuckled as she asked. She had managed to put her usual harmless expression. "Well, that is the truth. I heard you asking someone called Viper to come and find you in this room. And, just to make sure that you were here, I had to look through the footage of the resort so that I wouldn't come when you weren't there," Jack explained, patiently. When she heard Jack's words, Brenda's smiling face froze. She looked at Jack with her mouth agape, not knowing what to say. Her heart was racing at this moment. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to do. If Jack knew about her and Viper, that meant that he actually knew that she wanted him dead. And now, he was here to confirm the reason for her to want him dead, or he was simply here to confirm if she was really the one behind it. Trying not to show any weakness, she asked, "Who's Viper that you are talking about?" She had only finished asking the question when she suddenly realized that she had just made a blunder. Hee, can you come up with something practical? When I was coming in, I heard you say that Viper was efficient and he had finished the business on time. Now, you don't know Viper? Jack chuckled as he asked. Knowing that there was no way out of the situation, Brenda finally revealed the other side of her expression. Her eyes were cold and almost indifferent as she stared at Jack. "What do you want, Jack? Just go to the point and stop beating around the bush," she stated, her voice no longer as playful as it always was. "I like it now that you are showing me the real you, sister. So, why don't you tell me the reason as to why you want me dead? As far as I can remember, there was no time that we had clashed and that it can lead to a situation where you will want to kill me." Jack, who was no longer smiling, asked. His voice, just like hers, was extremely cold. It was just that his was several notches colder, making Brenda shiver a little. "I know that you might not know this, but the real reason I want you dead is simply because I don't want you to marry that girl from the Farrell family. That's all," Brenda said. Jack looked at her with a hint of surprise. Then, he asked, "And why target me then instead of targeting the initiator of the engagement? You know, I don't like her. With her gone, there would be no marriage. But with me dead, she would make sure to investigate to the end and find who was behind it." "That's where you are wrong, Jack. If I kill her, it would be worse than killing you. If she dies, I'm sure that her grandfather will make sure to find the one behind her death and make sure that the person dies a cruel death. Even the family will be involved. After all, that's a descendant of the Farrell family." Brenda paused. Seeing that Jack's attention was on her, she continued. "On the other hand, if I kill you, I can be assured that the marriage wouldn't happen. As for the old man, I'm sure that he wouldn't go all the way out just for you, someone who could be considered as a potential in-law." Jack was amazed by her mind. All the same, he could say that it was this smart mind of hers that had landed her in trouble. She would have never thought that offending him was actually the worst choice that she could make. Not only had the assassination failed, but he was in front of her at this moment. "I can say that you have a bright mind as always, but do you think that I'm that stupid to believe that you can simply want me dead just because you don't want me to marry that girl? I know that this is just a small piece of it. So, what are you hiding from me, sister?" Jack asked. Brenda clenched her fists tightly when she saw that Jack didn't leave things as they were and he was trying to pursue further. And every time that she heard him call her sister, she could feel the bone-chilling coldness in his voice. Collecting her courage, she raised her green eyes and stared deeply into his blue ones. Then she asked, "I'm not telling you a thing. So, what are you going to do about it?" Collecting her courage, she raised her green eyes and stared deeply into his blue ones. Then she asked, "I'm not telling you a thing. So, what are you going to do about it?" Jack didn't get angry at all. He looked at Brenda, who was seated in front of him, and smiled. The smile made Brenda dumbfounded. According to what she was expecting, Jack was supposed to be frustrated and should try threatening him. But now, there was nothing that showed that he was angry other than the usual coldness that was originally present in his eyes. "You want to know what I can do? Okay then, I will show you what I can do. But, you have to be careful of what you are asking for. After all, if I can easily get the information about the transaction between you and Viper, you should know by now that I have abilities." As he finished speaking, Jack got onto his feet and left. That's right, he didn't want to kill her just because she wanted to kill him. No, he would have to make sure that he found all her accomplices first. Brenda at the age of 21 was definitely not capable of doing all of this. So, the thing that Jack would start with would be finding the partners in crime. Currently, the only partner that he knew was Marion, Brenda's mother, but he was sure that there had to be more than just that. And as a result, it would need him to do a little more research. As she looked at Jack, who was departing, Brenda's expression darkened. She could tell from Jack's words that he wasn't going to give up on that. He was going to find more about what caused her to attack him. All the same, as she thought of those that were involved, she believed that no matter how strong Jack was, there was no way that he was going to find them nor the real reason. In the end, although she was sure that Jack wouldn't be able to find the information, she decided to take precautions and become vigilant of him. Accidents do happen, and one of them had just happened not long ago where Jack found that she had sent an assassin after him. As for the other one, that would be the change that had occurred to Jack since the last time they met. She wasn't sure about his capabilities, but she would have to investigate about him as fast as she could. Taking a deep breath, she took her phone and decided to make a call. She had to inform her mother that her plan had failed. After leaving the lodging area, Celine decided to find a place where nobody could find her so that she could try to calm down her racing and aching heart. She herself couldn't understand why she would react in such an explosive manner even without confirming about the identity of the other woman who was in Jack's room. All the same, she felt that she was wronged. She soon found herself in a desolate place, a park that was now empty. It was already 10, almost half past to be precise. Celine went ahead and sat on one of the chairs that had been set up here. She began thinking things through. She was wondering if it was true that Jack had a woman whom he considered as his other half or not. But what she was sure about was that she wouldn't want to see him with another woman. Had it been Wendy, although she would be hurt still, she felt that it was better for her sister to be the one rather than another woman that she knew nothing of. It was also at this moment when she was thinking so hard that she finally realized something. Although it was true that she loved Jack, it was also true that Jack didn't know. Or, it could be that he had already noticed it, but it was just that he didn't acknowledge her love for him. As she thought of this, she finally realized that she wasn't really supposed to be angry at Jack. He wasn't her boyfriend. Why would he not have other women? Just because she loved him? As long as their relationship wasn't confirmed, what was there to say? After a period of thinking, she finally came to a resolution. Although she felt that it might make Jack have a bad impression of her, she felt that it was necessary. Even if Jack had a woman, she was willing to try her luck. That's right, she wanted to confess her love for him. Previously, although she had thought that she loved Jack, she still had some doubts about it. But after seeing that there was actually a woman that she didn't know in his room, she came to a realization that she had really fallen for him. She finally realized that there were other women out there other than her and Wendy. Yes, even though the two of them had agreed to compete fairly, who said that the other ladies would agree to that, they couldn't resist Jack's charms and would definitely try using all the means possible to be his woman. And they, on the other hand, were trying to play reserved. What was there to be reserved about if what you were trying to maintain a good image for was taken away at the end of the day? With resolution in her heart, she got onto her feet and decided to go back to Jack and tell him about it. As for why he didn't come after her when she ran away, she didn't even think much of it. She had just taken a few steps when suddenly, she heard several faint footsteps heading her way from behind. It was only at this moment that she realized that she was actually outside and in a desolate place at night, and she was alone. Her heart began racing as she hurriedly walked out of the park. But before she could reach far, a hand came from behind and closed her mouth, giving her no chance to scream. As she tried struggling out of the other party's grasp, she was hit on the neck, and what followed was that she saw everything going blurry before she completely lost her consciousness. After seeing that the target was already knocked out, the youth who had a burly body structure heaved a sigh of relief. If Jack was here, he would recognize him as the guy that had volunteered to beat him up back in the underground parking in Venture City. "Come and help me," the guy called out. Soon, a few people came out of the shadows. They were all wearing black. These were all youths that were part of the group that Celine and Wendy belonged to. Carefully, they carried Celine and headed into the darkness. If one could think carefully, he could see that there was something wrong with the park. Usually, the lights were supposed to be on throughout the night, and there were supposed to be a few security guards that were patrolling and would occasionally pass in this area. But tonight, not only had the lights been switched off, but there was not a single soul in the area for the almost half an hour that Celine was here. Celine would have noticed these details had it not been for the fact that her mind and thoughts were chaotic. She couldn't think of anything else other than what was bugging her heart. As soon as the youths left, a figure of a woman appeared from the shadows. Denali looked at the direction that the group had headed and snorted coldly before following. Her master had given her the mission to protect the lady and make sure that nothing happened to her. Now that someone dared to kidnap her, that person had to face her wrath. She would have prevented the kidnapping from happening. But she wanted to know who it was that dared to orchestrate such a plan, to kidnap a person that her master cared about. Jack arrived in front of his room and opened the door before entering. He was surprised to find that Denali wasn't back yet. Thinking that maybe Celine was still out there, Jack decided to go and find her. Taking out his phone, he sent a text asking of her whereabouts. He was sure that if he called, he might reveal her presence to Celine. Although the tone of a text message being received could also alert Celine, it was easy to hide it. Not long after he sent the text, A reply that completely infuriated Jack came. "Master, there's someone who kidnapped her. I'm currently following them as I want to know who it was that had asked them to do that." "Where are you now?" he hurriedly texted. "The western part of the park, they're heading in that direction." Without further ado, Jack rushed out of the room, using his full speed. As he rushed through the halls, a person could faintly hear the whistling of the air, making sounds of something passing at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, Jack had already gotten out of the lodging area. He had actually climbed the stairs towards the lower floor. The elevator could only delay him as he was using his fastest speed, not caring whether there was a person that would find out about the abnormality of his speed or not. In an indoor playground for children, there was a group of youngsters standing behind a young man. In front of them, there was a beautiful lady who was lying on the floor, unconscious. The young man looked at Celine and smiled. He had initially planned to have someone to go and bring her to the park before kidnapping her. Who would have thought that she would actually take the initiative to come to the park by herself? He had actually spent a good sum of money to bribe the person in charge of security for him to set up the plan. He had asked for the lights to be switched off and to make sure that no one other than Celine came to the park. As for the playground, he had also paid the guards to allow him to use it. This place was far from the lodging area and so, he wasn't worried that someone would find out about this. "Wake her up." The young man looked at one of the youths behind him and spoke. "Got it." The youth replied before he used the water in the bottle that he was holding to sprinkle on Celine's face. And not long after that, Celine woke up. She was still confused but the fear of being kidnapped was still there. She looked around confusedly as she got off the ground. When her eyes landed on the young man, she asked in disbelief, "Collins? What do you mean by doing this?" "Collins? What do you mean by doing this?" Although she had just regained her consciousness, she wasn't stupid not to know that she had actually been kidnapped. She looked at Collins with anger in her eyes clear as daylight. Haha, you don't have to worry about that, Celine. I brought you here because I want to propose to you again. Can you be my girlfriend?" Collins smiled as he asked. Celine looked at him coldly and said, "I already told you, Collins, I don't love you and I never will. Furthermore, you should stop dreaming about getting your hands on me." As she said this, Celine turned around, looking for the exit of the playground. "Are you sure about that? I believe I can hold you as long as I want." Collins sneered at her. Then, he looked at her with a dark expression. Although he had expected that she wouldn't agree to this, he still didn't like the feeling of being rejected by a girl several times in a row. He was a man that believed that he should get whatever he wanted. No matter what it was, he had the right to get it, and Celine just so happened to be one of the things that he wanted. No matter the means, he was going to make sure that he made her his. So, tonight, he had no plan of letting her go. You shouldn't think that just because your family is worth a few billions higher than ours you can simply do as you like. Believe me when I say that once I get out of here, I'll make sure that you pay for it, Celine stated. It was also at this point that she found the exit. It was actually behind this group and it seemed that it had been locked from the inside. All the same, Celine decided to go past the group so that she could head out of the door when the group of youths stood in her way, blocking her from leaving. "What is wrong with you? I haven't even talked about you guys as you are collaborating with Collins to kidnap me. Do you think that Collins' family will actually go to war with my family because of you? Just you wait, I'm going to make sure that all of you know the consequences of your actions tonight." Celine frowned as she berated the group. The faces of the youths paled as they thought of this. It was true that if Celine's family actually decided to hold them accountable, they would really suffer. But what choice did they have? On one hand was Collins, whom if they offended, they would face the same problem as the one that they would face from offending Celine. If they dared to disagree with Collins, it was true that he would make trouble for their families. In the end, they had come to a decision that, since Collins' family was stronger than the Gravy family, it would be better if they could be on his side. After all, it was better to have Collins' protection rather than his aggressiveness. In the end, they were sure that the two families wouldn't be on good terms by the end of this night. So, when they would be fighting, why would the Gravy family actually think of them, the small fries, when they would be under immense pressure? "Celine, there's no way that you are getting out of here unless you become my woman." Collins snickered as he gazed lewdly at Celine. Celine trembled from his intense gaze that hid no lust at all. She looked at Collins and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "I plan to make you my woman, no matter the method," Collins said with a smile. Then, he continued, "I'm sure that your family will agree to hand you over to me as long as my family pressurizes them. With a son-in-law like me, their business will definitely bloom due to the connections of my family." Celine looked at him and said coldly, "No matter what you say, I won't be your woman. Even if my family agrees, I would rather be dead than become a woman of a scum like you." Colin's expression darkened when he heard her words. Then, he began smiling sinisterly while sizing her up and down. Licking his lips, he said, "Then I guess I will have to make you my woman before you kill yourself. What do you think?" Seeing his gaze on her body, Celine panicked. She hadn't expected that Collins would actually dare to do that to her. Her heart raced as she thought of this. She glared at him and said, "If you dare to do this, I will make sure that you pay for it even if I have to lose my life for it. Whatever, I'm sure that your family will agree to me being your husband as long as they learn about what's going to happen here tonight." Collins snickered. "Get her down for me," Collins ordered the youths behind him. With complicated expressions, the youths charged towards Celine. Celine wouldn't obviously stand idle and wait for her to be caught. She would try her chance to escape. Even if it was only small, there might actually be a possibility of her getting herself out of the situation. As she hurriedly retreated from the group, she couldn't help but think of Jack. She thought that things would be better if he were here. He wouldn't let the scum here to defile her, right? She tried her best to outrun the group, but in the end, she moved further from the entrance and was now having a wall behind her. Not giving up, she picked a stick that she assumed was used by children to play and threw it at the youths that were heading her way. But the one that the stick was about to hit easily evaded it, and no matter what effort she put in, she was finally subdued and pressed onto the ground. Collins walked over with a smile on his face. He looked at the already tearing Celine for a moment and said, "Now look how things are. Had you agreed to be my girlfriend, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. So, you can only blame yourself." Although tears were flowing from her eyes, she didn't make a sound. She stared at Collins with eyes full of hatred. All the same, she thought that she would never give up no matter what. She wouldn't let him see her sobbing like a weakling. "I like the determination in your eyes. I would like to see what your expression will be like after I break you," Collins stated before bending down to start undressing her. Bang! Boom! No sooner had he finished speaking that there was a loud sound coming from the entrance of the playground. This stunned everyone inside. They looked at the door and couldn't help but have their mouths hanging open when they saw what had actually happened. The double doors of the playground had actually been taken down. The doors were over 6 inches thick and they were steady, but now, they had been broken. Before they could ask themselves how the door had actually been broken, they heard a cold voice that sent chills down their spines. Can you repeat what you just said?" And alongside the voice, a figure walked into the playground out of the shadows. Silver hair, cold blue eyes, stunning handsome face. Jack walked into the building and stared coldly at the group. When his gaze landed on Celine, who was being held onto the ground by several youths, his gaze became even colder as the fury in his heart intensified. At this moment, he had already sentenced each and every youth here to death. No matter who it was, as long as they participated tonight, they would be killed without mercy. Jack's appearance was out of everyone's expectations. While the youths were surprised, they also didn't know what to do. On the other hand, Collins retracted the hand that was just about to touch Celine. Then, he stared at Jack coldly as he asked, "What the FCK are you doing here? Get lost before I lose my temper." Celine at this moment was completely excited. She had never expected that at her time of need, Jack would actually appear to save her. But on remembering that Jack was just a single person and there were several youths here, she couldn't help but panic. "Jack, get out of here, it's dangerous," she shouted, not wanting to see him getting hurt because of her. Jack didn't reply. Instead, he spoke to the air, "Break all of their hands, except for him. I will do it myself." Just as the group was wondering what was going on, a shadow flashed and before long, screams akin to the pigs being slaughtered echoed in the playground. One by one, Denali held the hands of the 8 youths and broke them without restraint. With her strength and speed, she could easily break their hands before they could react. Collins was terrified when he saw that the group behind him was wailing on the ground, with their hands already bent in weird shapes. Fear completely struck him as he looked at the culprit of all this. It was a lady that was a great beauty. She was currently wearing a cream-colored dress. In her arms, she was already holding Celine. Although she was beautiful, her expression was extremely cold as it sent chills down his spine. The fine hairs on his skin stood up to the maximum. He could feel great danger from the woman before him. For the first time in his life, when looking at a woman, there was no lust in his eyes. Instead, there was great fear. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of approaching footsteps merged with the loud and painful screams of the youths who were rolling on the ground in pain painted a picture of a horror scene in Colin's mind. His butt was currently on the ground as he was sandwiched from two sides. He didn't know where to go to. He wanted to run, but the fear in his heart made him unable to move. Jack arrived in front of Collins and spoke, "Since you have a problem with making this part of your body tame, I will just help you with that." And immediately after he finished speaking, he kicked Collins' crotch. Crack! The sound of something breaking could be heard even with the painful screams of the youths. What followed this was another terrifying and ear-piercing scream that spread for almost 500 meters diameter. Crack! The sound of something breaking could be heard even with the painful screams of the youths. What followed this was another terrifying and ear-piercing scream that spread for almost 500 meters radius. The scream was so terrifying in that it made those who were wailing from having their two limbs broken forget about it. At this moment, even if their hands were broken, they felt lucky that their third one wasn't. Unconsciously, they pulled their legs together before turning their backs towards Jack. This was an instinct for all men when they see something like this happen to another man's third arm. Even though they were in pain, they had finally decided to stay silent because they were afraid that they would attract the attention of the devil. How could they afford to entertain him? Of course, Jack had no intention of dealing with those guys the same way that he was dealing with Collins. They had been instigated, and the worst mistake that they did was to hold Celine down. On the other hand, Collins had the courage to go ahead and actually think of defiling her. Since he only used that part of his body to think, he might as well destroy it so that his suppressed brain could start functioning later on. Celine, on the other hand, was at first surprised by the cries of the youths that were holding her in place on the ground. Then in the next second, after all the hands that were holding her down disappeared, she felt someone lifting her off the floor. When she managed to catch the appearance of the person that had helped her, she was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the same woman that she had seen in Jack's room? How come she was here? And why was she helping her? As more questions appeared in her mind, Celine gazed at the wailing youths on the ground. Although their screams could incite pity from others, that was only from those that didn't know what had actually happened. She, as the victim, didn't have any pity for them. In fact, she felt that losing a hand was not enough punishment for them. After all, tonight, had it not been for Jack, she would have lost one of the most precious things to a woman. She now just wanted to beat them up now that she had a chance. But she still held back the impulse and went back to observing the lady that was holding her. She was originally supposed to feel malice towards the lady, but seeing her face and how she was serious in protecting her, Celine just couldn't find herself hating Denali. They were competitors, right? Why was there no spirit of competition? As she asked herself these questions, she finally thought of something. This lady that was holding her, she was only a little older than her. But not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was so powerful that she could handle a group of youths in just a few seconds. Celine found herself admiring Denali. Now, she wished that she couldn't be a woman who would be a burden to Jack, where she would only be waiting for him to come and save her. Instead, she wanted to be one that could at least fight alongside him. On the other hand, after screaming for a few more seconds, Collins finally fainted from pain. Jack gazed at him coldly. This was obviously not going to end here. He had to make sure that this guy was going to suffer. Had he not told Denali to come and follow Celine, just imagining what would have happened to her, he felt the fury in his heart intensifying. But now, there was something that completely displeased him. He shifted his gaze from Collins, who was lying on the floor, to Celine. Upon seeing that there was nothing wrong with her, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Denali and asked, "Why did you only take action at the last moment?" This was what displeased him completely. After all, Denali was present all this while. She should have taken action the moment that she found the mastermind. In the end, she only took action the moment that he arrived here, just when Collins was about to get his claws on Celine. Jack felt that it was bad enough that the youths had actually kidnapped and carried Celine away. But for them to hold her onto the ground the way he found them when he entered, that was unforgivable. Feeling Jack's anger, Denali's heart trembled. At this moment, she knew that Jack was displeased with the way that she did things. "I'm sorry, boss. I was still trying to make sure that there was nobody else behind them," Denali replied with her head lowered guiltily. Her master had instructed her to protect Celine. In the end, not only had she allowed her to be kidnapped, she had also allowed her to be harassed by being pressed onto the ground by several men. Celine, on the other hand, was stunned. Acting at the last moment, "Boss? What was going on here?" She definitely couldn't understand what the two were talking about. But still, there was something that she understood. Jack was actually the lady's boss. And seeing how subservient Denali was, Celine could confirm that this was true. Then, she thought of how she had reacted when she saw Denali in Jack's room. Perhaps she should have confirmed the relationship between the two of them first, right? Thinking of her reaction, she blushed as she lowered her head, not willing to look into Jack's eyes. Denali, you know what I would have wanted you to deal with this? First, you could have stopped the kidnapping. Then, you should have used those that were supposed to do the kidnapping to find the one that had sent them. Jack paused for a moment. He then continued, you know what follows, right? Use the same way to find the real mastermind and deal with them all. Denali could have actually used this method. But at that time, she had felt that this was the fastest method of getting the ones behind the incident rather than questioning these youths one by one. What's more, although she thought that her master cared about Celine, she had never thought that it was to this extent. Her loyalty was to her master. So, she wouldn't mind using others as a means of getting what she wanted. At that time, she had thought that as long as she made sure that nothing happened to Celine, there would be no problem at all. In the end, it turned out that she was completely wrong. I'm sorry, boss. I was wrong. I promise that this won't repeat. Denali admitted her mistake. Taking a deep breath, Jack decided to let Denali go. This was the first mistake that she had made ever since she became his subordinate, but she had done a lot for him. So, he could forgive her this once. Never mind. But remember that when I tell you to look after someone, I mean that no harm should fall on that person. If you can't handle the situation, inform me immediately, Jack reminded. Got it, boss. Denali was relieved that her master had forgiven her. But all the same, she made a vow to make up for the mistake today by working harder in the future. Celine, are you okay? Jack asked. I'm fine. I'm sorry, Jack. I shouldn't have reacted that way. I caused you trouble. Celine shook her head as she said guiltily. Don't mind that. Jack waved his hand. Then, he thought of something and asked, by the way, what happened back then? You simply ran away. I couldn't understand at all. Hearing Jack's words, Celine's face turned scarlet. She couldn't bring herself to tell the real reason behind why she ran away. What's more, she was embarrassed to say it, considering that the person that she thought badly of was actually sent to look out for her. No, nothing. I just wanted some fresh air, that's all. Celine found an excuse. Though he could tell that she was lying, Jack decided not to pursue for the time being. He gazed at the group that was now gritting their teeth, enduring the pain that they were experiencing just to make sure that they played dead. Shaking his head, Jack looked at Denali and Celine before speaking. Denali, take her back. I'll deal with this mess first. Yes, boss. Denali nodded before she pulled Celine away. Although she was unwilling to leave, Celine still thought that she shouldn't cause Jack more trouble. So, she simply said, take care, Jack. Then, she left alongside Denali. Once they were a distance from the playground, they found out that there was a group of people who were heading there. It seemed that they had heard the screams coming from the playground. Celine was worried. She wanted to go ahead and talk to the guards that were heading there, when suddenly, her surroundings blurred and before she knew it, they were already a distance away from the playground. Before she could say a word, Denali spoke first. You will have to trust him. If he said that he was going to take care of it, then he will. Denali completely trusted Jack in that she believed that if he said he could do something, then he could. Hearing her words, Celine was stunned for a moment. Then taking a deep breath, she too decided to believe that Jack could actually handle the situation. As for how she got far from the playground area, remembering that Denali could actually deal with the youths in a matter of seconds, she decided not to ask about it. As they got further from the playground, she finally decided to ask something. What's your relationship with Jack? Although Denali was calling Jack boss, Celine just wanted to confirm their relationship. I'm his personal assistant. Denali replied simply. As a woman, she could already imagine what Celine was thinking. She had also happened to see Celine when she came to meet Jack. Additionally, she had seen the change of expression on Celine's face as she deliberated on what to do. Oh, Celine was surprised. But she didn't find that it was impossible that Jack had an assistant. She too had faith who was helping her. And the way that Jack was busy during the past few days, it was obvious that he needed assistance. What were you doing now? A project? Celine continued asking. Denali smiled in response. She could tell that Jack really cared about this lady. So, giving her a piece of information that wasn't sensitive wasn't bad anyways. I was helping him find some information on someone, Denali stated. Someone? Could it be the one that wanted to kill him? Celine asked. Oh, you know about that? Denali was surprised. In any case, she wasn't there when the incident where Jonathan was attacked happened. So, she didn't know that Celine knew about this. Seeing Celine nod her head, Denali explained. That's right. I was looking for all the information about the one that had the intention of having him killed. I just arrived tonight and he thought that it would be good if I could find the information that I could tonight. Seeing Celine nod her head, Denali explained. That's right. I was looking for all the information about the one that had the intention of having him killed. I just arrived tonight and he thought that it would be good if I could find the information that I could tonight. With Denali's ability to detect the loyalty of people towards Jack, she wasn't worried that Celine would actually reveal the information that she was giving her. As a precaution, she had already made sure not to mention things like, they had already found who it was behind the incident and so on. After all, although Celine might actually not betray Jack, who could guarantee that she couldn't talk to one of her friends about it? And once the friend knew that Jack already knew who it was that had sent an assassin, maybe that friend was actually amongst the spies that were sent to keep a tab on Jack's location. Since the first assassination attempt failed, who could say that there would be no second attempt? Now that the other party knew that Jack was strong, they would send someone who was stronger. But, although Denali believed that Jack could deal with the assassins, it would be too annoying once the flies start bugging him. They couldn't kill him, but they would waste a lot of his time that he would have to spend in dealing with them. Have you found who it was that sent the assassin? Could it be Collins? Celine asked again. She had thought things through. During the morning hours and part of the afternoon, she had been together with Jack. And Collins was trying to pursue her. Since he could resort to RPing her just to make sure that she became his woman, she thought that it would be possible for him to actually try eliminating Jack, as he could be considered as a rival. Not really. He's not the one. But as for who it was, I actually can't tell you unless boss gives me permission to. Denali shook her head in response. Collins and Brenda were two completely unrelated people. In fact, Collins' status was far higher than Brenda's. So, if he was going to hire assassins, he would definitely look for someone with great combat power as compared to Viper. Seeing that Denali had no intention of telling her more, Celine decided not to ask. Still, she was curious about Denali. So, she went ahead and chatted with her, trying to know her. Although Denali had said that she was Jack's assistant, who said that she couldn't actually become Jack's woman. Considering that she was with Jack even late at night, she had the biggest chance of actually winning Jack over. Thinking of this, she suddenly regretted not informing Jack about her feelings. Now that she had missed that opportunity, she decided that she would have to look for another one. She couldn't let another person beat her to it. After getting back to her room, she found that Wendy and Angie were there. They were anxious from their expressions and they seemed ready to leave the room. When they saw Celine coming in, they were relieved. Thank goodness you were okay. What were you doing outside at this time of the night? And you even left your phone here. Angie began complaining. Well, something happened, and it wasn't pleasant at all. Celine shook her head as she thought of her experience tonight. What happened? Wendy asked. Celine wanted to explain what had happened but was beaten to it by a question posed by Wendy. What are you doing here? This question was meant for Denali, who had come in with Celine. The two girls were concerned about Celine that they hadn't noticed her when Denali entered the room. It was only now that Wendy noticed her. And of course, she could still remember her as she had seen Denali behind Jack back in Venture City. Angie was also surprised to see Denali. She wondered what she was doing here. She couldn't connect it to Celine coming with her. Oh, that's Denali. She's Jack's personal assistant. She was the one that beat up some guys to protect me. Celine introduced. Denali, these two are my best friends and sisters, Wendy and Angie. Celine said as she pointed at the two girls. I have seen her before in Venture City. So it turns out that she is his assistant. No wonder. Both Angie and Wendy could finally understand why she was present in the same suite as Jack back then. A suite in a 5-star hotel had several rooms. So, it wasn't necessarily true that the two of them had actually spent a night in the same room. You guys know each other? Celine asked. Yes and no, we have only seen her back in Venture City, Angry said. What were you implying by, she was the one that beat up some guys to protect me, phrase before? Wendy asked. Celine went ahead to explain what had happened back at the playground. As for why she had gone to the park at night, she simply used the previous excuse, she needed to get some fresh air. The two girls were completely infuriated when they heard about what had happened. They really wanted to rush to the playground and beat Collins up. In the end, when they heard that Jack was there dealing with him, they calmed down a little. At this moment, even Angie, who had a bad impression of Jack, finally saw him in a different light. What's more, they felt grateful towards him for saving Celine from the incident. They also thanked Denali. And just like Celine, they no longer treated her as a stranger. As the girls discussed their things, Jack on the other hand was just beginning to deal with the scumbag and his lackeys. He looked at the guys that were still playing dead on the ground and snorted loudly. "Do you think you can play dead with me? You only had your hands broken. If you don't want to lose your other 3 arms, better get off the ground at this instance." When they heard Jack's words, none of them doubted that he would actually do what he had just said. Instead, they got onto their feet as fast as they could. Their rapid movements made their hands that were broken to twist, causing them immense pain. Even so, none of them dared to make any loud sound for the fear of what would happen to them once they annoyed Jack. Although there were several young masters that had the worst pain tolerance, when they witnessed Colin's third arm being broken and heard his screams, none of them dared to scream for the fear of facing the same fate. Seeing that everyone was on his feet, Jack spoke. "Although it's true that you guys were only doing things according to another person's will, you cannot be forgiven. You all know what was going to happen when you held her down. Your hands have been broken because you dared to lay your hands on her. If, and I repeat if, something happened to her, believe me when I say that I would have made sure that you all die a cruel death." Facing Jack's cold and indifferent eyes plus his words, the group of youths shivered in fright. At this time, they were all soaked in cold sweat. None of them believed that they could beat Jack when they were at their peak, not to mention now that they didn't have hands. A person that could easily destroy such a huge door, that was someone that they dared not to face. And thinking of the time that they had the intention of beating him up, they couldn't help but thank Wendy in their hearts. Had Wendy not stopped them from attacking Jack, they would have really suffered a lot. Now, as compensation for the psychological trauma that you guys caused her, I want you all to make sure that you submit 50% of your family wealth to the Gravy family. Otherwise, I will make sure that your families go bankrupt," Jack continued. Jack's words immediately made the young masters frown. Even though they were afraid of Jack, they couldn't accept what he had just said. 50% of their family's assets. Not to mention 10%. Even 1% wasn't something that they could hand over. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. My parents will kill me if I ask for 50% of the family wealth." One of the youths pieced together all the courage in his heart and said these words. The other young masters nodded as if to confirm that whatever that guy had said was true for them as well. "Oh, is that so? I don't care how you guys are going to do it or if you can't do it. You better try to find a way to submit the 50% as compensation. This is me being lenient to you. Not to mention 50%. I might as well take all of your family's properties and hand them over." Jack sneered as he replied. Before the youths could say another word, Jack waved his hand and said, "You can leave now. You have 1 month. If a month goes by and you haven't taken action yet, I'll make sure to pay you a visit." He could remember each of their faces. With his sharp memory, he could remember them as clear as day. So, as long as he asked Wendy and the other 2 girls, he would be able to get their information. Seeing that Jack was serious, the youths dragged their wounded bodies out of the playground. There, they met the guards who had come to see what was going on. But no matter how they tried questioning the youths on what was going on, the youths simply pointed at the playground with their chins and said no word. Although they were clearly badly injured, they didn't dare to accept the help of the guards. As long as a guard dared to approach them, they ran away. And knowing that the cause of all of this was present in the playground, the guards gave up on them and headed towards the playground's entrance. They were dumbfounded when they saw the broken double door. Swallowing hard, they looked at each other before entering. The moment that they stepped into the playground, they heard the sound of a person screaming. The scream was so loud in that they were forced to close their ears using their hands. The moment that they stepped into the playground, they heard the sound of a person screaming. The scream was so loud in that they were forced to close their ears using their hands. They hesitated no longer and hurriedly looked at the direction of the scream. There, they saw a young man on the floor screaming while holding his crotch. On the other hand, there was another young man who was standing there, looking at him. The guards hurried there. They were supposed to take care of the security of everyone here in the resort. So, seeing one of the people that was supposed to be protected by them being attacked, they couldn't let this continue. When Jack saw them arriving, he gave them a cold smile and said, "You have arrived just on time. I have just woken up this idiot." When the guards heard him, they were confused. They wondered what he was trying to imply. And upon seeing their confused gazes, Jack simply continued smiling before going ahead to kick Collins, who was still rolling on the floor while screaming. "Shut the hell up. You are so noisy. If you don't stop screaming, I will break your other limbs." When Collins heard this, he tried to stifle his screams. He was already in severe pain of having his male genital parts being kicked. Now, he didn't dare to imagine the pain of having all the limbs on his body being broken. "Young man, do you know where you are right now? This is Adventure Recreation Resort. This is not a place for you to act tyrannical," one of the guards shouted as he pointed his baton at Jack. Jack looked at him coldly and said, "I don't think this concerns you, right? This is between me and him. You can wait at the side for your own turn." Jack's words caused the 5 guards that had showed up to frown. They obviously couldn't accept the fact that a little brat was talking to them in such a manner. What's more, he's clearly in the wrong and he dared to be arrogant. Maybe they had to teach him a lesson first. Just as they were about to charge at Jack, they heard a commotion coming from the entrance. Then, a group of almost 20 people came in. In front of them was a man wearing a suit and a pair of glasses. He was clearly an official staff of the resort. "What's going on here?" the man asked as he looked at the mess in the place. The door of the playground had been broken. And now, there was someone who was rolling on the ground not far from them. "Boss, we came here when we heard a loud sound and screams. When we arrived, we found a few young men with broken arms coming out of the playground. The door of the playground was broken. And when we asked the young men what happened, they dared not to speak and simply pointed here in the playground. Then, when we came in, we found this young man here. I suspect that he's the one behind all this mess. He not only broke the door, he also broke the arms of the young men. As for the one rolling on the floor, he should have been hit in the crotch area." One of the guards went ahead and explained. They could only think that Jack was the one that had broken the door. As for the means that he used to break the door, that was no longer important for now. He would simply have to pay for the damage that he had caused. The guy with glasses frowned when he heard this. He observed Jack for a moment before looking at Collins on the ground. He took a step forward and spoke to Jack. "Young man, you should know that violence is not allowed in the premises of the Adventure Recreation Resort. So, you will have to come with us to the security department so that we can deal with the damage that you have caused here." Jack looked at him and said, "I had originally stated that I wanted to deal with this idiot before coming back to you guys. But it seems that you are so eager for me to deal with you. So, I will satisfy your wishes." The moment that he finished speaking, he looked at the guards behind the guy in the suit and asked, "Who are those that are supposed to patrol the park and the playground area?" Seeing that Jack had completely ignored what he had just said, the guy with glasses had his expression turning cold. "Who do you think you are to question how the guards work? You are not an official of our resort. You are now a criminal that has already broken the law by causing damage to the resort's property and have attacked the guests here. So, you will have to come with us." As soon as he finished saying these words, he turned towards the guards behind him and said, "Bring him down, then carry him to the security department office." All this while, Jack was observing the guards. He looked at them for a while before his gaze landed on one of them. This guy actually had a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Although it is true that it was summer, this guy had come with the other guards. But amongst them all, he was the only one who was sweating. Additionally, he seemed nervous and from time to time, he sneaked glances at Collins. Jack could immediately tell that there was a kind of relationship between the two of them. So, he completely ignored the guards who were heading his way to subdue him. He pointed out that guard and said, "I think you should know what is going on here. Do you mind explaining to me what happened with the guards that was supposed to be patrolling in this area?" The moment that Jack spoke, the guy with glasses looked at the direction in which Jack was pointing. He looked at the familiar guard, and it was true that he was the one that was supposed to be in charge of the security in this part of the resort. And looking at the expression on his face, he could tell that there was something that was going on. But even so, there was no way that he was going to accept a person who wasn't related to the security department to point out at the flaws of the guards. "Whatever it is that you are trying to say, you will say it after you reach the security department office," the man said. Immediately after that, he looked at the guards who were still standing and reprimanded, "What are you still waiting for? I told you to grab that criminal." But before they could move, Jack spoke again. "Do you know that the scumbag below here was just about to repay someone?" Jack's words made the atmosphere that was originally somber to immediately turn even heavier. "What are you talking about?" the guy with glasses asked. He was clearly confused about what was going on. Even he himself was questioning why the guards that was supposed to be in this area were not present when the incident occurred. And although he would have liked to subdue Jack first, the issue concerning something as sensitive as our pay was something that he had to take care of immediately. If a word got out that such an incident occurred in their resort, moreover during his shift, things would get extremely ugly. Not only would the reputation of the resort be damaged, but even he himself would be punished. Why don't you ask that guy where he was and whether he knows the guy down here? Jack looked at the guard that he had pointed earlier and said with a smile. Is what he is saying true? The guy with glasses asked the guard. It was true that this guard was in charge of the security team that was supposed to take care of patrolling this part of the resort. For Jack to be able to pinpoint him, added to the nervous expression that the guard was trying to hide, he could already tell that there was a great possibility that what Jack was saying was true. Stop spouting nonsense. I clearly don't know him at all. As for the area here, we had heard a commotion on the other side of the park. So, we headed there to take a look. We only knew that something happened here when we came back, the guy replied. Jack had to say that this guy was so good at making stories. In any case, since he was also involved, Jack had to deal with him. He was just about to speak when suddenly, Collins, who was on the floor, shouted, "What the FCK are you saying, you imbecile? Now that I'm in trouble you are trying to say that you don't know me? I will FC King make sure that you pay for this? Didn't I send you $50,000 so that you can switch off the lights at the park and make sure that the playground is open? Now you actually want to get the money and not take responsibility when the risk occurs?" Collins was undoubtedly furious. Not only had he been crippled, now even a nobody was trying to say that they didn't make a deal. Since he couldn't vent his anger on Jack, he could as well use this guy to do that. "You are the imbecile. If you are caught, how's that my responsibility? We agreed that I would clear the area for you. As for the other things, you had to deal with them yourself. Now you are caught, you want to die with me?" The guard wasn't to be left behind as he retorted angrily. This time, since he realized that there was no way that he could get out of this as Collins had actually exposed the truth, he might as well shout at the stupid young master. "If you can't even do things properly, how am I the one to blame? I did everything on my part well. Now that you are caught, how's that my problem? You cleared the area? What area did you FC King clear? Ain't this guy a person that was supposed to not be here? How is he FC King present here? You two clearly know each other. And, I never allowed anyone to come to this area. So, I don't know if you told him to come here in advance or something. That's clearly a problem on your part." The guard didn't back down. "You two clearly know each other. And, I never allowed anyone to come to this area. So, I don't know if you told him to come here in advance or something. That's clearly a problem on your part." The guard didn't back down. Collins was left speechless for a moment before he retorted again. "How can that be my problem? Even if a person heard my plan, you were supposed to make sure that nobody was here. What were you clearing if you couldn't even make sure that someone that was hiding here was taken care of? What's more, it wasn't just one person, there were two FC King people here." The guard was also given his turn to be speechless. All the same, the two were not willing to give up on blaming each other. Seeing this scene, the guy with glasses on was stunned. He looked at the guard that was supposed to be in charge of this area and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing here? Are you a guard or a hooligan? You are cooperating in making sure that our customers are harassed?" The guard looked at him and retorted, "How can you say that I'm a hooligan? I was clearly serving one of our customers. In the end, he gave me a tip of $50,000 for my good work." None of them could believe how shameless this guy could actually be. He could change the crime to a responsibility. What's more stunning was his ability to shift the blame to others. Serving customers your head? Does someone like him deserve to be called a customer here? That's your accomplice in crime? Glasses shouted. His breathing had already gotten irregular due to the anger. He couldn't believe that he had actually had such a subordinate all along. If he's a hooligan, then the other 7 or 8 are not. After all, I was serving almost 10 customers. If I dared to go against the customer's wishes, were you going not to punish me? You would obviously care nonetheless and say that the customers have to be given the priority, the guard continued. Glasses. Priority in harassing other customers? You are clearly out of your mind? Guard. There were more customers on one side. I favored the side that profits the resort the most. Losing a single customer to retain 10 is a good deal. Glasses. You want to retain the 10 customers and chase away hundreds by ruining the reputation of the resort? Looking at the two sides that were arguing non-stop, Jack got impatient. Since they were busy, he too decided to get busy. He took his phone and sent a text to Denali. "Take care of the footage," and immediately after he sent the text, he deleted it from the sent messages. He had asked Denali to take care of the footage. Collins and his goons had completely forgotten that there were actually cameras here. It was just that nobody was observing them at this time. Nobody had expected that there would be an incident in this part of the resort. Furthermore, the playground was already closed. So, there was no way that there was supposed to be a person here. When he was done, he looked at Collins, who seemed to be in a daze as he looked at the two who were still arguing. Jack squatted next to him before he snapped his fingers in front of his face. The snap of the fingers immediately brought Collins to the reality. It was also at this moment that he remembered that he was in pain and began rolling on the floor. Seeing this, Jack decided that he had to get this done as fast as he could. He still has to deal with the issue with Brenda before looking into the matter concerning his mother through his second uncle. Clap, clap. Jack's clapping attracted the attention of the two and the other guards. Seeing that they were all looking at him, Jack spoke. "Look at your behavior. You're speaking too much with a partner in crime instead of detaining him and calling the police over." Huh? Glasses was confused for a moment before remembering something. He looked at the guards who were still standing there, not sure on what they were supposed to do. "Oh, I'm a senior and I have subordinates," he muttered loudly. Ignoring the strange gazes that he received, Glasses said, "Grab the 3 criminals and take them to the security department before calling the police to come over and take them away." 3 criminals? Weren't there supposed to be 2? The guards questioned themselves. Seeing the gazes that were filled with confusion looking at him, Glasses frowned again. But thinking about what he had just said added with Jack's cold gaze on him, Glasses quickly corrected himself. "Ahem. I meant the 2 criminals." The guards took action quickly this time and took away Collins, who was on the ground. The other guard tried resisting, but he was no match for the almost a dozen guards. They easily beat him up with the batons and subdued him before carrying him away like a log of wood. "Can you come with us so that we can wait for the police to come and take care of them, Case?" Glasses looked at Jack and asked politely. "Just look at the footage first. If there's a problem with it, you can come and look for me. I still have other things to do for now. So, I'm off." Jack shook his head and left. Glasses looked blankly at the direction that Jack had left for a moment before he followed the guards back to the security department. After getting back to the room, he found that Denali was still busy with the laptop. Additionally, there were 3 girls present in the room. They were clearly waiting for him to come back. "Jack, you're back." Celine got onto her feet when she saw that Jack had returned. The others also got onto their feet to welcome him. "Yeah. That guy has been taken by the security department of the resort. The police should be having a visitor tonight," Jack stated before he took a seat on one of the sofas. Wendy and Angie thanked Jack for helping Celine. Then, the girls and Jack chatted for a few minutes, asking Jack about the details of what had happened. Jack didn't hide from them and told them what had actually happened there. After that, the girls decided that they would give the police a statement on what had happened. Although it was true that Colin's family was bigger than theirs, it was also true that it couldn't compare with the 3 of them as long as they took action together. Since they had decided, Jack saw no reason to stop them. He was clearly not done punishing Collins. If his family was the pillar that he was relying on to bully others, Jack would as well make sure that it fell completely. After a while, Jack asked the girls to go and sleep. After all, it was already midnight. They had been busy during the day and it wasn't good that they stayed awake all this time. After they left, Jack looked at Denali and asked, "Have you taken care of the footage?" "Yes, master. I have completely edited the footage and removed the parts that show your face. I have filled the blanks with the scenes that show your back." Denali nodded and responded. Jack nodded in satisfaction. This was one of the good things that he liked about Denali. She could understand his meaning fast. Well, that was other than Celine's incident. Now, Denali focused on the previous matter, that was handling the issue concerning Brenda. Jack instructed her to find all the information about those that Marion had spoken to before. Although he would have wanted her to investigate about Marion and Brenda's communication information as well as the way that they spent their money during this year and the past one, he still remembered that Denali was also a human and she had to rest. So, after she found all the data on Marion, Jack asked her to rest and continue doing things the following day. After all, although it was true that she could stay awake through the night due to her current strength, he thought that it wasn't worth it. It was good enough to sleep late and wake up early. Other than that, there was no way that Jack was going to allow it. The following morning, the news about the playground area being sealed was spread to all those present in the resort facilities. There were still 2 other playgrounds so the children could still play. Now that the mood for the vacation had already been ruined by the chain of incidents that had happened the previous day, Jack and the girls decided to leave. The girls told the other girls that were in the group about what had happened the previous night. After that, Celine, Wendy, Angie and Jack went to the Star Hospital to pay Jonathan a visit. Seeing them, Jonathan smiled and asked, "You guys missed me already?" Now, Jonathan only needed to rest before he would be back to the previous condition before the attack. His recovery speed was amazing that it even surprised Jack. In any case, Jonathan hadn't suffered grievous wounds. It was just that the poison in his body had reduced the speed of blood clotting. So, he ended up losing a lot of blood from the wounds and that was why he fainted. Otherwise, he would have been okay. "Who's missing you?" Jack snorted in response. As for the girls, they clearly betrayed him. "Yes, we missed you, Jonathan. Aren't we a team?" Jack couldn't help but ask himself that question. On the other hand, Jonathan gave Jack a smile when he saw his darkened face. Seeing that Jonathan was getting something to make fun of him, Jack simply turned his head to the side and snorted again. The girls giggled when they saw this scene. All the same, the group chatted for a few minutes before Jack said that they were leaving Volant City. "You can come and stay with me till you recover. After that, you can go back to doing your business, lest your enemies come charging at me, thinking that I'm you," Jack offered. Jonathan thought for a while before agreeing to the offer. If Jack could deal with Spider, then it was true that he could take care of him. What's more, with Jack present, it was more likely that his enemies would go after him, giving him, Jonathan, a break. Jonathan managed to convince the doctor to release him. As for the matter of the police, Jonathan's subordinates handled it. After they got out of the hospital, they went back to the resort before they took the Eurocopter back to Inchoate City. The group managed to arrive back in Inchoate City before noon. After they got there, Jack had Jonathan select a room in the Prince Mansion just like how Gabriel did. Denali also picked a room in the same mansion. Once everything was done, Denali and Jack continued investigating. Since they were doing things from scratch, it would take them some time. On the other hand, Jack called Ayush and Tracy, informing them that they had to use the company's connections to suppress Colin's family. As a security company, it had Cohn into contact with a lot of people. Furthermore, there were many that were willing to curry favor with Good Vision Security Limited. So, these people would be more than willing to suppress or destroy a small family for them. Jack had decided to make sure that Colin's family went down. According to the information that he had received from the girls, Jack knew that this wasn't the first time that Collins did something like this. It was said that he usually used his family's influence to completely suppress the other small families. In the end, even if he forced himself onto some girls, their families could do nothing to him as he was protected. Jack then asked why the girls were in the same group with him. In the end, the girls said that it wasn't them who had invited him. It was he who had joined them. With his family background, they didn't dare to chase him away. Furthermore, the girls had never expected that he would actually make a move on one of them. This was totally something that they hadn't calculated in their list of possibilities, considering that they thought that he would be afraid to cause a conflict between their families. Just like that, 3 days went by. The group only stayed in Inchoate City. Jonathan had finally recovered and the wounds that he had suffered had already turned into scabs. In just a week, the wounds would disappear to leave behind scars. As for the information, Jack had managed to find a lot of information about Marion and Brenda. For some strange reason, he found that there was a communication between them and his second uncle. And from the looks of it, this was the interaction that had happened on the same year that his mother passed away. Seeing this, Jack had investigated the hospital that he had taken his mother to. There, he found the information about the doctor that had attended to his mother. They looked into his account and found that he actually received a good amount of money from Marion. Linking the date that he received the money and the date that Jack had taken his mother to the hospital, there was only a difference of 1 day. He received the money a day before Jack and his mother went to the hospital. Jack immediately frowned when he received the information about this. He asked Jonathan to arrange for the doctor to be kidnapped and brought to Inchoate City. Using the group that he had, Jonathan managed to have the doctor easily captured and he was sent into the desolate warehouse where the Jerk Brothers gang had made their base. Alongside the $30 million that he had received from Jerk Brother had also offered the warehouse as a base for the 100 people that had defected to Jack's side. Since Jack had given a chance, Jerk Brother had decided to curry favor with him. At first, Jack thought that he would not use this warehouse. In the end, he never expected that he would actually kidnap a person. Jack took the Bentley Continental GT and drove towards the warehouse. He still had to do the questioning himself. Although Denali would have managed all of this, Jack thought that since this was related to his mother, he had to take care of it by himself. Not long after, they arrived at the warehouse. He found that the group that he had taken were keeping watch over the doctor to make sure that nothing happened. When they saw him arriving, they went ahead and greeted him. Jack had no intention of wasting his time with them. Instead, he asked them to bring him to where they had kept that doctor. Looking at the doctor who was sitting on the couch that he had seated on during the time that he had been kidnapped together with Celine, Jack's lips twitched. He now wondered if the gang had no other place to keep the hostages. In any case, Jack came and sat in front of the doctor. Upon seeing his arrival, the doctor began speaking. "Do you know who I am? I am a doctor. If the police know that you have kidnapped me, you will end up in jail." In response to his words, Jack smiled and asked, "Mr. Doctor, do you perhaps remember me?" The doctor, who was still wearing his white coat, looked at Jack. He tried scrutinizing him, trying to think if he had ever met him before. But no matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't remember anything about Jack. "Oh, looks like your memory isn't that good. Perhaps the name Alfonso family can remind you of something?" Jack asked. "Alfonso family? You are from the Alfonso family? What has the Alfonso family had to do with me? I'm not cooperating with the Alfonso family, and neither have I offended you, right?" The doctor frowned as he looked at Jack. Hee, Jack chuckled before shaking his head. "Are you sure about that? About 4 years ago, did you not have a little deal with someone from the Alfonso family? More so, it was Marion. And if I'm not wrong, you got $30,000 transferred into your account." The moment that Jack talked about 4 years ago, the expression on the doctor's face shifted. It was also at this moment that he finally remembered Jack's silver hair and blue eyes. Back then, Jack was young and he wasn't like how he was now. He had his body transformed after he obtained the professional combat ability. Furthermore, it had been a few years already and Jack had already began maturing. So, the doctor failed to recognize him. Back then, he remembered that he had met Marion, one of the ladies of the Alfonso family. She had given him $30,000 so that he could tell the mother and son that there was nothing wrong with the woman's body. At that time, although he was skeptical about the situation, he still agreed. It was a woman and a young boy who had no background at all. So, he had made arrangements in the hospital and that, the moment that Jack and his mother arrived in the hospital, they were directed to him. Then, since he wasn't going to treat the lady, he didn't even waste his time testing her. He had simply taken the blood sample before disposing it off. After waiting for a period of time, he forged results and gave it to them, telling them that the hospital couldn't find anything wrong with the lady's body. He had gotten an impression of the two at that time due to their unique silver hair and blue eyes. Furthermore, they truly had good appearance. But as time went by, he forgot about them completely and had never had another deal with a person from the Alfonso family. He had thought that it was nothing big. He didn't poison the lady, he simply decided not to actually take action in treating her. She could as well go to another hospital to confirm. So, he had thought that although he had gone against his code as a doctor, he told himself that he hadn't harmed her. Now that he was reminded of the scene, and he could see that Jack actually knew about the deal, he was frightened. But, thinking that he was one of the best doctors in the biggest hospital in Crystal City, he relaxed. "So you are the one? Anyway, you can't blame me for not treating your mother. You guys could have simply gone to another hospital and done the checkup." The doctor spoke nonchalantly as he leaned his back on the couch. "Do you know that she actually died in the end because of your actions?" Jack's expression turned cold as he said these words. She died. Anyway, it doesn't concern me. I have seen many people dying. So, the death of your mother doesn't have anything to do with me and I don't care whether she died or she's alive." The doctor yawned as he spoke. It was clear that he didn't care about Jack at all. He thought that with his status as a doctor, Jack wouldn't dare to do any harm to him. Furthermore, just from the treatment that he had received, he felt that it was just a simple interrogation. The moment that he finished speaking, he felt something big and hard smash onto his face. He was forced to fall down as even the couch that he was sitting on was flipped over due to the power that was contained in the punch. Doctor got onto his feet as he screamed in pain. He held his broken nose that was already bleeding non-stop. "You don't care? You have seen many deaths, right? Perhaps you have caused even more? But one mistake that you did was to cheat and make my mother die," Jack roared in anger. That was the best hospital in the city. We were brought to you because of your arrangements. If even the best hospital couldn't find a problem with my mother, did you expect that we would actually go to the small hospitals to look around? At that time, my mother's body was already weak and she couldn't move around a lot. If you had no intention of taking care of her medication, you could have as well let another doctor handle it. Yet, you took it and you tell me that you don't care. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Jack continued speaking before he rushed towards the doctor who had just gotten to his feet and began pummeling him. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Jack continued speaking before he rushed towards the doctor who had just gotten to his feet and began pummeling him. What are you doing? I'm a doctor. The doctor was so terrified that he hurriedly shouted at Jack, hoping that Jack would stop beating him. This was completely out of his expectation. He hadn't thought that he would actually suffer a beating in Jack's hands. Before the doctor could get away, another punch landed on him. At the same time, Jack shouted, "You still FC King dared to call yourself a doctor? Do you think you deserve that title? I'm going to make sure that you pay for what you have done." As he said these words, he kept on punching and kicking the doctor. But all the same, he made sure that his punches and kicks weren't that heavy to avoid killing him. What Jack wanted for now was the doctor to suffer great physical pain. Then, he would make sure that his life as a doctor would end. The reason as to why he was so lenient was simply because he wasn't the one that had actually planned to kill his mother. But he was still involved. And the punishment for that wasn't as simple as beating him up. It had to be more than that. The cries of the doctor made those guys who were guarding the place to shiver. They couldn't imagine what was happening to that poor doctor for him to scream the way that he was at that time. Jack cared not about the cries of the doctor. He beat him up till he fainted, but still, he continued beating him up till he was woken up by the intense pain that he was feeling. In this way, for more than 30 minutes, the doctor experienced the cycle of fainting from pain only to be woken up by the intense pain. It was only after seeing that the doctor was about to break down that Jack stopped. He didn't want this guy to turn into a vegetable. Otherwise, how was he going to have mental torture next? Looking at the doctor who was no longer recognizable due to the beating, Jack nodded in satisfaction as he felt that the anger that he had accumulated in his heart for some time now had been partly vented. But it was only appeased for the time being. There was still a lot that he would have to do to make sure that the anger in his heart actually subsided. Taking his handkerchief, Jack wiped off the blood on his hands. Then, he called for the group outside to come and take the guy out. He instructed them to throw him where someone could find him. He still planned to do more than just beating him up, and for the next part of the punishment, Jack had to release him so that he could be treated. Jack then left the warehouse and went back to the palace. Making sure that nobody saw him, Jack managed to enter his room and took a shower before changing the clothes that were already stained with the doctor's blood. After that, he asked Denali to look into the dirt that the doctor had accumulated over the years that he had been working. And if it wasn't enough, she had to find ways to add more into it. He planned to make sure that the reputation that this guy had built over the years was completely trampled. In this way, he would then make sure that he was sent to prison. He had to be sentenced for a lifetime in prison. That was the reason as to why he had actually told Denali to increase the dirt on his name if possible. He didn't want to have this guy going to prison only for him to come out after a few years. He wanted him to die there. That was the least punishment that he had received. As for the one that had actually made his mother die, that person only deserved a single punishment from him: death. Crystal City, Alfonso family mansion. In a room, Brenda looked at her mother. Her mother had blonde hair that matched hers and brown eyes. She had a good figure showing that she was trying to maintain even though she was already so old and had 3 children. "Mother, the doctor just got kidnapped today. I have tried using all the connections that we have in the family to look for him, but there are no traces of him. It's like he just disappeared." Brenda couldn't sit still at all. Now, she was anxious. She could still remember the time that Jack had told her that he would actually find out by himself. She had thought that it would be impossible. But all the same, she had decided to take action and hide all the evidence that could be hidden. She was just about to meet the doctor today when she suddenly got the news that he had disappeared. She had mobilized a lot of the family's resources and connections to try and find him, but in the end, she couldn't even find a single trace of him. This was Crystal City, where the real power of the Alfonso family was. But surprisingly, they couldn't find a single thing about him. That implied that the one that had taken him away was someone who had planned things well. She just couldn't imagine that Jack could actually capture the doctor that easily. Furthermore, for him to actually know that the doctor was involved, it meant that he had gotten a clue that his mother's death was related to him. Now, she wondered if she shouldn't have actually tried to send someone after him. After all, Jack only came looking for her after the assassination attempt failed. And from then, the doctor disappeared. Have you used all the available resources to find him? There's nowhere in Crystal City that he can hide. Marion frowned as she asked Brenda. I have done everything possible. There's nothing that I have spared. All the favors that I was owed during the past few years, I have actually used them to try and find the information about him. In the end, there's nothing that can be found, Brenda said. Marion failed to believe that they actually couldn't find any information about someone who was popular in the city. She took out her phone and made a call. Yes, can you find information about someone? She said to the other person on the other side of the phone. She went ahead to tell that person all the information that she had on the doctor. After an hour, the person called. I'm sorry, but the person that you are looking for cannot be found. Whether it's in the CCTV footages of the city or being seen by others. In other words, the person disappeared early this morning. The strange thing is that not even his family know where he went. And he hasn't been seen leaving the city either. After that, the other party ended the call. Marion was left standing in place, not sure on what to do. She couldn't believe that even the best information broker in the city couldn't find him. This is a little strange. Could it be related to Jack really? As long as I can remember, Jack wasn't someone with any strength or support. Marion muttered. Mom, what are we supposed to do now? If this is Jack who has actually gotten his hands on the doctor, it means that he will know that we are actually involved in his mother's death. What do we do? Brenda asked. This was actually the first time that she was this anxious about something. She was already used to being able to do anything and finding what she wanted. For her to suddenly be rendered powerless, this feeling was so strange to her and she definitely couldn't accept it. What nonsense are you spouting? You were so young back then. You only listened from the sides, so, this matter doesn't really concern you at all. You shouldn't worry about it. I will handle the situation in my own way. I won't believe that a small kid can beat me. Marion looked at Brenda as she spoke. But Mom, Brenda wanted to refute but she was cut off by her mother's stern gaze. Go and relax. Leave this matter to me, Marion said. Although she wanted to say more, Brenda was forced to shut up because this was one of the rare times that she had seen her mother this serious. And every time that she was this way, she would always make final decisions that no matter what she did or said couldn't be changed. Seeing her daughter leaving, Marion took a deep breath as she tried to think of what she was supposed to do next. In the end, she decided to sleep and let her mind rest. Only then could she begin thinking. She slept for about 3 hours. And later on, when she woke up, she began thinking again. Finally, she got an idea and decided to call Brenda to ask her. In the end, no matter how she called, she found that Brenda's phone was switched off. She decided to go and get her by herself. But before she could take a few steps towards the door, she received a text message from a stranger. Come and get her at the forest 2 miles from the Alfonso family. Make sure to come alone or she's dead. Marion's heart skipped a beat. She tried calling the other number but she found that the number had already placed her on the blacklist and she couldn't contact the other party at all. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Marion rushed out of the mansion. She ignored the strange gazes that she was receiving and got into her car before driving away at a high speed. Brenda was her last born and there was no way that she was going to allow someone to hurt her. She had always doted on the girl because the girl had the same character as herself. So, she loved her the most of all her 3 children. Not long after, she arrived at the forest that she had been told to come to. She had rushed on the road and ignored the traffic lights. Luckily, there was no traffic police that pursued her. Just as she was wondering on where to go, she received another text from the very same number. Just head towards the center of the forest. Brenda Pav. After leaving my mother's room, I left the family mansion. Although my mother had stated that I had to leave the matter to her, there was no way that I was going to do that. I could tell that all of this was started by me. It was just like a butterfly effect. From the moment that I had decided to have my half-brother Jack killed so that I could hide my mother's involvement in the death of his mother, he must have been taking action in the dark. Of course it wasn't that I was sure about it before. Back then, I had simply thought that his words were a joke and that there was no way that he could find out that we wanted to kill him because we didn't want to have him knowing that we were involved in his mother's death. It wasn't something simple once Jack knew about the cause of his mother's death. My father actually didn't know the reason of her death. And although he usually ignored her, he had always felt guilty about not marrying her. So, he had made sure to warn my mother and my other stepmother that they were not supposed to plan anything that would lead to her death. Although they were allowed to mess with her for simple things, anything that was related to her life was prohibited. My mother agreed to it, but we had no choice back then but to make sure that she died. In the first place, my mother never liked her and that hatred for her was transferred to me. So, when my mother had the plan to kill her, I was involved. Although I wasn't involved in the issue concerning the process of how she was going to be killed, I was the one that made sure that my father never found that she was suffering at that time. That's right, we were sure that if my father found out that we were planning to kill her, we would have to face his anger. In the end, I managed to cut off all the means that Jack's mother had tried using to get my father's attention. Even Jack was stopped by me from reaching father by lying that he was busy or that he had left the mansion. And so, Jack's mother died 2 months later. I'm not even sure what mother did because no matter how someone looked at Jack's mother, they would find that she had simply died of a natural death. Even when father tried investigating the cause of her death, he found that it was natural. And so, he didn't blame anyone and at the end of it, he had ended up completely forgetting about her. As I walked out of the family mansion, I was trying to think of a way that would help mother. Since I was the real cause of the chain reaction and Jack's suspicion, I had to find a way to solve it. It would be good if I could actually kill him off. With him no longer being in Crystal City and the world, I was sure that it wouldn't be a problem to finish him off without leaving behind clues. The reason as to why he found me the last time was simply because the assassin that mother had called over was so weak in that he couldn't even kill Jack. I got into my car and drove towards the outskirts of the city. I planned to leave the city and head to Volant City. If I could meet with Jack and kill him, then I wouldn't have the trouble of thinking about how to prevent my father from finding out about Jack's mother's death. I had already gotten far from the city when suddenly, a Range Rover blocked my path. This place was quite desolate and there were fewer cars. The reason for this was because this road was longer and there was another one that was short that led to Volant City. I had decided to use this road because I knew that my mind was a mess and I wasn't going to drive well on a busy road. I was forced to press the emergency brakes to avoid colliding with the Range Rover. After that, I got out of the car and looked at the car that was in front of me and shouted in anger. "What are you doing? Do you know that this is a road? You're going to cause an accident here?" Just as I finished speaking, I saw the headlights of the car being lit. And what followed that was that the Range Rover rushed towards me. I was so scared. The way that the Range Rover was coming my way, I knew that it wouldn't stop. Perhaps the driver had been angered by my words, but that's not a good reason for the driver to try killing me, right? With my thoughts still chaotic, I still managed to jump to the side and barely managed to evade being hit by the car. I looked at the car that had suddenly stopped. I was just about to get onto my feet when suddenly, the doors of the Range Rover opened and 3 bulky men got out of it. Their body statures were terrifying. Although they were wearing suits, it didn't remove the hooligan vibe that was being emitted by their bodies at all. I was already scared. Now that I could see these bulky men approaching me, the fear in my heart intensified. What are you trying to do?" I tried to question them. The courage that I had when I faced Jack's cold eyes back then had already disappeared. There. At least I knew that we were in a resort and there was no way that Jack would actually try attacking me. But here, we were so far from other people. If these guys actually had the intention of killing me, I won't be saved unless another person decided to use this road. Gathering all the strength in my body, I got up from the ground and ignored the pain that came from the bruises that I had received from jumping and tried running away. Had I been closer to my car, I would have gone into it. But, there were the bulky guys between me and my cars. So, the only thing I could do was to run towards the forest at the side of the road. But, the 3 men ran after me. And the dress that I was wearing didn't support me running. So, they easily caught up to me. "Leave me alone. Help." I tried using all the strength in my body to break free from their grasps but I couldn't. It was also at this point that I suddenly got hit and everything went black. I'm not sure how long passed when I was unconscious. But, I was woken up by the cold water that was poured onto my body. The water made me jump onto my feet. I looked around with fear in my eyes. Then, I saw that I was actually inside something like a building. The walls were made of wood. As I looked around, my gaze finally landed on someone who was seated on a chair looking at me amusedly. "Yeah, Jack? What are you trying to do?" I asked as I looked at him. Behind him, there were the 3 people that had knocked me out and brought me here. Haha. There it goes again. You also think that I'm Jack? You should be the one that sent that guy called Viper after Jack, right? The young man asked. His words confused me. Why was he talking from a different perspective? And why was he asking about something that he already knows about? Still, just to make sure, I spoke again. Jack, stop messing around and let me go. In front of the three guys. I was extremely afraid. But in front of Jack, at least I had a little bit of courage to berate him. Young lady, you are mistaking me for someone else. Actually, I'm not Jack, I'm Jonathan. Jack's cousin. As for Jack, he should be here soon. The young man smiled and spoke. Cousin? Jack has a cousin. I asked doubtfully. How is this possible? I knew Jack all too well. How could he have a cousin? Furthermore, why would a cousin look exactly like him? This was impossible, right? Yeah. That guy that you sent was so dumb. I told him that I wasn't Jack. In the end, he actually thought that I was lying. So, he attacked me and ended up dead. But, I have to thank you for sending that guy to kill Jack. After all, had it not been for that attack, I wouldn't have met my cousin this soon. Jonathan spoke again. I was still confused about what he is talking about. But at this time, I suddenly heard the sound of footsteps heading towards the door. I looked towards it, wondering who it was that was coming. No need to be so nervous, that should be Jack. The moment that Jonathan finished speaking, I saw a person that looked just like him coming in. The moment that I looked into his eyes, I finally believed what I was told. The coldness in his eyes was the same as the one that he had shown back then when he came to my room in the resort. Jack? There are two of you? Author's Pav. Jack had already gotten back to Crystal City. This was the first time that he had actually come back to this place since he left during the previous month. In any case, he was here to make sure that those that were involved in his mother's death were all punished. In his mind at that moment, a blood debt had to be paid by another. His mother was the most precious person in his heart and she was simply killed off. There was no way that he was going to let the murderers off the hook. He had already asked Jonathan for help again. Jonathan had accepted because this matter concerned the death of his aunt. And of course, he too was so angry about it. But, he was good at hiding things from the others. When he got into the forest that Jonathan had informed him to come to, Jack found that there was a wooden house built here. The house was located in the middle of the forest. He arrived in front of the door and he could already hear the conversation between Jonathan and Brenda. Without wasting time, he pushed the door open and entered. Just after he entered, his gaze landed on Brenda who was looking at him. Jack? There are two of you? She asked with disbelief clear in her eyes. Jack? There are two of you? She asked with disbelief clear in her eyes. Jack gave her a cold gaze before he focused on Jonathan. I have already informed her. She should be here in a few minutes. Jonathan nodded and looked at two of the guys behind him. You two can go and bring her over. Yes, boss. The two nodded before they left. Jack on the other hand looked at Brenda and spoke. You refused to tell me the reason as to why you wanted to kill me. I did my own research and found the reason. Tell me, is it just because you don't want to have someone dangerous as me? After all, after I know that you guys actually were involved in the death of my mother, it will be troublesome, right? Brenda, who was still surprised, looked at Jack again. This time, she could see that the coldness within his eyes had grown further as there was a hint of killing intent that was surrounding him as he gazed at her. And as he said these words, she knew that the cat was already out of the basket and there was nothing to hide. So, she looked at Jack fiercely and said, so what if you know? The reason as to why we killed your mother is something that you can't even understand. You think that just because you have found a cousin who can back you up you can do whatever you want? You're so naive. Hee hee, you are so funny. You actually think that Jack is depending on me? I'm currently in my weakest state and he's the one that's helping me out. After all, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had the guts to make big moves openly. Jonathan snickered as he spoke. Brenda couldn't understand the situation at all. She had thought that Jack was depending on his cousin so that he could get the information and have her kidnapped. In the end, it was actually the opposite. So what if he's a little bit wealthy? Do you think that you can compete with the one that asked my mother to kill that B***TCH? Brenda still didn't believe that there was anything that they could do. Pa. Before she could even realize it, a slap landed on her left cheek. The power of the slap was so huge that it made her cheek immediately swell as she fell onto the ground. She held her cheek as her eyes turned red. She really wanted to cry now from the pain. But, she would never allow Jack to see her crying. You dare call my mother a B***TCH once again and I'll make sure that you'll suffer more than just a slap. Jack said coldly before he went back and took a seat, waiting for Marion to arrive. At this point, fear had already been introduced in Brenda's heart. For the first time, she had experienced the side of Jack that she had never seen. The side that made him easily beat her without considering that she was actually older than him. Wah! What are you waiting for? If you were intent on doing something, then do it already. I'm not ready to continue sitting here doing nothing, Brenda said. Do you have a choice? No longer smiling, Jonathan asked coldly. Although he was good at hiding his emotions, there were situations that even he himself would have to show it. He was now angry that someone actually dared to call his aunt a B*TCH. Considering that the two of them were twins, didn't that mean that his mother Anita was also a B*TCH? Seeing that there was nothing that she could do, Brenda could only continue sitting on the floor waiting. She wasn't sure who it was that they were waiting for. But all the same, she decided to be patient, waiting and hoping that her mother would notice that she was missing. After about 10 minutes, there was a sound of footsteps from outside, and not long after, the two big guys came in following behind Marion. When Marion saw her daughter whose cheek was already swollen, she cried in surprise and anger before running forward and hugged her. Are you okay? Who is it that dared to hit you? Tell mommy, Marion began asking. Mom, what are you doing here? Brenda looked at her mother in disbelief. She wasn't expecting that her mother would be here so soon. Then, she thought about how Jack said that a lady would be here soon. Could it be that he was talking about her mother? Brenda's heart tensed. If it was true that he was talking about her mother, then it would be troublesome. Jack would definitely not do something stupid. He must be planning something. Ignoring her daughter's question, Marion finally noticed that there was actually another person in the room. In fact, there were more than two people. She turned towards them and her pupils constricted. She stared at the cousins and asked, Jack, there are two of you? Never expected that when you actually killed my aunt, right? Jonathan asked. Aunt? Anne was your aunt? Marion looked at Jonathan incredulously. She was just like Brenda, not understanding why Jack had a cousin who looked just like him. His mother and mine were twins. I was excited that I could finally meet my aunt. In the end, you actually dared to kill her. Don't you have guts, woman? Jonathan spoke coldly. Twins, anyway, it doesn't matter who you are. For daring to beat up my daughter like this, you should be ready to pay the price. The one that had made me kill your mother or aunt is someone that you can't offend. Marion spoke coldly. Could that person be the owner of that number? Jack threw over the phone that showed a mobile phone number. Looking at the familiar number, Marion felt her heart tremble. She could still remember this person. He was the one that had told her that if she didn't do as he wanted, he would destroy the Alfonso family. And to prove that, he had actually made most of the businesses that the Alfonso family depended on to be suspended. Not willing to have her family destroyed, she made a decision to kill Anne. She never liked that woman to begin with. So, when she was given the opportunity to kill her, she took it. How did you get this number? She asked in disbelief. That's my second uncle. Now that's confirmed. I really want to kill that idiot. Not only has he been trying so hard to send assassins after me just so that his son can take the position of the family head, he actually dared to have his sister killed? Jonathan was so furious that he got to his feet. Hearing his words, Brenda and Marion's minds blanked out. Uncle? Sister? Did that mean that Anne was actually part of a family that was far bigger than theirs? And they had just killed her? If the members of the family knew about that, wouldn't their Alfonso family suffer a cruel fate? That guy. It seems that he planned everything in advance. Although he was the one that had her killed, he wasn't the one that did it directly. Instead, he pushed the blame on another person, Jack stated. In this way, if grandfather investigates this, he wouldn't think that he was the one that had actually killed her, Jonathan added. Since you dared to kill my mother, you should have long prepared to face the same fate, Jack stated coldly as he stared at the mother-daughter pair. He had investigated things clearly and found that it was just the mother-daughter pair that were involved with his mother's death. The reason of having these two to come here was just to confirm that his second uncle was involved before he killed them off. He had already sentenced them to death the moment that he confirmed that they were the ones that had actually killed her. There was nothing like he was going to spare them just because they had some kind of relationship. Jack's words made Marion and Brenda look at him in disbelief. You can't kill me. I may not be your real mother, but I'm your stepmother. Marion tried finding a way out. She knew that if Jack didn't let them leave here, there was nothing that they could do. After all, there were actually 5 men here and the 2 of them were only women. Do you think you deserve to call yourself with the same title as my mother? Had you thought of this before you killed her, it would have been better. But you already killed her and you are trying to tell me that you can be called a mother to me? You don't deserve it." As he spoke, Jack began approaching the two. Even if his hands would be stained by blood, as long as it was the blood of those that were involved in taking or threatening the life of his loved ones, he wouldn't mind at all. Seeing Jack approaching them, the two women were scared, knowing again that since she was the one that had killed Anne, and Jack was angry about that, and he would definitely not let her go free, Marion decided to look for a chance for her daughter. "Jack, I'm the one that killed your mother. Brenda wasn't involved in all of this. Please, you can take my life but please let her go." Marion tried begging. "Mom." Brenda was shedding tears. She wanted to persuade her mother but Marion didn't listen to her. "Shut up already," Marion shouted. "You think that because you will say a few words I will let her go? Not only had she cooperated with you, she had only recently wanted to have me killed. So, why should I let someone who wanted to take my life go?" Jack sneered. Marion was just about to say more when Jack moved. Before she even realized it, Jack was already holding Brenda by her neck. Brenda was now hanging in the air. Her throat had been tightly grabbed, completely denying her air. Her legs were kicking in the air fiercely. Marion paled when she saw this scene. She got onto her feet and rushed towards Jack as she began hitting him so that he could release Brenda. But her efforts were all in vain. She wasn't allowed to continue as Jonathan came forward and pushed her aside. "Since it was just me that she was involved in the real killing issue, I will grant her a quick death." The moment that he finished speaking, Jack increased the strength of his grasp and completely crashed Brenda's neck. Thud! Without reservations, he dropped her body on the ground. He gazed at Marion who was already wailing from the pain of seeing her beloved daughter being killed. She was almost going mad at this moment as she jumped up and down, trying to get past Jonathan and reach Jack. "As for you, other than death, you will have to experience the pain of having someone that is dear to you being killed. You are lucky that she died with reason, unlike you who killed my mother who had done nothing wrong," Jack said. After that, he held the already deranged Marion and broke her neck as well. Although he would have wanted to torture the two women, he felt that it would completely make him so cold-blooded. But there was definitely a person that wouldn't be able to escape that fate. That person was the one that had asked others to have his mother killed. Jack would definitely not mind having him tortured to the death. Now that he was done with the two who had been the direct killers of his mother, he felt his heart was at peace. He felt that his mother's soul could at least calm down a little. But resting in peace, that would only happen when the last person was taken care of. That was something that Jack decided that he would have to do as soon as possible. He couldn't stand the feeling in his heart, the feeling of knowing that there was someone who had killed his mother, that person was enjoying his life normally. Jonathan felt that Jack wasn't in the best mood. He went forward and placed an arm around his shoulder before patting his back, trying to comfort him. At the same time, he gestured for the three guys to take care of the bodies. The three guys took action quickly and carried the two bodies away. As for Jack, he thought that now was the time to have the Alfonso family go bankrupt. Although it was true that Dalton hadn't been involved in killing his mother, it was also true that he had failed to protect her. He had actually taken her with him. She had sacrificed a lot just for him to ignore her, and as his mother died, she must have died with a lot of regret and resentment. But, not wanting her son to have an even more difficult life, she didn't tell him about it. Now, even if his mother hadn't told him to hate them, he still did. At the end of the day, they never treated him properly. Considering that they had bullied him and his mother, that was enough for him to make them experience despair. To make them know what it felt like to be looked down upon. The Alfonso family already had a lot of enemies, but due to the strength of the Alfonso family, they dared not to show themselves in the light. But once they were given a chance, they would make the best of it. Thinking of this, Jack decided that they would take action. So, after a while, the two left the wooden house. This was the place that Jonathan was staying when he was in Crystal City. At this time, there were already several pieces of news that were trending on the internet and other social media platforms. All of this news had the same topic. Although the titles were different, they all spoke of the same thing. Less than a doctor or a murderer? Greater than less than did the doctor really take an oath? Greater than? Less than the doctor's selfish path. Greater than several headlines talked about the same thing. A doctor who no longer had the morals of a doctor. Using his position as a doctor to gain benefits, he had killed several people. Using his connections with the Alfonso family, he had actually managed to evade all those victims that had suffered under his hands. The image of the doctor who was in charge of Jack's mother in the hospital was posted there. What's more, the audio of him saying that he didn't care if a person died as he had seen many deaths occurring had been added. This piece of news immediately infuriated the netizens. None of them dared to actually take his side. Instead, there were many people who wanted to see him dead. And one after the other, victims who had suffered due to the doctor emerged one after the other. The internet boiled with comments of the angry netizens as they heard the words of those that claimed to have been sexually harassed, extorted and so on. The Alfonso family was not left behind. There was a transaction statement that showed that it was true that Marian had transferred $30,000 to the doctor. This was counted as her supporting him. Although it was true that Marian had cooperated with the doctor to have him lie about the results of the test of Jack's mother, the Alfonso family had no other relationship with the doctor. Instead, this was just one of the means that Jack had utilized to start dealing a blow to the Alfonso family. He would begin by having their reputation smeared with mud. All the same, it was also true that the Alfonso family wasn't clean. So, one by one, several cases of them evading tax, selling defective products and so on began emerging. It was a storm on the internet as one by one, the enemies that the Alfonso family had been nurturing throughout all these years began emerging one after the other. They were the ones that were adding fuel to the fire that Denali had already set up. This was what Jack had meant when he said that if it wasn't enough, she had to add more to make sure that it was. So, the issue of the doctor cooperating with the Alfonso family as well as some cases such as sexual harassment were added from nowhere. The victims were all created by Denali. So, this made the doctor's image plummet at a faster speed. Of course Denali didn't simply put this evidence stupidly. She had made enough preparations to make sure that no matter how the police looked into it, they would find that it was true. One of the methods that she used was to find those people who had really experienced sexual harassment. Then, in return for claiming that it was the doctor who had done it, Denali would help them solve the real culprit of their harassment. Added with the compensation that they received from Denali, cash of course, these people easily agreed to this. At this moment, inside a hospital in Incoat City, the doctor had just opened his eyes after losing his consciousness for several hours due to the beating that he had received from Jack. He was currently inside a private ward. He was recognized by someone who knew his identity and that was the reason as to why he was here. In this ward, there happened to be a TV. It was just that the TV was currently in the silent mode, giving no sound. Doctor just happened to open his eyes. When he turned to the side with great difficulty, he saw the news that made his eyes bulge in their sockets. Although the sound wasn't there, the headlines of the breaking news was enough to inform him of what was happening. What the heck? Since when did I start harassing people sexually? I extorted someone. How am I extorting others here? This is framing. Someone is framing me. He cried in his mind in disbelief. His mouth was sealed, so he couldn't speak. He was just shouting when suddenly, a group of 4 police officers accompanied by a doctor and a nurse came into the room. Where's the wounded doctor? One of the police officers asked as he looked around. No matter how he looked, he could only see a bed and there was nobody there. Ah, he's the one there. The nurse pointed at the bed. It was only then that the police actually noticed that the white on the bed was a person and not the bedsheets. He could finally see the little slits that revealed a pair of reddened eyes. That's a person? Another officer asked in disbelief. Yeah, he's the one. He was beaten in that his whole body had wounds of several degrees. We had no other choice but to put bandages all over his body. The doctor explained. Even the mouth? An officer asked. Yes, not only did he lose a lot of teeth, but even his lips had been burst. It just like this guy had gone somewhere to be beaten up by a gang of people. Even bees don't bite people in such a manner. The doctor continued to explain. Then, an officer in the group looked at the TV and happened to see the news. He looked at the TV before looking at the mummy on the bed. He looked at the 2 sides for a while before he got to get the remote. What are you doing? The officer in charge of the case asked his partner. I want to hear the news. The officer replied. Don't you know that this is a patient's ward? The officer asked again, not paying attention to the TV at all. If it was wrong to have the TV audio, then the hospital shouldn't have placed one here, the guy replied. Before the in-charge could react, the other officer had already unmuted the audio. Less than, she died. Anyway, it doesn't concern me. I have seen many people dying. So, the death of your mother doesn't have anything to do with me and I don't care whether she died or she's alive. Greater than. It just so happened that when he unmuted, the audio that played was the record of the piece that Denali had selected from the conversation between Jack and the doctor. And that was a recorded statement from one of the victims of the doctor's cruelty. As you have all heard, he's a doctor, but he doesn't care about the life or death of his patients. What's this? This is irresponsibility and inhumanity in a doctor. Tune in for more news, as we are still looking for them for you. That was a reporter giving the report. There was deathly silence in the ward as the officers, the doctor and the nurse all looked at the mummy in disbelief. They could see the face and they could see the name on the screen. So, they could tell that the person being talked about was the one in there. Doctor, on the other hand, wanted to vomit blood. You only recorded that part? Where's the part where you beat me up? This is scam, he roared in his mind. Then, the sound of a phone ringing echoed in the room. It was Doctor's phone. One of the officers went ahead and received it before putting on loudspeaker for Doctor to hear. Doctor, we have found that all the actions that you have been taking in our hospital do not follow the code of a doctor. So, from this moment on, you are no longer an employee of our hospital. There's no need for you to resign, we fired you. Greater than immediately after that, the call ended. Silence reigned in the room for a moment. Then, there was a rapid beeping sound from the machines that were monitoring Doctor's heartbeat. The doctor looked at it. He was shocked. He hurried forward to check, only for things to go silent. What happened? The officer in charge asked with concern. The patient suffered from heart attack and high blood pressure and died. The doctor said as he looked at the flat lines running on the screen. It indicated that the heart had already stopped beating. He died? Just like that? The officers couldn't believe it. What are we going to do? One of the officers asked. Well, he was found by a mob, beaten up, rescued and brought to the hospital. Then, he died from high blood pressure and heart attack due to being fired from work. The officer in charge responded. So, who killed him? The mob and the one that fired him. Who are we going to arrest? Both? Of course not. Get that person who fired him. He's the one who killed him by heart attack and high pressure. Got it. Have you recorded the statement? Yes, boss, it's all done. Okay, match on. Let's go and arrest that murderer. Yes, sir. Oh, wait a moment. Who is the one that fired him and where is he? Look at how forgetful I am. Take the phone with us, that's evidence. Handle it carefully. I got it, sir. The evidence is secured. All right. Let's go and catch that criminal. Poor hospital director, he didn't think that by trying to save the reputation of the hospital by firing Doctor actually made him a murderer who was wanted by the police. On the other hand, the Alfonso family was in a mess. They couldn't handle things in the direction that they were heading at. The damage of reputation that they had suffered from being connected with Doctor through Marian, who was part of the Alfonso family, had brought them losses. Not only had several employees of theirs stopped working, there were those that had began claiming that their salaries were being delayed. Some even said that they were harassed by members of the Alfonso family who were in the upper echelons of the companies. One by one, the companies that were in charge of selling products began seeing a decrease in the number of sales. Then, the goods that were supposed to have been delivered were detained as the port authority wanted to confirm if the goods were defective or not. This in turn led to the delays in the delivery of the orders. Those that were supposed to receive the goods came after the Alfonso family, wanting to have them compensate them for the losses that they had suffered. The contracts were broken one after the other and the Alfonso family had to pay for the damages that had been caused due to the failure in delivering the products. The banks and SACCOs that had ever given loans to the family came forward to ask them to pay the debts or they would have their property seized. The banks decided to freeze all the accounts of the members of the Alfonso family and their related businesses. In this way, they would make sure that the little money that was left in the bank wouldn't be used up before they got paid. The products that were related to the Alfonso family were boycotted one after the other. The cooperation that the family had with other partners were broken one after the other. These people were not willing to be buried alongside the Alfonso family. At this time in the Alfonso mansion, Dalton was still frowning in the study room. He was looking at the information that he had received from Kevin about Jack. The information stated that Jack had bought a building that was worth $70 million. This was something that made him question if this was true. After all, how could Jack be able to afford that huge sum of money? He was still trying to find the weakness that he could exploit to make sure that Jack came back to the family. But, he had been in here for over 2 hours but he still couldn't think of something that could be used to get him back. Just as he was about to make a phone call, there was a sudden bang and the door was opened by force. Who the FCK has no respect that he charges into my study like a mad bull? He was already frustrated. Now that there was someone who actually dared to barge into his study like that, he couldn't help but want to vent. You unfilial son. How dare you say that I don't have respect? Am I not the one that taught you what respect is? And you dare to call me a mad bull? If I don't teach you a lesson today, then I'm not Victor Alfonso. Victor, who had just entered, received the insults from his son. Being already angry only for him to be insulted, Victor raised his cane and began beating Dalton up, completely forgetting that Dalton was now an adult. Dalton, on the other hand, had never expected that it was his father who had entered like that. This was unlike him. So, he had simply thought that he could vent on the person that was coming in. Who knew that he was actually inviting the old man to vent his anger on him? He had wanted to explain that it wasn't intentional, but Victor had already began beating him up. The cane that he was using wasn't made of plastic or wood. It was made out of metal. So, each strike that landed on Dalton made him hiss in pain. But, he didn't dare to cry out loud considering that his children were around somewhere. He managed to go through the pain for over 5 minutes. Feeling tired, Victor, whose eyes were already red, looked at him and began berating him again. What did I do to deserve such a useless son? You saw that chasing your son away wasn't enough. Now, you actually dared to do something that is now threatening to destroy my family. Dalton could understand the first mistake where he chased Jack out of the family. But, what the heck with the second part? When did he even make a decision that affected the family? Could it be that the Farrell family had already announced the engagement party was going to happen tomorrow? What happened, father? What did I do wrong? Dalton asked. You dare to ask again? You don't know that your wife was cooperating with a criminal? Now, the media is condemning our family, that we are a group of criminals, Victor roared in anger. Such a thing happened? Dalton was dumbfounded. You ignorant fool. You don't even know something like that? Are you really the family head? All our businesses are collapsing. The shareholders in our companies are selling their shares at a cheap price. Goods that were supposed to be delivered have all been detained. Contracts have been broken. We need to pay back the loans that we took. All those that didn't get the goods on time are asking for the compensation for the damages that have been caused. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, Victor collapsed on the floor. He was old to begin with. For him to do such an intense activity where he spent a lot of energy, he had to get to suffer. Dalton was so dumbfounded after hearing what his father was saying. He couldn't understand how things came to this. He had thought that he was handling things well. In the end, the family was going to be ruined in his hands? Just thinking of those that had been eyeing the family business all this time and those that he had offended to make sure that he succeeded, Dalton couldn't help but shiver. He knew that those guys would come out of the dark and try to devour the Alfonso family. Seeing his father collapsing, he forgot everything that he was thinking about and rushed forward to hold him. After arranging for the old man to rest, he stormed out of the study room furiously. Marion, where the heck has this woman gone to? Come here right now and explain to me what is going on, he roared. Those that saw him immediately took the opportunity to slip away. None of them wanted to face the angry Dalton. Even Dalton's brothers that had always wanted to be the CEO of the Fonzo Group couldn't do a thing. This would have been a good opportunity for them to take Dalton down and replace him. But now, how could they dare to take the hot potato? They would let Dalton handle the things himself. If they dared to take over the position, they would be the ones that would have to face the pressure that came with the current turbulent storm that the family was facing. After looking and asking around, Dalton was informed that Marion had left the family mansion about 6 hours ago, and since then, they didn't see her and neither did she receive any calls. What's more, they couldn't find anything about her. It was like she had just vanished. What's even more suspicious was that Brenda had also vanished. This made many people think that the mother and daughter had already run away from the very first sign of danger. Dalton was even more infuriated. How could a woman that he had married actually cause the fall of his family? He was so angry at this point. He tried thinking of the solution to the current problem. He made several calls, but each and every call ended with his face darkening further and further. He was feeling helpless. It was at this point when his phone rang. Looking at the caller, he found that it was actually Alton. He was excited and a hint of hope ignited in his eyes. How could he forget that he had such powerful in-laws? He received the call immediately. Master Alton. He couldn't even finish before Alton's angry voice came over. You dare to lie to me? You told me that he was your son. In the end, you had actually expelled him from the family. Since you dare to play tricks on me, I will make sure that your Alfonso family falls. What's more, The engagement doesn't exist anymore. Tut. 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 The call ended there. Dalton dropped the phone onto the ground as he stared in front of him lifelessly as he muttered, "It's over." As chaos erupted in the Alfonso family, Jack was busy with something else. It had already been so long, yet the body-strengthening pills had yet to be produced. He was now getting impatient. After all, this was one part of his plans. If it was missing, then the private team that he had formed would be useless with the normal strength. In other words, there would be nothing special about the private team. He wasn't ready to waste his time and resources in forming something ordinary. He got out of his room and headed downstairs. He found that Jonathan and the girls were chatting about what was happening in the Alfonso family. The girls had already known that Jack was from the Alfonso family, and now, they had also known that he was making them bankrupt. When they saw him coming down, they greeted him enthusiastically. Then, Celine asked, "Jack, are you intending to make the Alfonso family bankrupt? Or are you going to make their lives even difficult?" Celine didn't like the fact that these people had actually made Jack's childhood a living hell. Furthermore, she had just known that they were the reason as to why Jack's mother died earlier. In other words, they had killed her. So, for some reason, she found herself hating them just like how Jack did. But till this moment, she didn't know that Jack had already killed those that were responsible for his mother's death. Jack had decided not to talk about that at all. In any case, it didn't have any effect whether Celine and the others knew that he had actually killed those that were responsible or not. "Not really. I just want them to experience despair first. Then, I will acquire all the property under their names. In this way, I can make sure that they will have nothing to depend on in the future," Jack replied as he sat opposite Jonathan. Celine nodded in understanding. She could tell that Jack was intent in making sure that the Alfonso family paid for their crimes. She too would like to see that happening. During this time, Jonathan had been one of the important people in making sure that the Alfonso family went bankrupt in a single day. That's right, it was just the previous day that they had released information about the doctor before attacking the Alfonso family after the doctor had created the hype. Denali was currently busy with acquiring the shares at a low price as the shareholders sold them. These guys were so scared to continue remaining in the same company as the members of the Alfonso family. So, they wanted to hurriedly hand over the shares to others. Since it was obvious that there would only be a few people who might be willing to acquire the shares, these guys had no choice but to suffer a loss by selling the shares at a very low price. Denali on the other hand was making sure that the prices of the shares was pushed to the lowest limit while at the same time, she was fanning the flames that were already burning the Alfonso family. In this way, those that were reluctant to sell the shares at a lower price would have no choice but to sell them. Otherwise, once the company went bankrupt, let alone selling the shares, they would have to pay for all the debts that were accumulating one after the other. As the group chatted, Jack continued thinking about the pills. He already had another pill recipe, the anti-leukemia pills. These were the pills that he was going to release to the market. But he was still wondering what was taking the research center so long to produce the pills. They had the ingredients needed, they had the recipe, and all those that were participating in the production of the pills were experts in their fields. And there were 12 of them. Thinking that there might be something wrong, Jack decided to ask about it. He sent a text to Denali to ask her to inquire about the production of the pills. Knowing that Jack was getting impatient, Denali immediately contacted the person that was in charge of the production to confirm what was going on. The information that she received surprised her. She really wanted to go to the capital and look at the results by herself. But, considering that she was still busy with the issue concerning the Alfonso family, she couldn't do it. She had no choice but to inform Jack about the results. After all, he was the one that had given the recipe. "The production is completed but the pills are ineffective. How's that possible?" Jack asked in disbelief after he received the information from Denali. One had to know that the recipe came from the system. So, Jack was sure that there was no way that the system would give him counterfeit things. What he had received so far was a proof for that. "Are you sure that they followed the steps that are required correctly? Otherwise, how can the pill be ineffective?" Jack asked again. "Boss, that's what they told me. They said that they had made sure to follow all the steps and they finally produced the pills 5 days ago. But, they had tried them out but they were not working at all," Denali replied. "Okay then. I'll head there to see it myself. And if the equipment is what is causing problems, you can as well inform them to purchase a higher version of the equipment if it exists. There is no need for them to save money," Jack stated. After ending the call, Jack was just about to make another call when Jonathan called him out. "Hey Jack, What are you talking about? Are you researching on some kind of pill or something? Not researching. The research was already completed and the recipe of the pill has already been produced. It is just that they are informing me that although they can produce the pills, it's like the pills are not working accordingly, Jack stated. What kind of pill are you researching anyway? Celine asked. It's a unique one. You can only know about it after you test one of them, Jack replied. Test? I'm not sick, so why would I want to test the pill? Celine was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask to confirm. Of course you are sick. How can you not be sick? Jack said full of confidence. Not just Celine, but everyone in the room looked at Celine. It was as if they were trying to confirm that she was actually sick. But no matter how they looked at her, they couldn't find anything wrong with her. Humph. You? How dare you say that I'm sick? I'm going to beat you up. Celine's face was flushed as she said these words. Before Jack knew it, she was already rushing towards him, ready to beat him up. Hey, how can you be so sure that you are not sick when you haven't asked what kind of disease you are suffering from? Jack couldn't fight back at all and could only receive the weak punches from the girl. You dare to continue saying that I'm sick? How am I sick? Point out what I'm suffering from. Otherwise, I'm not going to let you go unless I beat you up and make sure that you are taken to the hospital. Celine became angry as she continued hitting Jack. When she noticed that her punches were not effective on him, she looked around and found a shoe. She was just about to continue hitting him when the door of the mansion's living room opened and Faith stepped in. Seeing Celine's actions, she couldn't help but speak. You two like flirting with each other all day long. When are you ever going to stop doing that in public? You're hurting me. You are still single. Celine blushed further when she heard Faith's words. It was only at this point that she remembered that there were actually other people in the room other than the two of them. She looked at them and found that they were actually looking at her with weird expressions. She lowered her head and rushed out of the mansion. She was so ashamed to face anyone. After all, she had just lost her composure in front of so many people. Wouldn't the image that she had created collapse? Seeing that he was spared from being beaten up, Jack decided to continue with what he was supposed to. Hello Klein. Bring the team to my mansion. We are going to Cartu City tomorrow. So, you should be here by 7 tomorrow, Jack stated. Got it, boss. Klein replied. Klein was the captain that had been selected by the others of the squad. That was the decision that they had come to after a period of time. And Klein and the others were already getting uneasy all this time. After all, since the formation of the squad, they had only carried a single mission, dealing with the goons that were blocking the store entrances. Since then, they had been idle, not having anything to do. They had thought that Jack had forgotten about them. Although it was true that they had received some of the benefits that Jack had mentioned to them before, there were others that they had yet to receive. But that was not what they were worried about. What they were worried about was the squad that had been formed to be disbanded. If it was, they would lose their advantage. What's more, they too didn't like the fact that they were receiving their income yet they were doing nothing other than idling around. Now that they had been asked out again, Klein was clearly more than happy to comply. He was waiting for the time that Jack would have a use for them again. After ending the call with Klein, Jack spoke to the system. Angel, can I have one of the helicopters delivered here? It will make things convenient for me to move around with this large group of people. It will be here in an hour at most. You know, it has to appear like there was a person delivering it. So, I will be making the arrangements for that. That's good then. Jack nodded in agreement. Guys, tomorrow I'm heading to Cartu. Who's going there with me? Jack asked. I'll be heading there with you. I have to be around you so that you can't protect me. Jonathan agreed without hesitation. I will be going back to see my grandpa. He seems angry after what I told him yesterday, Wendy said. Celine will also go with you. Her friend will be coming back from abroad this week. So, there's no need for her to stay here anymore. I'll handle everything here, Faith stated. Since they are all going, I'll have to go too. Angie shrugged. She was Wendy and Celine's friend. So, if they left in Coed City, there would be no need for her to continue staying there. Okay then. The helicopter will arrive in an hour, but we will be departing tomorrow morning. So, be prepared, Jack said. He was going to go to Cartu City with more than 20 people. It was obvious that the Eurocopter could not take them all at the same time. So, he was going to use the helicopter that he had been awarded by the system as the first income reward for the security companies. Although he previously wanted the plane to be delivered by the system once the merging was completed, the current situation stated that they had to get a bigger helicopter. Or, they could as well go to Volant City and take a plane to Cartu City. But that was something that Jack didn't want. He didn't want to go through a lot of procedures and so on just to book a plane. He wanted to leave at his own convenience. If possible, he would have used the Boeing private jet, but it was still in Venture City, a 4-hour-long trip. What kind of helicopter can accommodate all of us? Jonathan asked suspiciously. You are bringing your team? Jack asked with raised brows. Of course I am. Otherwise, why would I leave them here? They are convenient in doing some of the small tasks you know. As he said these, Jonathan gave Jack a smile that only he could understand. Jack snorted and asked, how many of them? Not many. There are only 15 of them, Jonathan stated. What are you saying, Jonathan? 15 people in a helicopter and you are saying that the number is not big? Wendy looked at him incredulously. She couldn't believe this guy at all. Wendy had already asked her grandfather to cancel the engagement between her and Jack the previous day. She had simply stated that the Alfonso family had cheated them and that Jack wasn't there. In other words, since Jack wasn't there, they were going to replace him with another person. This made Alton angry, and that was the reason as to why he had contacted Dalton personally the previous day to inform him about canceling the engagement. On the other hand, the reason for her asking for the engagement to be broken was simply because she had realized that she had gotten the wrong person. The person that she was supposed to be engaged to was Jonathan. He was the one that had saved her. Furthermore, he was the one that she knew the most because he appeared in the area that he had saved her frequently. So, most of the times that she sneaked back to Crystal City, she would mostly see Jonathan and not Jack. The number of times that she would have seen Jack was far lower than the number of times that she had seen Jonathan. So, after some talk back in the Star Hospital when Jonathan was admitted there, she realized that he was the one that she liked her at least. Although he had yet to confirm their relationship, she was sure that he loved her, just like how she did. After all, the way that he treated her was special as compared to the way that he treated Celine and Angie. On the other hand, Jack was already a no-go zone. After all, the way that he and Celine were interacting was enough to tell her that the two of them were comfortable together. And, not wanting to cause problems for her sister, she had decided to withdraw the engagement before it was announced. What are you talking about? 15 people is such a small number of people if we start comparing the number of people that have been hired to take care of the 2 mansions here. Jonathan refuted. What has the mansion got to do with the number of people that you are bringing? Wendy blinked her eyes as she asked in confusion. It has everything to do with it. The helicopter belongs to Jack. And what's more, the mansion belongs to Jack. So, everything about the number of people that I'm bringing along has everything to do with Jack, Jonathan explained. You are not making sense at all. Wendy shook her head, clearly not understanding what Jonathan was trying to imply. On the other hand, Jack could understand. Jonathan was implying that just like the subordinates that were taking care of the mansions, his aim of having the 15 come with them was so that Jack could utilize them. He had already seen how efficient they were. So, Jack didn't think that it was a bad idea to bring them along. The helicopter can accommodate them even if you double the number, Jack stated. Ah, what kind of helicopter is that? Jonathan looked at Jack, clearly not believing his words at all. Why don't you wait for an hour and see? Jack shrugged, not willing to explain anything. Okay then. Jonathan agreed. An hour later, the sound of a helicopter could be heard coming from outside the mansion. The group that was still chatting in the living room could already tell that this was the helicopter that Jack had said that it would be here in an hour. Since they were going to leave the following day, none of them was willing to leave the living room and check the helicopter for the time being. After all, they had found an interesting topic that they were talking about. Once they left, the flow would be ruined. About 10 minutes later, Celine entered the living room. Jack, whose helicopter is that outside? She asked as soon as her eyes landed on Jack. It's mine. It's the one that we will be using to go to Kartu tomorrow, Jack stated. That big? Don't you already have a Eurocopter? What is the use of that big one now? Celine asked. Although she had just heard from Jack that they would be heading to Kartu the following day, she didn't say a word because it was natural that she would be heading there as well. Her duty here was already completed and the little that was left could easily be handled by Faith. There are more than 30 people going. So, we will need a bigger one, Jack explained. Oh, okay. Celine nodded. Although curious about who it was that was going to add the number to over 30, she didn't ask. Anyway, she would see the people the following day. After hearing the conversation between Jack and Celine, not only Jonathan, but the 3 ladies were curious about what kind of helicopter Jack had that could actually accommodate more than 30 people. One had to know that a helicopter had a maximum capacity that it could efficiently handle. Once the maximum capacity was exceeded, it would affect the performance of the helicopter. They were going to Kartu City, so it meant that it would take them a long time to arrive there. They wouldn't want to be slowed down due to something like the number of passengers on the helicopter was exceeding the maximum that the helicopter could handle. The four of them got out of the mansion, completely forgetting about the interesting thing that they were talking about. They wanted to see what kind of helicopter it was. After about 20 minutes, the group came back to the mansion. Jonathan looked at Jack as he asked in disbelief, "Jack, where on earth did you get that helicopter from?" "I bought it, of course. Or, is there somewhere that they give them out for free so that I can go and collect more?" Jack shrugged as he responded. "Be serious. That kind of helicopter is mainly used by the big institutions like Red Cross or the bigger hospitals. Maybe some big security companies have them as well. But for you to have one as well, this is surprising," Jonathan said as he sat next to Jack. "I bought it, all right." Jack couldn't tell them that he actually received the helicopter from the system. What's more, he wondered how Jonathan would react when he knew that Jack actually had 3 of the helicopters. "Is the helicopter that special?" Angie asked. She wasn't the only one, as even the other girls were curious about the helicopter. After all, they knew that Jonathan's background wasn't small. For the helicopter to make him to react in such a manner, there had to be something special about it. "You guys may not know this. The helicopter out there is special. It's called Mi-26M. It's a helicopter mainly used by the big security organizations. Even the army will use this kind of helicopter. It has a large carrying capacity and can carry a lot of weight. What's even more, the helicopter out there is one of the ones that is modified for the security companies. It can deploy up to 80 troops. As for the price, it's worth over $10 million. The number of this helicopter that have been produced in the world amount to less than 500. Even my family only has one," Jonathan explained. When the girls heard the description of the helicopter, they were greatly surprised. They couldn't help but look at Jack again. They didn't know how many secrets Jack was hiding. He could afford such a helicopter. Not only was the price high, considering that the number of the helicopter itself was limited, for Jack to be able to acquire one, this explained that he was hiding too deep. The Jezda family had only one of them. On the other hand, Jack also had one of them. Didn't that mean that he might as well be of the same level as the Jezda family in terms of influence? "Jack, just what are you hiding?" Jonathan asked. "Nothing much. It's just that the helicopter out there was bought just recently. As for where I got it, you shouldn't worry about that. You may be surprised in the future that I actually have 3 of them," Jack stated with a smile. "As if I will believe it. To get one of them is already a miracle. How can you get 3 of them?" Jonathan couldn't believe it. "That's up to you." Jack didn't explain further. The following morning, a group of 20 people arrived at the Prince and Princess Palace. The guards at the gate already knew them, as this wasn't the first day that these people had come here. Furthermore, they were driving the Bentegas that Jack had bought. The 4 cars drove into the compound. Not long after, 3 cars arrived at the gate. Bob was surprised. But when they introduced themselves, he allowed the group in. Jack had already informed him that there would be 2 groups of people that would be coming on this day. "I wonder what all these guys are here for. Are they going to go out for a mission or something?" Bob wondered. He had seen the helicopter and he could tell that it was like the one that he had seen in a movie a period back. That was a helicopter that was used by soldiers or security department. Although there were other modifications that could be used by the health sector and so on, he could recognize the one that had landed in the palace grounds. In any case, he wasn't going to be so nosy on what was going to happen. He simply went back to his post after making sure that there was nobody else that was left out. Jack and the gang had already been prepared. They were simply waiting for the 35 to arrive. When they came, the group took breakfast before they set off. Just like Jonathan and the others, the group of 35 was surprised when they saw such a big helicopter. Those that knew about it couldn't help but wonder what kind of background Jack had. In any case, Gabriel and one of Jonathan's men were going to be the pilots for the day. With the size of the helicopter, it was obvious that a single pilot would have a difficult time in handling it. The journey was going to be long, so they had decided to leave by 8 in the morning. They had already made sure to take with them the things that they would need on the way. Food and water were some of the basics. Since they were no longer going to take a detour to Venture City and directly go to Kartu City, it would take them about 5 hours to arrive in the central province's Kartu City. The helicopter could fly at a speed of 295 kilometers per hour. Considering that it wasn't like a car where it would be held in a traffic jam or it would have to slow down when climbing the mountains, this speed was fast enough in air. When they arrived in Kartu City, Jack and Jonathan had to look for a place to stay. Although the girls wanted to invite them to their house, Jack and Jonathan thought that it wasn't appropriate for them to go there. After all, if they did go, they would have to face the girls' parents. In the end, it would be like an introduction. Who was ready for that at the moment? None. As the girls went back to their parents' house, Jack and Jonathan decided to stay in the Cardinal's Supreme Hotel. This place Jack had already booked for a month. So, there was no need for him to book another place. As for the 35, they were going to book their own rooms. Of course Jack was the one that was going to pay for the expenses. After staying there for the night, Jack took the Lamborghini Urus that Denali had left in the hotel parking space, before driving it to the Brightway Medical Research Center. Jonathan decided to go with him. They were currently in the Central Province. Here, it was easy for his second uncle to know his whereabouts, and just as he knew, he would definitely send more assassins his way. If they did send someone like Spider when he was still weakened, it would only lead to his death. Jack could defeat Spider without getting injured. That implied that he was strong. So, Jack was his only source of protection as long as he wasn't back to the family manor. He had also followed Jack because he was curious about what type of pill he was producing. He knew about the Brightway Medical Research Center. As for how Jack came to be the owner of the research center, that was something that he didn't know about. When they got there, he found that there was a group that was waiting for him. It seemed that Denali had informed them that Jack was coming to see where the problem was with the pill. The group welcomed him, though they were surprised that there were actually twins. In the end, Jack didn't think that it was necessary to explain anything to them and simply asked them to take him to the trial room. The trial room was located in the biggest building that had 5 floors. It was on the topmost floor, the 5th. When Jack got there, he found that there were several trial subjects there. He knew that this was normal. The research center didn't simply research about human medicine. There were other departments that dealt with other types of medicine. Just like how the test was done, they used a normal white mouse. The pill was pure white in color. Since it was true that the mouse wouldn't simply take the pill, they had to use water to make a solution that would then be fed to the mouse. The test went on. Jack and Jonathan observed from the side. Jonathan asked, "What kind of pill is that? It's so small and has no scent at all." "It's a body-strengthening pill." Jack replied. What kind of pill is that? I have never heard of a disease that requires such a pill." Jonathan asked again. "The weak can be treated by the use of this pill," Jack replied. Jonathan wanted to ask more when the results of the test came out. As you can see, the results of the pill show that the pill has no effect on the mouse. The scientist in charge of the production handed the document to Jack. Jack could see that they had tested the physique of the mouse in terms of strength, speed and so on before giving it the pill. In the end, after 3 hours, they found that there was actually no change at all. The results were still the same. Jack frowned. He wondered what was happening here. Angel, could there be something wrong with the recipe? How can there be anything wrong with the recipe that the system gives? That's completely impossible. Then what happened to the pills? The results show that they have no effect, Jack asked. Can't you see the mistake that you guys are making? The body-strengthening pill is meant for humans. Yet here you are, testing it on a mouse and you are expecting results? But the mouse has always been used as a test subject for drugs that are used by humans, Jack said. Whatever you say. The body-strengthening pill is meant for humans. No matter how similar the cells or physique of the mouse are closer to that of a human, it's still a mouse at the end of the day. So, there will be no effect. Another thing to note is that you only retrieved the recipe and not the prescription of using the pills. Although it was said that a person could only take 2 pills, do you know whether the 2 are taken at the same time or at what time difference after taking the first one? Then, although it's a pill, did you ask for the method of using it? Not really. You simply took the pill, dissolved it in water and fed it to the mouse. Even if the pill could really work on the mouse, the results would still remain the same. He had completely forgotten something like that. Although it was true that the scientists were the ones that produced the pill according to the recipe that he was given, they had not really researched the pill at all. So, they didn't know about the effect of the pill when taken. They simply knew that the pill was supposed to increase the strength of a person. Jack took a deep breath as he tried thinking about what the system had just said. He looked at the scientist in front of him. His name was Walter. He was from a big research institute and was poached by Denali. "Have you tried different methods of administering the pill to the mouse?" Jack asked. "Yes. We forced the solid pill into the mouth of the mouse. Since the pill could easily dissolve, it wasn't a problem for the mouse to take it. But the results were the same as now," Walter said. "We tried dissolving the pill with different amounts of water. In the end, there were no changes at all. We used warm water, cold water. Nothing worked even when we used hot water to dissolve the pill first," Walter continued. Jack could see just how frustrated Walter was. He was someone who likes researching. So, although he wasn't the one that had researched the pill, it was true that he was involved in the production. So, for him to see that his efforts actually bore no results, it made him so depressed. "System. Where's the prescription?" Jack asked. "Do you want it here or back in the hotel?" Jack thought for a while and decided that he was going to take the prescription back at the hotel. With that decision made, Jack looked at Walter and said, "Just continue with the production of the second batch of pills. Don't worry about the effects of the pill, I will take care of it." Although Walter was confused, he still agreed and went back to discuss with his fellow scientists about what Jack had just said. Jonathan followed Jack back to the hotel without asking a question. He was curious. But, seeing that the pill seemed to be ineffective, he decided not to ask. After all, what was the use of something that couldn't be used? Jack entered his room in the suite. Then, he asked the system for the prescription. Dr. Angel's body-strengthening pill intake prescription has been placed in the bedside cabinet. "Doctor? Since when did you become a doctor?" Jack was rendered speechless. "Of course I'm a doctor. Otherwise, how could I know the body-strengthening pill recipe as well as the prescription? Didn't the scientists that you hired failed after days of tests?" Jack simply shook his head and opened the cabinet before taking a piece of paper. Just like the recipe, the prescription was also written on the paper. Less than to use the body-strengthening pills, one has to dissolve 2 of them in 10 milliliters of hot water. After 5 minutes, the solution has to be frozen till it forms an ice cube. Then, it's melted and warmed to a room temperature. It's only then that the solution can be taken, greater than. Jack. He completely couldn't understand what was wrong with the prescription. It was just to dissolve the pills in water. What was the use of using hot water, then freezing the solution, only to warm it till the solution was at a room temperature? System. What is the use of the roundabout process? Won't the end result be the same, the room temperature solution? Jack asked. That is just so as the pills can't be used by just anyone. In this way, you can control the number of people that can use the pill. In other words, even if those scientists stole the pill from you, they won't be able to use it unless you tell them the prescription. Jack was at first stunned. Then he thought that the system was really thoughtful. It had already thought of a way of making sure that nobody stole the reward that he had received after working so hard in the Ultimate Championship. But what was the use of all of this? Why not just say that it needed to be dissolved in a special liquid? The procedures are not for nothing. The hot water is used to activate the properties of some of the ingredients that are used. Then, the freezing will also activate another property. Melting the ice cube before warming it to room temperature will make sure that all the properties are merged. So, the recipe is incomplete. Jack guessed. Without the prescription, it can be said to be incomplete. Jack shook his head and decided to focus on what could be done at the moment. Less than to make sure that the effects of the pills are maximized, the one that takes the solution has to make sure that she does intense workout. In this way, the cells in the body will be active in the absorption of the pill properties, greater than. That was the last sentence on the 2 paragraphs long prescription. After he was done with it, Jack decided to test it. He had come with all the pills that were produced in the first batch. There was a total of 216 pills. According to Walter, they had produced 250 pills in the first batch. All the others were used for the testing that led to a failure. The 216 pills, if he divided 2 per person, he could strengthen 108 people. Thinking of the squads that were supposed to be formed, Jack clicked his tongue just thinking of the number of people that would be stronger than the normal human adults. To test the effect of the pills, Jack decided to test them on Jonathan. He was currently in a weakened state. Perhaps the pills could help him with that. But currently, Jack had a problem. How was he going to measure 10 milliliters of water? Considering that he was currently in a hotel room and not in the laboratory, there was nothing that he could use. After thinking again, he simply decided to buy a measuring cylinder. It took him about half an hour to find a store that sold the laboratory apparatus. All the same, having another idea, Jack decided to buy an even bigger measuring cylinder, a beaker, 50 small glass bottles and a dropper. When he got back to his room, he began the trial. He followed the steps and finally after more than an hour, he had completed the preparation of the solution. He went to the living room of the suite and called for Jonathan. This guy was simply playing games instead of doing something constructive. Jack then gave him a small glass bottle that contained the body strengthening solution. Jonathan took it and looked at the small amount of colorless liquid in the bottle. He wondered what it was. He opened the cap and took a whiff, but he couldn't smell anything. "Why are you acting like a cat? Trying to smell something before taking it? Drink it already," Jack complained.
"Hey, I don't know what this thing is. So, why would I simply take it?" Jonathan looked at Jack with a dissatisfied expression.
"You had to drink it because I'm the one that gave it to you," Jack stated with a straight face. Looking at Jack's expression, Jonathan became serious. "What is this thing anyway?" "Body strengthening solution," Jack replied without hiding a thing. "Hey, you mean that this is the solution of the same pill that you carried from the lab? Hasn't this thing been ineffective? Or are you trying to use me as a lab rat?" Jonathan looked at Jack with a strange expression on his face. "Just take it. If you don't want, you might as well give it back to me so that I can give it to another person who knows how to appreciate other people's kindness." Jack snorted as he stretched his hand to take the bottle away from Jonathan. Jonathan reacted fast and gulped the small amount of liquid in the bottle. And not long after that, he felt a warm current rushing through his body. He was just about to question what was happening when he suddenly felt that the strange poison that was previously restricting his strength being destroyed. What followed that was that he felt that his strength was returning to him. What surprised him the most was the fact that not only had his strength returned to the peak, it had also been greatly enhanced. This showed him that the solution that he had taken wasn't something simple. He clenched his fists to test his strength. Feeling the explosive power that was hiding in his muscles, Jonathan felt that he could crush a military armored car with a single punch. He was feeling restless. He really wanted to vent his excess energy. Still, he managed to suppress the feeling. He looked at Jack and asked, "How come it's now functioning now? Could it be that you have found the solution?" Jack nodded. "It's already solved. So, how are you feeling? Any abnormality?" Jack asked. "You are strange," Jonathan stated, making Jack fail to understand what he was meaning. "As for the abnormality, I feel like I can fight 1,000 men right now. I have completely recovered and now, what is left is to try the strength." "As of now, compared to an adult, how many times stronger do you think you are now?" Jack asked. He wanted to know by what degree the solution increased a person's strength. "I feel like I'm 3.5 men combined," Jonathan stated. "You should try to practice. There should be a good amount of the energy of the solution that has yet to be absorbed by your body. So, you should try doing something intense," Jack suggested. "MMH. How about fighting you?" Jonathan asked as he looked at Jack. He wanted to know just how strong Jack was. "If we fight, you are no match for me at all. So, the fight will be boring." Jack shook his head and refused. It wasn't that he was bragging. Instead, he was saying the truth. While Jonathan was 3.5 men combined, Jack was 5 adults combined. "You are actually looking down on me? You don't dare to fight me?" Jonathan looked at Jack with a displeased expression. Being told that he couldn't fight Jack when he hadn't even tried was something that he couldn't accept. Every man had his own pride. Seeing that Jonathan seemed not to believe him, Jack shook his head helplessly. He decided to have a fight with him. In this way, he can make sure that Jonathan can fully absorb the energy present in his body. Additionally, he might as well use this chance to teach him a good lesson. After all, this guy had been provoking him over and over again. "Why not fight on the roof of the hotel?" Jack suggested. Seeing that Jack had agreed, Jonathan snorted before walking towards the door. Jack silently followed behind him. When they got to the roof, Jack and Jonathan stood 10 meters apart. They had each other's movements locked in that they would be able to react as long as one of them made a move. Getting impatient, Jonathan made the first move. Currently, he was so confident that he could beat Jack. The energy in his body was something that needed to be vented, and Jack would be a good place where he could vent freely. He took 2 steps forward before punching. The explosive power that was contained in the punch surprised Jack a little. This was actually the first time that he was going to fight someone who was as strong as Jonathan. In any case, he wasn't worried. He lifted his right hand and easily parried away the punch. The first thing that he wanted to do was to help Jonathan completely absorb the energy. So, he decided to let Jonathan be on the offensive. Seeing that his punch was ineffective, Jonathan threw another one. But just like before, Jack easily parried it to the side. This made Jonathan feel like his pride was being challenged. So, he began throwing one punch after the other, not giving Jack time to relax. He increased the speed and power behind each punch. But for some reason, Jack was always able to parry his attacks. Getting frustrated, Jonathan increased the frequency of his attacks again. It was also at this point that he noticed that with each punch, his strength was increasing. And so, he forgot about not being able to hit Jack and completely focused on throwing the jabs one after the other. Jack wasn't flustered at all. He continued entertaining Jonathan more. Till now, he had yet to attack even once. Just like that, 20 minutes went by. Jonathan was already sweating from the continuous punches that he had thrown. At this point, Jack realized that Jonathan might have completely absorbed the energy. Flashing a smile, he first held the fist that came before holding the other in his other hand. Just as Jonathan was wondering why his hands were stuck, Jack used his knee to hit Jonathan in the stomach, waking him up. Being suddenly kneed in the stomach woke Jonathan out of his world. Jack released his hands and Jonathan hurriedly retreated. Now, he began focusing on the fight. Previously, he had simply been attacking, forgetting that this was a fight where he could be hit. Jack's lack of offense had made him completely submerged in the state where he only thought of attacking. Now that he could focus, he noticed that of all the punches that he had thrown, none of them had actually managed to land on Jack. Not feeling convinced, Jonathan attacked. This time, he made sure that he was ready to defend any strike that came from Jack. He threw a kick this time. Since punches didn't work, he decided to try kicking. Perhaps he would actually be able to land a hit on him. But against his expectations, Jack didn't stand there. He took a few steps backwards and evaded the kick. Jonathan, who had expected that Jack would actually parry the attack, was caught unprepared. So, the force that he had thrown the kick with made him lean to the side. At the same time, Jack made a move. Just as Jonathan was trying to gain his footing, a punch arrived, heading straight for his face. Surprised, Jonathan instinctively reacted and raised his left hand to block the attack. When the fist landed on his hand, he felt a great deal of pain as he was pushed backwards. He didn't expect that Jack's punch would be this strong. Although he had misjudged Jack previously, that didn't mean that he was not a fighter. Instead, he was someone that had undergone several life-and-death fights. So, his combat experience was high. Now that he had taken the fight serious, he dared not make a rookie mistake like the one that he had made when he tried kicking Jack. The two attacked, defended and evaded attacks one after the other. But if there was a person that was watching the fight, they would find that Jonathan was at a great disadvantage. He was being suppressed by Jack as time went on. This was basically due to the fact that Jonathan had spent a lot of strength when he was attacking Jack at the beginning. And now, he wasn't having the same momentum as at the beginning. Jack was maintaining the strength and speed of his punches. He made sure that he didn't use much strength lest he badly injured Jonathan. Still, he enjoyed the feeling of suppressing Jonathan. This was the sense of satisfaction that came from the fact that Jonathan had been messing with him all this time and Jack had no way of paying back. So, this was his opportunity. On the other hand, Jonathan could feel that Jack was playing with him. He felt that no matter what he did, he was bound to lose. But all the same, he was unwilling to give up. He was the one that had suggested that they had to fight. So, he wasn't going to be the first one to submit. But as time went on and more of Jack's attacks landed on him, Jonathan had no choice but to agree that he was no match for Jack. Now, both of his eyes had already turned black. The cheeks had already swollen. In other words, Jack was simply beating him up. This was not a fight at all. "I have something else to do. So, goodbye," Jonathan said before he ran off. Jack, who was preparing to attack again, was stunned. He never expected that Jonathan would actually run away. What thing did he want to do? He was simply giving up and he wasn't willing to say aloud that he was admitting defeat. But at the end of it all, Jack was amazed by the strength that he had gotten from the professional combat ability. Not only was he good in terms of strength, he was also good in terms of techniques and knowledge. In other words, he was just like a person that had experienced several fights in his life. So no matter how strong Jonathan was, and no matter how many fights Jonathan had been engaged into, he would never be able to compare to Jack in terms of experience. Shaking his head, Jack decided to follow Jonathan back into the suite. Since he had already tested the efficiency of the body straightening pill, he might as well start preparing the solution for the other 20 that were already here in Cardinal Supreme Hotel. After getting back to his room, Jack used the big measuring cylinder to measure 200 milliliters of water and poured it into a beaker. After that, he took 40 body strengthening pills and dissolved them inside it. Then, following the procedure that was in the prescription, he prepared another body strengthening solution. After that, he measured 10 milliliters of the solution and poured it into 20 small glass bottles. With everything done, he gave Klein a call and asked him to come to pick up the solutions. About 5 minutes later, Klein arrived. Jack handed him the solution and instructed, "Each one of you will take a single bottle. Drink the solution inside and make sure that you go to train immediately after you've taken it." Although he was confused about what Jack had given him, he still decided to obey Jack's order and headed back to his room, where he called for the others to come and join him. He gave them the solution and gave them the same instruction as Jack had told him. And just like him, they too were confused and none of them could tell what it was that Jack had given them. "Do you think that this is one of those illegal drugs that have been banned?" one of them asked. "Why do you think so?" another asked. "Don't you think that it's strange that he gave this thing to us and said that we had to take it when we were working out?" the first guy said. "It does make sense. But what is the use of that kind of drug? I don't think that boss is that kind of person. Why would he want us to use illegal drugs?" another guy refuted. "In any case, I trust that boss will not give us something that will end up harming us. The private team has just been formed. And considering that he said that we are of great use to him, that means that he has no intention of doing us harm," Klein stated. "That's right. Just think about it. If we think that this is a drug, we might as well quit the private team and head our own ways. It's not like he's going to force us to continue being his subordinates." The group went on to think about what Jack might be intending to do. There were some among them that were reluctant to drink the solution. But in the end, since the majority of the group had decided that they would take the solution and that they trusted Jack, this group of minority also agreed to follow. The following morning, the group went to a nearby gym. Immediately after they were ready to start working out, they each drank the solution that Jack had given them. They did this in private. At that exact moment, they felt that their strength had gotten a drastic increase. They were just normal men and women before taking the solution. But now, they were extremely strong. These guys finally understood why Jack had stated that they had to work out immediately after they had taken the solution. So, they each went ahead to do the activity that they thought would help them vent the excessive energy in their bodies. Some used the treadmill and ran at their maximum speed. Others went to the dumbbells and began lifting and so on. In other words, they each did something that they thought they could manage. Those that were watching from the side were amazed by this group of people. They stopped practicing and focused their attention on them. Some even began recording their actions. What do these people eat? Right, do we even eat the same things? Hey, have you noticed that just one of them here can break the world record? Now that you mention it, it's true. Biggie, didn't you say that you are the strongest person in the gym? Why don't you go ahead and defend your position?
Man, there are times that we have to agree that we are no match for others. Don't you know that there is always someone stronger than you?
What the heck? Is that a woman? It's only now that you are noticing it. Yeah. I had simply thought that all of them are men. Who knew that there was a woman amongst them? There are 2 of them, not 1. Why are you acting as if this is normal? My wife is like that. She always beats me up whenever we have a fight. Tisk. Who said that your wife is strong? It's just that you are so weak. You can't even lift the least heavy weight in the gym for 10 reps. You are talking as if you can compete against the women there. As the crowd that was watching continued to clamor on how strong the 20 men and women were, the ones that were at the center of attention were not even paying attention to them. They were now feeling their strength being elevated to a higher level. The more they worked out, the stronger they became. Furthermore, it wasn't just an increase in strength. They were also having an increase in their speed, endurance and so on. They felt that the bones in their bodies were being strengthened as well. After over half an hour of intense workout, the group finally stopped one after the other. The group could feel that they were now tired and the only thing that they wanted to do at that point was to get a good sleep to relax. So, without caring about the crowd that was trying to talk to them or ask them questions about how they got this strong, the group walked out of the gym. The good thing was that the gym wasn't that far from the hotel. So, they easily got back to their rooms and fell on their beds without caring that they had to take a shower first. Jack didn't know the effect of the solution on the 20, Currently, he was thinking about what he was going to do to make sure that the group would get trained. Being strong wasn't enough for the group to be part of the private team. They needed more than that. Jack decided to ask Tracy if there was someone present in the company that could train people. He didn't want just muscles, skills were very important. So, the 20 still had to go and train their skills and how they were supposed to react in specific situations. "Hello boss." Tracy responded. "How are things on your side?" Jack asked. "They are going well. By next week, the merging should be completed," Tracy replied. "That's good. Anyway, is there anyone who is training the guards?" Jack inquired. "Yes. There's one that was in the army before. After he got injured, he couldn't continue staying there and so, he decided to come and do something simple. He now trains the special guards that always take on the bodyguard duties," Tracy explained. "Okay, I got it. Inform him that I would like to send people for him to train them. They should be trained in all means possible," Jack stated. "I'll make sure to pass the information," Tracy agreed. "Okay then. They will be coming on a helicopter. You can organize and see what side requires it the most. It will be convenient for the emergency response to be moving around with the helicopter," Jack added. Tracy was pleasantly surprised that Jack was giving them a helicopter. One had to remember that all the money that they were earning during the month was actually being used by them to expand the company. That was what Jack had decided on during the previous visit, so, all the revenue that was earned during the month was used as capital that was injected into the company. She had also planned to buy a few helicopters using the money. Although it was true that they already had a few of them, it was also true that they were not enough to serve the company whose branches were spread out to other cities. "Boss, we still have a good amount of money. We can use it to buy several helicopters. There's no need for you to give away your personal helicopter," Tracy tried persuading. "Worry not. This helicopter is special. There will be a total of 3 but 2 of them will be delivered once the merging is completed," Jack insisted. "Okay." Tracy agreed. Since Jack said that it was special, she had no choice but to agree, but in her heart, she didn't think that there was anything special with the helicopter. After all, what could be so special about it? In any case, she could only wait and see what was so special about it and that Jack thought that it was. So, after she agreed, she asked for the number of the people that would be going to the headquarters and ended the call. Jack was now relieved that there was actually a person that could train the 20 in terms of skills, and if possible, Jack wanted to get this person who was from the army to also join a private team. It was just an injury. Jonathan's poison had been healed by the body-strengthening solution. So, Jack believed that it wasn't impossible to have the injury that he suffered to be treated as long as it wasn't losing a limb. As for whether he would join, that would depend on him and Denali. If Denali thought that he was good to join, Jack would immediately invite him to join. If he agreed to it, Jack would definitely give him the body-strengthening solution. Now, he had only spent 42 pills. There were still 174 pills remaining. What's more, there was another batch that was being produced. And once that came as well, the number of pills in his hands would be enough for him to strengthen a big number of people. The efficiency of the pills was so high. But what was up with how easy it was for them to be produced? The ingredients were very cheap and most of them were easy to find. That's how the medicine is. The ingredients are always available. It's just that people don't know that when you combine this plant and this grass you will get this effect. Furthermore, even if a person wants to try it, that person would have to start by trying to see the effect of combining 2 plant essence before finding the right ratio. All of this is too time-consuming. Jack nodded. This was why the research for medicine of a certain disease would sometimes take a few years or it might as well extend to decades before the results start appearing. Jack wanted the group that had been selected by Denali to start the production of the anti-leukemia pills as soon as they completed the second batch of the body-strengthening pills. In this way, he would start getting closer to the target that he wanted. He knew that monopolizing the medicine sector would be hard. What he was expecting from this side was simply the money. The money could then be used to develop other companies that had the least competition and he would be able to complete one of the requirements for the system upgrade. "You've earned $96 million. Multiplier applied. You received $9.6 billion. Jack was surprised by the sudden system prompt. He had not expected that there would be money coming in at this point. Now, the question was, where was the money coming from? This was the first time that the system wasn't mentioning the source of money if he wasn't the one that was actually carrying out the transaction himself. As if to answer his question, another system prompt appeared. First income from the Serenity residential area. As a reward, you gain the Eden residential building. Just then, the phone that he was still holding in his hand vibrated. Looking at the message that he had received from the bank, Jack sighed with emotion. Flyers bank savings account received $9.6 billion. Current balance is $26,855,924,216. He was now already halfway towards the target, $50 billion. This was actually the first sale that had occurred ever since he actually got rewarded with the Serenity residential area from the bet with Austin in Venture City. Looking at the balance in his account, Jack could see the target was approaching. He wondered who it was that had purchased the villa. In Serenity residential area, there was a total of 30 villas that were up for sale. The villas were built according to a certain pattern and the price. There were 5 of each villa with the price tag. The villas were worth $20 million, $96 million, $105 million, $118 million, $130 million. These were 25 villas. Then, there were 4 villas that were worth $190 million each. As for the last villa that Jack had thought that he would take it for himself if there would be nobody who would have purchased it by the end of his 1-month booking, it was worth $695 million. This was the most expensive villa in the whole residential area. And now, there were 6 villas that were sold before Jack took over the residential area. The 5 that were worth $20 million and 1 that was worth $96 million. Now, another purchase of a villa that was worth $96 million had been completed. Now that Jack thought about it, he was rewarded with the entire Serenity residential area. Its worth was estimated to be at least $3.8 billion. But, there were already 6 buildings that had been sold. Didn't that mean that he had actually been scammed of his 6 villas? System. Where's the money for my 6 villas? Who said that the 6 villas are yours? You own 24 of the 30 villas in Serenity residential area. What the heck? Wasn't he rewarded with the Serenity residential area? Why was it that he only owned some of the villas and the others weren't? Didn't that reduce the value of the property that he owned? The villas sold are not counted. The villas that were sold can amount up to $196 million. On the other hand, although those that bought the villas own them, as long as they get out of their courtyard, they are trespassing on your property. What you own are the 24 villas as well as all the other facilities that are present in the residential area. That means that even if you sell all the villas, you will still be considered the owner of the playgrounds, swimming pools and other facilities that are available outside of the villas and the courtyards of the Serenity residential area. Jack finally calmed down. It turned out that the system wasn't scamming him of the reward that he was supposed to receive. Now, to the thing that he had just received, Eden residential building. Jack was still considered new in Kartu City. So, he had yet to know the names of most of the buildings in the city. The only solution for the moment would be for him to do a search and find what that building was. He found that Eden was actually a building with 50 floors. It was a 3-bedroom apartment building. Currently, it had most of the apartments occupied. And, the estimated price of the whole apartment building was $1.03 billion. This was a sky-high price. In other words, although Eden residential building wasn't the tallest building present in the city, it was still a luxurious apartment block. Jack thought that he was getting richer and richer. He then thought of something. System, will I have a reward from the first income from the apartment? No, you got the Serenity residential area as a reward from the system due to the multiplication effect from the bet. In such a way, it's the income that you received. As for the Eden residential building, that's a reward from the system. A reward from the system doesn't give you a reward, just the income multiplier. Had it not been for the fact that Serenity residential area was for sale before it was rewarded to you, the income coming from selling it wouldn't have been multiplied. Only the income like rent would have been multiplied. So, if you sell Glaze Hotel, you will be rewarded by a first-time income reward as long as the first month hasn't gone by. But, the reward that you will receive, even if you sell it, the income will not be multiplied. In other words, the system doesn't support you selling the rewards that you have been awarded with. Jack finally understood. After all, back then, although he had actually sold the building and the cars that belonged to Austin, there was no multiplier effect considering that he had already been rewarded by something that was 100 times more after he received them. Could it be that now that Shanzu wasn't there, people have finally began buying the villas or something? In any case, Jack decided that was going to pay the residential area a visit again. Just at this moment, a person knocked on the door. Not sure who it was, Jack got out of his room and opened the door. He found that Klein and the other 19 were waiting outside. The moment that they saw Jack, they all gave him a deep bow and spoke in unison. "Thank you, boss, for the opportunity that you have granted us." Although he was surprised at first, when he heard their words, Jack finally realized that they were talking about the body strengthening solution that he had given them. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. This is one of the benefits that I had promised you guys when I was asking you to join the team. Now that you are strong, you still need some skills. So, you can go and prepare. You'll be heading to the headquarters of Good Vision Security Limited so that you can get trained." Hearing Jack's words, the group was stunned for a moment before they became ecstatic. They were just normal people who had decided to work as security guards for the Safety Enforcer Security Company. In the end, they had been chosen to join the private team. Now, not only had their salaries been increased greatly, but they were stronger than average men and were now going to be trained in terms of skills and many more. So, they were excited. Not everyone could be given such an opportunity, considering that there were 100 of them before they were selected. What's more, they didn't even know what it was that Denali looked for before choosing them. "Thank you, boss. We will be preparing now," Klein stated. "No problem. Gabriel will take you there via the helicopter. You will be training all this while unless I call for you. Your training may even take several months. In any case, you should just focus on training unless I need you to come," Jack added. After chatting the group for a while, they left. Jack then went back to the room. He was still wondering if he could get other teams to be formed so that he can at least have them trained as early as possible. But thinking that Denali was still in Crystal City, Jack shook his head. He would have to wait for her before he could implement that idea. Just then, his phone rang. An unknown number. Receiving it, Jack spoke. "Hello, you are?" "Hello, Mr. Jackson, I'm Elvis, the manager of the Eden Residential Building. I was informed that you have taken over the building. So, I was inquiring if there are any changes that you would like to make," a man said. Thinking for a while, Jack decided that he would have to wait till Denali came so that such a thing could happen as well. Just continue doing things normally. I will see if there are any changes that can be made later on. "Okay, boss." Elvis, who was quite nervous, was happy. Although he was the one that was in charge of managing the block, that didn't imply that he couldn't be replaced. Considering that Jack had just bought the building and he didn't know him, he might replace him with another person that he trusted. So, although it was for the time being that he wasn't going to be replaced, Elvis was more than happy because he could use this opportunity to impress the new boss. After ending the call, Jack got out of the hotel. He still wanted to stroll around the city to make himself familiar. Additionally, he wanted to buy an office building here in Kartu. He had wanted to have the headquarters of Jackson Enterprise in Venture City before. But looking at the bustling Kartu, he decided against it. Since this was the central location of the country, Jack might as well use it as his headquarters location. In this way, he could easily access the other provinces when he was expanding the business. For him to easily find an office building that was up for sale, Jack decided to visit a real estate agency. Not long after, Jack found a famous real estate agency that was called Property Masters. He got into the building that it was located. After asking around, he found that office buildings models could be found on the 6th floor. Taking the elevator, Jack finally arrived. There, he could see that there were several buildings models here, and from the looks of it, all of them were office buildings. "Hello, sir. Would you like to rent a floor or an office?" A young man walked over to Jack and greeted him. He was one of the staff members here. "I would like to buy a building." Jack shook his head before responding. Caught off guard, the young man was silent for a moment before he reacted. "This way, sir. There are several buildings that you can buy." He was clearly more than happy to lead Jack to the building models that were for sale. Most of the people that came here mainly wanted to rent a floor or a certain number of offices. It was rare to have someone that really wanted to buy a whole building. And although Jack looked young, the young man dared not to underestimate him. This was the capital. So, there were several young masters and ladies that came over to buy buildings. Most of the times, it was that they had been entrusted by their families because they were being trained. Jack looked at the models that were present. He found that none of them was up to his taste at all. They were just average buildings and there was nothing special about them. "Is there any big building that you guys are selling?" Jack asked. That was unexpected for the young man. Jack was wearing average clothes. He was now beginning doubting if it was true that Jack could actually afford to buy the buildings or not. Perhaps he had seen that the prices of the buildings was higher than he had expected and was just looking for a way out. But although he was doubtful, the young man still led Jack towards another part of the floor. Here, Jack could see that there were models of several skyscrapers. He nodded in satisfaction. This was what he was looking for. So, he began looking at the building models as the young man went on to introduce them to him. It wasn't just the size and design of the buildings that Jack was looking for. He wanted to get one that was located in a good position as well. Just then, an arrogant voice came from behind him. "Yo, if this isn't my cousin Jonathan." Jack's lips twitched when he heard that. It seemed that he had encountered a person that knew Jonathan. And from the tone of his voice, Jack could tell that the relationship between the two was definitely anything but good. Although this person could be said to be his cousin as well, Jack didn't think much of it. Apart from his Aunt Anita and Jonathan, Jack didn't want to interact with anyone else from the Jezda family. He wondered just how unlucky he was to encounter those people that didn't like Jonathan one after the other. He was here not long ago, but he had not encountered such a situation. Could it be that because he came with Jonathan this time, his luck had been diminished? What's even more infuriating was the fact that all the people that mistook him for Jack were not in good terms with him. Of course, that was apart from Wendy. Others, they were always wanting him dead or like this guy whom he wasn't sure what he wanted. Ignoring him, Jack continued looking at the models of the buildings. He didn't even turn around to look at the other party's appearance at all. The other party on the other hand wasn't ready to let this go. He continued. "Where have you been hiding for over a year now? We have been looking around for you but we found no traces at all. You know, I thought that you were scared of the competition and had decided to quit." The guy was making Jack want to beat him up. "What's up with you? Can't you see that I have ignored you? Why the heck do you keep on pestering me like a fly? Don't you have something else to do?" Seeing that Jack had yet to react even after all the taunting, the other party finally went silent. Jack was relieved. He went on with the selection. Finally, he found one that he liked. That is the Alpha Tower. It has 105 floors in total. It costs $2.3 billion. Each of the offices has its own rest area and bathrooms. The floor itself has an open space where people can interact. Each office is equipped with advanced level of technology in terms of lighting, recognition, voice control and many more. The more the young man talked about the tower, the more Jack loved it. "Okay, let's go and take a look. If it's good, I'll be taking it," Jack nodded before saying. The young man was so ecstatic. He had previously doubted whether Jack could actually afford the building. But when the other guy came over and claimed that Jack was his cousin, he believed it. After all, he knew who the person was. It was none other than Arthur. This guy had been here several times and had bought many villas for girls that he always came there with. So, if Jack was this guy's cousin, didn't that mean that he also had a good amount of money? Just thinking about the amount of commission that he would receive, the young man was in a hurry, wanting to lead Jack to the building as fast as possible. "Ha ha ha. What did I just hear here? You want to buy that tower? Do you think that you can afford that price? You have been away from home for over a year now. Furthermore, even I cannot be allowed to spend such a big amount of money unless I spend it from my pocket," the person sneered. For the first time, Jack turned around and faced the other party. He found that this guy was someone who was older than him, probably 21 or 22. "You are?" Jack asked. He clearly didn't know this guy. "You dare ask me such a question?" The guy had veins popping out on his forehead due to anger. This was embarrassing. He had been talking about this and that, but in the end, Jack was pretending not to know him. There were already several people present on this floor. So, when he was talking, he had already attracted a good number of people. He was intending to embarrass Jack. Who would have thought that Jack would be the first to embarrass him? "I said I don't know you. So, please, don't go around calling others cousin when they don't even know you." Immediately after saying that, Jack walked away. The young man who had been introducing the buildings to Jack hurriedly followed him. Arthur on the other hand had a dark expression on his face. He thought for a while and decided to follow them. If Jack couldn't afford the building, he might as well use that chance to embarrass him. What's more, if it was true that Jack could truly afford the building, he might as well go ahead and ask his father to help him in buying it. In this way, he could anger Jack. Although he knew that his father might not agree to him spending money on buying a building if he had no use for it, he was sure that once he mentioned Jonathan, his father would be more than willing to spend. Additionally, this was a building. The price of the building would keep on rising as time went by, so he might as well sell it in the future at a profit. Although he had to spend more at this time, It wouldn't be bad as he would soon earn his money back with a big profit in 3 to 5 years. Jack didn't know what Arthur was actually planning on. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care about that at all. The two of them got into his Lamborghini Urus after the young salesman took the keys and his identity pass. As he drove the car, Jack noticed that there was a car that was following behind him. He could already tell that it was the other guy who was following them. He didn't care whether that guy followed them or not. But as long as he dared to cause him trouble, Jack would be sure to make him know that he wasn't one of those people that were easy to mess with. 20 minutes later, they arrived in front of a tower. This tower was cylindrical in shape. Even though the afternoon sun was hitting the floor-to-ceiling glass on the building, there was no reflection at all. It was like the glass could absorb the light from the sun. Jack nodded. Although he knew that this might lead to the increase in temperatures inside, he wasn't worried because there were air conditioners in such buildings. The tower had occupied a huge space. Furthermore, there was ample parking space outside added to another that was located underground. After getting out of the car, Jack saw that the car that had been following them had arrived, and after the other party parked the car, he alighted alongside the girl that he had brought along. Jack ignored him. It wasn't like he could chase him away because he had yet to purchase the building. It was still in the market and so, he could go and take a look and buy it as long as he wanted. The four entered the building without any scruples. Then, the young man began introducing the building to them once again. Jack couldn't help but be amazed by the level of technology here. In the elevator, there was no need to press buttons. Just mentioning the floor and the elevator would take you there. In other words, it was voice control. To enter the office, one had to register his information first. Then, the moment that the person arrived, the door would be automatically opened. The office could only be opened to the owner of the building and the owner of the office. For the others, there was only a single additional person that could enter. That might be the supervisor or the manager. All of this depended on who it was that recorded his information. It was made in such a way that it would save electricity. Once the owner of the office left in the evening, as long as there was nothing left to do, everything would be automatically switched off. This included the desktop and the lights. So, it was advisable that if there was someone working on a document, she had to save it before leaving. The more Jack looked, the more he was impressed. This Alpha Tower was impressive. He now wondered why it was that till this point there was nobody who had actually bought it. It's not that there are no people who want to buy it. It's just that they can't manage to. The one who developed the building stated that the building could only be sold as one unit and not in terms of floors. The young man began explaining. And, most of the big companies that might need a whole building already have their own. As for the new ones, they may not afford buying the building considering the price. Although it's true that there are those who can afford the building if they paid in installments, the developer wants it to be bought all at once. He doesn't want the case where he would have to start chasing after a person after that person fails to pay on time. Jack understood. It seemed that the developer was one of those paranoid people. He couldn't accept selling the building by having it sold floor by floor. And, maybe he thought that although they might come to an agreement with the person who wanted to buy the building in installments, who could guarantee that the business of that person wouldn't collapse the following day, the business world was unpredictable. Anyway, Jack didn't care about that. He liked the building and could pay for it at once. After all, his balance was over $26 billion. Arthur on the other hand was amazed too. He had never cared about buying an office building. His family already had several buildings and he saw no need for him to purchase another one. But looking at the building and the level of technology here, he thought that it wouldn't be a loss to buy the building at all. Now, he didn't want to buy the building so as to anger and humiliate Jack again. Instead, he was truly tempted to buy it. Before Jack could say that he was taking the building, Arthur shouted, "I'm willing to buy the building. No matter what the price is, I'm taking it." Jack looked at him with raised brows. He could still remember that this guy wasn't even paying attention to what the salesman was trying to explain when it came to the conditions of buying the building. This gentleman here was the first one to ask for me to show him the building. The young man scratched his head not knowing what to do. What are you talking about? The building can be bought by anyone as long as he hasn't bought it. And as far as I know, he hasn't even agreed that he's going to buy it. Arthur sneered as he gazed at Jack. The young man found that this was reasonable. But, he didn't know what to do in this kind of situation. Just as he was hesitating on what to do, Jack spoke. "Let him have it. As long as he can afford it, there's no problem at all." As Jack spoke, there was a smile on his face. Even though this guy might be from the Jezda family, it wasn't like anyone from the Jezda family could fork out billions of dollars as long as they wanted. The Jezda family was rich. But that was mainly in terms of assets. What Jack was sure about was that they wouldn't be ready to affect their capital flow just to buy a building as long as there was no urgent need for it. Ha ha ha. See? I knew that you couldn't afford the building. Now you simply wasted this guy's time to come and do all that introduction. All of this was for nothing. Arthur laughed loudly. Jack didn't say a word to respond to his words. He simply stood at the side and waited patiently. Since I'm buying the building, why don't you scram from here? Arthur stated as he looked at Jack. You said it. Although you have agreed to buy the building, you haven't bought it yet. Just buy it before you can get the right to chase me away, Jack replied calmly. Humph. Do you think that I won't? Let me show you the difference between the two of us. Arthur said. He looked at the young man and asked, what is the minimum deposit?
Deposit. The young man was dumbfounded. Didn't he just explain that the building had to be purchased in a single swoop? How come this guy was actually asking about a deposit?
He's deaf at times. You should explain to him the conditions for purchasing this building again. Maybe he will hear you this time. Jack snickered as he said. You, Arthur was angered. He looked at Jack as if he was going to beat him up. But thinking that it would be better if he could embarrass him first, he looked at the young salesman and waited for the explanation. On the other hand, the young man thought that what Jack had said was true since the two of them were cousins. So, he went ahead and explained the same thing as he had told Jack. There's no deposit? You had to buy it all at once? Arthur was flabbergasted. He couldn't believe that there was such a condition. It was no wonder that the building had yet to be bought although it was good. You can't afford it? Jack asked from the side. Humph, do you think that I'm like you? Arthur snorted before he took out his phone. He decided to call his father. He went on to explain that he was competing with Jonathan for a building and that he was short of money. Although the old man hesitated at first, when he heard the mentioning of Jonathan, he agreed immediately. His father then told him that he would need at least 4 days to get the money. Having gotten the confirmation, Arthur looked at the young man and said, I'm going to take the building in 4 days. Oh, okay sir. The young man nodded. Since the building could be sold, he would definitely be promoted. Not only that, the commission that he would receive would be in millions. He would make it in a single step. He was just about to lead the way back to the real estate office when Jack spoke. You want to acquire a building and you have yet to prepare the money? As he spoke, Jack shook his head before gazing at the young man. I'm taking the building today. I want all the necessary procedures to be carried out today, Jack stated. The young man was completely stunned. He had thought that Jack couldn't afford the building, but he was now saying that he was actually going to take it. He couldn't believe it. Hee, who are you trying to joke with? You can't afford that amount of money. I have the help of my father, he can give me the money. But even he himself will need 4 days before he can collect that huge amount of money. Arthur sneered as he looked at Jack with contempt clear in his eyes. Jack didn't say any other word and directly took out a card. It was the platinum card that only those with their accounts having a deposit of $10 billion could have. The moment that the two saw it, they were surprised. This was one of the rare cards from Flyers Bank. And the young man had only heard of it. On the other hand, Arthur had seen one like this. That was the one that his grandfather had. Even his father didn't have one because most of the money and assets under him belonged to the family and were not counted as his. Impossible. How can you have that card? Even my father doesn't have one. There's only one explanation. It must be a fake one. Arthur accused Jack. Jack looked at him and said, if your father is poor, don't go around thinking that everyone is just as poor. Then, he looked at the young man who was now doubtful as well. Let's go back. You can try out the authenticity of the card once we are there. The young man agreed. Then, the group left the building. Arthur of course followed them as he wanted to make sure that the card that Jack had was a fake one. There was no way that he could agree that Jack could actually have one. It was true that Jonathan didn't have such a card. But, who said that Jack was Jonathan? Jack was richer than Arthur's father. After all, while Arthur and his father managed the Jezda family business, Jack was independent. Everything that he owned belonged to him. When they got back, the young man hurried to confirm if the card was real. Once he confirmed that it was true, he gazed at Jack with great respect. This time, he completely ignored Arthur. He had just noticed that although the two of them were cousins, they were not on the same side. Since that was the case, he too would only care about Jack. Jack was going to buy the building immediately while Arthur could only buy it after 4 days. Seeing that Jack was really buying the building, Arthur felt humiliated. He had just boasted in front of Jack that he could buy the building only to have Jack buying it instead. Although he would really have liked to buy it, there was no way that he could get all the $2.3 billion in just a few minutes. What's more, why would Jack give him the time to collect the money? Seeing that there was nothing that he could do about the situation, he decided to leave. He would have to find a way to pay him back later. Jack didn't care whether he left or not, as that didn't affect him the least. He just continued waiting for the young man to contact the developer and inform him that there was a person that was willing to buy the building. About 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man came in. He was the developer of the building. When he saw that Jack was actually the one that was going to buy the building, he was surprised that he was this young. Although he was doubtful, once he saw the platinum card, he had no choice but to believe it. "Mr. Jonathan, the contract has been prepared. But I still need your ID as well as a few of your details." The young man came to Jack and asked. Jack looked at him and said seriously, "I'm Jack, not Jonathan. Haven't you read the name on the card?" "Oh, that was your card?" The young man was surprised. He had thought that Jack had simply gotten someone else's card and came to buy the building. So, although the contract was ready, it was still a soft copy and still required the details of the buyer. Jack didn't say much. He took out his ID and gave it to the young man. When he saw the name added together with the image on it, he had no choice but to believe what Jack was saying. And at this point, he respected Jack even further. He then thought of something and asked, "About that guy?" He didn't need to finish his statement as Jack cut in. "That guy is an idiot. Just forget about him and get the things done as soon as possible." "Got it, sir." The young man agreed and hurriedly left to complete the procedures. In just 30 minutes, Jack finally signed the transfer contract. With the building bought, Jack left. He wanted to leave things to Denali. Once he completed the requirements for the system upgrade, he would have to register the enterprise. Driving the Lamborghini Urus on the road, Jack was in a good mood. He wanted to go around the city and look around just like he had planned before he came to the real estate agency. He went around for several hours before he went back to the hotel. This then became his daily routine, wanting to make sure that he knew things in the city. The second batch of pills were produced 2 days after Jack left Brightway Medical Research Center. It turned out that they had only taken so long to produce the pills in the first batch because they were trying to get familiar with the procedure. Now that they had already gotten familiar with it, they could easily complete the production. Since Denali had yet to come back, Jack only asked them to produce the third batch. But all the same, he told them that he had yet to find the solution. He was working hard to get the solution. A week had already gone by since Jack came to Kartu City. The 20 had already began their training. Denali had completed all the purchases that she could of the Alfonso family property. She had already come to Kartu City, and this was the day that they were going to look at the guy that was from the army. When they arrived at the headquarters, they headed straight for the training grounds. The headquarters of Good Vision Security Limited was located near the outskirts of the city so that they could get enough space for the training. When they got there, Jack found that there were a lot of guards who were currently training. This was by far different since the last time that he had been here. This was definitely due to the changes that had taken place as Jack had asked them to spend the money. The high salary had definitely attracted a lot of people and had made Good Vision Security Limited poach many from other security companies. This led to them being marked as an enemy by several security companies that had come together to resist them. All the same, Jack thought that there was nothing that they could do. After all, in terms of money, Jack was ready to spend. So, the issue like salaries, that was something that he was the least worried about. Additionally, the company itself was going to use all the revenue that had been earned to improve the conditions of the company. They had bought a lot of equipment and had given a lot of benefits. And this was the way that Tracy and Ayush had been working recently. They had attracted several trainers that were now training the guards. This was one of the requirements that Jack had made. These guys were going to undergo 2 months of training before they could be given an opportunity to go and work. But although they were training, they would still receive allowance during the 2 months. It was just that the amount would be lower as compared to those that were already working. With the training program added, the guards from Good Vision Security Limited became more and more professional. This in turn attracted a lot of clients who were willing to pay a good sum of money to have a contract with the company. Although Jack knew that the competitors wouldn't stay idle and might actually resort to using underhanded tricks, Jack was ready to play with them as long as they dared to do that. He himself had asked Ayush and Tracy to clean any kind of dirt in the company. If there was a person that was using the company for personal gain, that person would not only be dismissed, but the company would sue them.
The reason as to why Jack did this was because he didn't want others to find dirt that would then be used to pull down the company's reputation. He wanted everything to be clean, leaving no loopholes that the competitors could exploit.
The merging had now been completed and the two small safety enforcers and Amber Securities had already been made into branches of the Good Vision Security Limited. They were expanded further as the capital was injected. The merging of the two companies into Good Vision Security Limited had boosted Jack's goal of making him the monopoly in the security sector in the country. Those two had already spread their influence to several cities in the western province. So, Jack could already use their influence there to expand a branch there. Jack and Denali, who were accompanied by Tracy and Ayush, attracted attention of those that were training in the fields. The reason as to why they were attracted was not because Jack and Denali had good looks, it was because of the two that were following behind them. These people had known that there were two people who were in charge of the Good Vision Security Limited. They were a man and a woman. They had managed to see Tracy and Ayush a few times. Most of the times that they had seen them was during interviews. The interviews and the press conference that had been carried out when the GVSL was making several big changes were many. During these press conferences, the faces that were seen by the public were those that belonged to the two of them. So, they had come to know that these two were the big shots of the company. The company had a net worth of over $30 billion. And, the amount of money that was being spent on a daily basis was so huge. But at this moment, these two were walking behind two people. The young man in the lead was handsome and the lady that was walking a step behind him was so beautiful. As for Ayush and Tracy, they were following at the back. They could immediately tell that the people who were walking in front were the ones with the highest authority. As for their identities, they couldn't tell who they were as they had never been seen on the screens before. Jack and Denali ignored the gazes directed towards them. They were heading to the direction that Tracy had pointed towards. That was the area that she had said that the 20 were being trained by the guy from the army. Jack had come here today with two aims. One of them was to have the guy from the army to join a private team. If Denali agreed that he was good, Jack would invite him. As for the second one, it was to form several other private teams. He had over 1,000 body-strengthening pills that had been produced during the second batch. He didn't want to simply have them staying in his pockets. They were meant to be used. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived in an isolated place. Around this place, there was nobody. This was the forbidden area of the whole Good Vision Security Limited. The reason as to why it was forbidden was simply because the 20 that Jack had sent over were training here. And in this area, there was only one building. This building was like a huge warehouse that occupied about 8 square kilometers. Jack wasn't sure how they managed to build something this big. All the same, he entered the building alongside the other three. The moment that he stepped in, Jack found his world being turned upside down. That was because inside here was just like another world of its own. There were several small buildings, cars, roads, valleys, rivers and so on. All of these things were all artificial. Even so, it simulated a real-life environment through the use of the advanced technology. He now understood why it was so big. To be able to accommodate all of this, it really had to be. Now, Jack couldn't help but wonder if this was a military training camp or a bodyguard and security training camp. Most of the things here have only been added recently due to the influx of capital. There will be a lot more that will be added here in the near future. Tracy began explaining. We are also planning to have this kind of technology in every province. Since we are the ones that are going to pay for those that are going to undergo training during their training course, it shouldn't be a problem to have one building in a province. The ones that would be undergoing their training in an area like this will be more than happy to travel from their own cities and hometowns to reach the provincial headquarters, as long as they have enough benefits to be working for our company. Jack agreed with the point. But, he thought that, as a monopoly, having a single training ground like the one in front of him in the whole province wasn't enough. You can start with one. But, you can make sure that there are more than one in each and every province. Although we might have to spend a lot of money in the starting period, by the time that we stabilize the company, it will be beneficial, Jack suggested. He was planning to have the body strengthening pill used by those that were part of the company in the future once he became a monopoly. But of course, he would not dare to reveal the process by which he made them effective. In this way, he can maintain the advantage in that even if the recipe was stolen and the pills were produced, they would have no way of using them. But that would only happen once he was completely sure that he had dominated the market. As for the patent for the pills, he would have Denali supervise the application. The group then entered the building. Jack could finally notice that there was a group of people who were in the distance. It was in an open place. In front of them, there was a guy wearing dark blue security uniform. He was giving a lecture to the 20 that Jack had sent over. When he saw them approaching, he stopped lecturing and turned towards them. He wanted to greet Tracy and Ayush because they were his direct superiors. But, even the two of them were following behind the youth. Now, he could only wait to be introduced. Mr. Livingstone, let me introduce you to my boss who is also your boss. He's Mr. Jack, the owner of the Good Vision Security Limited. Tracy began the introduction. Boss, this is Mr. Livingstone. He's the one that I told you before. He has served the army for 7 years before sustaining an injury. Although he was taken to the hospital and they managed to treat him, he could no longer display his full combat abilities. As such, he decided to leave the army and joined us last year, Tracy continued. Jack and Livingstone shook hands. Jack had respect for a person like this who was willing to go to the battlefield to protect the country. Furthermore, even after he came back from the army, he continued training guards just so as to ensure that security was being maintained. Livingstone on the other hand was greatly surprised when he knew that Jack was actually the real boss behind the GVSL. Livingstone had been here for over a year now. He knew who the previous boss was. But the previous month, he found that the security company had changed owners, and he was impressed by the new owner. Not only did he give the guards a lot of benefits, he even considered things like training them. As long as he could remember, the previous boss only introduced the training program for the ones that were part of the bodyguard sector or those that carried out special missions. As for the others, as long as they passed the assessment, they would directly be deployed as guards. Boss. Klein led the others to greet Jack. How's your training here? Jack inquired. Well, Klein scratched his head awkwardly. It was only after a moment that he answered truthfully. The truth is that the training is quite intense. Although we are stronger, the training that we are undergoing also has a lot of demand from us. That's how it should be. Strength won't be enough for you to form a team that can be considered as special. You'll need more, and we will see if there's a way that we can get the certification of using the firearms. Jack nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a soldier. Although Klein and the others had already become stronger than normal adults and they were now even stronger than Spider, they were still going through a lot of hardship during the training. Firearms? This surprised everyone around except for Denali and Ayush. Firearms were not that easy to acquire. And from Jack's words, he seemed to be wanting to arm a whole team with firearms. This could be said that he was forming his own private army. Worry not about that for now. Jack waved his hand. He then looked at the 20 and said, you guys can take a break as I speak to your instructor. Yes, boss. The 20 then left while chatting with each other. But all the same, Jack had noticed a good difference in them. They were no longer sloppy as they were during the first time that he had asked them to form a team. After the group left, Jack looked at Denali who was beside him. Seeing her nodding, Jack looked at Livingstone before asking, Mr. Livingstone, what do you think about joining a private team? You can be the captain of the team or more. Livingstone was surprised for he hadn't expected such an offer from Jack. He took a deep breath and said, although it's true that I would love to be taking action, I just can't. Now, my leg muscles can't exert a lot of strength. So, if there's an emergency where the team will have to respond to, I will be useless. Jack could sense the dejection in his voice. But, Jack was happy at this point. The reason for that was because Livingstone had accepted. Although he had said that he couldn't join, that was simply because of the injury. But, if he was healed, there was a great chance that he would. Jack wasn't worried that the body strengthening solution would fail to treat the problem. That was because the body strengthening solution was good at strengthening the body. Muscles were the areas that were mostly affected once a person took the body strengthening solution. For his leg muscles to exert strength, that would be something that the solution could deal with. With a smile on his face, Jack asked, what if I can heal your injury, will you be willing to join? Huh? Jack's words were completely out of Livingstone's expectations. He looked at Jack and said, I have been to several hospitals but they said the same thing. They can't do anything about my muscles as the cells at that part of the body have been greatly affected. After staying silent for a while, he continued. But if it's true that you can heal my injury, I'm willing to work for you. As long as it's not something that has got no boundaries, I would agree. Jack didn't speak and simply took the solution that he had already prepared in advance. He gave it to Livingstone as he said, "Just take this. Once you take it, I'm sure that the problem will be dealt with." Livingstone looked at the colorless liquid in the small glass bottle with great amount of doubt. He could still remember how hopeless the doctors were the moment that they knew about his problem. He was someone who had visited several big hospitals, and he had met with several big doctors who were well known in the country. He wasn't from a small family, as the family that he came from could afford the expenses of the biggest hospital in the country. But it was just that none of the doctors that saw him thought that they could treat him. Instead, they all shook their heads saying that it was impossible. Even with the level of technology at present, they couldn't do it. It was said that the contents of the bullet had somehow affected the cells in that area. Although they could replace those cells, the problem was that the new cells would also end up the same way that the previous ones were, in just a matter of days. The only solution they came up with was to amputate him. To him, he thought that it was better that he could walk rather than becoming a cripple that only had one leg. Since it could not be treated, Livingstone decided not to waste any more money. Since he joined the army due to passion of ensuring security, he might as well help those that were dealing with internal security. He decided to join the GVSL because of the way that they operated. He could be a trainer due to his 7 years of experience. So, they easily accepted him. After all, although it was true that his leg muscles couldn't exert a lot of strength, that didn't mean that he couldn't walk normally. It was just that he couldn't run for a long time or try jumping for big heights. For a soldier, those were things that could be done on a daily basis. Now, he looked at the bottle that contained a very small amount of liquid. Jack was claiming that this thing could actually heal him. Tracy as well as Ayush looked at the small bottle curiously. They were wondering what was contained inside it. Seeing their curious expression, Jack spoke. "This is the solution that I have recently produced. It's called the body strengthening solution. It has the ability to strengthen the body. Those 20 have received it and have all had their physiques improved." Jack could see that they were doubtful of his words. So, he continued, "Of course there are no side effects in using it. All the ingredients that were used during the production are natural, no chemical was added. So, you can be rest assured that you won't suffer after taking it. You will only get benefits." Livingstone looked at the 20 that were now relaxing. They had been undergoing training under him not long ago and they were trying to rest before they continued. During the first day that he was supposed to train them, he found that the group was incredulously strong. Their physiques could actually match some of the best soldiers in the army. But what had surprised him the most was the fact that, although they were strong, they had zero experience. This made him wonder if the human modification had succeeded and they were amongst the first batch to be modified. After all, their strength was too terrifying. He had already prepared a training program for them. But after he saw them, he had to make changes because that training program was only meant for the normal people. These guys were too abnormal. He looked at them again. It would be a lie to say that he had not envied their strength. Even at his peak, he couldn't do what they could. He was getting frustrated that he actually couldn't even heal his leg. But now, looking at the small liquid that actually made the group how they were, he took a deep breath as his eyes shone with determination and opened the cap before he drank the liquid. He simply thought that, if there was actually a chance that he could be healed, he would take it. It wasn't a must that he should be as strong as them. But as long as he could recover to his previous condition, that would be enough for him. A moment after he drank the liquid, he felt a warm current coursing through his body. And at the same time, he felt his body getting stronger by the moment. As for his right leg that was injured on the thigh, he felt the warm current going through that place and he could feel that it was no longer powerless. It had gone back to how it was before. And an instant later, it became even stronger. The taste of strength made him want to go back to the battlefield and continue slaughtering the enemies like he did back then. But, he managed to control himself, not to lose himself in the sweetness that came with the increase in strength. He looked at Jack and gave him a deep bow. "Receive my sincere thanks, boss. I swear that from this moment on, I will follow your commands." Livingstone completely forgot about the condition that he had given before and swore his loyalty to Jack. Added to what Denali could detect, Jack felt that he had gotten a good subordinate. "Worry not about that. Be assured that I won't be asking you to do something that will be against your conscience," Jack stated with a smile. "Why don't you go ahead and try your strength? You should do something intense so that you can completely absorb the effects of the solution," Jack suggested. "Got it, boss." Livingstone nodded and didn't wait for Jack to tell him a second time. He immediately rushed towards the 20 guys who were resting. He felt that he needed to do something that would tire him out. Klein and the others who were still relaxing on this rare moment that they didn't need to train were dumbfounded when they saw their instructor charging towards them. They had at first thought that there was something urgent that he needed to do on the other side of the building. But they soon noticed the abnormality. How was he running so fast? Wasn't he injured and couldn't do such a thing? Or could it be that he had lied about suffering from an injury? Their thoughts were about to go wild. But seeing Livingstone who was approaching, and he didn't seem to come to them with good intentions, the group had no choice but to get on their feet. The moment that Livingstone arrived, he attacked immediately. I wanted to beat you guys up before. You were actually slacking instead of working out to improve your skills? As he attacked, Livingstone berated them. The one that was at the forefront of being attacked was Klein. He hurriedly raised his hands to block the attack that was heading his way. But something unexpected happened. The fist that was heading right for his face shifted and headed towards his chest. Since it was such an abrupt change, Klein had no chance to react before the fist landed on his chest. Feeling the power that was contained in that punch, Klein's eyes widened as he was blown backwards. As he landed on the ground, he felt that he had just been smashed by a truck and was already having it difficult to breathe. Livingstone didn't stop at Klein. He immediately attacked the others who were still shocked by Livingstone's show of strength. One by one, they were knocked onto the ground. Each and every one of them only needed a single attack from him and they would all be beaten to the ground. This showed the difference and importance of experience. Although it was true that the group was strong, they didn't know how to fight. They only knew the basics to say. And they hadn't even mastered the basics. After beating all of them to the ground, Livingstone looked at the group that was getting to their feet and said in an authoritative voice befit of a soldier. As you can see, having strength is not enough for you to be able to defeat me. Imagine that this is an enemy that you are facing. Tell me, what are you going to do? Will you not have been killed by now? You are guards, I can't refute that. But you are a group that belongs to a special team. You know, a special group like you will have to face even more dangerous situations. It's not like, since you are strong, you can just stay idle. I know that boss might have told you that he might not give you guys a duty that will have you risking your lives. But how can you guarantee that there will be nothing unexpected that will happen? I know that most guards usually get complacent because they think that there are no dangers other than opening and closing the gate, organizing customers and so on. But what if there is a terrorist attack? Are you going to tell me that you are going to run away like the others? You have been given the chance to become stronger. Now that you are strong, why don't you use the strength that has been granted to you to fulfill your duties as a special team? As Livingstone spoke, the group's expression became solemn. It was only at this point that they realized the harshness of the matter. It was true that Jack might not really assign to them a difficult duty. But what would happen if he was attacked? Would they really leave him to suffer and they stayed far away? No, that wasn't the case. Their lives weren't the best when they were working like normal guards. Jack had chosen them and had improved their lives and had also given them a chance to be stronger than normal humans. As Jack watched the group that was finally fighting against Livingstone, he nodded in approval. Although they were actually being beaten up, it would be better for them to gain experience through fighting a real expert rather than simply talking to them. He turned around and saw the burning gazes of both Tracy and Ayush. He was stunned as the two of them were looking at him as if they wanted to eat him. What? You also want to have the same solution? Jack asked. The duo nodded in unison. They had seen Livingstone being transformed from being an injured person to getting stronger and was able to fight 20 strong people as well. They too would like to be strong like that. Alright, let's get going. I only prepared a single solution for Livingstone. You guys can receive one tomorrow. Let's get going. Helicopters will be arriving here soon. Jack shook his head and said with a smile. Helicopters? What helicopters? Tracy asked. She didn't know about any helicopter that was supposed to be coming today. She wasn't the only one as both Denali and Ayush were curious about what helicopters Jack was talking about. Just like the one that came in during the previous week, there are 2 more that will be arriving today. As they walked further from the building, Jack explained. Another 2? Tracy was completely dumbfounded. When Jack had stated that the helicopter that Klein and the team were coming in was special, she hadn't thought much of it. But when she finally saw the helicopter, she was shocked. The reason behind this was the fact that she actually knew that helicopter. She could still remember that the previous owner of GVSL had attempted buying one but had failed. The market was available but the goods were not. It was during that period that she knew that the helicopter was one of the limited ones when it came to production. When she saw the helicopter that landed a week ago when Klein and his team arrived, she couldn't believe it. It had made her wonder just what kind of influence Jack actually had. For him to be able to acquire a helicopter that even the previous owner of GVSL couldn't, even after he offered more money than the market price, it wouldn't be simple. And now, Jack had just stated that there were actually 2 more helicopters of the same type. It seemed that she had underestimated her new boss too much. Ignoring their surprised glances, Jack asked the system, "Angel, when will they arrive?" "In about 5 minutes. Who's doing the delivery? Last time, I didn't even catch a glimpse of the one that had delivered it. I wonder what kind of delivery service that is, where they deliver things but they won't confirm if the supposed recipient was present. What if I had already sold the mansion to someone else?" Jack complained. "The delivery this time will be done by the production company. One of their staff members should be accompanying the pilots to deliver the helicopters." As for the last delivery, the system had simulated that nobody would go out to check the helicopter for a few minutes. So, it only had to make the guards think that they had seen someone delivering it. "What a system!" Jack exclaimed in his heart. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, he looked at Tracy and Ayush before saying, "The helicopters will be here in less than 5 minutes from now. Do you have any pilots that can be trusted to handle the 2 helicopters?" He wanted to know who was going to handle them. Gabriel was the one that was going to fly the one that had arrived here before. The reason being that, if Jack wanted to move around in the central province, he would be using it. His Eurocopter was still in Incoit City after all. As his pilot for a year, Gabriel was the one that was going to fly the plane or helicopter that he was going to use. Jack had paid over $100 million to be able to actually hire him. Since it was Sky Flight Charters that was supposed to deal with the fuel and so on, Jack had to make sure that they spent the money that he had given them. He wasn't doing a charity. So far, his trips have been increasing. From the Eurocopter, to the private jet to the current MIL Mi-26M helicopter. All the 3 of them had been taken care of by the Sky Flight Charters and this would continue for a whole year. "Yes, boss. We have hired several pilots who are supposed to be flying the new helicopters that we are buying. But now that you have brought 2 more, I guess we will have to hire 4 more, Tracy responded. "That's good." Jack nodded. Tracy had made arrangements for the purchase of several helicopters. Since they were going to expand nationwide, the helicopters would be important during the emergency response. About 5 minutes later, the sound of helicopters approaching could be heard. The guards who were seriously training raised their heads to look above their heads. When they saw the 2 helicopters, they were stunned. Just how rich is the boss to be able to acquire 3 big helicopters in just a single week? Right? There was already one before. Now there's another 2. And, they have a large carrying capacity. I managed to jump into the one that was here before. I saw that it was so big. And, it looks like the ones that are used by the military to deploy troops. That helicopter, I think that I have seen it on the screen before when I was watching a movie. Heish, the boss can actually get the helicopters that we always see on TV. Several discussions rose from among the trainees. Soon, the 2 helicopters landed. From one of the 2 helicopters, a lady wearing a red dress alighted. She was then followed by the 4 pilots. When she saw Jack, she immediately headed over. "Mr. Jack, it's good seeing you." "Jack? What's so good about seeing me? It's not like we know each other, right?" Jack wondered. But all the same, he still nodded and shook the lady's extended fair hand. "It's good to see you too. May I know who you are?" "Oh, sorry for that. I'm Karen, the one that was tasked to make sure that the 2 helicopters were handed over to you safely. Furthermore, my superiors would like to thank you for your support and, you are welcome to visit in case you want more helicopters." As the lady said these words, she handed over a card to Jack. "This is my business card. You can contact me in case you need more helicopters, of course. You know that this type is limited, so, you'll have to talk to my superiors if you want this model. But if it's any other, I can make the arrangements." The lady continued with a smile after Jack received the card. Jack couldn't help but wonder how the lady was so talkative. It was unexpected but not new. After chatting about 2 and 3, the lady and the 4 pilots finally left. Jack looked at Tracy and said, "The helicopters are here. You can make the necessary arrangements on where they can be used. But, you should remember that they are mainly for the special teams." "Yes, boss." Tracy nodded and went towards the office to make the arrangements. She was excited that the company was getting more and more powerful with the resources that they were receiving. Have you organized the group that I asked you before? Jack asked Ayush after Tracy left.
Yes. They are all in the other side of the training ground. There are more than 1,000 of them and they came from different parts of the country. Ayush nodded before pointing in a certain direction.
Jack had asked Ayush to organize for people with skills, people who were experienced and were currently present in the company or could be hired, to come to the headquarters. He had seen the problem that came with randomly selecting people. Although it was true that Klein and his team wouldn't easily betray Jack, it was also true that they needed a good period of time to train so that they could be useful to Jack. Had they been experienced, they wouldn't have been beaten by Livingstone, who was only a little bit stronger than them. At the end of the day, there were actually 20 of them and they were all fighting against a single person. Now, as long as he could get those that already knew the fighting and had a decent amount of experience, as long as they agreed to join the private team and they passed Denali's evaluation, he would give them the body strengthening solution and enhance their strength. After a few minutes of walking, they came to an area where there was a large group of people. These people had no discipline at all and were doing what they thought was good for them. Some were even fighting or were arguing. In other words, the area was chaotic. Luckily, it was just a minor group that was involved. Otherwise, there would have been a large commotion in the area in that the noise could be heard all over the headquarters. Seeing Jack, Ayush and Denali walking over, the group finally calmed down. But, there were a lot of them who were greatly displeased by the fact that they were made to wait for such a long time. They had been here for almost 2 hours now. Everyone, calm down. We invited you all here because we would like to recruit you guys to join our security company. Ayush went forward and spoke. Hearing his words, a man with bulging muscles walked forward and looked at Ayush with contempt in his eyes. What? You guys told me that there was a special team that was being formed. How come you are telling me that I'm going to be a guard? I'm a mercenary, why would I want to be a guard? What do you take us for? Did you ask us to come over just so as to make us security guards? Aren't you looking down on us? Another guy spoke. If you guys actually thought that I have a lot of time to waste by coming here and going to stand in front of a gate or maybe chasing away little goons for a little young master, then I don't mind helping you destroy this headquarters of yours. Complaints and insults were thrown all over as the group of over 1,000 men clamored. Seeing the scene, Jack sighed in his heart. Although it was good to have mercenaries, it was also true that they were a hard bunch to control. You guys must have misunderstood. Although it's true that we wanted you guys to join us as guards, you of course cannot be on the same level as the ordinary guards. What's more, there will be 219 of you who will be selected to join another special team. Ayush shouted amongst the loud noise. But surprisingly, this group was actually forced to shut up and listen to his words. It was as if Ayush's voice contained some kind of magic. You want us, people who have been to the battlefields, people who have seen a lot of blood, to come and work for you as guards? If you really want that to happen, why don't you prove that to me? The guy with bulging muscles said again. This time, he eyed Jack because he noticed that Jack seemed to be the one with the highest authority here. You want us, people who have been to the battlefields, people who have seen a lot of blood, to come and work for you as guards? If you really want that to happen, why don't you prove that to me? The guy with bulging muscles said again. This time, he eyed Jack because he noticed that Jack seemed to be the one with the highest authority here. Jack, who had been watching the scene from the side, got impatient and looked at the guy with bulging muscles. It was obvious that this guy was provoking him. Who was Jack? He was someone who won't mind you as long as you don't do anything that harmed his interest. But, no matter who you are, as long as you dare to provoke him, Jack would have to make you pay. Before Denali could make a move, Jack went forward and stared coldly at the guy. Jack's cold glare made the guy who was almost 2 meters in height take a step back. This was just an instinct that he had managed to nurture as a mercenary. He could feel that there was a kind of danger that was coming from Jack. Still, he managed to steel his nerves and faced Jack head on. You guys are barking like a bunch of rabid dogs. You should know that nobody forced you to come here. You all came here because you thought that the offer is interesting. Jack began speaking. I'm not going to beg you if you don't want to work for me. You all know where the entrance is. I believe that it can be used as the exit. So, if you feel that you are uncomfortable to stay here, you might as well scram from here and stop making noise here. Jack's words were cold. His voice was extremely domineering. It was as if he wasn't afraid of the large number of mercenaries in front of him. Even without him noticing it, the aura of a tyrant was released from his body, completely suppressing the bloodthirsty aura of the group. Jack had finally let go of the stupidity where he would simply talk or ignore those that didn't cross his line. Now, Jack had decided that he was actually going to make sure that there would be nobody that would dare to provoke him. You dare to say that he was stupid, he would become stupid and show you how it was like for him to be stupid. You dare to step on his feet, he would kick you to the oblivion. You try killing him, then he would return the favor and kill you. How dare you become arrogant in my presence? I'll make sure that you will no longer be able to lift your head the next time that we meet. That was the mindset that Jack had developed after he killed both Brenda and Marion. His mother had always been holding on, doing nothing. They dared to play tricks on her and slander her. But in the end, she did nothing. What was the result of this? She was killed off. She died without even knowing how she was killed, not having a chance to pay back whatever grievances that were in her heart. She could have managed to use Anita's help so that she could at least make sure that her position in the Alfonso family wasn't messed up. But she simply endured. And although Jack loved his mother, he simply thought that she didn't act like a normal person. She failed. As for him, although he indeed didn't say a word when they dared to actually mess with him, it was simply because he had no ability to fight back. But when he left Crystal City for Incoed City, he had made a decision that if he was successful, he would get back at the Alfonso family. He wasn't willing to end up the same way as his mother, being too kind to be able to forgive someone that would want to kill him. That was the path to destruction. He wasn't willing to be destroyed. He could only be a destroyer and not the destroyed. And now, it was time for him to prove his point. How could he let a nobody, just because he was a mercenary, to look down on him? You want to be proven too, right? You have seen a lot of blood. You have experienced a lot of life and death situations. Then, let me see how good you are, in that you think that you can be arrogant here. Jack snorted as he looked at the guy with bulging muscles. Being insulted by a young man, being told to scram, this was something that this group that didn't like following the law was completely against. So, even before the guy with bulging muscles could say a word, 7 people stepped forward. Just because you are rich, do you think that you can talk to me in such a manner? Depending on your parents' efforts to come and show off in front of us? Brad, you are courting death by thinking that we are like the guards that you have hired in the past. We are very different and we won't mind beating you up. It seems that juniors nowadays think that having money can protect them. Without being strong, I can simply kill you and take away your wealth. Seeing the 8 men in front of him, Jack revealed a smile as a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Since the group wanted to play, he might as well coach them on how to play. As for the others, they simply thought that the 8 were already an overkill to deal with a youth like Jack. So, they decided to stand back and watch the show. Why don't you come together? I would like to deal with insects like you all at once. After all, I don't have that much time to waste on you, Jack stated. Humph. Since you don't know your place, then allow me to teach you in place of your parents. The guy with bulging muscles couldn't help it anymore and went forward. He attacked immediately, not wanting to care whether he would be reported to the police or not. There were no cameras around this place. So, as long as there was no evidence, who could claim that he was in the wrong? So, he attacked Jack. Ayush wanted to rush forward and prevent the guys who were attacking from reaching Jack. But, he was prevented by Denali. She had absolute trust in her master and she believed that if Jack said that he could do something, then it was true that he could. Seeing the guy heading his way, Jack didn't hesitate at all. Although he wasn't going for the kill, he would show no mercy in his attacks. The moment that the bulky guy got in front of him, Jack used his left hand to hold the fist that was heading his way, completely stopping the attack without taking a single step backwards. What followed that was, he pulled the bulky towards him before smashing his fist on the chest. Bang! The fist connected on the chest of the stunned bulky and before he could even respond to the punch that had already crushed several of his bones, Jack had pulled him in once again before he smashed another fist onto the guy's face. Immediately after that, he released the other party, allowing him to easily fly backwards. The series of movements happened in just 5 seconds as Jack had finally decided to use his full speed. Just as the 7 behind were still trying to understand what was happening, Jack appeared in front of them one after the other. His punches were not light as he made sure to break a bone for each person that he attacked. Though, he was still holding back, making sure that he wouldn't kill them off. But, the injuries that they had sustained this time would send them to bed for a few months in the least. In less than a minute, Jack had already dealt with the 7. They were now on the ground, wailing crazily from the pain of having several of their bones broken. The rest of the group was waiting for a good show where a young master would be taught a good lesson. But, what happened next was beyond their expectations. The group of 7 experienced mercenaries were dealt with in a matter of seconds. They were completely dominated in terms of strength and they couldn't resist at all. They were completely crushed. Even they who were watching from the sides couldn't help but tense up when they saw Jack's gaze landing on them. They now looked at Jack in a new light. He was still young but he was extremely strong. He really had the right to be arrogant in front of them as none of them could guarantee that they could actually handle the 8 at the same time, not to mention that, to beat them in less than a minute. Is there anybody else who thinks that I'm not worthy of any of you working as guards for me? Strength. You are nothing in front of my eyes. Money. Do you think that you can compete against me? Jack spoke again. I'll say it again. It's not like I'm begging any of you to work for me. This is something that you are going to benefit from at the end of the day. You work for me, I'll pay you. You're not doing me a favor at all. So, I'll have to repeat myself. If you think that you are not ready to work as a guard for my company, you can as well scram. I don't want to have uncultured people working for me. If you can't use your brain to even know that the offer was only for those that were willing, why on earth are you trying to act arrogant when you are simply brainless fools? Although the faces of the mercenaries had already turned scarlet due to the anger that they were suppressing, none of them actually dared to take a step forward to oppose Jack. He was able to do what he had just done because he had the strength. They as mercenaries definitely knew that strength was supreme in a battlefield. As long as they were weak, they would be unable to say a word, and neither could they bargain. They had no right. They were not as strong as Jack, and neither were they as wealthy as him. Seeing that nobody was leaving, Jack began speaking again. I'll give you guys 10 seconds, as long as you don't leave within 10 seconds, I'll assume that you are willing to work for me and that you've got no complaints about being a guard. But, after 10 seconds, if you will not have left by then, as long as you complain or try making a fuss here, you will have a worse fate than the guys on the ground. The countdown starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time's up.